Sight, smell, touch, and sound came back to him all at once. He couldn't tell up from down. All his senses seemed to mesh together, only adding to the confusion in his head. Right then, a bright light overshadowed everything else. Before he could make out anything, a wave of pain hit him in the chest. Breathing was painful. He tried to ask what was happening, but only managed a shrill cry. What was happening? Was he hurt? He remembered he had died. Did he end up in some kind of afterlife? Pain rapidly receded after a few breaths, allowing him to see through the tears. However, the sight didn't bring any good news. Huge, blurry humanoid figures loomed over him. His thoughts immediately ran wild. He must have ended up in some kind of hell. Realizing he was crying out loud, he tried to regain his composure. It's all fine. Everything is going to be all right. Before he was successful in either stopping his tears or calming his racing heart, one of the giants reached out with its slender arms. The mysterious figure was undeterred by his yells and picked him up, drawing him nearer to its mouth. Matt fought against his unresponsive body to move his arms in front of him to defend himself, but he wasn't fast enough. His demise seemed inevitable. He was close enough to catch a glimpse of the entity's ivory teeth. Too terrified to do anything, he could only close his eyes and pray for a quick death. Soon he felt a wet feeling on his forehead. The figure was touching him with its mouth. Was it trying to determine if he tasted good enough? I taste horrible, leave me alone. Matt unsuccessfully tried to speak, only producing unintelligible sounds. After a few tense seconds of suspense, he felt a bit relieved. It seemed to have worked. No further attempts at eating him were made. He could hear 3 different voices speaking in a strange language. He didn't know what they were saying. As long as they weren't trying to eat him, there was a chance. Maybe we can reach a deal. Slowly opening his eyes, now free of tears, Matt noticed that the figure holding him was still showing its teeth, and they looked suspiciously human. Feeling something poke his face, Matt realized his hands had finally decided to move. You cowards, where were you just now? He didn't stop to ponder about the futility of arguing with his own limbs, but he did notice they looked different from how he remembered them. His vision was blurry, but he was sure his hands weren't that small and chubby the last time he looked at them. Suspicion started to tug at him for attention. Stopping to think clearly for the first time during this ordeal, he replayed all the recent events in his mind, reinterpreting them in a new light. A new possibility began to take shape. All the pieces started to fit together like a puzzle. Turning to the figure carefully holding him, he confirmed the entity looked human, probably female judging by the long wavy hair, and she was smiling. Fuck, she was a giant. He was the small one, really small, about as big as a baby. I'm not Sherlock Holmes, but I think I got reincarnated. A few hours and an embarrassing feeding session later, Matt was finally left alone to think in his crib. Even if a basket and a blanket would have probably been a more fitting description. He didn't care. There was more than enough space for him, and the blanket was soft and comfy. The house, from what his poor eyesight could tell, looked like it belonged a few centuries in the past. No signs of anything that could indicate an industrial revolution. All items looked handcrafted. As for the exact technological level, it was anyone's guess. It could have ranged from ancient history to the Renaissance. Even though he liked reading about ancient and medieval times, he was no historian. It's probably better if I focus on the problems at hand. Making flimsy conjectures from a few hours of evidence gathered through terrible eyesight didn't seem a good investment of his time. Speaking of which, nobody mentioned how shit a baby's vision was. Everything was blurry, and even colors were an undefined mesh. And let's not mention how in novels he read every reincarnator was always calm and collected. It seems I was reincarnated. Now let's begin phase 1 of my 5-step plan for world domination. Matt parodied the scene in his mind. What a load of bullshit. Getting reincarnated was a mess. You had no idea where you were. Your senses sucked, and your limbs had the same grace as those of a frog suffering from epilepsy that had been run over by a car. His terrified reaction was completely normal, and he wasn't saying that to feel better about himself. He was stuck in a fucking basket in a place surrounded by people he didn't know, who spoke a language he didn't understand. To top it all off, he was completely and utterly alone. He missed his family and he missed his home. Usually when he felt lost and alone, he would seek refuge in a book, but here he didn't have anything. He would give an arm and a leg. On second thought, let's start with a fingertoe have his copy of Lord of the Rings with its worn-out cover and tea stain, or a bowl of ice cream, or 10. Matt wanted to cry, but he couldn't even do that since he would alert his new parents, and getting comforted by people he had met a couple of hours earlier was the last thing he needed right now. Calm down. Everything is going to be fine. You got a second chance at life. Maybe this time you won't even have a debilitating defect that will cause your early death. Ignore that y'all never see anyone you ever knew before this day ever again. As they say out with the old, let's go with the new or something like that. Somehow his perfect reasoning wasn't able to calm the rising panic in his chest, but this wasn't the first panic attack he had. Slowing his breathing, Matt focused on a simple physical sensation at a time. The soft blanket against his skin, the sound of chirping birds outside. He tried to anchor himself to reality and not lose himself in a spiral of negative thoughts. All this would have been easier if he could recognize his body. Still, he kept at it. A delicious smell of cooked food was coming from another room, food he wouldn't be able to eat. Focus, stupid brain, that's not helping. With a few more hiccups, he managed to stop his mind from spiraling and decided to meditate to calm himself further and pass the time. It was no mystical technique, just a simple focusing on slow breathing and trying to banish any stray thought. It was an exercise he had done 100 times when panic or anxiety was about to overwhelm him. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Matt lost himself in his rhythmic breathing, taking comfort in the familiar action. Ding. New skill learned, meditation. LV1, consistent practice allows to reduce overwhelming emotions and enter a calm state of mind. A black text on a semi-transparent white window was standing in front of him. Matt stared at it blankly for a full minute, and he would have continued for longer if the window didn't dismiss itself. Something that should have felt foreign felt quite familiar. He didn't know if it was because he spent many years of his life staring at a computer screen or the fact it was written in English. It felt like a little piece of home, a few little words with many implications. Worried it was all just some hallucination, Matt tried to resummon the window, yelling in his mind any keyword he could think of since speaking was out of the question. System, status, menu, skills, stats show me something, damn it, why isn't it working? It couldn't be an hallucination. He had looked at it for a full minute or more. What was he doing wrong? He had tried every possibility he had ever read in stories. Wait, maybe that was exactly the problem. He wasn't on 21st century Earth anymore. Most of those terms were linked to the post-internet world. What would be the easiest and most intuitive way to see your status or your skills? Well, that seems almost too obvious, but let's try. Name: Matthew James Reese. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 1. Dexterity 1. Constitution 2. Mind 5. Spirit 6. Perception 3. Skills 1-7. Meditation LV1, it was so obvious. If you wanted to see your status, you only had to think about it. It required a purposeful focus on the idea of yourself and a desire to know. It didn't just appear with any stray thought. After getting reincarnated, a game-like interface somehow didn't feel that weird. Looking at his stats, he wasn't particularly surprised. His strength and dexterity at 1 were probably normal for a baby, same for constitution and perception. As for mind and spirit, he wasn't exactly surprised. It was obvious they were related to his mental faculties, exactly how he had yet to determine. He had the body of a baby, undeveloped brain included. How he could think so clearly was a mystery. Maybe his reincarnation forced his brain to develop faster, or his soul had something to do with Ith, concluded something akin to a soul had to exist since he reincarnated. If it's the second option, then when my brain develops, will I become smarter than before? Matt couldn't help but wonder with starry eyes, who had never been guilty of wishing to be born smarter. Sooner or later, everyone had to come to terms with the fact they probably weren't some unappreciated genius, but only one of many, maybe a bit above average. There were always people more intelligent and talented. Maybe in this life, he would wait until 5th grade to find someone smarter than him. Baby could hope. For now, all he had were speculations and wishes. His status didn't tell him much. It didn't even explain what each stat meant. Some of them were obvious, but not all of them. He was left with more questions than before. Realizing he was getting sidetracked, he resummoned his status that had once again dismissed itself. Even if it didn't tell much, it did have some important info. First, his race human was in the same red color as his skill. It had to mean something, but he had no idea what. Second, he could only have 7 skills. Hopefully, he could increase that or at least switch his skills for new ones. Finally, and most exciting, the profession. He wasn't 100 sure, but it sounded a lot like a DD class. Surely it wasn't just there to indicate what he did for work or something. It had to be better than that, or he would be more disappointed than a kid that got his presents stolen from under the Christmas tree. He was going to become a wizard and fly in the sky, and that was a fact. Matt prayed to any god willing to listen to not break his heart a second time, even if metaphorically. This new world felt a bit less scary. Getting to know his new family and exploring a completely foreign world felt more appealing. There were many mysteries to uncover and things to learn. He couldn't wait to get some answers. He had to learn the new language as soon as possible. He needed answers. It seems it's time to start my 5-step plan to conquer this world. Muhehaha. Matt imagined his acute cries were deep, villainous laughter. Matt observed Relan, his father, even if it still felt weird to think of him like that, sifting through the messy pile of papers and scrolls scattered on his desk. It was a familiar sight. Relan was some kind of researcher. He wasn't sure exactly what he studied. From the sketches of dilapidated buildings and weird hieroglyphs covering the walls of his study, he hypothesized some ancient civilization. In the last 6 months, he spent many hours observing him meticulously go through dozens of books and ruined tomes, writing tiny annotations on journals and spare pieces of paper. He seemed to be following an order only he understood. He had not seen fireballs or flashy displays of magical power yet, but there were many inexplicable events. His parents moved and carried things around the house with little to no effort, no matter how heavy the object was. Just now, when his father wrote, his hands moved unnaturally fast and graceful, while his handwriting remained perfect. He could even swear he saw the ink move on the paper by itself a few times. Relin always wrote using the same pen, but he had never seen him add ink in 6 months. The little silvery stick was a bit underwhelming from afar, but after he got a closer look, he spotted a series of small, strange interlocking symbols carved on its sides. Its delicate craftsmanship was superior to anything else he had seen in this world thus far. What worried him the most was not if magic existed, but that he had not been able to perceive anything mystical. In each novel he read, the main character always discovered how to do magic in a couple of hours to a day at the latest. Matt had not made any progress in half a year. Either he had no talent or he was missing some key detail, hopefully the latter. I didn't go through the trouble of getting reincarnated to end up being a background character that gets killed off the page. Turning to look at Relin, Matt sighed. Each time it was his father's turn to watch over him, he ended up watching him work on his theories for hours, with recurring ohs and ahs among other exclamations whenever a piece of the puzzle only he could see fit together. He had been fascinated by his work at first, but since he could barely understand the new language, let alone read anything, it got boring fast. Matt had no idea what his father was looking for, but he admired his zeal and patience. Occasionally he cursed some Philip something for cutting his funds, but never raised his voice. He was 99 sure something wasn't a nice adjective, but an insult of some kind. He liked listening to his calming voice. Relin had a different accent from anyone else he heard. Even if there were many words he still didn't know, he usually got what people meant. Boredom had turned out to be an excellent motivator to learn the language. The only problem was that he couldn't make people talk about what he wanted to know. Being limited to the house or the lawn outside, there was only so much he could learn. He counted on his tiny hands the times his parents had brought him along during their errands around the village. With unpaved dirt streets and wooden buildings with thatch roofs, it had not been an impressive sight, but the cheerful atmosphere and tropical climate had their charm. It reminded him of some tourist destinations he had wished to visit in his previous life. Ignoring Relin's ramblings in the background, Matt patiently waited for the weekly notification. It should be. Ding! Weekly summary, life experience, 46 XP skill experience, 100 XP. No profession detected, all XP siphoned towards race enhancement. Name: Matthew James Reese. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 1, dexterity 1-2, constitution 2-3, mind 5-6, spirit 6-7, perception 3-5, skills 1-7. Meditation LV-116. Not much had changed apart from his stats increasing a little as his body developed. There had to be some approximation since his strength value had not changed, but he had grown a little stronger. Learning from zero to move your limbs or flex your fingers was terribly frustrating. There was nothing worse than inhabiting a body that refused to follow your commands. He had improved a lot, but there was still a long way to go. Now my sight is only partially crap. Hooray, and my limbs graduated from wet noodles to, well, something slightly better. I didn't think that far. Locked in his unresponsive body, Matt discovered a few things. The most important and frustrating was how hard it was to gain new skills. Despite all his knowledge, he had not been able to learn even one more. He had worried he could only have 7, but that seemed an unreachable goal. He needed to perform an action to learn a skill. The knowledge of it wasn't enough. Otherwise, he would have learned a ton from his past experiences. Okay, maybe not a ton, but at least some. Being constantly watched and only able to crawl on the floor didn't leave many chances to perform notable actions. Crawling clearly wasn't a skill. He had tried drawing on the floor and walls of the house to test his theories, but with his mediocre dexterity and improvised charcoal from the fireplace, the results only astonished his parents, and not for their beauty. Making an innocent expression and pointing to his sister Kendra had worked. That was until they spotted his dark nails dirty with coal. It was an amateur mistake, but it had been hard to clean the evidence without being able to reach any water. I'm sure I can draw better, but I don't think it's worth it, at least not yet. On the plus side, his past life had to count for something. He got most of his levels in meditation in the first month, then it slowed to a crawl, no pun intended. He bet the higher the level, the harder it got, but the difference couldn't be this big. He must have reached the limit of his past experiences, and now it was all uncharted territory. I should have paid more attention to those meditation tutorials on you. As for his second discovery, after the weekly update, he had messed around for a day with his interface. When he focused on the word human, it opened a new window. Race. Human. Grade. Red. Next enhancement, 2823, 10,000 XP. He didn't know what the enhancement did, but it couldn't be anything bad or too drastic. Anyone could reach it in less than 5 years with just the XP from life experience. His parents must have done it, and they didn't look different from a normal human. It probably wasn't anything drastic or harmful. This window also proved that the red color must refer to some kind of tier system, but with each discovery, new questions were added to the list. What did the star indicate? Was it some kind of secondary grading system? Why was there no star besides his skill? What did the enhancement do? The best way to find the answer to the last question was to reach 10,000 XP. He got 100 XP for each skill level and 30-50 XP for life experience every week depending on what he did during said week. The first time he started crawling, he got almost 80 XP and around 60 XP when he first visited the village. Life experience was a straightforward name. The details of how it worked were not. He could only guess that the life of a baby dependent on his parents wasn't ideal. He had a choice to make. He could slowly piece together the rules and sneakily gain experience or ask the people who already had the answers. No point reinventing the wheel when he could get access to the information put together by an entire civilization. Seems it's time to start speaking. At 6 months old, it was a bit early, but he had too many questions. He didn't delude himself into thinking he could pass for a normal baby. Forever he was going to slip sooner or later. He might as well make clear he was a bit odd. Matt decided he would say his first word today. Maybe in a month he could ask some simple questions. He was already considered weird since he always called his parents before he did his physiological needs. Peeing and pooping himself was already humiliating, and he couldn't stand to bear it a moment longer than necessary. He wanted both his parents to be present. It was nothing special for him, but it might be for them. He still didn't know how he felt about his new life and family. He even had a new name, Kai, but he never thought of himself like that. He was Matt, Kai was another person. Don't lose yourself in stupid thoughts, dumbass. He wasn't ready to let go of his name. He was just an Earth teenager who got reincarnated. This new world seemed exciting, and his family was nice enough, but he had not talked to anyone in half a year. He barely understood what was going on around him. There was a barrier between him and anybody else. He felt lonely. Naturally, his decision to start speaking was for purely logical reasons, no emotions involved. Waiting for the perfect moment, Matt ended up postponing it for another week. Fine, as soon as we get back home, he'll say mom or something. The whole family was walking down the village, but he had never been brought this way before. From what he overheard, Relin and Elena, his mother, were bringing his younger sister Kendra somewhere. He didn't know that word. Kendra was 1 year and a half older than him, and they had celebrated her second birthday the day before. Matt was looking around, scanning every inch of ground, as if afraid to miss a single blade of grass. He was sure he had missed none thus far. Kendra insisted on walking by herself. They weren't exactly fast. He turned to admire the emerald parrots flying among the swaying canopies of the palm trees, their feathers glimmering in the light. Looking down at his stubborn younger sister, they were descending a dirt path. The incline wasn't that steep, but for the short legs of a 2-year-old, each slope was like a mountain. Their older sister, Eleni, stayed close to Kendra to make sure she didn't fall. She smiled encouragingly and offered her hand whenever there was a particularly hard step. How she had that patience at 6 years old he didn't know, but it didn't look like Kendra shared the trait, as she recklessly took one step after another down the incline. I hope she doesn't fall. Matt enjoyed the warm sun on his skin. It was around late summer, this world's equivalent. From what he could tell, the climate was generally tropical, with a wet summer season and a dry winter. There was a pleasant breeze, and without any suffocating humidity he was used to, it was enjoyable. It felt like 100 years since he last enjoyed the smells and sounds of nature. They reminded him of something, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This whole world had an uncanny resemblance to Earth, but not everything was the same if you looked closely. There were often tiny details that showed this was not his home planet. The leaves of that shrubbery were bright purple, the trunk of that palm had a weird pattern, and no birds on Earth shimmered with a metallic color. Still, just the fact he was human or something so similar to be indistinguishable should have been impossible. I mean, we had zero actual knowledge of other worlds or alternative realities. My opinion isn't worth much. Matt admired the white and lilac flowers growing on a vine. They had 7 heart-shaped petals. He had never seen those before either. Noticing they were stopping, Matt looked away from the vegetation towards their destination. His mouth hung wide open. Now he understood where the familiarity was coming from. The smell of salt was unmistakable. A short distance in front of him, a white beach extended in both directions. A little farther, it gave way to an endless crystalline expanse. I think I know what that word meant. See, Matt exclaimed, his gaze captured by the dozen shades of aquamarine that painted the view. Crashing waves continued to hit the shore, while his family exclaimed in surprise, I hit the jackpot with my new location. Cressida stepped on the deck of the Daria for the second time during the 2-week-long journey. The first was when she boarded the ship. Her clothes were made for palaces and to walk the paved roads of the capital, not to stand on a ship like a common sailor. She could already taste the salt on her lips. She suppressed a grimace. The sea would quickly ruin the delicate lace of her dress. They were nearing their destination, and she would not disgrace herself. She would stand with dignity and grace. A good first impression could save months of work, even if she didn't know if there was anyone who could appreciate her subtle efforts in this God's forsaken archipelago. She had no idea why the Myrian Republic had bothered to annex a territory with no natural resources or strategic value. No doubt it was the idea of some privileged buffoon trying to hide their incompetence with an easy win. They would not be the ones who had to worry about what came after. They always left the hard parts to others. Taking a deep breath, she recomposed herself. She got to where she was through her own ability and hard work. This was just another obstacle in her path. The Daria cracked underneath her, reminding her the challenge might be greater than usual. It was a miracle the ship still held together if they asked her. It had once been the jewel of the Myrian Navy. It had hosted important diplomats and participated in historic battles that made the Republic what it was today. That, however, was several centuries ago. This ship had already been old when her great-grandmother was born. With a glance, she noticed the blue paint was peeling off in several parts. The maintenance had been done poorly and with the cheap products on top, but that had at least been maintained somewhat. She didn't dare imagine how long it had been since the runic script of the array had been last updated, but she had a feeling she was better off not knowing. Even her cabin temperature control failed multiple times, making this journey even more miserable. Still, she would have rather burned alive before going to her husband's room. Irvin had told her what honor it was to sail on such a renowned ship. Luckily, she wasn't a fool like him. The Daria was an insult, a tease as they crushed his political career together with all her future hopes. This ship was a relic left behind by the tides of time. She would not let the same happen to her. She had been absent for just 3 days to attend the 100th birthday of Serena Vike, a completely unremarkable woman. She wouldn't have bothered if it weren't for the fact her husband sat on the highest pier of the Azure Council. Cressida took 3 days to travel to Serena's summer estate and back. In that time, her husband was able to ruin years of planning and efforts on her part. She could not fathom how even a squirrel-brained individual like Irvin could have accepted this assignment. She could remember his proud smile as he told her he had received a promotion. He was going to be a governor, he said. It was more than a month ago, but every single detail of that moment had been imprinted into her brain with devastating clarity. The sudden suffocating feeling, as if someone had punched her in the chest and stole her breath away. Even before asking for clarifications, she had known it was bad news, but she could have never imagined how much. Exile to a place she didn't even know existed. He was going to be the governor of a handful of useless rocks with no value. It was the classical glorified position, where they sent pampered scions no one could afford to fire or old geezers to retire. It was also the perfect place to kill the career of a political rival. She had not looked him in the face or spoken to him since that night, not a word. She considered divorcing him, but eventually resigned herself to the situation. With 2 children, it would be near impossible to find another palatable husband. Cressida wondered how she ended up marrying such a trusting fool, before remembering those were the exact reasons she was able to seduce him. Evren, she called. Her voice was calm and smooth, not betraying any of her emotions. As they got closer to their new home, even if the thought repulsed her, avoiding him wouldn't be feasible. She had already idled in her misery long enough. It was time to assess the damage and plan for the future. Not even a second later, Irvin appeared beside her. Despite his impressive stature, his current demeanor was anything but imposing. Issy, sweetheart, I told you how sorry I am. They told me it was a... She patiently waited for him to finish his useless apologies. Another time, she would have been amused by the stark contrast between his hulking figure and the beaten puppy's look. She was considered tall, but he was more than a head and a half taller than her, with a physique to match due to his military background. She remembered his naive brain wasn't the only reason she chose him, but that was a thought for another time. It's already forgiven, dear, she put on a serene smile. She would have liked to swear at his face and slap him, but that would solve nothing and hurt her hand more than him. It was her fault. She should have known better than to leave an imbecile alone in that den of vipers. She learned when she was 5 that no one was going to help her besides herself. She had to be practical. When their destination came into view, even her low expectations were disappointed. High Arbor was supposed to be the biggest city of the Baquer archipelago. It looked barely a town to her. There was no air dock anywhere in sight, and even the greedy merfolk didn't come here to trade. For the gods' piety, this was a goddamn archipelago, and the main traders of the sea didn't bother with it. She had no idea how, but she would find a way to turn this setback into an opportunity. She always did. If there was no air dock, she would build one. If those greedy bastards didn't include these rocks in their trade routes, she would personally jiggle her purse to make them come and find a way to sell them seawater if necessary. Finally able to communicate with other people, time seemed to run faster. There were always new things to learn and places to explore. In his previous life, Matt had been unable to travel for both health and financial reasons. He had taken comfort in having the whole world at his fingertips, to know and see what was happening on the other side of the planet in seconds. Now he had no way of knowing what was going on the other side of the island he lived on, let alone the planet. It was a new reality he had to adapt to. It didn't take him long to confirm magic and spellcasters existed in this world. They shaped the essence of the world to their desires. Alana didn't exactly call it mana, but there was no better translation for magic energy in his opinion. He had immediately asked how he could become a mage, but his mother smiled and told the first of a long series of "I'll tell you when you're older." Her smile reminded him of when he proclaimed he would become an astronaut in elementary school. Oh, sweet innocent times. He was dying to learn more about magic. It was freaking magic, but showing so much interest in something he should not even understand would be suspicious. He could wait a little longer. Damn, I want to know, I should have thrown a tantrum. Matt berated himself. Some people, namely his sister Kendrivan, said he cried in his sleep that night. She was lying. New discoveries soon caught his attention. His village was called Whiteshore, located on the northwest side of Yaddle Island, the third largest of the 7 major islands of the Baquer archipelago. He had wanted to ask about other nations and their relation to the archipelago, but that would be an unusual question to come out of a toddler. Matt cursed himself for being such a patient person. Why can't my stupid brain stop thinking of the consequences? Just why? Future problems should be for future Matt to worry about. Despite his sound reasoning, he stuck to his initial plan. He didn't care if people thought he was a weirdo, but he had no idea how they would react if they found out he had the memories of his previous life. What would they think and say? Would they throw him out of the house and burn him at the stake? That was one thing he didn't wish to know. To make sure he didn't betray himself, he decided to only ask questions about things he could point his finger at and subjects mentioned by someone else first. He was walking by the seaside with Alana, looking for seashells brought to shore by the waves, when he pointed to the sea. All the water you see is part of the shallow sea for miles and miles, further than you can imagine, Alana explained with a smile shining on her face as she looked at the sea with the same gaze she gave to his father, Relin. What does shallow mean? Matt innocently asked, staring at the waves sparkling in the low sun. It's the opposite of deep. It means there is little water. If you were to go under the water, it wouldn't take you long to reach the bottom. Do you understand, Kai? Alana looked at Matt, who smiled and nodded. Alana kissed him on the forehead. Now my smart little boy, let's go home. Y'all have time to become a researcher like your father when you grow up. After such revelations, Matt heard none of this. He was completely lost in his world. That may explain why I can't perceive any mana. Maybe I'm not completely untalented. But more importantly, higher races. What the actual fuck? That could also be why the race is indicated in my status in the first place. If there were only humans, there would be no need to specify. By the time Matt was able to put order to his thoughts, they were already in front of their house and his mother was cooking dinner. I must be patient. I'll get my answers. Slowly learning about Elites, this new world was called. Matt reached his 2nd birthday. It was an important milestone in the Baquer archipelago. As they had done with Kendra, it was tradition to bring every child to the sea for his first swim lesson, usually a glorified small dip. The aim was for him to learn the swimming skill first and only skill for most kids and introduce him to the workings of the guide, aka the interface that showed his status. It usually took a couple of weeks to a month to get the skill if the parents gave consistent lessons and the child was cooperative. Kendra always boasted about how she got swimming in a week, but with his sister's stubborn and bold personality, that was only to be expected. Putting aside his overachiever sister, Matt prepared for the big day. He would finally be able to get some answers. Name: Matthew James Reese. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 1-2. Dexterity 2-3. Constitution 3-4. Mind 6-7. Spirit 7. Perception 5. Skills 2-7. Meditation LV 1628. Acting LV 17. The growth in his stats had been frustratingly slow. The most important change was his new acting skill that popped out 5 months prior. Matt wasn't sure how to feel about it. It was like saying he was good at deceiving his family. Knowing children were not expected to interact much with the guide before 2 years of age, he had not tried too hard to get more skills. There were already many things to learn in his everyday life in the village. He had also mastered the new language and was trying to teach himself to read. The first step had been to ask his father to read him something and ask a few questions, but not showing too much interest. There was a distinct lack of children's narrative in his collection, but Relin seemed happy. He showed interest in his work and was more than eager to read him a manuscript about some long-lost civilization. He loved those books, even if they were written with archaic words. On the plus side, they had an abundance of illustrations maybe because they were handwritten that gave him an easy excuse to look at them later. He then patiently went over what his father read and pieced the puzzle together. It wasn't the best method, but he enjoyed it. He felt like Indiana Jones, sitting on the floor of his father's study and deciphering an ancient text to discover its hidden secrets. Unmistakable smell of old paper in the room only added to the experience. He was sure his parents had a hint of what he was trying to do after he spent so much time with his nose in those thick tomes. They probably didn't think he would succeed, but only imagined himself reading like his father. Walking down the familiar path to the sea with his family, this place felt like paradise. They were surrounded by palm trees and colorful flowers. One more detail made this day even more exciting. Race. Human. Grade. Red. Next enhancement 9926, 10,000 XP. He was so close to his goal, which made the idea of getting a new skill all the more appealing. The weekly summary was in a few hours. If he got lucky, he might reach 10,000 XP by then. Relin and Alana had entertained most of his innocent questions, but they had been tight-lipped about the guide. As for his sisters, Matt felt bad trying to corrupt Eleni to disobey their parents. While Kendra refused to answer, saying he was too little to understand, coming from a 3-year-old, it was truly something. Most likely she didn't know much either and didn't want to admit it. Reaching the beach of white sand that gave the name to their village, Matt enjoyed the warmth under his bare feet. It was early spring and it wasn't scalding yet, making it perfect together with the chill breeze coming from the sea. Most importantly, the tide was fair. The 6 moons orbiting Elides influenced the sea in complicated ways. Usually the moons somewhat balanced each other out and the tide was fair, but when they aligned, they could create extremes of both high and low tide. Fishing was the main livelihood in the archipelago, which was why each village had a tideseer who studied the moons and predicted the tides. In Whiteshore, it was his mother's duty. There was no magic involved, just tons of charts and mathematical formulas. Lana had shown them to him, but this time it was he who decided he was too young to understand that. It was still early morning. The only people around were the fishermen, their small boats with white sails visible in the distance. It must have been a successful day. A group of 3 were traveling in a tight formation. Kai knew it meant they were dragging along a fish too big for their boats. Looking at the darker waters on the horizon, Kai was filled with equal parts of unease and wonder. Alana had assured him no scary awakened fish came close to the shore, but after looking at the behemoths the fisherman dragged behind, he couldn't stop being a bit nervous. Thankfully, for more than a mile the water was clear and shallow. Even his little legs could barely scratch the bottom. If something decided to swim to shore, he would see it coming. His mother was the swim teacher of the day, but before they could start, there was one last step. Lana walked to the waves, with one hand towards the sea and one holding the pendant on her neck. It was a pendant with 2 concentric circles crossed by a line, a sacred symbol in the archipelago. The outer circle represented the sea, the inner one the islands of the archipelago, and the line the people who inhabited the islands. The islanders made offerings to their ancestors and to a number of spirits that were said to inhabit and protect the archipelago. Alana started to solemnly speak. I ask for the favor of Kahali, the venerable spirit of the sea and protector of our shores. Grant us your favor and accept my son into your waters. May he join his ancestors as a descendant of the sea. Alana continued chanting her plea for Kahali's blessing, throwing him an encouraging glance. She had told him what he had to do 100 times, and it wasn't anything complicated. He had to kneel with his hands stretched forward, a palm beyond the waves, and wait for the water to touch him first. Only then he would be allowed to dive into the sea. Unless you were truly unlucky and chose a period of falling tide, it was inevitable for a slightly bigger wave to come, but how long it took varied. If it happened in the first 7 waves, you were considered blessed by Kahali, but if you had to wait for more than 70, it was a bad omen. The spirit of the sea cared for all the sons and daughters of the islands, but he had his favorites. Matt found it a bit odd to give importance to something that was not your merit anyway. He didn't care, it was only luck or fate if you wanted to be fancy. Standing with his family watching him in anticipation, he had to admit he might care a little bit, just a tiny bit. Each wave passing felt like an eternity, their slow rhythmic crashing the judge of his worth. 1 wave. 2 waves. 3 waves. 4 waves. Common, I know I am from another planet, but I promise I'll become a perfect believer if it takes less than the 14 waves it took Kendra. He could already imagine the disappointment of his parents as the waves passed without bothering to go an inch further. Suddenly, the cool water touched his fingers. It was the seventh wave. Without wasting time, Matt ran into the crystal waters, not waiting to hear his family's exclamations. The water was too cold for his taste, but his elation made him ignore the unpleasant sensation. Kendra is going to be so jealous. Turning back to his family, he accepted the praise with grace. His father wasn't native to the islands but still looked at him proudly. Alana's smile was the brightest. It was nothing. My genius can't help but shine through. Some people are so exceptional they just can't help it. Eleni was also smiling cheerfully, while Kendra stood frozen with her mouth in a thin line, her little fists clenched at her sides. He almost felt bad for her. Almost. The best he could do was not to smirk at her. There would be time for that later. After basking in the moment for a while, it was time to get started. The rite of passage would not be complete until his first swimming lesson ended and the temperature of the water was getting to him. It wasn't freezing, but not far from it. He had always hated cold showers. Rubbing his arms, he asked Alana to begin the lesson. Matt wasn't an Olympic swimmer, but he had learned the basics in his previous life. He wasn't worried. The first thing to remember is that your body floats in the sea. You need to remain calm and let the sea carry you if you're worried. She was a great teacher, explaining each step and demonstrating it, remaining patient when he didn't get it immediately. Naturally, Matt was using his acting skill to its full potential. After proving to his mother he had mastered the art of not drowning, they passed to some simple movements. After half an hour, Matt was left free to practice under his parents' hawkish gazes. Kendra said she wanted to practice her skill and joined in, dragging a reluctant Eleni behind. She was too damn competitive, but it offered the perfect opportunity to act while Relin and Alana were distracted. Relying on his past memories and experiences, he adjusted his form, taking a few strokes back and forth. It didn't take long to get the expected result. Ding. New skill learned, swimming, LV1, increases your proficiency of movement in the water. Matt tried to hide his glee, going underwater before yelling his triumph. It had been easier than expected. His past life experience wasn't useless after all. He wanted to continue practicing, but unfortunately, he saw Alana glance his way. If he started swimming expertly, there was no way no one would notice. Kendra would throw a fit if she knew he had destroyed her record, which would be funny but problematic. I can never enjoy good things. Matt complained. He had to remind himself she wasn't even 4. Even technically older, he had to be the responsible big brother at least a little. Better make the best of the occasion. He had not been allowed near the sea until today. Playing around in the water wasn't half bad. He didn't need to worry about what people would think if he acted goofy or talked to himself. In this case, being a child meant total freedom. Ding. Weekly summary, life experience, 98 XP skill experience, 200 XP, 100 XP from swimming, and I must have leveled acting too. No class detected. XP siphoned towards race enhancement. Red, 10,000 XP. Congratulations, race upgrade available. Beginning enhancement from human, red to human, red. Wait, you mean like right? No. Matt's next thoughts were interrupted as a pulsing heat started to expand from his heart with each beat. A few seconds later, his whole body felt like it was on fire, the cool water of the sea doing little to help. It was the worst pain he had ever felt. When he broke his arm in 5th grade, it had been worse, but it had not affected every single part of his body. He couldn't avoid moving his arm to ease the pain. Even floating perfectly still, the burning was ceaseless. Each beat of his heart caused a new wave of liquid fire to spread from his chest to the tip of his toes and fingers. Fuck, Matt screamed underwater. After what felt like an eternity, the pain started to recede. With each beat it was a little less intense, the coolness of the sea embracing him finally recognizable. He tried to move his fingers to see if it would cause any pain. It didn't. His eyes shot open to analyze the situation. He was still underwater. Matt pushed with his feet on the seafloor to reach the surface an instant later. Strangely, he didn't feel the desperate need for oxygen he expected. A few deep breaths later, he felt fine, better than fine actually. His parents were smiling at him, mistaking his actions for a child's antics. It must have been way shorter than I thought. He was tempted to immediately check his status to see the changes, but the burning pain had left place to a wave of bliss. As if he had just received the best massage of his life after running a marathon, each part of his body was relaxed. Wanting to enjoy the sensation a little longer, he let his body float beneath the waves. The surface was close overhead, but he felt like he was in a different place. Rays of light filtered from above. The world was quiet, but not scarily silent. He could still hear the muffled sounds of the waves and his sisters playing. He felt at peace. He didn't have to worry about anything or anyone. There was only him, but he wasn't alone. The sun and sea kept him company, while the waves gently rocked him back and forth. Matt closed his eyes. No thoughts or worries bothered his mind. He was even more relaxed than after a session of meditation. He couldn't remember the last time he had felt so at peace, if ever. Suddenly, tiny motes of light appeared all around him. At first, there weren't many, then hundreds more, thousands, too many to count. The whole world burst alight, but his eyes were closed. Myriads of tiny dazzling particles revolved around him in apparent chaos, but he could feel there was some underlying pattern. He could almost see a brush movement woke him up from his reverie. He was out of the water, gasping for air. He had not felt the need to breathe a moment ago. Now he felt he couldn't get enough no matter how many breaths he took. Alana had pulled him out of the water and was still holding him firmly. "Are you okay, Kai? You were underwater for way more than a minute. What were you thinking? I thought you'd drown." Relin stood beside Alana looking at him with equal parts of panic and relief. Today his perception of time was really shit. He had felt no need for air. He didn't dare think what would have happened had he been alone. This put an abrupt end to the day. As they walked back home, he took a moment to try and understand what had happened. Matt's eyes fell on a flashing light in the right corner of his vision, showing a notification he had not acknowledged. The guide's messages came and went as they pleased, which frustrated him in no small part. However, he had to consciously glance at them at least once. If he got one while he was sleeping or completely focused on something else, he would get that annoying pinging light. Wondering if he got more levels in swimming, Matt willed the notification to appear. Ding. New skill learned, Mana Sense, LV1, remove the veil and see what lies beyond. Now, that explains a few things. It seems there is still a chance to learn forbidden magic and give a try to world domination. The walk back home was uncomfortably silent. His parents were convinced he had almost drowned, which he had, but not for the reasons they thought, and were beating themselves up for it. His sisters didn't know how to respond to the weird atmosphere. After a few unintelligible mutters among themselves, they ran ahead. "I'm so sorry, I was too impatient for you to get the swimming skill. I was a fool. Why did I leave you alone? What was I thinking?" his mother said. She had repeated that same sentence a dozen times while carrying him in her arms despite his protests. Matt didn't know what to say. The truth carried too many secrets, and his castle of lies would come tumbling down. But he couldn't stay silent either. He couldn't let them think they were bad parents. After they got home, he decided a compromise was the best option. "Mom, I have to tell you something." His voice was little more than a whisper. His mother's keen ears perfectly heard him. "Yes, sweetie." Now came the part where he asked Alana what the Mana Sense was in vague terms, putting forward his best naive face. "This is surely going to get me more levels in acting. Damn it." After a lot of back and forth caused by his confused explanation coupled with his mother's disbelief, Matt repeated the whole speech to his father. Alana kept throwing expectant looks at Relin, as if waiting for him to come up with a reasonable explanation for their child's crazy story. His father remained silent, trying to maintain an impassive expression, but he wasn't too good at it. Judging by how many times his brows moved up and down, he was equally astounded. "Okay, it's just a feeling, but this might not have been the wisest idea." Matt tried to dry his sweaty palms against his clothes and squeezed his acting skill for all it was worth. This was supposed to be the smallest of his secrets. After all, he truly learned Mana Sense by chance. He expected his parents to be a little shocked, but not this much. To put any doubt aside, Relin decided to do a simple test. Matt felt offended they thought he might be lying. Buten's second thought, he realized he was doing exactly that, but not about having learned Mana Sense. Pushing the thought aside, he focused on what his father was saying. He couldn't wait to get this over with. Relin got down on one knee to be at his height and put his empty palms in front of him. "Kai, I need you to focus and use the skill you got. Tell me if you see something." Matt felt a spike of panic after he got the skill. He had not noticed anything different. He hesitated, unsure of what to do. Meditation and acting worked passively, helping him improve. How did he use a skill actively? What if he wasn't able to? Calm down. It must not be that hard if they're asking their 2-year-old son to do it. You're overthinking this. Taking a deep breath, Matt focused on the air over his father's palms with a solemn expression on his face. He tried to recall the feeling he had when he learned the skill. As if pressing a button, something clicked in his brain and the world turned to light. Countless bright particles were swirling around him. He could even see them outside of his field of view, which was disorienting. The lights moved in his vision, but he wasn't seeing with his eyes. The skill was called Mana Sense, not Mana Sight. Before he got overwhelmed, he closed his eyes. This was more manageable. He took a few moments to admire the spectacle. He then turned his attention to the task at hand. In front of him, 2 shapes of flowing lights overshadowed everything else. They were his parents. Focusing where Relin's hands should be, he almost burst out laughing. A wonky smiling face glowed above his father's right hand. It was such a weird sight that took him completely off guard. It felt so out of place, reminding him of an emoticon back on Earth. "Well, I suppose that works. Your right hand, Dad," Matt giggled, pointing his finger. The 360 sense was starting to give him a headache. He deactivated the skill and opened his eyes. A series of surprised expressions flashed on his parents' faces before they finally seemed to accept the undeniable truth. Did I do something wrong? Matt asked with an uncertain tone. He was sure he was going to get at least a couple of levels in acting after this. Absolutely not, sweetie, Alana reassured him. It's just very unusual. People don't usually get that skill without help, let alone without any guidance at all. Was it that extraordinary? He got the skill by chance. Is it because there is little mana where we live? He wondered aloud. Relin assumed his familiar teaching voice. Not exactly. A higher mana density would certainly help, but only if it's very high. The most important thing is the difference from what you're used to. The essence of the world is everywhere around us, but our senses are so used to it that we don't notice. It's only when we move to a place with a different density that we realize something is different. If you were in an area with scarce mana like this island, and suddenly moved to a place with 10 times the concentration, you would certainly notice something amiss. It would also work if you moved to a place with less mana, but with more it's usually easier. Alana threw her husband a look, but he was too lost in his thoughts to notice. Matt took a second to realize no sane person would expect a 2-year-old to understand that explanation. His father was usually more knowledgeable, but his mother was way better at explaining. Maybe some rich mana current touched the shores while Kai was swimming. Relin hypothesized to his wife. It's rare, but not impossible that a higher concentration of mana was brought by the sea currents. It's only weird that I didn't notice. It must have been very small. Before his father could rethink his theory, Matt changed the topic. Dad, are you a wizard? Can you throw fireballs out of your hands? Smiling fireballs. Matt mimed what he believed a powerful wizard would do with exaggerated gestures, throwing his arms around. Relin smiled. I am sorry, Kai. I learned the basics when I was young, but in the end I chose to follow a different career. There was a hint of bitterness in his tone. Occupying the silence, Alana added her thoughts. Even if Kai encountered a temporary higher mana area, it's still impressive he got the skill. Our son must have some real affinity with mana. Do you think we should find him a teacher, dear? It was weird how adults sometimes talked as if you weren't there. He distinctly remembered his previous parents on Earth arguing about his medical situation right in front of him, or even doctors giving bad news after bad news as if he wasn't within earshot. He might only have been 7 or 8, but he understood enough. People acted as if children were dumb as rocks and would instantly forget anything they should not remember. This time he was too happy they had finally moved on from the strangeness of his situation to care. Matt listened in silence. He was 2 years old after all. It would be weird if they treated him differently. I suppose it's part of being a child. Adults decide for you without asking your opinion, thinking they know better. Alana and Relin were discussing if it was better to give him any opportunity they could get or let him be a child. He would have liked them to ask his opinion, but it was true he didn't know enough about this world to make an informed decision. Damn it, I guess he'll have to trust their judgment. There were no proper experts on mana in Whiteshore. At most they knew as much as his father. If they wanted a proper teacher, they would need to go to a bigger town, maybe another island, which made the decision more difficult. Better wait for a couple of years before considering sending him to any kind of tutor. There was no point hiring an expensive expert when there were many fundamentals he still had to learn. Relin would teach him what he knew for now, and then they would see what to do. Matt was fine with the decision. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. His carefree life at home was too good to abandon. He was happy he had been able to use his baby charm to convince Alana to continue the swimming lessons under strict supervision the next day. What was the point of living on an island if you couldn't enjoy the sea? Now that things had settled down, Matt remembered he had yet to check his status. Name: Matthew James Reese. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 1-2. Dexterity 2-3. Constitution 3-4. Mind 6-7. Spirit 7. Perception 5. Skills 4-7. Meditation LV28. Acting LV79. Swimming LV1. Mana sense LV1. Race: human. Grade: red. Next enhancement 0, 20,000 XP. The new skill was written in orange instead of red, an almost definite proof of it being some kind of ranking system. Apart from that, the race enhancement was extremely underwhelming. He awaited it for so long and it only gave him 3 extra points, nothing else. He had worked for 2 years for that. Half of his stats had not even changed. Kai started brooding when a thought hit him. Wait a second. Relin had said the most important factor to unlock mana sense was the difference in the mana density from what you're used to. What if he was the one to change? Suddenly improving his perception, even if not by a lot, might make something he ignored become noticeable. It was a flimsy hypothesis. He wasn't even sure perception included mana sensing. Maybe he truly got lucky, but it was hard to think it was a coincidence it happened immediately after he enhanced his race. After exhausting all his brain power with speculation, one thing became clear. He was tired of piecing breadcrumbs together. It was time to grill his parents for some answers. Despite Matt imagining himself marching to his parents and demanding answers, it didn't exactly go like that in truth. It didn't go like that at all. He had to put together bits and pieces from a dozen conversations during the next few weeks to finally get a decent idea of how the guide worked. The most important discovery was that to fully unlock the guide, there were two milestones or seals. They were the reason why the guide ignored him completely for now. The first was at 7 years of age, when he would be able to change the guide to his preferences. Basically, he would unlock the customization option, while the second at 14 would unlock the ability to get a profession. Until then, the guide was stuck in child mode, and there was no secret password to get access to the complete version. It's for your own good. You can learn how to best use the guide without getting overwhelmed and committing mistakes, Alana told him, but Matt wasn't convinced. Okay, maybe letting a child choose a class whenever they wanted was the best idea, but why block even the customization option? The idea of having to wait for years was so frustrating. At least he learned how the color tier system worked. Honestly, he should have guessed it himself when the second color turned out to be orange. It followed the colors of the rainbow or of the visible light spectrum: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. At least in theory, none of his parents had ever heard of anyone with a skill above green, and even that was only through hearsay. Races followed the same colors, not only for the sapient races, but also for each bird in the sky and fish in the sea who managed to awaken and unlock their own version of the guide. Each tier was additionally subdivided into a 3-star system. From red he would then reach orange and so on. However, not all races started at the same level. Even humans could be born higher than red, but with the low mana of the Baquer archipelago, it never happened here. His parents had tried to spin it in a more positive light. Don't worry, sweetie, the guide always offers a path for growth. You must work hard to gain experience points, and you can reach and surpass anyone. Even better, you can improve in the peacefulness of our island. Matt was skeptical. He was starting from the lowest point possible, and no matter how you put that, it was a disadvantage. The question was how big. As for the benefits of a higher grade, his parents had been evasive. After pestering them for more, Relin told him the red tier would give a handful of extra stats. Those who are born red will get higher stats as they grow. When you earn it for yourself, y'all get the same benefits all at once. It doesn't matter until the orange tier anyway. And all the best people I've ever met earned it themselves. His father was trying to be reassuring, but that was not Matt's takeaway. It was nice knowing that getting red was going to grant him benefits until he reached adulthood. However, if even his parents admitted that orange was important, it must be a big change. His father's words also implied some people were born at orange directly. Alana truly didn't seem to care about it, but Relin sometimes let a sliver of bitterness escape. Matt knew he was from the Myrian Republic on the mainland, but he rarely talked about his life there. On the continent of Talvin, not everyone started at red. He had come to the Baquer archipelago for research purposes and then decided to stay after he fell in love with his mother. Matt wondered what it was like to live on the continent. It sounded like an exciting place. He couldn't help but daydream about exotic places and adventures. He wanted to explore all of it. As time flew by, the shackles of infancy fell away, granting Matt freedom and enough distractions to fill his every waking hour twice over. No one expected anything from him. He was only a child. Having to worry about having fun all day may get boring eventually, but he was far from that point. He had not forgotten his long list of unanswered questions, but no one was going to protest if he took his time. In his previous life, his childhood had been cut short when he got diagnosed with a heart condition that put his life on a timer. He couldn't remember when he started floating along, like a passenger to his own life, but it had happened long before he died. Then he got a second chance. Mater, more precisely, Kai, was born, but without realizing it, he fell into his old habits. It was time to fully take advantage of his second chance at life and stop looking from afar. Waking up to the smell of the sea, enjoying the sun and waves, running around Yatal with a group of children that shared his passion for exploration. The last part had not been planned. He was minding his own business when the other children joined one by one. At first, he thought it would be annoying to have a bunch of brats in tow. He tried to ignore them, hoping they would get bored and go away. That worked most of the time, but some pests were more persistent than others. Anna was the beginning of the fall. A little girl with an apple-shaped face, big green eyes, and cascading dark brown hair like most people in the archipelago. She was adorable and naive, like only someone who solely knows the sweetest side of life could be. If she had demanded his attention or made fun of him like other kids, she would have been easy to ignore. She just had to ask if he would play with her big eyes, and his fate had been sealed. His mind could not conceive of saying no to her. It was all downhill from there. Before he realized it, he had a small following. Who could say no to those round, chubby faces? He didn't have the heart to deny them such a perfect role model. After he took advantage of his innocent child card against his parents, it was truly karma to be defeated by the same blade. Babysitting a clutch of little ducklings had not been in his plans, but their cheerfulness almost made up for the headaches they caused him. Kai never got tired of the look of pure wonder on their faces when they discovered something new. He liked his family, but they didn't know the whole him. He had no one to freely talk to. With his little band of misfits, he could do or say anything and they would not question it, besides laughing at his antics. Thus he resigned to his new role. He never thought he would feel so carefree and happy in his life. Today was no different. Kai looked around, making sure the entrance to their secret meeting place was clear. A wall of lush bushes hid a small clearing from the main path, forming a C shape against a camp of critterbane. The insidious plants made sure no one would approach from that side. Kai didn't know its scientific name if it had any, but the thorny bramble with urticant properties was grown around important plantations by farmers to keep critters at bay. It wasn't dangerous to humans if you considered a week-long burning itch not dangerous, that is. One way or another, they had all suffered it. When you told a child to stay away from something, somehow it didn't work. Making sure no one was looking his way one last time, Kai walked to their super-secret entrance. He pushed aside a few strategically positioned branches and squeezed through a small opening in the tall shrubbery. The clearing was no more than 5 meters across and not much larger. There were better places, but nothing could beat the feeling of accessing a secret corner of the world that was only theirs. 2 of the 4 members of his fearsome band were already present, sitting on some logs which had been brought here at no small cost. Anna, being 1 year older than him, was the second youngest of the bunch. She was showing her collection of seashells and conchs to Vel, who silently listened to her ramblings and rearranged them by color and shape. Vel had a hard time interacting with other people, and Kai could relate to his awkwardness. He had always been the odd one out in his previous life. Unfortunately, no one could be as mean as innocent kids. Even if they may not realize they were acting like assholes, a child's words stung the same. Kai was forever thankful for him. Quiet and calm, he was the easiest kid to have around. With him, there was no need to talk and no awkward silences. He joined his 2 companions in admiring the new additions to Anna's collection. If they were back on Earth, these shells would have belonged in a museum or an art installation. They had 1,000 shades of reds, blues, yellows, and purples, and an even more diverse range of forms. Every time Kai thought he had seen them all, a new seashell was pushed to shore by the waves or revealed by the tide. The fact that half of them were as big as his head had become so ordinary, he hardly noticed anymore. He instead focused on admiring the spiraling shapes and patterns. Not much later, poorly suppressed laughter announced the arrival of the last 2 members of the group. The twins, Uli and Oli, emerged from the bush, chuckling among themselves. Their curiosity and mischievousness were only matched by their inexhaustible energy. They were seemingly unable to stay still for more than 5 seconds. For all the time he had known Vel and Anna, they had not exasperated him a tenth of what the twins did in a day. But no matter how many times he wanted to strangle them, he couldn't stay angry at them. Despite being the last to arrive, the twins were the most impatient for the mission of the day. "What are we waiting for? Can we go now?" Uli said, or at least Kai thought it was Uli. They wore different braided bracelets, but they switched them so often Kai had long given up trying to tell who was who. "Kai, you promised to show us the ruins," Oli continued. He had indeed made the mistake of mentioning that his father had shown him some of the ruins from the Vastair civilization he was studying. The group had pestered him for weeks till he promised to take them there. The Vastair were the original inhabitants of the Bakwair archipelago. Relin had not told him much apart from what little was known about them. They disappeared around 8,000 years ago, leaving behind several scattered ruins around the islands. It wasn't even known if they were a distinct sapient race or a subgroup of another known race. The human migration to these islands only happened around 800 years ago. Apparently, any stretch of time shorter than a millennium wasn't considered much. The current inhabitants of the archipelago were probably on the losing side in one of the wars on the continent of Talthan, seeking to build a peaceful life in a land most considered worthless. That was until 51 years prior the Mirian Republic decided to magnanimously annex the archipelago. When the Republic had arrived with an army, there had not been much of a discussion. For better or worse, the thin mana of the archipelago only produced natural resources of little value. The presence of the Republic only consisted of the governor in High Arbor, and not much had changed. To stop the twins from pestering him, Kai decided to get going. It wasn't a coincidence he chose today. His mother told him there was going to be a particularly long low tide. The shallow water around the shore retreated for miles, creating a vast stretch of white beach. It was ideal for travel along the coast. This way they could avoid a 3-hour-long trek on a dirt path and cut the journey to 2 hours. Kai remembered the first time he walked up to the sea and found a completely different landscape. The crystalline waters had pulled back to reveal a white expanse filled with wonders. Crabs and other crustaceans skittered here and there, hiding in seaweed fields and hunting for stranded fish. They were in turn all hunted by seabirds who came to take part in the feast. Countless seashells of all shapes and sizes laid around like spots of colors on a white canvas. You could easily pick them up, but some of them ran away when you got too close, reminding you they were the homes of tiny inhabitants. His eyes raced between all the wonders demanding his attention. And they had not yet gotten to his favorite part. The seabed was mostly flat, but there were deeper areas here and there. During a low tide, they transformed into small biomes full of life. They housed all sorts of sea creatures that thought swimming back and forth was too much of a hassle. It was like visiting an aquarium, but much better. Low tides weren't rare, but only once every few weeks did it happen to this extent. Kai still how much longer? Oli asked. No more than 5 minutes had passed since they started walking. Kai had been clear on the length of the journey. Look at that. He dodged the question and assumed an expression of awe, pointing to a bright ruby crab peacefully skittering a few meters from them. Where? The twins' heads turned in unison, scanning the sand for their prey. Hopefully, they would start a hunt for the most funny-looking crab or something. Anything to have them off his back. Sorry, little crab, it's you or me. Noticing the two devils reaching for it, the poor creature showed it wasn't completely powerless and dashed to the nearest pond, leaving the twins in the dust. Are we there yet? Uli asked 3 minutes later. Kai silently cursed his fate. This was going to be a long journey. 2 hours and much patience later, they reached their destination. A small cluster of ivory towers rose by the shore. Each building was a single piece of stone with no seems a typical feature of magical construction, according to his fatherland's small pentagonal holes dotting their walls. They were once doors and windows, but were now left empty. Their height and width varied a lot, but Relin told him they were all connected underground. It was uncertain if they had always been like that or had sunk into the ground with time. The highest tower stood against the sky like a small skyscraper. He was used to buildings twice that size, so it wasn't too impressive, but his companions were another story. Their little jaws dropped in awe. The biggest building they had ever seen was the 2-story house of the Elder of Whiteshore. The ivory towers stood like the bones of a colossal beast that had been stripped of all flesh and color, leaving only an empty husk. It was a melancholic view. They must have looked even more impressive in their prime. Kai felt some sort of sadness for what had been lost, but also admiration. After millennia, they were still standing smooth and unblemished. It was hard to imagine all the history they had seen. Still, time left its mark. The empty pentagonal holes of the doors and windows were the most obvious sign, but not the only one. If you looked closer, there were regular gaps and dents where components of less durable materials had once been affixed. On the inside, it only became more obvious. Only the ivory stone remained, as pristine as the day when it had been created. The elements weren't the only thing responsible for their current state. There were traces indicating plundering that took place long ago before his mother's ancestors ever reached these shores. The only valuable things remaining were the writings etched on the walls. The twins had already raced ahead to explore the ruins. With a little luck, they wouldn't kill themselves trying to climb the towers. Thinking again, Kai ran after them. Oli, slow down. The two scoundrels acted as if they couldn't hear him. Seeing it was a lost cause, Kai turned to Vel and Anna, who were dutifully following him and looking around with wide eyes. At least they listened half the time. He was starting to explain what he knew about the place when heard a group of unknown voices in the distance. Then a loud boom suddenly rocked the ground. The twins ran back to him even faster than before. What was that? You said no one was here. Anna grabbed his arm for comfort, looking around as if expecting some unseen beast to pounce on them. Even Vel took a step closer. After making sure everyone was fine, Kai got closer to find out what was going on. Walking beyond the first row of towers, a shocking sight greeted him. Half a dozen buildings that had stood for 8 millennia were laying on the ground in pieces, people bussing over them moving chunks of rock. Stop right there. This area is off limits. Go play somewhere else. Kai was so shocked he had not realized a middle-aged man in black attire had walked in front of him, barring the way. He had a sneer on his face and his chin was held up as if he couldn't bear to look at them. His hand gestured for them to scram as if swatting a bug. To say Kai was annoyed beyond measure was an understatement. What the hell are you doing? The man looked at him with annoyance, as if observing a particularly persistent fly. We're obviously clearing these buildings. How no one on this island thought to use this perfectly good stone for something useful is beyond me, but I suppose you can't expect much from. He looked at them as if that explained everything. We can both free this beach and get raw materials at the same time. Soon we'll put this stone to good use. He gestured around as if he could already see it. The new villas will be the pride of this island. Hopefully they will also attract some respectable citizens. The 7 know you need it. Kai's mind had gone blank. Are you destroying a piece of history to build some dumb villas? His voice came out shriller than he intended. He didn't even see the blow coming. A moment later, he was on the ground holding his face, not sure if anything was broken. His friends were stunned in place. The man already turned around to go back to his crew, but they could hear him mutter, "The gall of these savages. They don't even teach their brood to respect their betters. The Republic brought them civilization and they don't even thank us." Kai laid still on the ground. Anna started crying while Vel said something to him. Kai didn't notice them. He remained frozen in place, his heart pounding in his chest. A myriad of thoughts and emotions were fighting for his attention. He was angry, confused, and humiliated. The anger won, his rage numbing even the pain, furious at that idiotic moron and at himself for being a powerless child. He felt the urge to do something, to act, scream, and break something, possibly that asshole. It took a moment for reality to reaffirm itself. A harsh but undeniable realization there was nothing he could do. Becoming aware that Anna was crying and the twins panicking, Kai pulled himself together. They were his duty. He had to make sure he led them back home safely. His face hurt and swelled more with each second passing, but he ignored it. "I am fine, don't worry." Kai lied to reassure Vel and the others. After accompanying everyone to their home safely, Kai did the same and ran to hug his mom, hoping for a moment she could magically solve everything. He explained what happened and felt somehow validated that his parents showed the same anger he felt. Kendra was the most vocal about it. If Alana didn't stop her, she would have gone herself to beat them up according to her. The burning heat of his anger gave way to a different kind of warmth. In the end, there was nothing they could do. He doubted he could press charges for assault against a minor. As far as he knew, the law didn't protect him from much except murder. After he made sure he was all right, Relin left to see the ruins, his usual calm demeanor barely hiding his fury. They were his life's work, and after they stood for 8,000 years, they were being destroyed in a day by some moron. Alana stayed with him and did her best to comfort him. She wanted to bring him to see a healer. The right side of his face was seriously swollen. It would have been funny if it didn't hurt like hell. There were no true healers in Whiteshore, but there was an herbalist shop that sold healing balms and natural remedies. The owners, Mr. and Mrs. Louvel's parents, also took care of more serious wounds and possessed skills that helped with the natural healing process. The good news was their remedies worked. The less good news was that Mr. Lou was nothing like his son and loved talking, especially gossiping. The next day everyone knew what happened. No one was happy, of course. The islanders venerated their ancestors. The Vastaire ruins were not part of their beliefs, but they had always been treated akin to sacred places. Soon the news reached all the islands. It turned out Yatal wasn't the only place where the Vastaire buildings were mined for stone. The same had happened on Yahweh and Canlun, respectively the second and fifth of the 7 major islands. The governor in High Arbor had sold them to some business from the mainland that planned to build luxury villas. After people threatened to riot, the governor promised there would be no further mining. According to the official response, it was all a misunderstanding. The governor had no idea of their significance and was looking to promote tourism on the islands. Does he think we are all stupid? If it was a misunderstanding, he would not have done it so swiftly and in secret. Relin paced back and forth, giving way to one of his regular rantings while the rest of the family finished eating. He only cares about lining his own pockets and stopped when he got what he wanted to contain the outrage. Relin had sued for an official reclaim, but the court in High Arbor had dismissed it. The governor had all the rights to use the land for the benefit of the community. The benefit of the community being whatever they decided it was. After the Baquer archipelago had been annexed, all the land not owned by a private citizen became the property of the state. The Vastaire ruins now belonged to the Republic to do with them as they saw fit. Alana put her hand on his shoulder. "Dear, why don't you go outside to get some air? We can finish cleaning up. I'll reach you as soon as we're done." Relin nodded his head distractedly and walked outside. A moment later, Alana turned to look at her 3 children, looking serious. Always remember that, while the Myrian Republic likes to pretend they treat all their citizens fairly, their laws only apply if the 2 parties involved are considered equal. People from new lands aren't given much value, doubly so in a poor territory like ours. Then, as if nothing happened, Alana said, "Come in now, these plates are not going to clean themselves." "Dad, do they see no value in the last remnants of an 8,000-year-old civilization? You came here representing a university, didn't you?" Kai asked. Relin was helping him train Mana sense. Progress was slow, but his dad was patient and complimented his every little improvement. Kai was trying to expand his range, while at the same time learning how not to get overwhelmed by the 360 view. His father told him it was possible to use Mana sense like his eyes, seeing everything but only focusing on one thing and leaving the rest in the background of his mind. After his question, Relin remained silent for a moment. "I did come here with a research mandate from the Alteria Academia Maxima, but it wasn't a prestigious assignment. The Republic has a great interest in ancient civilizations, but since this is a place with some of the lowest density of mana on Elides, any race that decided to settle here is not considered worth studying. The Vastaire ruins have already been plundered of all valuables, and even their writings can only tell us so much. I suspect there are still some undiscovered ruins out there, but I can't afford to fund a specialized team to look for them. Maybe if I was a better researcher. Relin seemed to deflate, his shoulders sagging in defeat. Dad, you have already done a great job. You transcribed all the inscriptions, so nothing was lost. What could be better than preserving their culture? After it became clear my dreams would not come true and that I had been overconfident, I didn't know what to do with my life. Kai wasn't sure what to say. It was unsettling to have your parents being so vulnerable. Then, like a storm giving way to the sun, the shadows disappeared from Relin's face. It was right then, when I was considering going back to the academia to continue my career, that I met a very smart woman. I asked her for advice, and she told me to imagine myself in 50 years and look back at my life, which was the choice that would make me happy. Relin lovingly ruffled his hair. I married that woman, and now I have a wonderful family that makes me happy every day. Like in a bad dream, ostentatious villas sprung up all over the island like mushrooms after a rainy day. People were used to a few estates built over the years by private citizens that wanted to have a place to enjoy the tropical climate or retire. No one had anything against that. They were few, and the owners spent large sums of money in the surrounding villages and towns. This was different. There were already a dozen new villas that Kai knew of, all easily recognizable by their gaudy style and ivory stone. Every time Kai saw that stone, it was like a slap in the face, a constant reminder of what happened. But no matter how hard he stared, they didn't burst into flames. He could only move on, but he didn't want to let it go. He knew it was pointless, but giving up his anger felt like letting them win. His illusion of naive invincibility had been shattered. The world wasn't all sunshine and rainbows anymore. On Earth, be it talent, wealth, genetics, or your home country, at birth everyone was already different. Still, in the 21st century, people at least pretended everyone was equal to different degrees of success. It was far from perfect, but there was some degree of protection and opportunity given to all. It was a sense of safety he had taken for granted. He now realized it was something people built. It wasn't inherently there. Here, if he crossed paths with the wrong person, he could receive much worse than a slap without them suffering any consequences. Eventually, time wore him out. It wasn't the first injustice he experienced, nor the biggest. His merry band helped him forget, the four rascals giving him no time to wallow in pity. After the accident, they had all been affected, but his little band recovered faster than him in a way only children could. A few days later, they were as carefree as always. He couldn't keep brooding with them around. Uli and Oli would sniff any weakness and strike hard, may it be slipping a few leaves of critterbane in his clothes while he took a swim or stealing Anna's prized purple star-shaped shell. No one was safe. He would have to run after the laughing duo for the whole afternoon if he lowered his guard. Knew that from experience. It had allowed him to get the running skill, but he preferred to avoid repeating the experience. Being in a child's body must be influencing him. He enjoyed their stupid games way more than he should. Damn me and my stupid thoughts. Kai had decided he would be their mentor, and he would not go back on his word, no matter how hard it got. The fact he received the teaching skill after he taught them how to get running didn't have anything to do with it. The more mundane the action, the harder it was to get a skill. Kai learned there were skills for even walking and sleeping, but they were ridiculously hard to get and not very useful. Running was the easiest mundane skill one could reasonably learn. It still required excellent form and lots of practice running at different speeds till your legs and lungs gave out. Sitting in a circle in their secret hideout, Kai was trying to teach his four apprentices what he knew about the guide. To level his teaching skill, what mattered wasn't only what he did, but what people learned. Thankfully, it took into consideration how hard it was to teach someone. Otherwise, you'd have to find a genius that would understand everything, no matter how bad you were at teaching. Uli and Oli weren't dumb, but they had the attention span of a puppy on drugs. Kai took a deep breath and repeated his explanation of how XP worked for the fourth time, staring at the twins and daring them not to pay attention. Vel understood it the first time but kept listening out of politeness, while Anna was intently drawing in the dirt with a stick and murmuring to herself. Her parents had already explained it to her, and she was too bored to listen. Kai couldn't blame her since he would do the same. Let's make this easy. There are two ways to gain XP, leveling skills and life experience. Kai was trying to make things as easy as possible. Each time you gain a level in a skill, you gain 100 XP. That was only with red skills. It was 300 XP with orange ones, but it wasn't relevant for them. As for life experience, you get it each week depending on what you do. From what I know, the average for our age is around 40 to 50 XP each week. Now, how many ways are there to increase the XP gained? Kai looked at Uli and Oli with a smile. Judging by their panicked reactions, it wasn't very reassuring. Fu cough. I mean 3. Obviously there are 3. Oli answered, nodding his head sagely. He purposely let his expression show the answer to encourage them. Too bad reading my expressions won't give you the next answer. And they are, Kai continued. This time their faces reminded him of a deer staring at the headlights of an oncoming car. Oli started speaking to the great relief of his brother. I know all three, but I want to leave Uli the chance to tell you the three answers. Uli glared at his brother with a silent accusation, as if he wouldn't have thrown him under the bus if he had thought of it first. So they are, Kai decided to play along, amused. You have to do something very, very. Uli tried to take time, desperately racking his brain for answers. Something. Kai was relentless. Something new, Uli answered confidently as if enlightenment hit him. Kai was sure Anna had mouthed the answer behind his back. Exactly, doing something you have never done before will always give you more XP. Now Uli, why don't you tell me the next one since you know them so well? Uli burst out laughing, looking at his brother with schadenfreude. The second is doing something hard, Uli said after a moment of hesitation. Damn, Anna, stop giving them the answers. Yes, the more personally challenging something is, the greater the reward. As for the third, Kai looked at both of them. Anna must have gotten bored and returned to her drawings, because they kept frantically throwing glances behind his back. After a few more seconds of fun, Kai realized he was acting like one of those teachers that stared at you for a minute when it was clear you didn't know the answer. I am becoming a monster. The third thing to keep in mind is the result of your actions. If you do something exceptional, no matter the circumstances, y'all get rewarded for it. For example, if you save a town, even if it was an accident, your actions had an undeniable impact and y'all get rewarded. Kai turned and tapped Anna's shoulder to get her attention. This was the important part. This is the most ambiguous method, and I'm not sure I understand it completely. The guide seems to calculate some sort of objective standard. If what you do is above that, even if it was easy and you have done it 1,000 times before, y'all get bonus XP. If you are a genius painter, you'll still get rewarded more when you complete a piece, no matter if it was effortless for you. It's also interesting to notice that this rule seems at odds with the other two. The easiest way to guarantee above average results is doing something you're good at, which usually means something neither new nor challenging. Noticing the twins were already whispering with each other, Anna looked lost and even Vel appeared confused. Kai ended his lesson. I guess I went too speculative, they're still children. I wish I had someone to bounce ideas with. The only people he could freely speak with were children that couldn't understand half of what he was saying. How ironic. His 4 poor students looked spent. Who was he to let such an opportunity go to waste? The last to get to the beach is a mollusk, Kai shouted, already running. As if he had thrown them a bucket of icy water, the 4 woke from their stupor and stumbled after him. Kai could hear protests of unfairness being yelled. He gleefully ignored them. A few hours later, Kai was laying on the white sand enjoying the sun. The little devils had avenged his slight by trying to drown him, which then resulted in an all-out brawl in the water. Kai was dead tired. It deep in a while since he drank so much seawater. He was the youngest of the group, and even months made the difference when you were so young, let alone years. Closing his eyes, Kai summoned his status to review his progress. Name: Kai Thailand. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 2-3, dexterity 3-4, constitution 5-6, mind 7-8, spirit 8-9, perception 6, skills 6-7. Meditation LV 2838, acting LV 918, swimming LV 129, running LV 111, teaching LV 16, mana sense LV 110, race human. Grade: red. Next advancement 18,833, 20,000 XP. Steady growth in all his attributes except perception, but he expected that. After the very first years of life, your senses were pretty much set. It was possible he would get 1 more point if he had overlooked something, but he didn't expect much till he advanced his race, which wasn't that far off. His skills menu showed the hard work he had been putting into learning new ones and leveling them. He was attending swimming lessons with the other kids of the village, and with his friends they often ended up playing in the sea. The skill included all ways to better move in the water, not only the swimming styles he learned on Earth. Getting good at play fighting in the water and trying not to get drowned counted too. Running was also improving at a fast pace. Not surprising since it was the skill he used the most. Looking after 4 brats tended to do that. The only reason it wasn't higher was that he had learned it recently. Acting and teaching were harder to train, but he also had fewer opportunities to use them. But the hardest skill to train by far was mana sense. It was the skill he spent the most effort on, training with his dad. He activated it each day till he got a headache, but he only gained 10 levels. At least they were worth 3 times the XP, that was something. His biggest worry was the fact he had almost filled his 7 skill slots. They had seemed many at first. Now he couldn't comprehend how he ever thought that. There were countless other skills he wanted to learn, and he didn't want to abandon any of the ones he had. He had learned how to read and write from his father, and now they were working towards the skills for both actions, without even counting all the other physical skills he wanted to get. He was sure he was so close to getting climbing. His parents told him that after the first seal at 7 years old, the customization option included the ability to discard old skills and refuse new ones. Until then, he would automatically learn whatever he got offered. Usually, it wasn't a problem. Kids rarely filled their slots before 7, but that wasn't his case. He had around 3 years to wait, an eternity. And that was only to be able to choose what skills to have. He still wouldn't be able to have more than 7. If he had not been meditating regularly, he would already be panicking. He had also asked his parents if there was a way to increase his skill slots, but they were adamant that they would talk about it when he was older. From their reaction, he was sure there was a way, but it must not be something easy. I'm certainly not going to find a solution laying on the beach, even if the sun is so nice and warm. Gathering his will, Kai was able to uproot his butt and get going home. Maybe he could guilt-trip his parents into answering by threatening a few tears. A child had to use the weapons he had available. Walking the familiar dirt path, Kai was almost home when he felt something was wrong. It took him a moment to realize he didn't see or hear any people around. At this hour, the village was usually full of activity. Increasing his pace, Kai finally heard some voices, but it wasn't the familiar cheery bustle. Wanting to find out what was going on, Kai ran through the dirt paths of Whiteshore at full speed. Several familiar voices were arguing in the village square. The slow, authoritative tone of Elder Ryuan, the mayor of Whiteshore, imposed itself over the rest. Kai suspected it was a skill. Republic law stated each town had to be led by a mayor, but the communities on the islands have always been ruled by an elder. Even if the official title had changed, the way people called her had not. Reaching the square, a wall of people stopped his rush. It seemed every person in the village had gathered and was overflowing in the surrounding streets. A strange, unfamiliar voice stood out among the murmurs of the crowd, a nasal tone he didn't recognize, but the accent rang a bell in his head. It was similar to his father's, but more pronounced. Kai squeezed between the crowd, making use of his small size, until he found his parents near the front, not far from Elder Ryuan. The old lady was known for being strict, but she always had a kind word when you needed it most. There were rumors she was well over 100, but she didn't look a day over 60. Now her lined face was a mask of ice, as if she wanted to rip the soul out of the trio she was facing. You have 2 weeks to prepare. This is a direct decree signed by the governor at the behest of the local council. The speaker was a man with dark, thin, oily hair and the owner of the nasal voice. He wore a black and white uniform with a silver crest depicting a soaring hawk on his chest, the symbol of the Myrian Republic. His 2 companions had the same crest, but their black uniforms spoke utility with fewer trimmings and a baton at their side. The man continued as if reading a rehearsed script. Refusing to comply is a penal offense. This is all for the greater good of our community. Y'all all be given new accommodations and be appropriately compensated. He seemed busy trying to avoid Elder Ryuan's gaze, but wherever he looked he didn't find anything but furious glares. It didn't take long before a man in his 20s stepped forward, yelling and pointing his index finger at him. You can't do this. This is our land. My family has lived here since my great-great-grandfather. Go back to the hole you came from, you Republican dog, he yelled. A series of insults followed, chanted by the whole crowd, swearing at the Republic and the 3 emissaries. From children to elders, they all joined the chorus. The next thing he knew, an excruciating scream split the chaos. Kai only saw movement in the corner of his eye and wasn't sure what had happened at first. The young man who first stepped forward was screaming on his knees, holding the hand he had used for pointing, or what remained of it. His right hand had been ripped apart. After his wrist, there was only a broken white bone showing amidst a fountain of blood and twisted flesh. The crowd suddenly turned silent. Kai stared blankly at the scene. One moment everything was fine, the next there was blood everywhere. A wet sound attracted his attention, the only other sound apart from the screaming man. Kai's mind didn't process immediately what he was looking at. Then he noticed some ivory fragments. Laying on the ground was the missing hand, or what remained of it. A mangled mess of flesh, blood and bone would have been more accurate. Raising his gaze, Kai saw the culprit. The man had been standing behind the speaker with oily hair a few moments earlier. A scar ran from his left cheekbone to the corner of his mouth. But it wasn't that or his hulking build that made him stick out, it was his expression. There was no anger, bloodlust, or guilt. After having maimed another human being, he looked almost bored. He ignored the screaming man and the flesh mess at his feet. He instead stared at his own blood-soaked hand with annoyance, like that was the most important matter. Did he actually do that barehanded? Kai's view of what was possible in both violence and physical might was being rewritten by the moment. Assaulting an officer of the Republic is a serious crime. I'll let you go with a warning this time, he said with a deep sneer, taking out a cloth to wipe the blood off his hand. If you refuse to comply, there will be much more unpleasant consequences. I'll leave the details to the mayor. The man concluded by shoving a pack of documents to Elder Ryuan and hurriedly walking away. The crowd didn't part. The shock and fear had left way to anger. They seemed ready to throw themselves at the trio. Let them pass. Elder Ryuen said. No one moved. Calm, you heard me. People reluctantly parted, throwing murderous looks at the three people and spitting where they passed. Cowards, Enforcer Gregor said with a smirk. The man with oily hair glared at his companion, while the other enforcer readied his hand on the baton at his waist. Stop. Elder Ryuen didn't shout, but her voice resounded through the whole village, carrying an almost physical weight. Everyone froze, the three emissaries included, even if for a moment. Kai felt like he was nailed to the ground. He had to stay put no matter what. If a chicken clucks at you, only a fool clucks back. Don't lower yourself to their level. The old woman said, suddenly looking much older and tired. Gregor seemed to want to say something, but the other man grabbed his arm and dragged him away. After they were gone, people turned to Elder Ryuen once again. Why did you stop us after what they did to Nal? How is he going to work without his hand? We could have taken them. A disgruntled shout came from the crowd. The voice was soon joined by many others. The old woman waited for the crowd to settle down before speaking. It's true we could have won, but then what? Elder Ryuen's gaze dared anyone to speak up. More would have come and no man, woman, or child would have been spared. Kai recognized Anna's mother stepping forward. We could ask for help from the other villages. Ryuen turned to face the woman, her expression hard as stone. And do you think we can outnumber them? If we call 100 people, they can gather 1,000. It's not a battle we can win. So what? Do we let them take everything they want? They are taking our home. What are they going to take next? Anna's mother continued to speak, filled with fervor. Elder Ryuen hesitated. If it were just me, I wouldn't care. I'd march right now to the governor to let him know what I think. But remember, if you choose this path, you are putting everyone you know at risk. They are not going to stop with you alone. The old lady let the silence stretch for a few seconds. Are you willing to risk all your families and friends? My duty is to protect all inhabitants of Whiteshore, and I'll do it even if I have to eat my pride. This time the crowd had no answer. People looked around at their family and friends, not knowing what to say. An adult for each household remained to discuss the details of what they were going to do, while everyone else turned back to their homes, somber and defeated. Kai had not understood everything that happened, but he was quite sure they were getting evicted. When all the pieces fit together, the picture wasn't promising. The tourism project had been so successful, they already had buyers for all those stupid villas. The governor was then able to convince the council in High Arbor to green-light his next scheme, which was on a whole other scale. To grow the archipelago's economy, the islands would be divided into districts. Large swathes of land were going to be reserved for exclusive resort destinations, plantations, or to sell to private investors. To make space, the smallest villages would be grouped into bigger settlements. This way they could also find new opportunities, a nicer way to call what essentially was forced urbanization. Many believed the true reason was to clear the best parts of the archipelago for wealthy people from the continent who might not like having the poor islanders around. At most, they preferred to look at them from afar for a more rustic experience, like they were some kind of zoo animal. The truth hardly mattered. The fact was that Whiteshore would cease to exist, and the villagers would be sent to different settlements, some of them not even on Yatal. They had 2 weeks to gather what belongings they could carry and choose who went where. The governor's generosity truly knew no bounds. Only now Kai understood that when his mother told him the laws of the Republic only protected you if you were worth it, it was meant literally. We are being fucked over, and we have no voice in the matter. 2 weeks of frenetic activity with lots of tears and goodbyes followed. Kendra threw more than a few fits, swearing they would pay for it. Kai had wanted to do the same, but his parents had enough to worry about without him throwing tantrums. He silently cursed the governor and all his cronies, while keeping an eye on Kendra and Eleni to let them rant to their heart's content. Not only did they have to leave their homes, but they were also getting divided into 5 groups, only 2 of which would stay on Yatal. After many discussions, Kai's family was assigned to one of 2 groups heading to Yanlan, the largest island of the Baquer archipelago. They weren't going to High Arbor on the northeast coast, but to Greenside, a smaller town on the southern tip of Yanlan. From what his parents knew, it wasn't a very notable town, but it must have expanded recently to have survived the culling of smaller settlements. His friends' families were also going to Yanlan, but they were part of the other group that would be going to High Arbor. He was going to be stuck in Greenside alone. Hopefully being on the same island meant they could still see each other. On the dawn of the 14th day after the announcement, a group of envoys from the Republic showed up. They were led by a woman with a cold smile, who sported a silver hawk on her uniform. The rest of the entourage was made up of stern-looking enforcers in black with white crests and other officials in gray uniforms with black crests. Kai didn't care about the different ranks of officials, and neither did they care to explain. The woman presented herself as Deputy Marlin and immediately started directing the groups. She seemed used to ordering people around and expected them to follow her schedule to the letter. Amidst disgruntled comments and a rain of angry glares from the villagers, who made a point of taking their time for the final goodbyes, the exodus began. That was all the leeway they could afford. The row of enforcers stood menacingly as a reminder of the violence the Republic could unleash if they didn't comply. They were about to abandon their homes and most of their possessions, and there was nothing to be done. They were powerless. The three groups leaving Yatal were led to the beach. The tide was highly likely the reason why they had been given 2 weeks to prepare. 2 large ships were waiting in deeper waters, while a squad of 6 smaller vessels ferried people back and forth. To Deputy Marlin's great annoyance and his satisfaction, it was well into the afternoon when they were finally ready to set sail. Kai's family boarded the bigger ship heading to Yanlan. He had learned a couple things about navigation from the sailors, but the small rafts they used to fish had little in common with this 3-masted ship. Its white sails proudly displayed the blue soaring hawk of the Republic. They really liked putting that on everything. To their great fortune, Deputy Marlin came with his group. They were piled one on top of the other and told to stay put and not annoy the crew. Yanlan wasn't too far from Yatal. If they were lucky, they would get there in a day and a half. Kai had seen a map of the Baquer archipelago in Elder Ryuan's house, but he wasn't sure how accurate it was. Alana promised him they would do a tour of Yatal when he was older. That was one more thing the Republic had taken from him. He had truly thought he lucked out in this life, but no matter how hard you want to believe something, it doesn't make it true. His home was being destroyed, and he couldn't do anything about it. He tried hitting the floorboard of the ship, but it didn't make him feel better. His hand just hurt like hell. With almost 100 passengers plus the sailors, there wasn't space to move or anything to do except stare at the endless blue expanse. As they left the shallows, Kai saw many big dark shadows moving under the surface, but they stayed clear of the ship to his great disappointment. Even the weather seemed to spite him. While his life fell to pieces, the sun shone brightly overhead and the sea was calm. Now he would have preferred storm and thunder. The quietude of it all was unbearable. He knew all too well that life wasn't fair, but then why did it still sting all the same every time fate decided to punch him in the face? He wanted to scream and throw the tantrum of the century, but even now his dumb brain couldn't help but think of the consequences. Best case scenario, someone would beat him up till he shut up. Worst case, his parents got caught in the middle and things escalated. Stupid brain. He was about to try punching the ship one more time when his friends came to sit beside him. The twins tried to crack a joke, but he wasn't in the mood. He knew he should say something to make them feel better, but he couldn't find the will to think about it. Vel sat beside him in silence and hugged him. "I'm gonna miss you," he mumbled. Kai was stunned for a moment. It didn't take long for Anna to join in. She still had big red puffy eyes from all the crying. This was going to be the last time they saw each other in a long while. But what should he say? That everything was going to be fine. He didn't know that. The twins played it cool for a few more moments before joining the group hug. Nothing more needed to be said. I did luck out, only not for long enough. They had already said their goodbyes in Whiteshore. Now they sat in silence staring at the ocean. He was going to miss them, but at least they would have each other. They all fell asleep in a small pile fighting for the 2 blankets they shared. Opening his eyes, the next day his body protested the rough floorboard, and he wasn't the only one. The villagers were getting crankier, only kept in line by the presence of the enforcers. Judging by the few snippets he understood from the sailors' weird jargon, they were going to reach their destination before dusk today. The waves were calm, as was the norm in the shallow sea, another beautiful day to travel if you disregard everything else. Luckily for him, he had 4 grumpy children to take care of, 3 more than enough to keep him busy. An irritating duty any other time turned into a welcome challenge to keep his mind off depressing thoughts. Somehow the day passed both too fast and too slow. Kai had the awareness to understand this was the bleak end to an important part of his second life. Who knew what the next step would bring, but he wasn't too optimistic. They reached their destination a little after dusk. They should be more than close enough to see Yanlan, but the clouds shrouded the moons with darkness. A string of lights in the distance was the only visible sign of their new home, Greenside. Kai was at least glad he would get the chance to stretch his legs. Everybody listen. Deputy Marlin is going to make an announcement, and she won't repeat it. An enforcer yelled, making more than one person jolt from their sleep and complain out loud. Waiting a few seconds for people to quiet down, Marlin stepped forward. "We have reached our first stop, Greenside. Since the hour is late, y'all be spending the night on the ship and be led to your new accommodations in the morning. Fuck my life." In the morning, they were finally allowed to land and get the first look at their new home. After depositing their group, the ship would sail along the coast and deliver the remaining villagers to High Arbor. He gave a final hug to Tiriana and promised he would see them again soon. I truly hope that's true. It was time to look at his new home. Greenside was very different from Whiteshore. It had no long white beaches of fine sand, but a rocky shore and deeper waters for the archipelago average. Its most notable feature was the varied jungle, a thick wall of green that surrounded the town on all sides. From what he overheard, the jungle covered the whole southern part of Yanlan, cutting off the town from all other settlements. Kai had tried to temper his expectations, but Greenside didn't look like much. It was a bit larger than Whiteshore, but having lived in a metropolis with millions of people, he would still call it a village. His gaze didn't have to travel far to reach the cultivated fields and the jungle beyond. It was clear the town underwent a recent expansion. Around the dock, the original buildings were not too different from those in Whiteshore. Cozy little houses, all unique in their small ways, sporting the signs of a lifetime of use and repairs to match. Halfway through the streets, the scene changed abruptly. Separated by an invisible line, an entirely new neighborhood of plain, identical buildings began. Each one was a wooden cube with two small windows with no panes on one side, a door on the other, while the remaining walls were in common with another two indistinguishable eyesores. These groups of 4 boxes were arranged in a grid pattern along perfectly perpendicular lines that only added to the dystopian atmosphere. Kai had tried to keep his expectations low, but this. It's true that when you hit the bottom you can always start digging. The hastily built wooden house screamed prefabricated. Kai hadn't even known those existed in this world before now. "Mom, the house is so ugly, I don't want to live here," Kendra complained. Eleni's face showed she was thinking the same and trying hard not to give voice to her thoughts. "It's not that bad, I am sure it's better inside," Alana said, not sounding very convincing. It turned out the interior was as bland and unpleasant as the outside. The only positive was that it looked clean, not much of a pro when you considered nobody had ever lived here. Relin did his best to cheer up the family. "Don't worry, give it a few weeks and we're going to make it feel like a true home. Dear, you know there are only 2 bedrooms and a living room. There is no space for your study." Relin's smile cracked a little. Alana was being generous. In Kai's opinion, calling those cramped holes bedrooms was a stretch. Harry Potter's cupboard under the stairs was probably more spacious, and he didn't even need to share it with his sisters. Relin tried to be positive. "We can always expand our house. With the jungle nearby, there must be more than enough wood." "And how do you expect to do that? Have you not seen we're stuck with 2 other houses on 2 sides and the road on the others?" Kai couldn't help but blurt out. The whole family turned to stare at him. He wasn't sure if because of how bluntly he spoke or for the cold truth his words carried. Judging by the dimming light in his family's eyes, it was the latter. "Damn my mouth. Did you really have to choose today to speak before thinking something through?" Pushing down his depressing mood, Kai tried to say something to help. "I'm sure we have enough space for a vegetable garden." He tried to smile, but he knew it must have looked forced. Better to change the subject. "Think brain, think, Dad, how much money did they give us as compensation?" Kai remembered someone had mentioned they would be appropriately compensated for their losses. His parents glanced at each other before Relin finally said, "The Republic is going to pay an allowance of 20 chips per person for the first year." That meant 100 chips for the 5 of them or 1 messar. Kai had no idea how much that was. Even if the messar was the official currency of the Myrian Republic, he had to think for a moment to even remember what it looked like. In Whiteshore, bartering or exchanging favors was the norm for transactions. At most, people used chips, tiny round copper coins the size of his thumbnail engraved with a stylized hawk. A messar was 3 times the size in both diameter and thickness. It didn't sound like much, but they could buy a few things with one. Wait a second. His dad had left out an important piece of information. Before he could open his mouth, Eleni beat him to it. "Dad, how often do they pay us?" There was a moment of silence. "Monthly," Alana answered instead. "Okay, so they don't want us to die, just starve." Alana smiled reassuringly. "You don't have to worry. Mom and Dad are going to figure something out. We have enough savings for emergencies. In such a large town, I am sure I can find more opportunities. I am sure there are plenty of people who are looking for a teacher." Relin added, trying to sound confident. He had both the reading and writing skills, which were like a double degree from what Kai understood. In Whiteshore, he used to give lessons to both adults and children. With the population of Greenside, there was going to be no shortage of people in need of his skills. Encouraged by his parents, Kai tried to feel optimistic. Well, at least it can't get worse than this. After they lost their home, things could only go up. The islands and sea had always been plentiful, and the villager snow town Folkselways helped each other through tough times. Several months later, as a wise man once said, once you hit the bottom, you could always start digging. Unfortunately, that sage didn't realize how much deeper you could dig. The sea of shit had no end. Greenside sucked from the very first moment, but the novelty made it more bearable in the beginning. The more time passed, the more Kai hated this place. Officially, the disbanded settlements had been chosen based on size, but even if Greenside had been larger than Whiteshore, the difference wasn't big. The original population was around 600, but Kai heard of people from settlements of nearly 1,000 that had been disbanded. Something smelled fishy, and it wasn't the sea market. Kai had a couple of ideas about why Greenside had not been disbanded by the Republic. There were no long sunny white beaches, but a jagged coast made up of rocks and cliffs. The weather was shit half of the time, and worst of all was the humidity. He didn't know if it was because of the varied jungle or some other reason. The air felt heavy. It almost had a physical presence to it. He wouldn't be surprised if someday a fish got confused and started swimming through the streets. They were being slowly suffocated, and there was no escaping it. No matter how deep you breathed, you got no relief. Your clothes constantly stuck to your skin, and people walked around half naked for most of the year to try to survive. The sun had almost disappeared behind the horizon. Walking down the muddy paths of the town, he wondered why anyone would even settle here in the first place. Maybe that was why he noticed too late that someone was following him. Before he could react, he got pushed face first into the ground. "Turn back where you came from, you Republican sucker." Kai spit the mud in his mouth and turned to look at the band of kids towering over him. There were 6 of them, all bigger than him. Shit. He never even considered it before, but he looked a bit different than other natives due to his father. Most islanders had wavy dark brown hair, amber skin, and green eyes. His tan skin was the same color, but his hair was ashen blonde, lightened by the sun. It had been years, but seeing a different face staring back at him still felt strange. And with mirrors not being common, it had been easy to avoid dealing with it. It never mattered in Whiteshore anyway. Here things were different. Or better, time and events had changed things. Out of around 2,000 people, the original inhabitants had seen their home become a chaotic town on the brink of starvation, while the new settlers lost everything and got stranded in a foreign place. Unsurprisingly, many weren't happy, and the resentment against the Mirian Republic grew by the day. It didn't take long for his father's origins to become common knowledge. First, rumors and insults started being murmured behind their backs, then the bolders spoke them openly to their face. For the bullying to become physical was the natural next step. Kai didn't even have time to get up before another kid kicked his legs from under him. This time he put his hands forward. "No one wants you here, swim back to your country," another kid said while kicking him in the stomach. That did hurt quite a bit, but he clenched his teeth and did not mutter a sound. "I bet he can't even swim. At most he paddles like a dog." More uninventive insults were thrown his way. Kai curled into a ball, protecting his head. He had tried arguing with them many times, told them he had been born and lived his whole life in the archipelago, same as them, that his family had been treated the same and suffered the same injustices. None of his arguments made any difference. They were angry and wanted someone to blame. He was the convenient punching bag to drown their frustrations. Too small and powerless to fight back. They ambushed him in one of the side alleys. People walking on the main street looked the other way. Even those that did not approve feigned ignorance. "I am an idiot. I should have stuck to the main streets." Kai berated himself. The streets were usually desolate at this hour. They must have been waiting for him. He was such a fucking idiot. He wondered how much longer the beating would last. He endured the blows, trying to muffle his grunts of pain, clinging to what little remained of his pride. He had already lost so much he would sooner be dead than lose anything else. After a few minutes of insults and blows, they usually got tired and left. He had tried fighting back the first times, but he was no match for a kid twice his age, much less for 6 of them. He found out that if they didn't get any response, it tended to end faster. Today that tactic did not work. He couldn't tell how long it went on. He remained in the same position long after they left. He had never been beaten this badly. Things must be getting worse in Greenside, or they were more bored than usual. Kai slowly got up with a grunt of pain. He took a few seconds to steady himself on his feet and look at his condition. He needed to clean up. His linen clothes were a mess. Mud was easy enough to wash, but the blood was not. He silently apologized to his mom. Alana was going to need to clean them again, and she had enough to do already. The sky thundered overhead. A light drizzle began to fall. Seconds later, it had turned into a thick tropical rain. The weather was finicky this time of the year. A beaming sun could leave way to a tropical storm in less than a minute. Luckily, they usually didn't last long. The few people on the streets hurried to take cover, but he remained still, letting the water engulf him. He stood there and spread his arms wide and looked at the dark sky, as if embracing the clouds above, letting the rain wash him clean. Suddenly he burst out laughing, not knowing why. "I'm finally losing it." A little kid standing still amidst the storm, laughing. No one turned to look at him. The downpour of rain covered every other sound, isolating him from the rest of the world. Even when his laughs turned into loud sobs, no one heard. With the full might of nature around him, Kai sat on the ground and hugged his knees. He started crying, ashamed of his weakness. "Alone. Why am I crying? I've been through worse." His eyes wouldn't stop. The tears washed away by the rain as soon as they came. He didn't have the will to get up or go home. He would have stood there forever, but as his emotions washed away with the rain, his body started shivering uncontrollably. While the weather wasn't cold, he was soaking wet. He felt so numb, like his own body didn't belong to him. The storm was dying down, but the wind remained. Staggering to his feet with an effort from both his body and will, Kai started to limp back home, one step at a time. The clouds in the sky had calmed down for now, but continued to loom over, obscuring the light of the moons. His house wasn't far, but each step made him more aware of the pitiful state of his body. Pain everywhere. It was a miracle he had no broken bones. He grimaced. Maybe some cracked ribs. The boost of getting to Red made his body a bit more sturdy. However, he was sure tomorrow it would be hard to find a spot on his body that wasn't black or blue. "If I were red like other children my age, I might have died." Kai mused, perfectly aware the realization should shake him more, make him feel something, but he had already felt all the emotions he could that day. Kids could be crueler than adults and not even have the conscience to realize it. He knew he should not blame them. At 9 or 10 years old, their visceral hate could only come from their families. They repeated what their parents said and lashed out, not knowing how to react to the awful situation they were in, and he couldn't blame the parents who were scared and angry. Their life had gone to pieces, their hopes for the future destroyed together with their homes. Now they were stranded in a foreign place with no light at the end of the tunnel and just enough food not to starve for now. They were afraid and needed someone to take out their anger on. They couldn't touch the Republic, so they resorted to attacking who they could afford to not feel so small and frightened for a brief moment. Kai understood them, and yet he still despised them. Limping back home, he discovered he could still feel something: anger. His family was suffering as much as they were. His dad had never gotten a job teaching, even if he asked for half of what he got in Whiteshore, which had not been much to begin with. People insulted him, saying he should do it for free. Relin had offered to also teach how to get the reading and writing skills, which required a lot of time and guidance. No villager normally got the opportunity to learn them. There were people in larger towns willing to teach them, but they charged messars by the hour. His dad was fine with being paid whatever they could afford. Then people came, but not even a broken copper chip was paid. Relin patiently waited for weeks and weeks, but he was only paid in insults and excuses. The Republic had already taken their dues. How dare he ask for more? Couldn't he go ask the governor to pay? Making the best of an awful situation, Relin said it was a good time to try another job, helping build new houses. No, they had enough people. Aboard the fishing vessels, all spots were taken. People who complained they couldn't find anyone for some shitty job seemed to suddenly remember someone had already asked for the spot. In the end, someone took him as a helping hand in the fields for 2/3 of a salary. With Greenside's dire situation, a full salary was hardly able to sustain a person. His dad did his best, but his profession wasn't made for physical labor nor his stats. He told Kai not to worry, he would make up by having a higher profession level, but Kai saw he had to push to the limit to keep his job. He came back home barely on his feet with no energy left for anything else. To feed the family, Alana worked herself from dawn to dusk. She used to be a respected tideseer, but Greenside already had one with 3 more from the migration. She was forced to take any odd job she could find, and people made excuses to pay her less too. She worked 3 jobs to keep things afloat. Kai and his sisters did their best to help how they could, taking care of the house, cleaning and cooking. They would take a job if they could. Why should some asshole be forgiven only because they were scared and suffering? What right did someone have to make their life so much harder? He knew none of this would have happened if it wasn't for the Republic, but it was hard to get mad at them. It was other islanders that made his life worse each day. They refused to recognize his family had nothing to do with their plight and was in the same situation, just so they could have someone to blame. The Republic and the governor were like a hurricane or an earthquake, a natural catastrophe that you had to accept and live around. He had never expected anything good from them, but he had expected more from his people. Now he felt betrayed. I hate this place so fucking much. Maybe he wasn't being fair. The villagers from Whiteshore were sympathetic to them, but they were also struggling and there was little they could do. Still, he was tired of being fair. Getting back to his ugly house, Kai tried to hide his limp to not worry his family. Time had not made his home any prettier, only showing its cheap craftsmanship, but the people who lived there made it their loving, ugly home. After the accident, a fever forced Kai to bed for a week. It got so bad his parents had to spend more of their savings on a doctor. Kai didn't remember much of this period and only learned of the fact many days later, making him feel even worse. From then on, he was extremely careful each time he went outside. He tried to only go around with his family or with someone he trusted from Whiteshore. When he was forced to go alone, he always stuck to the main streets and always kept his ears and eyes wide open. These efforts were rewarded with an unexpected skill. Ding. New skill learned, awareness, LV1, keeping track of your surroundings has become second nature. With this skill, all 7 slots had been filled, but this problem didn't feel as important anymore. He had stopped trying to learn new physical skills, same with reading and writing since his father had no time for that. All his plans for the future were the dreams of a kid, but he had more pressing problems to worry about. The first year in Greenside was destined to get much worse before it could get better. As winter drew close, things were becoming more desperate. The cold wasn't going to be pleasant, but not enough to threaten lives. Starvation was a more serious possibility. Greenside didn't have the production to sustain its new population, and a rift between the original population and all the newcomers was beginning to form. At first, the old inhabitants of Greenside almost unanimously welcomed the migrants. Some were annoyed that their peaceful town had been ruined, but they were only a handful of people. The majority agreed to help and share what they could. When it became clear there wasn't going to be enough for everyone, this disposition didn't last. They had already given all they could for the new population. They weren't going to let their own families go hungry. They had also been wronged and had done all they could. Still, what should the newcomers do? The relocation took place in spring. The people with more foresight organized to clear new acres of jungle to expand the fields with as many crops as they could harvest. Most of it wouldn't have been possible without the use of skills to quickly clear the land and help plants grow faster. The wood from the jungle had been used to build more fishing vessels since they had to abandon theirs when they were brought here. Despite their best efforts, it wasn't enough. A tropical cyclone had ruined a large swathe of farmland, while the storm that accompanied it sank 4 fishing vessels, killing most of the crews, who were still inexperienced in these new waters. Some locals went to forage in the outskirts of the varied jungle. It was a very dangerous place, and only a few experienced hunters dared to go deeper. More than one desperate was seen entering and not coming back. There was no solution. As things started to get more dire, an unlikely savior offered a solution. Weekly shipments of food were organized by the Republic. There was something to say about the fact they had to spend all the chips the Republic gave them and then some of their own to buy the overpriced food. Kai couldn't care enough to think about it. If things were bad for the population of Greenside, they had only been worse for his family. At least now there was a small respite. Looking at the cloudy sky, it was hard to even feel angry anymore. Staying closed in his house most of the day was exhausting, but the town wasn't safe. He was just a useless child. What use was worrying about things he couldn't change? Every first day of the week, people eagerly waited at the dock, scrutinizing the horizon for the ship flying the Republic's soaring hawk. They wanted to be the first to buy the best overpriced goods. The same happened this week. They waited all morning, then the afternoon, till the sun went down. No luck that day, but a little delay wasn't anything to worry about. They looked at the swirling sea and concluded the ship had been prevented from sailing by the bad weather. The next day they did the same. They waited from dawn till sundown, but no luck once again. Probably the tide was too low for the ship to sail. The same scene repeated the following days. Each time the crowd got a bit smaller and their faces a bit more strained. Some tried to stay positive, others not so much. His parents forbade him to leave the house. After a week with no news, the mayor announced it was a short delay for the bad weather and that the ship would soon come. When that didn't prove true, he said there had been some logistical problems in the farms supplying food, but they had been resolved. They had to wait only a bit longer. Maybe it was true, maybe there was some other reason. Greenside's citizens did the only thing they could and waited. Days turned into weeks. 1 week, nothing. 2 weeks, still nothing. While the tension was rising, the mayor kept repeating the shipment was due any hour by now. There was absolutely nothing to worry about. Then one day the mayor disappeared too, together with all the garrison from the Republic. A few sailors said they had seen them sneak away in the middle of the night. All that remained was a short notice nailed to his door. Esteemed citizens of Greenside, as you all know, there has been a continuous delay in the shipments of food. As mayor of our beloved town, I saw it as my duty to personally investigate and petition our case in High Arbor. I'll return as fast as possible with the promised food. Rufus Rathengard, mayor of Greenside. Some people stubbornly kept waiting at the dock, insisting the ship was due any moment now. Only a handful of people remained from the once large crowd, their faces emaciated and tired, their eyes ranging from desperate to empty. A wave of inevitability swept through the town like a disease. Everyone knew what the mayor's actions meant. Some people just didn't want to believe it, or couldn't. No more shipments were coming, and the mayor ran away before things got out of control. Why else sail in the middle of the night and bring the whole garrison with him? The mayor's house was burned and pillaged that same night. The barracks of the Republic's troops had to wait one more day. Some people chose to leave the town by land, but the closest town, Silspring, was a week-long journey away through the varied jungle. All other villages along the way had been disbanded in the relocation. The trip wasn't easy, and with the rationing going on, few were in good shape. Even if they didn't encounter any mishap, he doubted they would find salvation. Silspring had probably received even more migrants. It was likely in the same situation, or worse. The only ones who chose to go had family there or were without any alternative. All the people who could afford it hunkered down with their supplies and barred the doors. Fewer and fewer walked the once crowded streets, their figures thinner and weaker, struggling against the fierce winds that hit Greenside during this season. Sometimes a person would fall pushed by the winds and not get up again. The deaths began silently. The firsts were the sick, who had no strength to fight hunger too. They were soon followed by the oldest and youngest members of the community. From the small window in his house, Kai observed the slow processions of weeping families carrying the bodies of their loved ones to the ever-enlarging cemetery by the forest. They were the lucky ones. Those who had no one to reclaim their bodies laid in the streets abandoned, waiting for someone to come for them. Kai heard whispers of people laying on the dock, their hands grasping towards the sea for a ship that would never come. As things got worse, an invisible border was traced between the old part of town, where some order still remained, and the new part, where bands of hungry and desperate hid in dark alleyways. Screams haunted the nights, most full of sorrow and mourning, some of a different nature. Relin and Alana told him everything was going to be fine, but the more they repeated it, the more it sounded like a lie. His family didn't have enough to push through the winter. Alana went out to scavenge or barter what she could. Each time they didn't know if that was the last they would see her. The next option was joining one of the crews going to sea to fish and risk the unpredictable weather of this season. With no experience or appropriate skills to offer, Alana could only hope to join a group as desperate as her. They weren't at that point yet, but it got a step closer every day. From what Kai understood, Relin was in an even worse position with his skill set and profession. Not that anyone would accept him anyway. Closed in their cramped house, each day was slow and monotonous. Kai lost himself in his thoughts to pass the time, his mind just as grim and bleak as the town. It was the middle of a windy night, 2 solitary moons in the sky. Kai was jolted awake by a loud thud that reverberated through the thin wooden walls of the house. He tried to sit up but remained entangled in the blankets he and his sisters shared. He couldn't see a palm in front of his face, but he could hear them stir up too. "What's goy?" Kendra was interrupted when the door to their room was thrown open. Before he could panic, they heard their dad's voice. "Push the bed against the door and don't move it until I or your mother tell you." He was trying to sound calm, but Kai noticed a tense note in his words. "Dad," Kendra tried to ask. "Not now, dear. I'll explain later. Everything's going to be fine. Now hurry." Before any of them could ask what was going on, he had already closed the door. Without even seeing her, he could tell Kendra was about to run after Relin when another bang shook the wooden frames of the house. "Come on," you heard Dad. Eleni whispered to them, her voice shaken, struggling to hide her fear. Led by their sister, all 3 pushed their bed to the door together. It wasn't too hard, they only had to move it a step to reach the door on the opposite wall. Another loud thud made them jump. Kai's fogged brain finally gained clarity. Someone was trying to knock their door down. This can't be happening. An unmistakable cracking sound confirmed they had broken through. It was soon followed by multiple steps and shouts. His heart was thumping in his ears. On the spur of the moment, Kai closed his eyes and activated mana sense. The world turned to light. With an effort that would have usually seemed insurmountable but now felt trivial, Kai focused beyond the thin wall in front of him and disregarded everything else. After a tense tug of war, his will won and forced the skill to follow his wishes. The glowing outlines of several individuals came into focus. On one side was a small group, just 2 people, Alana and Relin. Facing them was a larger group. Kai couldn't distinguish all those amassed shapes meshing together. The assailants then spread around the small room. To encircle and intimidate his parents, there were 5 individuals. Having his complete focus on mana sense, their shouts were a muffled noise in the background. Kai only understood a few words: threats, demands for their food, and more threats. Despite a lot of posturing and yelling, his parents stood firm one beside the other. They were trying to talk them down. He could hear even less of what they were saying since their tone was lower, but he perceived their calm and resolute attitude as they tried to reason with the rabid bunch. He knew they must be scared too, but they were selling the impression of being calm and confident. His family didn't have enough food to last more than a couple more weeks, let alone the whole winter. If they conceded, they would condemn themselves to starvation. Kai felt a sense of admiration for his parents' courage. He was proud to be their son. With each second passing, the mob seemed less imposing and more hesitant until they reached an impasse. Neither side was willing to make a move. The tension racked up. His mind was pounding from his forced use of mana sense, but he ignored it. Finally, they seemed to reach some kind of agreement. The figure he thought was Alana moved into the back room. It was likely a compromise. She would give them part of their rations. A heavy weight was lifted from Kai's chest. His parents were going to be fine. Things were going to be harder, but they hadn't lost everything yet. They were going to get through this. With the tension breaking, his concentration wavered. He noticed too late a figure from the bigger group had taken a few steps forwards. His arm extended, holding something. Inanimate objects were much harder to see, but with his aggressive posture, Kai knew it was a knife. Panic sprung inside of him together with a shout. His father turned towards the armed intruder, who was trying to push his way through to their room. Kai's mana sense stretched to a new limit. He saw the bright currents of mana flowing through his dad, outlining his figure. His father's shining figure stood in front of their room with his hands in a pacifying gesture to stop the assailant. The intruder pushed him, but his father stood firm. In an instant they clashed. Alana left what she was carrying and ran out of the other room. In the blink of an eye, his father was laying on the ground. People started shouting. He didn't hear them. The light escaping from his father's stomach was the only thing in the world that mattered. It kept flowing out in a terrifying spectacle. Next thing he knew, he and his sisters pushed the bed aside and ran out of the room towards their father. Kai deactivated his skill, hoping his eyes would tell a different story. His gaze revealed the same scene. His father was on the ground with Alana beside him, trying in vain to stop the expanding crimson pool. The intruders had run away, but he didn't even notice it as he kneeled beside Relin with his sisters. Eleni was crying out loud. Kendra was silent as she grabbed their father's arm and big tears fell down her face. Kai had no idea what he looked like. He stared at his father's pale face. He was trying to say something, but only coughed up blood as he struggled to breathe. Alana screamed for help, but no one was coming. Relin squeezed his hand, his words lost amidst the blood coming out of his mouth. He smiled and looked them in the eyes, trying to communicate all that couldn't be said. Don't leave me, Dad," Kendra whispered. There was too much blood. They stayed like that, hugging each other for a few interminable minutes that passed too soon. His father's body lost his strength. His eyes held no more light. He was dead, but no one moved. They remained hugged in the same position. Kai lazily hid his head under the pillow. The light of day was filtering through the window, but he wasn't ready to get up yet. A slight headache wasn't helping, but for a moment everything was fine. Then the events of the previous night rushed back to him all at once. His eyes shot open, his heart thumping in his chest. Taking stock of his surroundings, he slipped out of bed, careful not to wake his sisters. Feeling a bit itchy, his gaze stopped on the small patches of dried blood on his clothes and skin. Someone had tried to clean the worst of it, but part of it remained. He stopped his thoughts from going any farther. I need to get cleaned. Kai walked to the small living room. The floor had been scrubbed, but a darker spot still stained the wooden floor, a subtle smell of iron in the air. Don't think, don't think, don't think, don't think, don't think, don't think. Don't think, not yet. Alana was sleeping on the floor shivering, beside her bucket with pink-tinted water. Kai took another blanket from his parents' bedroom to cover his mom. It would be better if she rested on the bed, but he was too scared of the words that would be said if he woke her up. Don't think, not yet. Kai put the blanket around her shoulders as best he could with his gaze straight ahead, not looking at the corner of the room where a white sheet cove. No thoughts, I need to get clean. Their door had been pushed close, but it wasn't perfectly realigned, letting the weak light of morning seep through. Kai walked outside for the first time in weeks, taking the time to savor the fresh air. His body shivered when the breeze hit him through his thin clothes, but he didn't feel the cold. The sun was shining on the horizon with a few clouds covering it. He knew he shouldn't, but he started walking. People around the streets were always rare, especially in the early hours of the day. It was a little after dawn. The fishermen must have already gone out and few people were going to be around for a while longer. Kai didn't look where he was going. He put one foot in front of the other. Before realizing it, he could hear the roar of the waves, the shore in front of him. It wasn't the beautiful wide sweep of thin white sand he fell in love with. A short stretch with way more pebbles than sand was all he got. The sea looked calm enough, but he knew these waters were deeper and dangerous if you weren't careful. If you swam too far, the strong currents would exhaust you and push you offshore. Without thinking twice, Kai took off his clothes and jumped into the sea. The impact with the icy water stole his breath, but he dived and kept swimming till his lungs burned for oxygen. He took a breath and repeated the process, diving and swimming as far as he could go. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. He wasn't sure what he was doing. He wasn't thinking straight. Maybe he just wanted to feel something, but not that. After the 5th time, he needed more than a mouthful of air, so he stopped, floating amidst the waves. All the thoughts he had pushed away flooded back to him. He couldn't ignore what had happened any longer. He screamed all his sorrow and rage till his throat started to hurt. His small body had not brought him far from shore, but if someone heard him, no one said anything or came to check on a naked child screaming in the sea. Weird and tragic occurrences were the new norm in Greenside. Kai took a deep breath and swam back to shore. He could feel the currents pushing him off course, a hint of panic flashing through him. He suppressed it and kept pushing, thinking he had not gone too far. Just a little further could have led to a tragic situation. Dragging his body ashore, he laid heaving. There was no denying it. His father was dead, and he was never going to see him again. He was never getting the chance to talk to him again, enjoy his calming presence, or hear him mumbling to himself while reading 2 different books and taking notes on a third, continuing his research unyielding. I wasted so much time. Guilt racked his insides. Kai had kept him at arm's length when they could have spent more time together. Relin was never going to spend afternoons teaching him or talk to him about long-lost civilizations for hours on end. He would have continued reminiscing if not for the cold becoming too noticeable to ignore. What the fuck am I doing? He had already done multiple incredibly stupid things this morning. It was time to get his shit together. His family needed him. After the shock of getting reincarnated, step by step he had grown closer to this world and his new family. Only now he did understand how much. He wasn't an Earth teenager anymore, and he wasn't an adventurer exploring another world. This was his life, the only one that mattered. He was Kai Thailand of the Bakware archipelago, with a mother and 2 sisters who now needed him. The next days passed in a blur. They carried Relin's body to the cemetery to be buried. Kai wondered if someone was watching their slow procession like he used to do, but his father had not died from hunger or sickness. Voices of the accidentus people called it, even if it had been plain murder had spread around. Things had gotten bad, but not so dire that their father's murder would not shock the community. Yet, things were bad enough that they had no hope for justice. In more normal circumstances, it was the purview of the elder to judge all crimes. For the rare grave crimes, a temporary council could be named from the most respected members of the town to investigate the matter. These were not normal times. There was no elder or justice in Greenside. The Republic had dismantled everything to put their mayor in charge, but he had run away. Kai never thought he would want the man back. The town was too divided. People's only interest was surviving the winter. Few townspeople told them a couple of nice words or lamented the situation, but Kai was under no illusion anything would be done. He could only once more curse his powerlessness. They had no clue about the culprits either. It had been too dark and they had covered their faces. The only thing Alana was sure of was that she didn't recognize any of the voices. A couple of days later, things proceeded as predicted. Some came to give them their condolences, especially the families from Whiteshore. Some even offered a little food to help them get through the rest of winter. They probably felt guilty. With the cyclone season receding, relief and elation swept the town, putting an end to the gloomy atmosphere. They had survived. From the almost 2,000 people, a little more than 1,700 remained. 300 people had been lost, more than 90 of them from the new migrant population, one of them being his dad. The number shocked Kai. He knew it would be a lot, but not that many. He had a hard time imagining that many people. It was more than the original population of Whiteshore. The surprises were not over yet. With the winds of early spring, the ships waving the soaring hawk finally made an appearance. Months too late. They all knew it was only a question of time before it happened, but it was still baffling to see them come back like nothing happened. Almost as frustrating as the fact they could do nothing about it. The ships had a cargo full of supplies, which weren't a question of life and death, but still needed. The lives of 300 people forgotten in exchange for a little food and cheap goods. After the first desperate person accepted the bribe, everyone else hurried to follow suit. The only good news was that the old mayor wouldn't be coming back. It wasn't out of shame or to please the population. The Myrian Republic had not appreciated him leaving his post without permission. The same went for the captain of the garrison, who had been replaced. It was a meager consolation, but at least they wouldn't have to tolerate them walking around like it was nothing. A temporary clerk from the Republic was put in charge before elections could be called. To Kai's surprise, that happened in less than a month. After a 2-week period of fierce campaigning, Elder Soluli was elected from the old part of Greenside. With that settled down, Greenside began a phase of frenzied activity. There was so much to do. They would never allow another crisis like that to happen again. Alana was always busy working. She had to keep the family afloat by herself, while Eleni followed her around to learn new skills and decide what future job she wanted to pursue. She still had a couple years before her 14th birthday, but it was better to get started early to get the right skills for the profession she wanted. Kai only had a vague idea of how professions worked yet, but he didn't care. He was happy that his family was doing okay. He would get his answers in time. It was clear skills and race grade were important. He was confident he would get a better than average profession. It would give him the opportunity to help his family and lead a comfortable life. His dreams of becoming a world-renowned adventurer exploring ancient ruins or a powerful mage were just that, a dream. On the mainland, some people were born at Orange, and from what he knew, humanity was not the only race on Elides, nor was it the most powerful. He could take the risk and bet his life on the Talthan continent, but chances were he would die for some trivial reason he couldn't predict. He might be able to do it, but was it worth betting his life on it? He still planned on traveling the world, but there was no hurry. He would gather information and plan his journey. Slow and steady wins the race. It had been a while since he last consulted his status, so he brought it up to check. Name: Kai Tylan. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 3-4. Dexterity 4-5. Constitution 6-8. Mind 8-9. Spirit 9-11. Perception 6-8. Skills 7-7. Meditation LV 3845. Acting LV 1824. Swimming LV 2934. Running LV 1136. Teaching LV 67. Awareness LV 19. Mana sense LV 1021. Race: human. Grade: red. Next advancement 13,180. 7. 40,000 XP. He had gained a few attributes across the board. His physical stats increased mainly from growing up, while spirit and perception increased with his race enhancement to red. Hopefully, he would see more benefits as he grew up. The advancement to orange was far. As for his skills, the gains in the year he had spent in Greenside weren't as good as he would have liked. Having to stay out of sight or close to his house for long stretches of time, he wasted a lot of time commiserating with depressing thoughts. Kai sighed, no need to have ridiculous standards. I'm sure it is still great for my age. I may not be the prophesied genius that will save the world, but it's fine as long as I make progress. He wasn't the chosen one, but maybe he could still be well above average. Running had progressed discreetly since he often used it in his daily life. The only good thing the bands of child bullies did was force him to train the skill. Things had calmed down after the famine ended. The future started to look rosier for the town. He still ran semi-regularly, using awareness to avoid taking risks. One level of teaching was like a bad joke. It felt worse than none. The skill reminded him of the long afternoons spent teaching his 4 little ducklings. He had been so exasperated when he taught the twins, but now he would give anything to get that back. Who knows what they are doing right now? He knew he would miss them, but he had no idea how much. Without me to guide their young minds, they must be completely lost. Turning back to his status, he looked at the final skill on the list, Mana Sense. It was the one he should be most proud of, but it gave him mixed feelings. On one hand, it was a constant reminder of the accident, when he gained 5 levels in one night. On the other, he had spent many afternoons training it with his father. Relin wasn't here to compliment his progress anymore, but he had put in even more effort than before. I could have done better, but it's fine. He had gained a lot of XP, but with a whopping 40,000 price tag, the race advancement was far away. No wonder people were considered hard-working if they reached orange before 14. If the cost kept increasing so steeply, he wondered how much more would be the next. Red was only the first color after all. Musing a little longer, Kai closed his status window. He had chores to do. With their mother and older sister busy, he and Kendra did their best to help around the house. The rest were problems for another time. People were adaptable and Greenside citizens were no different. Both the original and new population accepted their new reality. The previously frenzied activity fell into a predictable routine. None were more bored than him. Kai had not made any new friends. Exploring alone wasn't fun, and he still didn't feel safe outside of the main streets. Kai walked home exhausted. He had gone for a swim and bit off a little more than he could chew. Today he had to cook dinner, which consisted of a few boiled vegetables and fish. It was a sad meal, but while he had never been good at cooking, Kia was even worse. Alana got home with Eleni half an hour later, and the family got together to eat dinner. Such a liar. Kai inwardly rolled his eyes. He appreciated the sentiment, but the best he could aspire to was a bland smell and taste. "You're improving," Eleni said. Her lie didn't sound as convincing. "Yeah, maybe in a couple of years your dishes won't taste like sand," Kendra remarked in a whisper loud enough for everyone to hear. "You're welcome to cook next time," Kai said, glaring at her. "Oh, I think I will." She never backed down. "Are you also gonna pay for a healer after we get food poisoning?" He wasn't going to let her win so easily. Kia looked at her empty glass disappointed. "Next time you cook, remember to bring a glass of seawater. It can only improve the taste." The back and forth went on for a while before Alana pacified the situation. Eleni ignored them, long used to their bickering. "Kai, would you come walk with me?" Alana asked after dinner. Kai followed her outside. His mother wanted to talk with a bit of privacy that their house's thin walls didn't allow. "I am sorry I argued with Kia, even if she is the one who started it." Kai apologized half-heartedly. Alana smiled amused. "That is nice to hear, but this wasn't what I wanted to talk about." Greenside was only so big with not many attractions. They could either go towards the cultivated fields or the sea. This time they chose the latter. They stared at the blue expanse sitting on the rocky shore. "Kai, remember after you got Mana Sense, we decided to get you a teacher in time. With everything that has been going on, well, things clearly didn't go as expected, but now I am looking for someone." Kai had to take a moment to remember what she was talking about. After they had been forced to move, he had already made peace that it was never going to happen. "Mom, it's fine, I don't need a teacher. I can wait a few more years," Kai said, shrugging his shoulders. "Don't worry about the money, I'll find a way to make it happen." It was nice that his mom wanted to help, but he knew that with 3 mouths to feed they were barely scraping by. "Mom, I don't need one. I can train fine by myself." "Honey, it would be a waste not to cultivate your talent." It's not only about learning about mana skills. Improving your skills will also give you the XP to enhance your race faster. I know you've already reached your first enhancement a while ago and are on your way to your second. Don't you want to reach it quicker? I remember you asked how to increase the number of skill slots. Well, the only way is to advance your race grade to orange. Trust me, sweetie. Now, that explains a few things. Kai took a moment to digest the new information. He would have much to think about later. Even if it was tempting, he was firm in his decision. "You don't have to worry, Mom. I've already had my second enhancement. I can do it by myself." His mind was still thinking about all the implications of the new revelation. Maybe that was why he didn't immediately notice his mother had gone silent. When he looked up, he realized his blunder. "How could you not tell me you have already reached the peak of red, Kai?" Alana stood up in a scolding pose. Before Kai could stammer a response, she had started pacing back and forth in front of him. "It's my fault for not noticing. How could I not think of it? I should have acted sooner. Kai could almost see Alana's brain going into overdrive as she found ways to take all the blame somehow. I'll look for someone first thing in the morning. No, I can't settle for someone not worthy. I'll find the best teacher on this whole island, it's decided. Mom, don't worry, no sane mage would refuse such a talented apprentice. Kai tried to argue, but no matter what he said, Alana wouldn't listen. He was only able to make her promise she would not bankrupt their family. However, as he saw her make calculations in her mind, he was sure she planned to take another job. Damn, my stupid mouth. It wasn't like he didn't want to teach her, but with what they could afford, he didn't expect much. Even if he was a genius, which was debatable, didn't believe someone would teach him for free. He long reasoned that if he showed his real progress, he could probably find someone who would want to invest in him, but there would be strings attached. On the plus side, he could freely boast in front of Kia and make her green with envy. It was late summer when Kai was deeply tempted to shout his status aloud to shut Kia up. After her 7th birthday, she started tormenting him relentlessly with everything she could now do. Kai, why don't we compare how much life experience we got today? Oh, right, you can't. You have to wait a week. How could I forget? Kendra posed a shocked expression, struggling to wipe the smile off her face. I'm so sorry. She didn't look apologetic one bit. We check at the beginning of the week then. Kai took a deep breath and ignored her, but it didn't deter her in the slightest. Oh my, I forgot you can't even change the time, and it's still stuck to the random day and time of the week you were born. She was more relentless than the waves crashing on shore. She learned he got a mana skill, and this was her chance to get back at him for being better than her. His only regret was not having teased her more when she accidentally found out. He ran out of the house before Kia started her monologue on notifications for the 3rd time. She never cared about any of the intricacies of the guide before now and made fun of him for being a bookworm that didn't have the word nerd here. Now she suddenly had to tell him the most insignificant thing she could do. Before long, he had to get back home. She was still waiting there like a cat watching a mouse walk to his inevitable demise. Don't worry, Kai. One day y'all be as great as me. I mean, it'll be even greater then, but I can't help it. Kia patted him on the shoulder. Kai wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. Didn't you have to go out to do your thing? Your thing, you mean my celebration for reaching 7 that you're too young to go to. That super important ceremony in the life of any person. Yes, that dumb tradition I'll also do in a year and a half. When do you leave? Kia smiled. I was waiting for you to come back to go. Don't miss me, too. Much with a laugh, she was out, and his ears could finally rest. Once each season, all the children who recently reached 7 and unlocked their first seal participated in a ceremony that symbolized their first step toward adulthood. From then on, kids were encouraged to think about the profession they wanted and work towards it. The ceremony was about taking that responsibility and asking the spirits of the islands for guidance, or something along those lines. It was just a boring tradition that he wasn't allowed to see. Eleni had stayed at home to keep him company, which made him feel only more pathetic. After a bit of convincing, he agreed to let his older sister help him prepare lunch for when Alana and Kia came back. He might learn something to prove once, and for all that his cooking abilities were superior to Kia's. Following his older sister's instructions, Kai got to work. It didn't turn out as good as he hoped, but the vegetables had not been overcooked and the fish was crisp. He had no idea how their mother made it taste so much better, only using salt and a few herbs that grew in their garden. At least he was able to use the food to shield himself from Kia's pestering. After she came back, she acted as if she somehow became an adult in a couple hours. Yes, Mom, 5 years in this world and I still miss tap water. It was very tedious having to go to the creek to fill buckets of water each day. Once outside, Kai noticed his mother was more lively than usual. Kai, I have great news. I found you a teacher. She was the picture of excitement. Kai suddenly felt worried. Mom, did you sell our house? Obviously no. Did you take a loan? I told you I would find someone we could afford. Did you maybe sell Kia to someone? Don't be ridiculous, yo. You're right, no one would buy her. So how did you find me an amazing teacher? Are you sure it's not a scam? Kai Thailand. Alana slowly spelled his name and he closed his mouth, trapping countless words inside. Do you have so little faith in your mother? She seemed a little hurt. Kai lowered his gaze. He might have gone a bit overboard. Sorry, Mom. I should listen to what you found first. From how Alana was smiling again a moment later, Kai was reminded that Kia must have taken after someone. It's not exactly a teacher. Kai raised an eyebrow for her to go on. Maybe his first reaction wasn't completely unjustified. So I heard of a retired mage that is looking for someone to help around his house. Do you want me to be a manservant and hope this weirdo that lives in the middle of the jungle will teach me something? Don't be ridiculous. First of all, it's a very distinguished female magus. I thought she might hire me and we could bargain to be paid in lessons. Mom, you can't leave everything for my sake. Who's gonna take care of Ela and Kia? Eleni found a job and I have put enough aside for a while. It didn't look like his mom would back down, so Kai tried another approach. Where exactly did you hear of this mage person exactly? Alana mumbled something. Say that again. Tally told me she ended up on her property when she was trying to get to Silspring during the famine, and she said she was hosted by a mage for the whole winter. Old Tally, the old crazy hag that sells fish in the market, insisting her completely ordinary fish a bit subpar. If you ask May some rare magical specimen that fell from the sky on top of her house during a storm. That old Tally. Kai, who taught you to speak like that? You should pay more respect to the old members of our community. You know, she once dyed her fish with some strange algae for another of her crazy stories and gave food poisoning to half a dozen families. Cough, that's an old misunderstanding. It was 2 months ago at most. Alana had a hard time keeping a straight face at that. Sweetie, stop arguing so well. How I gave birth to such a silver-tongued monster, I have no idea. You are my son and Ya'll do what I tell you. Over the years, he understood people had a different standard for weirdness in this world. His mother thought he was very precocious and learned new words by reading his father's books. Kai wondered if he should be worried they were developing such a strange relationship. After the accident, he stopped acting like a child and tried to be a bit more like his father. Even after all these months, it felt weird not hearing his voice in the house. Sure, Mom, we can go. It'll make a nice story to tell at the market. Don't be so pessimistic. I confirmed with other locals that someone is living by themselves between here and Silspring. It wasn't uncommon for outsiders to retire on the archipelago even before the latest changes. And she wants to hire a maid. His tone communicated all the skepticism he felt. If we wait to confirm the rumor, someone else might take advantage. We need to see for ourselves, and then we can negotiate a deal when we know more. You're so talented, any mage would be crazy not to take you. Alana became a little more serious. I know it's a stretch, but at most, we do a little journey for nothing. It can be a great opportunity, and we aren't going to find much better here. He wasn't too convinced. Can't we wait until I become 7? That was usually the norm, and their situation would be more stable by then. After a lot of back and forth, he was able to convince her to wait till spring, after his 6th birthday. It wasn't ideal, but Alana was being more stubborn than him. Time flew and things didn't go exactly as he planned. A week after his 6th birthday, they were hiking through the Viri jungle. The path was a barely visible line on the ground, more often than not covered by overgrown weeds and shrubbery. If it didn't follow the coastline with a few cuts through the forest, they would have already gotten lost several times. They had taken advantage of a low tide for the first portion of the way, then proceeded through this sham of a path. The sea breeze was stopped by the trees. Their clothes stuck to their skin with sweat after the first hour. This was the 4th day. Somehow, the further from Greenside they went, the better the humidity got. That place truly was hell on earth. There were fewer insects than one would expect since they stayed at the edge of the jungle. It appeared humans had yet to spread mosquitoes and other invasive species to every corner of the globe on Elides. Only the pests native to the Baquer archipelago were present, buzzing around annoyingly close to his face, but it could be much worse. The road went north along the eastern coast. It used to link many small villages, but now the nearest settlement was Silspring beyond the forest. Probably the reason why this path looked abandoned. Mom, are you sure someone is living here? I'm sure we must be close. Kai was more and more convinced it had all been a big mistake. He felt miserable, his legs were dead tired, and he was all sticky from the sweat. He was just glad he didn't stink like an adult, but the smell wasn't pleasant. Alana looked like she went out for a stroll by comparison. She looked a bit fatigued too, but compared to him it was as if she came out of a spa. She was even carrying all the supplies for the journey. He didn't know much about her status or profession, but she must have a higher physical focus than he thought or some useful skill. If they didn't find anything, he could probably use that to make her answer a few questions on the way back. Look, Alana woke him up from his musings, pointing to an indistinguishable spot in the lush vegetation. Only when he got nearer, he did notice an opening in the trees with a path as poorly maintained as the one they were on. Without another choice, he reluctantly followed. Their destination was only a short way farther. The trees opened up to reveal a small bay with a long beach with actual sand, not the rocks and pebbles of Greenside. Kai couldn't believe his eyes. The whole place looked like a photo with color correction, but not so much to look fake or unappealing. The plants were greener, the flowers more colorful. Even the sand and water somehow looked better. In the center of it all, a magnificent mansion stretched along the shoreline with multiple conjoined secondary buildings. Despite its imposing appearance, the white and warm earthy tones with blue accents made it perfectly fit into the landscape. It looked like how he had imagined the secret residence of a drug lord in the Amazon forest would be. It probably was one of the villas the governor took inspiration to start his project, just 4 or 5 times better. After a minute of awe, he was the first to regain his senses. Mom, I'm happy there is someone here, but I doubt they are going to hire me or you. I thought we would find a crazy old lady living in a hut, not someone who could buy the whole of Greenside twice over. He had run many scenarios in his head, but was still caught unprepared. They were way out of their league. Alana recomposed herself. Come on, Kai, at most they're going to say no. It's always positive getting to know our closest neighbor. If they are that rich, she must be a very powerful mage. Well, never find someone better. Mom, I look terrible. What impression am I gonna make? Meeting and speaking to strangers had never been his forte. Kai, we are going. Remember to be respectful. I'm always resp. Sure you are, honey. Also, remember not to stare too much like you usually do. And for the spirit's sake, don't use your sarcastic tone. Alana didn't wait for him to reply, grabbed his arm and started marching toward the mansion. There was no fence or gate, so they followed the paved path toward the main building. Their eyes were still trying to grasp the quiet splendor of the estate. That may be why they didn't realize when a man suddenly appeared in front of them like a gust of wind. Kai blinked to make sure his eyes weren't deceiving him. He had been distracted looking around, but he had not seen him coming. Did he teleport, or is he just that quick? He remembered the enforcers from the Republic showed superhuman abilities, but nothing like this. Kai squeezed his mother's hand to keep his calm. The stranger had icy blue eyes and white skin, even paler than people from the Republic. He looked to be somewhere in his late 20s with an expression oscillating between bored and annoyed, as if he couldn't wait to get rid of them. Getting over the surprise, Alana started respectfully speaking, "Greetings, I am Alana and this is my son, Kai, we are here foe." The man interrupted them. "I know why you're here. Come, the old crazy lady that owns this house is this way," he said with a hint of mirth in his voice. He turned around and started walking. Shit, how the hell did he hear me? His last shred of calmness melted in that instant, but he couldn't run away now. He reluctantly followed the strange man. Kai guessed he must be the butler or something. Alana looked radiant. After seeing the estate, she had probably expected to get thrown out or sent away with a few polite words. Despite the cold welcome, this was already a good sign in her book. Kai was instead imagining all the things that could go wrong. They were led around the main building towards a large pavilion that provided shade on the edge of the beach. The closer they got to the mansion, the more anxious Kai felt. He couldn't breathe. The air felt dense, almost solid in his lungs. It wasn't for the humidity. This was different. He wondered if this was how people felt going to a job interview. If the butler was this terrifying, the witch that owned this villa could likely turn him into a frog with a flex of her little finger. With each passing second, the tension racked up higher, but Kai couldn't see the mysterious mage yet. They were walking so painfully slow, he wished he could race ahead and get this over with. Kai walked on the tip of his toes to get a look inside the pavilion. This whole place made him want to run away. Damn my height, despite all his efforts, he could only see a little table and a few empty chairs. He was so focused, he didn't notice the butler wasn't leading them there, but to the side. It took his mother lightly tapping him behind his back to finally notice the owner of the house. He didn't know what to expect, but that wasn't it. On a beach chair laid a woman sunbathing that seemed straight out of a magazine cover. She wore what looked like a white bikini and a pair of dark sunglasses. She couldn't be a day over 50 and in great shape. Kai was left speechless. Living on a tropical island, he was used to seeing people half naked. He had stopped finding it weird a long time ago. Her attire shocked him more because he had expected an old woman wearing a robe and a fancy hat. The only items that gave her a vaguely mystical feel were a pair of drop earrings with tear-shaped rubies and a golden bracelet with some strange inscriptions on her right wrist. Her bikini looked a bit too modern, but he had seen similar garments around, even if they were usually made for comfort and not to look good. Glasses were a similar story. If you wanted something to shield yourself from the sun, there weren't many shapes you could go with. They waited to the side for her to nonchalantly stand up and acknowledge them. She was tall, at least as tall as his father had been. Her skin was a shade darker than his, and with a straight nose and high cheekbones, she looked like a retired Indian model. She wasn't young, but Kai couldn't see a wrinkle on her tight skin. Realizing he was staring at her like a dead fish, he lowered his gaze like his mother, trying to look respectful. She scanned them from top to bottom with a glance. He became very self-conscious of his messy appearance. If their shabby figures annoyed her, she didn't let it show. She took off her glasses. Her expression was impenetrable. Kai's gaze was immediately captured by her orange eyes, like those of a tiger ready to pounce. The mage's gaze turned back on them. Kai was sweating buckets, wishing he could be anywhere else. He felt suffocated, but tried to look as calm as his mother. After a few more seconds staring at them, especially Hima's, if she could see right through their souls, she walked towards the pavilion with casual grace. It didn't feel like she was even trying. She just had a certain gravitas to each of her movements that he couldn't put his finger on. Please tell me she can't read minds. Come on. She gestured to the seats under the shade. Her tone was curt but not harsh, with an accent Kai didn't recognize. Once in the pavilion, she put on an embroidered blue silk robe that looked more expensive than his house and poured 3 glasses of lime green liquid from a jug. She offered them a tray filled with cut fruits and other sweets that looked like some kind of pastries. Kai didn't dare refuse and grabbed the glass. It smelled lemony and it was surprisingly cold, but he was still barely able to breathe, let alone able to eat or drink anything. I am Alana tried to present themselves. I know your names, no need to repeat yourself. You can call me Lady Vera. Now tell me what you were hoping to get by coming here. Once again, her tone wasn't hostile, but neither warm. It was the tone a policewoman would use to interrogate somebody that could be both a witness and a suspect. Kai had never heard his mother speak so respectfully to anyone. The islanders were casual people. The only title they ever used was elder. Vera took a sip of her drink and adjusted in her seat. I remember that woman. We offered her and her family shelter for a couple nights. Theodora found her stories very amusing. And yes, we used to occasionally hire people from the nearby villages to run a few errands. Then the Republic disbanded them and made things much more inconvenient. But you're not the first people coming to my house since then. If you walked all the way here hoping I would pay in gold or silver, you are severely mistaken. Or is the situation where you live so bad you need to walk till here to find employment? We heard that you were a powerful mage, Lady Vera. Lana looked at her for confirmation, but the mage didn't show any hint on her face, so his mother continued speaking before it could seem rude. My son has unlocked the mana sense skill without guidance. Before the Republic decided to move us, my late husband taught him what little he knew. Now I am looking for a teacher but have not heard of any as qualified as you. I understand your time must be very valuable, but any pointer you could give him would be priceless. I'm willing to do any work to pay for it. Was your husband a mage, a researcher, Lady Vera? He was from the mainland and had some basic knowledge of mana skills. Vera nodded, and the reason you have yet to find a teacher means you can't afford to pay them, is that correct? Alana hesitated for a moment. Tell me the truth, dear, I'll know it regardless. Yes, that is correct, Lady Vera. I wouldn't be asking if I didn't think I would be wasting my son's talent otherwise. Vera raised an eyebrow and turned to him. If his hands weren't grabbing his drink, they would have started trembling. How old are you, child? Seeing his hesitation, Alana answered for him. He is 6. Vera raised her hand to stop her. If I have to consider teaching him something, he needs to be able to speak for himself. Her orange eyes turned back on him. Kai did his best to sound confident. I became 6 10 days ago, Lady Vera. He tried to look as respectful as possible, hoping he didn't look constipated. And if you learned mana sense before the governor expropriated your houses in his troublesome project to transform this peaceful archipelago into a noisy resort, you must have learned it when you were around 3. It was on my 2nd birthday. Kai interrupted, then he remembered and added, Lady Vera. She glanced at him as if to dare him to interrupt her one more time. Kai tried to make himself even smaller than he was, so you learned it at 2. She must have truly had a way to know if they were telling the truth from how she seemed to be considering the facts. But instead of feeling reassured, Kai felt more alarmed. He knew there was actual magic in this world, but until now he had only witnessed tamed examples of it. This was the first time he felt like he was in front of something beyond his understanding. There was something about her, as if each casual gesture had been thoroughly studied, as if her presence bent reality itself. Even casually sitting on a chair, he felt like she belonged to a different species of human compared to him. Elijah. As soon as Vera called his name, the pale man appeared beside them, as if he had been standing there all along. Talk with this woman to find out what she can acquire and set up a delivery schedule. Wait to thank me, dear. I've yet to make up my mind. But since you came all the way to my house, you might as well make yourself useful and take a job. It's been very bothersome having to rely solely on ship delivery for fresh goods. I'll talk with the child alone before making my decision. A wet blanket was thrown over Alana's excitement, but she tried to hide it and followed Elijah. Before going, she looked at Kai and mouthed a few encouraging words. If Alana had her excitement dampened, Kai felt like doom was upon him as his mother walked away and disappeared inside the main building. Please, don't leave me alone. Veria's burning orange gaze felt more deadly than the Eye of Mordor. Kai stared into those piercing eyes, completely terrified. Child, if you pee on my chair, you are going to have to buy me a new one. It was hard to tell if she was making fun of him because her tone was completely flat, but it lit a small flame in him. What the fuck am I doing? Stop acting like a scaredy cat and grow a fucking spine. She's not gonna eat you. I'm 90 sure her ageless skin isn't maintained through bathing in children. Feeling a tad calmer, Kai sat up a bit straighter and prepared to answer her questions. Veria gave him an almost imperceptible smile of appreciation. He might as well have imagined it since her face returned to a stone mask a moment later. So, child, I'll ask a few questions to get a few facts straight. A yes or no answer will be enough. Yes, Lady Veria. And drop the lady each time you say it. It sounds like you are choking on something. Kai gulped some saliva and nodded. It wasn't his fault calling someone lady felt so weird. Remembering he was still holding a drink, Kai took a sip. A refreshing feeling immediately spread down his throat. It tasted lemony as the smell suggested, but with hints of mint and other flavors he didn't recognize, maybe licorice. The best part was that it was cold. It was the first icy drink he had in summer on Elides, which naturally made it 1,000 times better. He didn't get the time to fully appreciate it because Veria started interrogating him as if reading from a checklist. Did you truly receive no guidance at all to get mana sense? Yes. Were you born in the Baquer archipelago? Yes. Does anyone in your family possess magical talent? No, not that I know at least. Were you born with a 1-star red grade in your race? Yes. Are you a spy? Aim number. Does your status show your race as anything else apart or in addition to human? No. Did you receive any help to reach 3-star red in your race, like alchemical potions or special training opportunities? How do you KN? Just answer the question, child. You can ask your questions later. No, I didn't receive any help apart from some advice from my parents on how to get some skills and train them. How far are you to reach orange advancement? It was very personal information, but it didn't look like not answering or lying was an option. About halfway, a little less. Vera nodded to herself, her face still unreadable. Kai had not seen when, but at some point she had taken out a small book and was taking notes with a golden pen. Maybe she was actually following a checklist. Okay, last question. This is also the most important one, so think it over before answering. This will determine if it's worth spending any time on you as well as decide your future. Like no pressure at all. Kai thought he had managed to calm down, but the gut-wrenching anxiety came back. He was terrified. Tell me why you are feeling so scared and anxious. It looks like you are having trouble breathing. Kai's first instinct was to deny it, but he stopped himself. It was a lie and it didn't look like a good answer either. It's because why? A snarky comment wouldn't do it either. Was she looking for a bit of humility? Did she want him to admit that this whole place made him anxious and that she terrified him? It felt like the best answer he could think of. A fool who won't admit what's in front of him won't go anywhere. Kai stopped again, but was it the most important thing for a child to admit that he was scared? Maybe she was just toying with him and this was all for nothing, but he couldn't act on that assumption. He had to take this seriously. This could decide his future. What could determine if he was worth teaching? Him having a bit of self-awareness. He thought it was a fundamental skill anybody should have, but it felt like a dumb thing to deem as most important in a child. Think, Kai, if I were a powerful old witch with the body of a model, what would I look for in a potential student to see if it was worth it spending time teaching him? The taste of his blood or the tenderness of his flesh? The joke relieved a bit of his tension, but he had to give an answer. Be fucking serious for a moment and focus. Don't be an idiot. Kai thought hard, methodically analyzing any possibility he could think of and discarding them one after another. Excluding some bullshit answers, the most sensible qualities he came up with were being hard-working or talented. But how can that question determine either of those, unless I looked at it the wrong way? With a glance, Kai knew he had the answer. Kai took a deep breath before speaking, the tension still racking him. Is this how it feels like going on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Is the answer to what makes me feel scared, Mana? The corners of Vuria's mouth lifted slightly in what could barely be considered a smile. It depends. Explain. Kai started going on with his speculations. It all became clear when I used Mana sense. After a good 5 minutes, Kai had told her all the hypotheses he could think of. Vuria put down the notebook she had been scribbling on and looked at him. I bet she is enjoying this. I suppose I can consider that a good enough answer if a bit messy. Now let me make things a bit clearer to you, child. This will be your first lesson, so listen carefully. I won't repeat myself. First of all, you must understand how the mana sense skill works. Every human has the potential to perceive mana, but most people never cultivate that ability and some are more talented than others. To obtain the skill, you must learn to use that innate ability consciously, like you did the first time you felt mana. The guide helps guide you and grow that natural ability through the skill. When you actively use the ability, the skill channels all that you have consciously and unconsciously learned. If you didn't have mana sense, you would have to deeply focus like the first time you perceived mana to obtain any result at all. However, just because you learn the skill, that doesn't mean actively using the skill is the only way to perceive mana. You didn't lose the ability to do it the natural way like your first time. On the contrary, the higher the skill level, the keener your mana senses will become, making unconscious awareness of mana also easier. Vuria paused and Kai nodded to show he was following. He would need time to wrap his head around all the implications, but he understood. As you must have noticed by now, the mana concentration around my house is much higher than what you're used to. Your body is overwhelmed by the mana in the air. It can feel like the air is almost solid and hard to breathe in. Kai nodded along. He had almost been blinded when using mana sense earlier, as if the brightness of the world had been increased tenfold, but it was still nothing compared to what he saw when he looked at Vuria. People had a noticeable mana presence, but standing beside her was like staring at the sun. He immediately got a stabbing pain in his head and had to deactivate the skill. So, since you have the mana sense skill, you are more sensitive to the mana in your surroundings, even if you are not conscious of it. When the mana density is extremely high, the next natural reaction is fear. As you stand in front of me, your subconscious is telling you to get as far away as possible. Usually, understanding how this works helps mitigate the reaction, as does repeated exposure. Vuria then interrogated him to make sure he had listened, and Kai successfully answered each question. She didn't look impressed and proceeded to test his understanding further, asking about things she had not explained, but that could be deduced from her words. This was a bit harder, but speculation and deduction from limited information were his bread and butter. He finally earned a small nod, but nothing else. Child, do you know why my earlier question was the most important one? Thinking about it for a moment, Kai confidently spoke. Because the higher my mana sense level, the more sensitive I should be and the easier I would notice and make the connection. So you were testing how good my skill is. That is part of the reason, but I could have asked you directly and it doesn't truly matter anyway, Vera said, casually having his ego. Always remember the level of your skills is important, but it isn't everything. They are all for nothing if you don't know how to use them properly. The skills and your status are part of you each moment of the day. After having mana sense for 4 years, that skill should be part of you. Your subconscious was probably screaming at you to use it all along. You must be able to listen. To give the correct answer, you either need talent, good instincts, or a sharp mind. Kai wasn't sure if he understood what she was saying completely, but he nodded like a good student anyway. Now let's call your mother back to discuss what to do. Vera had already stood up when Kai gathered the courage to speak. You said I could ask you some questions later, his voice more squeaky than he intended. She paused as if wondering if she should turn him into a chicken for speaking up. Kai started sweating again, then she gracefully sat back down. I indeed said that. Come on then, ask away. Without wasting a moment, he immediately obliged. Why are you living here? It was weird she chose such a remote place in an already remote archipelago. I like the quiet and tropical climate. It was a good place to retire before the governor started messing around. Kai waited for her to go on, but she didn't look like she was going to elaborate. How can you increase the mana density around your house? It's an array, I could explain it to you, but you don't have the knowledge to understand it. There was no scoff or ridicule in her tone. It was a matter-of-fact statement, so Kai tried not to get deterred. Do you have a skill to tell if someone is lying? No, but I can hear your heartbeats. That's very disturbing. Would you have sent me away if I answered the last question wrong? Not unless your answer was particularly stupid. I have a lot of free time and I need a fresh supply of children's blood for my dark rituals. His expression must have looked comic because her stone facade crumbled into a laugh. Rest assured, child, I was only joking. You've been looking at me like I was about to eat you from the moment you saw me. I thought you used the blood to keep yourself so young. Kai rebutted, trying to get back a bit of his dignity. Vera smiled, showing all her teeth. I usually prefer to use their tormented souls for that, but I'll try with blood next time. Her smile turned into a snarl that showed her ivory teeth, while her hand moved forward like claws ready to grasp him. Kai jumped back and fell out of his chair. Vera's laughter sounded more loudly than before. You're too easy, child. Now let's go see your mom. She stood up and pinched his cheek. Kai couldn't see it, but he was sure he must be red like a tomato. He begrudgingly followed her, barely keeping himself from pounding each step with his feet. He never felt more like a child than right now. Following Vera inside the main building, Kai almost didn't notice the beautiful interiors. They had entered a large hall with big glass windows that let in plenty of natural light. A large crystal chandelier hung unlit over their heads. The floor was covered with polished tiles of a warm ochre and white rock, so smooth you could see your reflection. Paintings of strange marine creatures and cities decorated the hall, alternated by curiosities and artifacts hung on the walls or seated in small alcoves. With a glance, Kai observed what looked like an obsidian horn that shimmered in the light. He momentarily forgot his wounded pride and started to admire it. There were dozens of objects demanding his attention just on this wall. His gaze jumped up and down the hall. He didn't have enough eyes. Right then Alana called out to him. She was sitting at a long table. Elijah was also there, busy scribbling on some papers. He reluctantly walked towards her. The table was another masterpiece, a light gray lacquered wood with a hypnotic texture and 14 matching chairs. Vera sat at the head of the table and asked Elijah what they had decided. How did it go? Lana whispered to him. Kai gave her an edited summary. There was no need to tell every single detail. I knew you'd make me proud, sweetie. His mom looked radiant. It was now his turn to ask her what happened. Elijah had asked her to tell him anything that could be found in Greenside. They then drafted a list of the goods they wished to acquire. Alana would be responsible for finding them, negotiating the prices within the budget given, and delivering them on time. After she showed him the list, Kai blanched. Mom, how will you be able to transport all those goods by yourself? Don't worry, Elijah lent me a spatial bag. She picked up a brown bag lying behind her chair. It looked more like a case with some leather straps, so simple and unassuming he had not noticed it before she picked it up. Your father had told me about them, but I had never seen one before. He said they were extremely expensive. His mother proceeded to explain how it worked. It was more or less how he imagined. On the inside, it was far bigger, but you would feel about a third of the weight of what you put in. As the first truly magical item Kai could touch, it felt a bit disappointing. It still looked like an ordinary old bag to him. Alana instead looked like a giddy child on Christmas morning. She held the bag with more care than she ever used with him. They quietly waited for Vera and Elijah to finish speaking. Even if they were beside them, they couldn't hear a thing. Kai tried to stretch his hand to see if there was some invisible barrier blocking the sound, but his mother stopped him with a stern glance. A few minutes later, Vera turned to address them. Alana, you should get going. There are still a few hours of light, and I expect the delivery in a week. Your gratitude is appreciated, but you must not misunderstand. I'll keep considering your employment separate from your request for a teacher for your son. You can keep whatever remains after you buy the items on the list. Wait, does that mean she won't take me? The child can stay here for now. I'll provide everything he might need. Dang it, he wasn't sure if he should be happy or not. He had come here not expecting anything. Now he was going to stay with these strange people for the near future. Elijah will show you out. If I find the child lacking, you will take him with you when you come back. With that, the conversation was over. Alana told him her goodbyes, kissing him on his forehead and making him promise to be on his best behavior. Kai watched her back as she slowly disappeared among the trees. Well, if this doesn't work out, I only have to last till the end of the week. The smirk on his face showed it had not been an accident. Don't worry, I'm sure your mother will come back. That spatial bag is worth more than she will ever earn in her whole life, but I'm sure she'll be back. He smiled coldly at him. Mom, why did you leave me here? Elijah led him out of the main building towards a much smaller annex on the side. Maybe it had been the servant quarters once, but now there wasn't anyone there. Besides its much bigger neighbor, it looked quite modest. As long as you stay with us, y'all live here. The butler gave him a tour of the house. It had 2 bedrooms 3 times as big as the room he shared with his sisters, an even bigger living room with a small kitchenette in a corner, and lastly but definitely not for importance, a bathroom with actual running water. When he saw it, Kai almost cried tears of joy. He had no idea how they made it work, but all that mattered was that it worked. His stay here suddenly seemed more appealing. With the switch of a lever, water started to flow out of a tube. It wasn't heated, but it was already an extreme luxury for him. There was even a bathtub. Elijah looked at him weirdly for all his antics, but then he shook his head and moved on. That is all. Choose a room and try not to make a mess. You should also clean yourself before going to bed. Y'all find soap in the bathroom. You stink. Kai was too overjoyed by having running water in his house to care about the comment. He nodded his head, smiling. A moment later, the butler was gone. Kai didn't waste any time, took off his clothes and filled the bathtub. The water was chilly, but he hardly noticed. This is extreme luxury, he sighed. Rubbing his body with a coarse piece of soap, he felt like a king. Once he was clean, he felt much better, but now he had a problem. He had not brought any extra clothes with him. He only had the dirty clothes he had worn on the way here. It told a lot about how high of a chance he gave to this gamble. Looking outside a window that had actual glass panes, Kai judged he still had a few hours of light. He quickly washed his clothes and hung them outside to dry in the sun. Looking around, he didn't see anybody, so he walked naked along the shore. It was nice to walk on a beach of real sand. It wasn't as beautiful as that in Whiteshore, but it was a close second. The bay wasn't very big, relatively speaking, a few kilometers long at most. The mansion was on the southern end, so he walked north for half an hour before turning back. His clothes were perfectly dry by the time he got back, and someone had even left a plate of food in the living room. It looked like someone reheated a few leftovers and added a mango as a dessert. Kai ate everything in minutes. There were even a few pieces of meat that weren't fish. It was all delicious. With his belly full, he did a quick session of meditation to calm his mind. After getting to Greenside, he had stopped doing daily meditation. Now was a good time to regain the habit. He wasn't far from level 50. Half an hour later, he was ready for bed. Tomorrow was going to be an interesting day. Whether pleasant or awful, it was still hard to tell. The next morning, Kai woke up with the first light of dawn. He slept wonderfully. The bed felt like a cloud, and he didn't have to share it with anybody else. I hope I'm not getting spoiled. If they throw me out, I'm gonna miss this bed. He was excited about what he would learn that day. No one told him what he should do or where he should go, so Kai put on the only clothes he had and headed outside. The smell of salt and the sound of waves welcomed him. He walked the short distance that separated him from the sandy beach and sat down to meditate, facing the rising sun. With such a perfect atmosphere, it would be a crime not to. Kai closed his eyes and lost himself in the rhythmic crashing of the waves. It must have been less than an hour later when something obscured the sun. Opening his eyes, he noticed Elijah was standing in front of him. Without saying anything, he tossed him a bundle. Kai took a second to realize they were 2 sets of clothes. Put those on, yours are falling apart. It's nothing, we can't have a naked child run around the property every time he needs to wash his clothes. Kai blushed a little, of course they had seen him. He walked back to his house to change and maintain a bit of his dignity. The new clothes were a simple pair of beige trousers and a white shirt. They weren't anything special, but the material was different from the typical cheap linen he was used to. They felt softer on his skin and fit his size perfectly. Do you have clothes of all sizes hanging around? No, I made some adjustments to an old pair. Elijah looked at him as if daring him to say something. That's very kind of you. The butler gave him a nod of the head and turned to look away. Is he embarrassed? Someone doesn't know how to receive compliments. I can use that. Kai's smile didn't last very long. As I said, it's nothing. Now start running. Kai got a bad feeling. What do you mean? You have a running skill, right? Run to the north edge of the bay and then back. Since it's your first day, one lap will be enough. If you cheat or stop, he'll know. Kai thought he was here to learn about magic, but he wanted to make a good impression and he did have a running skill. With the first light of day on the horizon, Kai started running. The bay looked deceptively small, but not when he had to run its 3 kilometers of beach. By the time he got to the north end, he was already heaving and sweating buckets. Damn, my short legs. Kai had to take pauses to breathe between each word. He miscalculated and pushed too hard in the beginning, making the way back much more difficult, but he tried to maintain a slow jog. He didn't doubt Elijah would know if he stopped to rest or walked. He had not seen the strange butler while he ran, but as soon as he made it back, he was casually standing in front of him. Such a show-off. Kai thought he made a good impression. He ran about 5 kilometers since he didn't start from the very south of the bay and completed it in about half an hour. Spending most of his time outside, he wasn't in bad shape, a bit on the thin side since food wasn't abundant. Elijah didn't give him any gratification for his efforts. You can rest 5 minutes then start swimming. What do you have a swimming skill, don't you? He pointed in the distance. Stay close to the shore and swim till that red marker. You can rest for 15 minutes when you reach it, then run the way back. Kai would bet the butler was struggling to suppress a smirk from his face. He shielded his eyes from the sun with one hand to look for the red marker in the distance, but he couldn't find even a red dot. Y'all see it when you get closer. Now get swimming. Your 5 minutes are up. That was likely more than a kilometer away. He stopped a witty remark in his throat and tried to act confident and asked, 1 lap, yes. He was already exhausted, but he stoically took off his clothes and jumped in the water without complaining. After the heat of running, the chill water felt nice around his body. The distance was shorter, but swimming was way harder than running. This time he made sure to pace himself. He was going to impress them no matter what. A few hundred meters later, his brave facade was crumbling. By the time he was halfway there, his arm and leg muscles were burning, but not as much as his lungs screaming for oxygen. He had slowed down. Each paddle and stroke were like lifting his weight up a mountain. The waves pushed him back and forth, making swimming straight even harder. Just a bit more, hold on a bit more. His eyes desperately looked for the red marker on the shore with increasing frequency as he grew more exhausted. The water started to feel like dense syrup. He had long stopped trying to fight the waves, opting instead to change direction when he was too off course. Finally, he spotted a red pole planted in the sand not far ahead. Kai almost couldn't feel his limbs, but he pushed them one last stretch, wanting this hell to be over. A few meters. He dragged his body out of the water, crawling and laid heaving in the sand. Your 15 minutes are up. Elijah's apathetic voice coldly stated. He must have appeared again, but Kai didn't have the strength nor the wish to turn his head to look. It felt no more than a couple of minutes. He wanted to curse him, but he didn't have the strength to think about anything witty. Instead, he asked a question. Wasn't I supposed to learn about magic? The butler didn't answer immediately, considering if he should allow this obvious attempt to take more time. Lady Vera decided to give you a chance. Don't ask me why, because I can't see what she saw in you. Everything we give you is a gift. You could not afford to pay for her time or mine if you worked all your life. If you can't take even this, it means you don't want it hard enough. So it's all a test, Kai said. How original. You can see it that way, but you should ask yourself how you are going to learn about magic with no skill slots open or the ability to discard the skills you have. You can either come back when you're A7 or reach orange and get more skill slots. Kai hated to admit it, but that made a lot of sense. Swimming and running were by far the easiest and most reliable skills to train. The fastest way to orange. Now, if you don't get up and start running, y'all skip breakfast. At those words, Kai could only get up and start racing. I must applaud your deviousness. You are able to both threaten and encourage me using breakfast. He was going to add this to his book. After a quick shower, he changed into his second pair of clothes and had a nice breakfast. Kai massaged his full tummy in satisfaction. At least they weren't stingy with food. Kai massaged his full tummy in satisfaction. At least they weren't stingy with food. He was almost able to forget the pains of the run back. Get up, it's still morning and you have much to do. Elijah denied him a moment more of peace. Kai let out a groan as he stood up. If you don't keep up, you can always go home to your mommy when she comes back. The pale man taunted him. That was the only motivation Kai needed to rush after him. He was not going to let him win. He knew he was playing him, but it worked. Elijah walked towards the southern edge of the property. This entire side of the estate was covered by a huge, lush garden with a large greenhouse farther up. With a glance, he noticed numerous plants he had never seen before. He wished he could get a better look, but they entered a 2-story edifice in the same style as the main one. The two buildings seemed connected, but they had walked on a promenade. What are they hiding in there? Dark secrets and a pile of gold. Are they worried I'm gonna try to steal something? Or am I overthinking things and this was the shortest path? 90 chance that Elijah is just a dick who doesn't want to show me inside. That's the most likely possibility. As soon as they entered the building, a smell of fresh and dried plants washed over him. Two walls were covered from top to bottom by a huge wooden cabinet with hundreds of small square drawers. Piles of harvested plants filled the room in organized bundles of all sizes, many larger than him. Not even the ceiling was spared, with many herbs and flowers hanging to dry. Elijah walked straight for the only other door in the room, zigzagging through the maze of plants with ease. Kai wasn't as graceful, but being smaller had its perks. After the butler opened the door, he heard a slow humming coming from inside. He almost crashed against Elijah's back when he stopped on the threshold. "Theodora, I told you I was going to bring the child here," he said with a note of exasperation in his tone. Peeking from behind the larger man, Kai saw something reminding him of Mr. Luss' herbalist shop in Whiteshore, just much bigger and with a lot more glassware. The plants in the other room seemed chaotically laid around. Here everything was arranged and packaged in its own cabinet or glass container. His attention was captured by the large work desk on the right side. It hosted a legion of weird glass and metal contraptions with unknown purposes. A plump woman with curly red hair tied behind her head was running between a boiling cauldron and what looked like 3 alembics, casually juggling a variety of test tubes and herbs. "Don't be a killjoy, Elijah." This batch of mudwort was losing potency, and my echinaceas finally decided to bloom this morning. I must have miscalculated the influence of the lunar cycle on mana density. I'm almost done brewing anyway. She donned a leather apron spotted in colorful stains and a few corroded patches. She turned around, lifting a pair of large goggles from her yellow eyes that stood out even more on her dark skin. "As I told you, I am ready." She moved her gaze onto him. "You must be the child. How are you, dear? Is Ellie treating you all right? Tell Auntie Dora. I cook every plate in this house. No one will notice if I slip a few Caesalia leaves into his morning tea." The butler threw her a death stare. "My name is Elijah, and you told me it had been an accident." "Sure, it was Ellie, but what about next time? Will it be a mistake or not?" "Who knows?" Dora laughed aloud. "Now you can leave. I have everything well in hand." In an instant, a slew of different expressions blinked on the pale man's face, several more than all he had shown since he met him. In the end, he closed his mouth in a thin line and marched away. "Don't pout, Ellie. It ruins your pretty face. I'll cook your favorite dish tonight," Dora said out loud after his disappearing figure, then turned to whisper at him. "Don't mind him. He is a bit moody in the morning. I can still hear you." Elijah's voice resounded from afar. Dora put on a whoops expression and closed the door behind him. Kai stared at her in awe with starry eyes. "I must learn how to make him flip with a few words too. So what is your name, sweetheart?" Dora asked him. Kai. Right at that moment, the goop inside the cauldron began loudly bubbling again, spilling its content all around. I guess those mudworts were truly a bit old. In the blink of an eye, she was again busying around. Couple minutes later, she proudly raised a glass full of a liquid the color of dried mud. She then walked back to him and offered him the glass. "Nice to meet you, Kai. Now shut your nose and drink this. It will do you good." Kai hesitatingly took the glass. "Weren't you saying the mudwort was expired or something?" He didn't want to get any closer to that brown goop. "What an attentive little fellow you are." "That is true, but at most it will have lost a bit of potency. It just means y'all have to drink more. It will help you recover from Elijah's training session." Dora smiled at him encouragingly. Kai took a deep breath and brought the glass closer to his lips. He should have listened and shut his nose. A whiff of the liquid almost made him gag. They would not try to kill him in such a convoluted way, would they? Without thinking twice if this was a good idea, Kai swallowed the whole glass. The taste wasn't as bad as the smell, which wasn't saying much. "I don't feel any different," he commented. Choosing a fast effect when it's not necessary means wasting the effectiveness of a potion. You might feel a slight tingling in your extremities, but that's perfectly normal, Dora explained. She then turned to her workbench again, muttering almost as an afterthought. "Only if you start feeling a strange itch in your chest should you start to worry and run straight to me." That mudwort was indeed a bit old. Before Kai could say anything, Dora had already taken what she needed and was walking out the door. "Come, we have much to do." For the rest of the day, Kai followed Theodora around the garden as she harvested, sowed, and replanted all sorts of different plants, from mushrooms and delicate herbs that didn't reach his ankles to small trees and shrubbery. With a touch of her hand, an almost wilted flower would gain new life. As for his task, it was mostly uprooting infesting weeds and digging holes, followed by more weed cutting. It was tedious work, but he liked being surrounded by exotic plants, and he would never get bored with Dora around. The woman was a total chatterbox, going on long tangents about each plant. She explained to him the many ways to use each of them. Who knew blue tanglebells had 17 different uses, which was still nothing compared to the 37 of the turmeric roots. They stopped for lunch, and he accompanied her to the kitchen. Dora never stopped talking, simply switching the subject to food. Kai wouldn't tell anyone, but she might be a better cook than Alana. After eating, they were back in the garden. Even if they were working dozens of meters apart, her voice never stopped once. She had a pleasant cadence to her words. It felt like listening to a podcast while working. About halfway through the afternoon, a new stray thought popped into his mind. It was clear Theodora loved to talk, but he doubted she was giving him a speed course on botany just for fun. Please tell me she doesn't expect me to remember everything. Kai tried his best to memorize the most interesting facts, but it was too much. About 3 hours before dusk, Elijah reappeared and took him for another round of practice along the shore. It was as grueling as in the morning, but Dora's concoction must have worked. His muscles had regained some strength, and he was able to push through, more slowly than that morning. From then on, he was going to eat all his meals in the kitchen at Theodora's place. It was the same building he went to this morning, but her living quarters were on the opposite side, facing the jungle rather than the sea. When she started quizzing him about plants at dinner, he would have yelled. I knew it if he was not on the verge of falling asleep on his plate. He answered the best he could. Dora kept smiling encouragingly, but as he failed to answer question after question, the smile grew more strained. Her thoughts were much more transparent than the other two residents. He must have looked a bit down because she added, that was good for our first day, dear. I'm sure tomorrow y'all do even better. Kai nodded his head, almost too tired to feel upset about it. Almost. Her disappointment hit him much more than Elijah's snarky remarks. Did I not try hard enough? Am I not smart enough? Those were the thoughts that accompanied him to bed. Thankfully, he was so tired he fell asleep as soon as his head crashed into his soft pillow. The next few days repeated in similar ways. He would train his running and swimming skills twice, once in the morning and once in the evening. Sometimes the low tide stole the sea away, but Elijah wouldn't let him skip a session, waking him up before dawn if necessary. He had pushed himself like never before without even complaining aloud. Only a few eye rolls at Elijah. He had never held his tongue this much. The rest of the time, Kai helped Theodora take care of the garden and the property. She drowned him with knowledge about botany. He did his best to understand and remember, asking appropriate questions and repeating to himself what he learned to fix it in his mind. He had not spoken to Vera since the first day. Despite giving his all, he couldn't help but wonder if he had done well enough. Am I going to get kicked out? Am I good enough? Elijah's expressions ranged from cold to bored. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Dora had told him he was doing good and she seemed to genuinely be thinking it, but he might be wrong. Maybe she was trying to be nice. These were the most exhausting and busy days Kai ever had in his life. He was completely spent both physically and mentally. His accommodations were the only highlight of his days. A nice bed and running water, plus the best food he ever had in this life. He was not sure if this was what he wanted. They were yet to teach him something useful, but he wanted the ability to choose. Deciding to go home was one thing, getting kicked out was another. As if summoned by his thoughts, Elijah's voice sounded behind him. Come, Lady Vera wants to see you. Turning around and finding him standing, there was not a surprise anymore. Kai followed him in silence with the look of a manner, in this case, a child walking to his execution. Entering the main building for the second time, Kai opened his eyes wide to look at the fascinating oddities adorning the house. The butler didn't give him any time. By now he was sure he was a butler, but he liked to call him that anyway. He was led beyond the main hall with the big wooden table to a cozier room which was still bigger than his house in Greenside. Lady Vera sat in a comfortable armchair by the window. Resting on her knees, she had an old leather-bound tome he couldn't read the title of. It was in a different alphabet from the one he had been taught. Kai sat on the sofa opposite her, a small coffee table standing between them. Elijah had already made himself scarce. After a week, Kai mostly got used to the different mana density around the estate, but he still felt uneasy standing in front of Vera. His subconscious had stopped screaming at him to run away, but the nervousness didn't disappear. After a couple more minutes, she closed her book with a clapping sound and put it aside. So, child, what do you think of your first week here? Her orange eyes almost seemed to sparkle in the light, making him feel like she could see any thought he had. What does she want me to say? That I didn't learn anything about magic? That it was a walk in the park? Is she trying to put me on the spot like last time to see how I react? Vera didn't seem to mind that he took his time before answering, but her gaze was unnerving. After much debating, Kai decided getting straight to the point was the best course of action. Was it some kind of test? I suppose you could say that, but it was also an important lesson you had to understand. Can you tell me which one? That you have to work hard to achieve something. It was the most obvious answer and a bit banal, but he could not think of anything better. Vera's face gave no hint if that was the right answer. That is exactly the point, but not the correct answer. What does that even mean? Luckily, she didn't stare at him, waiting for an answer he didn't have. Vera adjusted in her seat and leaned forwards, attracting his attention to the coffee table between them. A pile of pebbles, each no bigger than his thumbnail, rested on the wooden surface. Kai was pretty sure they hadn't been there a moment ago and stared at them mystified. Stop looking at them as if they are hiding the secrets of the arcane arts. They're common pebbles I picked up on the beach this morning. Kai fell back in his seat. It wasn't his fault no one in this house could act normally. She was the one that kept casually making things appear and disappear. I assume you know how to read and write, considering your father's job and the way you eye each book you pass. Kai gave a small nod, waiting for her to continue. Did your parents also teach you any math, child? Relin didn't teach him anything more than counting to 100, but Kai probably knew way more than he had, so he nodded. Yes, I know basic calculus. Good, it will make this next part easier. Tell me if there is something you don't understand. Without further ado, the pebbles arranged themselves in straight lines on the left side of the table. One lonely pebble moved to the right. This represents the Baquer archipelago, all the major and minor islands. Vera began explaining. Next, 150 more pebbles moved forward in another group. This is the extension of the Mirian Republic lands on the continent. Kai knew the archipelago was considered not much more than a few rocks in the sea, but it wasn't that small. The Viri jungle alone covered a third of Yanlan, and it was huge. He never thought the Republic was that big. How big is the Talthan continent exactly? He couldn't help but ask. I don't have a large enough table in this house to represent it correctly using pebbles. That will be a lesson for another day. Kai stared dumbly at the hundreds of pebbles still on the side. The table in the hall was 10 times this coffee table. Remain focused, child. If you don't even understand the Mirian Republic, there is no point looking further. She gestured to where one small pebble was facing 150. This is the difference in landmass, but it might be more useful to understand the difference in population. An army of pebbles joined the Mirian Republic ranks till they had almost doubled. About 200 people are living in the archipelago. The Republic has more than 70 million citizens. She didn't expect him to understand those numbers, which was why she used the pebbles as a reference. It wasn't huge compared to the modern numbers on Earth, but they didn't have industrial farming here. If you went back in time, the Mirian Republic population alone was comparable to the whole of Europe in the Middle Ages. It was a bit more than Kai expected, but he could wrap his head around it. But Vera wasn't done yet. Now, despite those numbers seeming very large to you, you must not think the Mirian Republic is a very important or populous kingdom. The whole reason why they decided to annex the Baquer archipelago was a weak show of strength to improve their standing. They wished to be recognized as an established country, despite having been founded only 1,500 years ago. They hope nearby countries will hesitate to attack them directly if they act mighty. Only 1,500 years ago. He knew time spans were considered differently, but it sounded so ridiculous he let out a chuckle, then he immediately regretted it. Vera looked dead serious. It didn't seem like she was joking at all. Kai's mind was swarming with questions. Mistaking his thoughtful expression for confusion, Vera tried to make things easier to understand. You don't have to worry about any other nation, just keep in mind the Republic is towards the bottom of the pack. Even then, on the mainland, 50 of the people in their lands are born with a race grade of red, 10 to 12 with red, and around 1 with orange or higher. Do you know what 1 of 70 million is, child? He answered in a whisper, it's 700,000. If Vera was surprised he had answered, she didn't let it show. That is correct. There are almost 1 million people that at birth have a higher race grade than yours now, and most of them will have been surrounded by teachers and tutors since they were in the cradle. It wasn't an easy truth to stomach. It was like he had climbed a mountain from the day he was born, to later discover some people got a helicopter ride to the top. He could see them as they flew by smugly, while he could only keep climbing with his own 2 legs. Kai had long known that some people were born luckier, but one thing was a vague idea, another was hard numbers. He felt comforted that he had his advantages. He might not beat them all, but that was fine. He had worked hard from the day he was born. That had to count for something. No other child could beat him on that. After giving him a few seconds to process, Vera pulled him out of his thoughts and continued speaking. A higher grade means higher stats. Your muscles get stronger and more precise, your mind faster and your senses sharper. Naturally, it makes it easier to learn and progress skills. Not only that, with higher stats, each action you make is generally better, which increases the life experience from everyday activities. It's true the boost orange grade grants is not huge and both of the effects are minor, especially if compared to what you get after learning a profession, but every little bit adds up. From the day they were born, they get a small advantage every day. That is true for the one, but also for around 8 million children with a red grade. They may not be as lucky as the one, but among so many, great talent and genius abound. Another one of his certainties fell. Kai always felt reassured that the life experience he gained was higher than his peers. Even if some people might be born luckier, he was improving faster, or so he had believed. What did I even work for? Despite trying to improve my status from birth, so many newborns are just better than me. He had accepted he wasn't the hero of the story, but he had not thought there would be literally millions that had him beaten. With the same inexorable persistence, Vera put the last nail in the coffin. Finally, remember that at Orange you have 14 skill slots. The one had them from birth, and you can be sure their parents prepared a list of skills to teach them while they're in the womb. Kai sank into his seat, not sure how to respond. All the accomplishments he had felt so proud of were meaningless. Can you tell me the lesson I was trying to teach you now, child? Vera's voice lacked her usual edge. He guessed that was the closest she would get to softening her tone. Kai hesitated, his confident act long lost. No matter how hard I work, some gaps cannot be closed. Veria suddenly seemed to tower over him despite not having moved. What kind of idiot lesson would that be? He jumped in his seat, surprised by the fire in her voice. If I thought you were helpless, I would have given you a couple tips and sent you your way. Veria leaned forward, nailing him with her gaze, her eyes like flames, as a nearly physical pressure pushed down on him. Listen to me carefully, Kai. You are probably one of the most talented children in the entire archipelago. You now need to make an important choice. What do you wish your future to be like? If you choose to leave, you can have a bright future on these islands without much effort. But if you wish to go beyond and compete with people who are born with many advantages over you, then the effort you put in this week will be nothing. Your path will never be easy. Y'all need to work 3 times as hard as them, and y'all need to do it every day of your life. That is the lesson I was trying to teach you. Veria relaxed her posture and tone, but her words still carried weight. I tested you this past week to see if you had the will necessary to take this choice into consideration. It's still too soon to say for certain, but I see an ember in you, Kai. Whether it will grow or get snuffed out, I don't know yet. She leaned back into her armchair, and Kai released a breath he didn't know he was holding. Yurei too young to understand the implications, but Yurei the only one who can make this decision. I wasn't planning on taking a new student, but I'll give you a chance if you are willing to go all the way. Now go, child. Your mother will be here soon. You can discuss this with her. No one will overhear your conversation. If you choose the first option, you can go back with her. I'll give you enough coins to buy a house for your family wherever you want in the archipelago, and to find another teacher. But if you decide to stay, I will not accept anything less than your utmost limit every day. Y'all think back to this past week as a relaxing holiday. With his head full of more thoughts than it could reasonably contain, Kai stood up and followed Elijah back to his quarters. His eyes did not wander to the mysterious relics on the walls on his way out. Veria revealed a dozen pieces of information that could have kept him busy for weeks speculating, but his mind ignored all that for now. He had just been explicitly told he had to make the most important decision of his life. He didn't realize he had sat by the sea like he did every morning in meditation. His thoughts were all there was. The first instinct was to take the opportunity, but this wasn't just him taking a chance and waiting to see where it went. There would be no more leisure or family time. He was signing every free hour of his foreseeable future to this. Saying yes was easy, owning up to the consequences of that choice not so much. Everyone wanted to be the steadfast hero, who fought against the worst odds and still triumphed, but Kai knew he wasn't that person. That person was a myth, but could I become that? Kai thought he had worked hard since he got reincarnated. Veria showed him it had been nothing. What if he tried his best and it still wasn't enough? Am I good enough? That was the question he always secretly wondered, lately more than usual. He liked to joke about being a genius, but was he really that brilliant? On the other hand, he was offered enough money to help his family and still get a teacher. He might not become someone outside of this archipelago, but was it that bad? He lived in a tropical paradise for the spirit's sake. Maybe not Greenside, but we can always move somewhere else. He could help his family and enjoy life. He may never change the world, but he could still make a difference. It would give him the power and security he desired, even if only on the islands. If he chose to risk it and he didn't match Veria's standards, she would send him away and he would be left with nothing. Kai had not noticed someone calling his name until Alana touched his shoulder. Have you already forgotten about your mother? Alana said with fake anger before looking worriedly at him. Is everything okay, sweetheart? If they have treated you badly, you can tell me. No one can mistreat my little boy. I'll go talk some sense into them. Kai felt himself smiling and went to hug her tightly, forgetting his worries for a few precious seconds. Then he started explaining the situation. They both walked on the beach under the midday sun, listening to the waves crashing to shore. Gathering his thoughts, Kai began to talk, slowly at first then so fast that Alana had to stop him to make sense of his speech. He explained his current dilemma without leaving out a single detail. All the pros and cons, he could think of all the scenarios he could imagine. His mother listened without interrupting. What do you think I should do? Kai finally asked. Alana stayed silent for a moment, staring at the ocean. The sun was now much lower behind them. Then she turned to look at him, appearing a bit sad. Kai, I knew you were mature for your age, but I never realized how much. Maybe if I didn't let you go through so much, you wouldn't have been forced to grow up so fast. He was about to argue, but she gently shushed him. I know it was my fault, but it was my duty to protect you, and I should have done a better job. Mom, I can take care of myself. Kai, this time he was the one to interrupt. It's not what you think, Mom. Even if Veria didn't keep her word, they were so far from the mansion that no one else could hear them. Not that he thought she was lying. She had no need for that with someone like him. He had not planned it, but at this moment Kai knew he had to come clean if he didn't want to build their relationship on a pile of lies. He hesitated for a second, trying to gather the courage to tell the truth. It was like the words were stuck in his throat. I want to do this. Kai took a deep breath and spoke without stopping. When I was born, I had memories of a previous life. A previous life in a very different world without mana or any kind of magic. A heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders and he could breathe easier. Kai turned to look at Alana. She was pale, her face a mask of shock and confusion. It was all that he had feared to see. His mother's warm and gentle eyes now showed doubt, her doubt towards him, towards her own son. It lasted just moments, but she could not hide it despite her best attempts. She tried to say something, but soon fell quiet, and so did everything around them. All sounds were drowned by his own heartbeat. Kai could feel the pulse in his ears, and it deafened him. Cold sweat ran down Kai's back despite the heat, a gut-wrenching fear taking over. The silence stretched for interminable moments. Did I make the biggest mistake of my life? Mom, I still am. Lana hugged him, a few tears running down her eyes. Of course you are. I always knew you were special. I'm not sure I understand it all, but Yao'll always be my son. Kai felt his eyes turn moist. A few seconds later, he was sobbing like a child in his mother's arms. He would have liked to say he quickly managed to calm down, but by the time he left his mom's embrace, the sun was a bit lower. So how was your other life? Was it happy? Alana asked him. Thinking about it a bit, Kai didn't know where to start, but if he had to describe his life in a sentence. I was sick most of my life, then I died young. Oh, sweetheart, I am so sorry you. It's not as bad as it seems, Mom. I had a nice life. That world was very different from this one. He tried to explain a few things, but each fact needed 10 more facts to be understood. There was so much he wanted to say. He had waited so long to talk to someone about this. But the sun was inching closer to the horizon, and they still had not made a decision. Now that she knew the truth, he would have time to say everything he wanted, just not now. Kai reluctantly switched the topic back to his current dilemma. He had a decision to make. Mom, what do you think I should do about her offer? Alana's gaze was lost in thoughts, but she immediately refocused when she heard the question. Kai, you clearly have thought both possibilities through. There is nothing more I can add. Lady Vera is giving you a unique opportunity. If this is what you want, you should take it. Don't worry about the money. We are going to be fine. He wasn't too convinced. They weren't at risk of starving, but they weren't living comfortably either. They could improve their lives many times over with that money. Mom, if I take the money, we could go wherever we want and give better opportunities to my sisters. Wouldn't Ale like not having to take a job so soon? And what about Kia? She always says how she hates Greenside. Isn't it wrong and selfish to take a gamble for me when I could help us all for certain? The reason why Vera offered him so much money, given that the sum was probably nothing to her, was to tempt him to see how resolute he was in his choice. But how could he forgive himself if he didn't consider what was best for his family? Sweetie, how do you think your sisters would feel if you gave up this opportunity for them? How do you think I would feel? We could always use more coin, but we can also do without. This is your opportunity. If you refuse it for us, we would be the selfish ones. Despite her reassurance, Kai didn't feel any better. But what if I take her offer and fail? Wouldn't I have wasted it all for nothing? They had walked far from the mansion while they talked. Alana stopped and sat down by the sea, patting the sand beside her for him. He was too nervous to stay put, but he forced himself to sit. Kai, I can't tell you what decision to make, but I'm sure you will be able to surpass anyone's expectations if you choose to stay. She said it with such conviction, he also believed it for a moment. He then realized he had been wishing Alana would give him the excuse to take the money and leave. He would sacrifice himself for his family and take the easy path with the perfect excuse, being the ideal son and not having to test himself. Alana kissed him on his forehead. I'll always be here for you whatever happens, and your sisters will too. She took off her pendant with the 2 concentric circles crossed by a Lineth sacred symbol of the archipelago and offered it to him. Remember, the spirits always help their sons and daughters who strive for more. Kai took the pendant from her. It wasn't as practical as he would have hoped, but he knew how much it meant for his mom. Thankfully, Alana's advice wasn't over. If you can't make a decision, try to imagine yourself many years from now. You are much older, having taken one of 2 choices. How will your life be? Will you be happy and satisfied? Think of the life you want to live. Take your time, I'll wait here for you. She smiled at him like he could do no wrong. I wish I had that confidence. Kai needed to move to think, so he started walking along the shore where the sand met the sea. He fidgeted with his mother's pendant while the rolling waves touched his feet. Doing as his mother told him, he closed his eyes and tried to imagine his future. If he chose the safe option, he would be able to carve himself a very respectable life in the archipelago. As he grew, the confines of the islands would begin to feel tighter. He would probably visit the mainland, but by then he would be too far behind. As he had taken the safe choice before, he would do so again and go back to archipelago. Maybe marry and have a nice family, leading a quiet life and abandoning any thought of adventure. Not exactly what he had dreamt of, but he was no child, not completely at least. It wasn't a bad life. Then he imagined the other option. He accepted Vuria's offer to stay. After that, if he failed and got sent home with nothing, his life would be harder, but it would likely repeat the first scenario. The question was if he didn't fail. In the first scenario, he was happy, but was he satisfied? He would be a big fish in a very small pond, subjected to the whims of the outside. The Republic or any other unknown entity could come and do as they please, and he would not be able to do anything. It would be like when the governor took away their home, or when a crimson pool expanded under one of the people he loved. If he took the risk, he might not be good enough to become the hero of the story or even a side character, but at least he would know he had tried his best. If he chose the first option, he couldn't lie to himself he would be a coward. With the truth bare in front of him, there was only one choice he could live with. He would never be powerless again. After he communicated his decision to Vera, nothing much happened. The sky didn't thunder and the waves didn't stop crashing on the beach. He said his goodbyes to his mom, who promised to be back in a month to visit. Then he had a quick dinner and went to bed. The world kept going as if nothing had happened. It all felt so anticlimactic. Not even Vera had any reaction. She continued reading her book unperturbed. Initially, he felt very irritated. She was the one who told him how important this decision was. It took his evening session of meditation under 3 pale moons to see things more clearly. He had just done the easy part. Now he had to live up to his choice. Maybe Vera didn't say anything because she didn't expect him to last long. It'll prove her wrong. With that thought, he fell asleep. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. The next morning began as usual with a brief meditation by the sea. It had reached level 49 the day before, only one more to 50. When Elijah appeared before him, Kai was determined to look confident. From today onward, he'll increase the distance a bit each day, the man said without giving him more than a glance. Kai had expected that and began to run without a word. Now I feel like one of those aloof protagonists. Nothing can stop me. Less than an hour later, he was heaving on the sand with the grace of a whale stranded on shore. His limbs had turned to jelly, and he was glad he had not eaten breakfast yet. He would have 100 thrown up anything in his stomach. He thought he had gotten somewhat used to it after last week. How wrong he was. The smirking butler increased the distance far more than he expected. He didn't think he would ever see the new red marker, but he had not wavered. I made it. You have 10 minutes to make yourself presentable. Lady Vera wants to see you, Elijah's flat tone announced. Kai cursed him before dashing to the shower as fast as he could, despite not feeling his legs. Elijah led him to the pavilion by the sea. The owner of the house was leisurely having breakfast there, which reminded him of how hungry he was. They waited by the side for her to make a sign to come closer. Come, Kai walked up to the table and sat down. From the way Elijah glared at him, he must have done something wrong, but he ignored him and stared at the pastries on the table. Leave him be, Elijah. What's the point of performing formalities if he doesn't know what they mean? This way we'll waste less time. Kai hid a smirk. And you, child, should be more respectful. If you offend someone you can't afford to, you won't last long. Most influential people love drowning themselves in complicated rules for every aspect of social interaction. You should never be so brazen when you don't know who stands before you. Kai nodded his head like a pecking chicken. I apologize if I offended anyone. You should also try to seem more sincere. Can you ask for forgiveness? Kai blushed, but Vera didn't look like she cared that much and continued her breakfast. I even have an acting skill. I might as well act as if she could read my mind. I'll have to teach you some etiquette if you last long enough. With that casual backhand comment, the real grilling began. You can start by telling me all your skills and their level. Kai was taken off guard. How could she casually ask for such private information? He was sure that was against social etiquette too. I thought you already knew. Can you not see my status? Elijah's voice reached him cold as ice. Brat, answer the question. You don't even know how lucky you are. Kai could feel him staring daggers at his back, while Vera continued sipping her tea. Well, if she is going to teach me, she probably needs to know anyway. Kai pulled out his status and started reading his skills. Name: Kai Thailand. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength: 4. Dexterity: 5-6. Constitution: 8. Mind: 9. Spirit: 11. Perception: 8. Skills: 7-7. Meditation LV 4549, acting LV 2426, swimming LV 3440, running LV 3643, teaching LV 7, awareness LV 917, mana sense LV 2123. One by one Kai told her everything. Meditation level 49. Vera smiled. That will make things easier. He was surprised that elicited a reaction. Kai thought his mana sense level was more impressive, considering it was a higher tier skill. Looking at her, she was unreadable. Maybe meditation was helpful to learn magic, he guessed, but he was soon distracted. You might as well eat something. She gestured towards the table. He had not been discreet when staring at a perfectly ripe mango that was calling his name. While Kai happily ate, Vera continued to speak. From now on, you'll continue to work on running and swimming, adding awareness and mana sense too. You can continue meditating on your own. Tell Elijah when you reach level 50. As for acting, y'all need to have at least one social skill, but we can leave it alone for now. Finally, you have teaching. It's certainly curious seeing a child with that skill. One should learn before teaching others. Vera smiled, amused, glad to be an endless source of entertainment. He had not missed how she had not asked why he had a meditation skill as his highest or the acting skill. Probably she didn't care. Whatever the reason, he was glad for it. No way he would be able to lie to her, and he wasn't planning on revealing his secret to anybody else. For now, focus on letting you advance to Orange as soon as possible. Her tone became more serious, any trace of amusement gone. I hope you know I meant it when I said I would accept nothing but your best, child. I don't like wasting my time. I hope you won't disappoint me. She had not raised her voice one bit, but her burning gaze was enough to mark her words into his soul. Saving his pride wasn't the only reason not to fail. He didn't want to see Vera angry or even disappointed. Seeing how the conversation was reaching its conclusion, Kai decided to speak. Can I ask a question? His tone was more hesitant than he'd like. Yes, I can see part of your status. There are many ways and skills to read the status of another person, but before someone unlocks their guide completely, which means 14 for human seer status is protected, it's still possible to get a vague impression if you have a high enough skill, but it wouldn't be pleasant for either you or me to examine it. She punctuated the last statement. I can see your skills, but not their level or the value of your attributes. Skills are always easier to see than attributes. Kai was ever more sure she could read his mind. With her explanation done, he was dismissed before he could add another word. His new routine was about to begin. Too late to turn back now. I am sure it will be fine. The only path I have left is forward. Elijah watched the little brat scurry around the garden with Dora. She always had a soft spot for kids in over their heads. If he wanted to make him quit, she was not going to help, but he didn't need it anyway. Do you wish I'd sent him away? Asked a familiar voice. Only many years of experience stopped him from jolting or showing any sign of surprise. Turning towards the woman behind him, Elijah tried to hide his thoughts better. Not that it ever worked. Vera stood there with a book under her arm, staring at the two working in the garden. He knew she would send the brat away if he asked. In the same way, she knew he would never ask for something so trivial. It would be humiliating and childish. I am confused about why you accepted him. He will most likely not last the month, and even if he miraculously does, I still don't see the point. He would only be a stain on your name if someone discovered he was your student. Vera turned to look at him. Despite the many years he had known her, he still felt like a little kid in front of her. The same as when his father told him she was going to be his teacher. Her face looked slightly amused, but it didn't make her eyes any less piercing. I am so glad that you worry so much about my reputation, but we are well beyond such concerns. If someone discovers where we are, he will be the last of our problems. She was right. This started to feel a lot like one of those lectures he received when he was younger. He didn't have a choice but to admit the truth. Elijah cursed the brat for putting him in this situation. You are right, teacher. I just can't see how he will be worth our time. Vera continued to stare at him expectantly. And I don't like him, Elijah admitted with a grumble. This was so embarrassing. He should have taken the money to help his family. It was clearly the best option. He's going to waste both our time. Vera seemed satisfied with his admission, turning her gaze back towards the garden. I remember you complaining you were bored not 2 weeks ago. It'll do you good to teach someone. Make sure if he fails it's his fault and not yours. With that, she walked away, leaving Elijah more confused than before. He was glad the questioning was over, but she hadn't truly answered his question. He sighed. He had long grown used to her methods, but it was still frustrating. The brat was a charity case. There were easier and better ways to help these barren islands. Was he looking at all this wrong? Was he the one being tested? Did Vera want to see if he could be a good teacher? She did always say how teaching gave a new perspective. He had imagined he would tutor a promising scion of a minor house, not some random child taken from the streets who had yet to unlock his first gate. Maybe it was a test of patience. Vera didn't forbid him from making the brat quit. He only had to make it fair. Elijah smiled. He liked a challenge. Since he was stuck with the brat, he could at least have a little fun. Kai had thought his first week had been hard. Now he realized it was nothing compared to his new routine. Every minute of his day was accounted for. No time to waste and no time for breaks. Despite all Vuria's talk about taking him in as her student, she had yet to teach him personally. Theodora took care of Mana sense training, and he couldn't say that he minded it. Vuria's presence made him feel uneasy, while Dora was patient and always willing to answer his questions. Today the sun was high with not a cloud in sight. He dutifully followed Dora through the garden as she gave her lesson. Mana sense is the cornerstone to understanding the essence of creation present in every corner of Elides and beyond. Whether you want to become a weaver of the arcane arts or add a little flavor to your skills, Mana sense is where you start. The most advanced professionals in any field use mana in some way, be they cooks, smiths, or farmers, and you can't use something you can't perceive. Not efficiently, at least. Kai could already see where this was leading, and he wasn't too fond of it. But I can already feel mana pretty well. When will I learn to do something with it? This felt a lot like theory before practice. He wanted to learn how to throw lightning and fireballs. It felt like every time he got close to anything magical, he was told to wait longer. He would be happy by lighting a candle. Something, anything. Be patient, dear. The level of your skill isn't everything. You must learn how to apply it correctly first. Smarts before brawn, remember. You might learn to create a few sparks or move a feather, but then you would get stuck. It's better to learn things properly. Your mana sense can never be good enough. It will make you progress much faster when you learn other mana skills later. Sensing his sinking mood, Dora tried to distract him with a cheerful voice. Now let's get to work. Mana is everywhere, but it's particularly concentrated in living organisms, which makes them the perfect subject for beginners. To know when and how to properly harvest a plant, reading its mana flow is essential. She tried to make it sound as exciting as possible. Dora knelt beside a row of small shrubberies dotted with red flowers with a silver pistil. Take these silver hibiscus, for example. Focus on one plant at a time and tell me what you see with mana sense, dear. It wasn't what he imagined his first magic lesson would be like, but beggars can't be choosers. As soon as he activated the skill, light particles crowded his vision. He tried not to get overwhelmed by the 360 view, concentrating only on the plant in front of him. It took a bit of effort to ignore the lush garden brimming with life and mana, but it wasn't the first time he had tried this. As if putting on a pair of glasses, the small shrubbery came into focus. No more shifting points of light, but a continuous flow that passed through the whole plant, from the leaves and flowers to the roots that disappeared into the ground. Look carefully and tell me what you see. Focus one section of the plant at a time, but don't forget they are all part of the same being. Dora's voice came from behind him in a whisper. It was hard to listen or talk while using the skill. His focus wavered more than once, but he started to describe what he saw. Be more specific, Kai. Observe each branch and leaf. He didn't know what he should be looking for at first, but he started to notice small differences. The flow wasn't equal in all branches. In some it was a slow trickle, in others like a river, fast and consistent. It took a moment to realize the flow of mana depended upon the number of flowers on each branch. Where there were no flowers, the plant hardly sent any, but as the number of flowers increased, so did the flow. The mana wasn't flowing randomly inside the plant. It was circulating with purpose. Good job, Dora complimented. Seeing is the first step, then you must know what it means. For that, knowledge is important, but so is experience. You want always be presented with plants you're familiar with. Learning how to analyze a new specimen and understand what you see is very important. Kai had never taken the time to observe something in such detail. This opened many new possibilities to look at the world. Aunt Dora, can you also do the same with a person? What can you tell from a person's mana flow? She gave him a shining smile. Indeed, there is much you can tell by looking at someone's mana channels. Healers learn to judge their patient's health by their mana flow, but human beings are much more complex than this plant. For now, I want you to observe each silver hibiscus in my garden and tell me what you find. Start with the health of the plants and add anything else you find noteworthy. If you do a good job, I'll cook whatever dish you want, desserts included. Now let's get to work. Knock when you're done. With that, she was off, going towards the greenhouse beside the garden. Her promise got his attention. Yesterday, he discovered ice cream existed in this world too. Dora mostly prepared sorbet with local tropical fruits. He could already taste it, that cold sweetness. Kai enthusiastically turned to look at the neat 3 rows of hibiscus standing in front of him. He counted at least 30. It was going to be a long afternoon. After he decided to stay, Dora gave him a notebook and an enchanted pen that wrote without needing ink. It was much plainer than the one his father possessed, but it worked fine. He had looked at it from all angles, but there was no sign of runes or mysterious symbols visible on its bare metal surface. It probably made sense from a practical standpoint to have them on the inside, but it did not satisfy his curiosity. He had been tempted to open it, but he couldn't find any seam to unscrew, and he didn't want to break it. He opened his notebook on a fresh page to start writing his observations. Many pages were already filled with barely legible notes on botany. If they continued at the same pace, he would soon need a new one. Realizing his mind was wandering off topic, he stopped stalling and activated his mana sense to begin the tedious task. He moved through each silver hibiscus and noted down their health based on the mana flow. At first, he wasn't sure what he was looking for, but after the first few plants, it became easier to interpret what he was seeing by comparing them. Realizing his approach left a lot to be desired, Kai tried a new method. He quickly went over all the plants, noting down his observations without trying to understand them. After having a clearer picture, he formulated different hypotheses and tested them how he could, looking for the underlying patterns. He hit a small roadblock at first, but then he understood the trick. While this was a mana sense exercise, observing the hibiscus with his normal senses was also important. His mana sense allowed him to find the anomalies, then ordinary sight could reveal as much. His task proceeded smoothly. He went over all the plants a second time with a deeper understanding. It was much easier to piece the puzzle together when you had all the pieces. He did feel a bit proud of himself, before he remembered all the times he went on tangents, based on snippets of information over the years. Anyway, let's move on. He added an unassuming line in his notebook. Note to self, whenever possible, always gather all available information before trying to find out the solution to a problem. Don't waste time with insufficient information. It felt so obvious when he wrote it down, but most things were in abstract terms. Applying them in real-life situations was the tricky part. Going back to his silver hibiscus, there were still a few small oddities that he couldn't explain. They appeared in only a handful of plants out of the 30-plus specimens. Often, they were unique to a plant. After racking his brain without results, he remembered the memo he just wrote down. Even if leaving a question unanswered miffed him, he forced himself to move on. I hope noticing them is enough. Going over his notes, he felt satisfied. There was only one irregularity still bothering him. He had observed it in 5 hibiscus, so it wasn't too rare and it wasn't something too minor either. Their entire mana flow looked weak. It wasn't something localized to a branch or some roots. The whole plants felt strained. It kept bugging him. In most cases, mana anomalies showed something with his normal sight, a dying branch or a fat caterpillar feeding on the leaves. But these plants looked perfectly healthy. They were some of the most thriving and bigger specimens. He kept pacing back and forth between the 5 plants, but he couldn't come up with any reasonable hypothesis. So how did it go? Dora asked, interrupting his fruitless musings. She was standing a couple meters from him. The sun was much lower on the horizon and several hours must have passed. He was so focused on his task he hadn't noticed the light dimming. He remembered Dora had told him to call her when he was done. The fact she was here didn't bode too well. Despite this, he was calm. Well, I did all I could. Time to get my grade. Dora didn't look upset, but she wasn't smiling brightly either, maintaining a reserved silence while her yellow eyes watched him expectantly. Stopping himself from overthinking, Kai decided they might as well start from his current dilemma. These silver hibiscus have a lower mana flow than the rest, but I can't see anything wrong with them. They seem the perfect example of a healthy, thriving plant, with many blooming flowers and branches. Is it because the low mana density can't sustain them? Kai suggested, not too confident in his guess. Dora took a glance at the plants before answering. You're quite right, these plants are healthy, but they grew too fast. Now they can't gather enough nutrients and mana to sustain themselves. If we don't provide them with what they need, they will start to wilt soon. Dora assumed the lecturing tone she used when she explained something important. If the ground and mana are too far off from the needs of the plant, it is usually best to prune a few branches to save the rest. Otherwise, it will require constant attention and supplements to survive as it is. These silver hibiscus aren't valuable, so pruning would be the best option. But even with rare and expensive plants, it is often best not to let them grow too large. It will dilute the potency of the parts you want to harvest. As she spoke, she was already pruning branches with practiced ease. After she was done with the plants, she turned back towards him. Is there anything else you noticed, dear? Yes, Kai shuffled the pages of his notebook, unsure of where to start. He began with the observations and conclusions he was most sure of, then moved to his speculations. He walked among the rows of hibiscus to illustrate his points, while Dora followed along and asked questions. He expected her to focus on the plants or his use of mana sense, but she seemed more interested in his thought process, her smile growing ever larger. In the end, she told him to recount all his actions and reasoning from the very beginning and not skip anything. You did very well, Kai. The methodology you use is very important in research work. You also showed great adaptability when you ran into a dead end. Your process was a bit chaotic, but it's a very good start. An investigative spirit is fundamental in alchemy. Dora complimented him, already muttering to herself all the different things they were going to do together. Kai couldn't say he didn't enjoy the praise, but he was a bit confused. He had been confident he had done well enough, but all the other times he had given his all in her test on botany, she had never appeared half as enthusiastic, even when she praised him. I know I'm amazing and all, but it seems a bit excessive. Thinking back to it, he realized he had used a very loose version of the scientific method, gathering data, formulating hypotheses, testing and repeating. He had not done it intentionally. He guessed having suffered through the school system back on Earth must have been worth something. I never thought I would need to thank my science teacher, but weird things have been the order of the day lately. With a shrug, he decided to enjoy the compliments while they lasted. He had the feeling he was going to need all the confidence he could get. Elijah had not given him half a nod of acknowledgement, despite going through all his skill training. The cold butler was going to be the one to train his awareness skill, and he could bet that was not going to be pleasant. Ouch! Kai massaged his arm where a pebble hit him. There was hardly any part of his body that didn't sport a bruise. Naturally, the best way to train his awareness skill was Elijah sneakily flinging pebbles at him. They were as small as they could get, but still hurt a lot. The pain was only to motivate him more obviously. All was done to help him train the skill, as if he would miss the smirk on the butler's thin lips. From when he woke up till he went to sleep, he had no moment of peace. Always keeping an eye on his surroundings, his heart missed a beat at every rustle of the wind. Even when he noticed, he was often too slow to dodge. He was becoming more and more paranoid and skittish. He hardly had any rest that night or the following ones. Kai couldn't rest in any position without wincing at the small round bruises that covered his body. Every sound made him jump, even if he knew he was safe. Sleep wasn't a warm embrace, but the knowledge that another day of torture would soon begin. Eventually, exhaustion always won, usually with a bit of help from meditation. Then the next day would come and it would all repeat. This new form of training didn't mean they would neglect running and swimming, quite the opposite. Each time he got good enough to finish in a somewhat decent time, the bar was pushed to a new height, the only difference being he also had to worry about not getting hit by pebbles while he ran on the beach. Training when you were exhausted was only more beneficial. In the end, it was all for his benefit. Obviously, he knew there was no point in arguing. Words would not save him this time. On Elide's people had a very different view of physical punishment. It was normal if not encouraged for children to get a few good smacks. His parents had never hit him, but that was more of an exception. Alana had her ways if she wanted to be listened to. While his dad had often told him of all the times he got hit with a stick on the knuckles during his education and at home, he didn't think too fondly of those periods, which was why he never used those teaching methods. This treatment was perfectly acceptable to society. When you asked for an apprenticeship and if this wasn't exactly what happened to you, signed away any right to complain or argue. He could either endure or give up, but if they thought this was enough to make him leave, they were dead wrong. Each time Kai's determination started to waver, he only needed to imagine Elijah's smirk to renew his determination. He would walk through fire, before giving the butler the satisfaction of giving up. Spite and pride were powerful motivators. The rapid progress in his skills was the most annoying part. It was nice that all his sweat and tears weren't for nothing, but knowing that getting tortured was an effective training method left him with mixed feelings. If this didn't traumatize any normal child, he would be surprised. Who knows if there are therapists in this world? I will need one after this. Not to say his days were all bad. He was learning lots of interesting things with Dora. She had started to teach him how to harvest and process different plants. He only touched basic ingredients, but she promised to show him how to make a simple concoction. Alchemy, here I come. Not even those moments were safe from his awareness training, not entirely. While Dora had not stopped Elijah, she had argued that if he had to disturb her time, he had to make it worthwhile. When Kai was in the garden, he would get some kind of mana warning, so he could train mana sense together with awareness. Kai felt a bit betrayed that Dora had not stopped the sham, but he never asked her to intervene. It would feel like giving Elijah the win. This ended up being the single most helpful method to improve his mana sensing abilities. In the beginning, he tried keeping mana sense constantly active, but it was too distracting. He still had to listen to Dora's lessons, take notes, and complete many tasks around the garden. It felt like a contradiction, but there was only one solution. He had to learn to perceive mana without actively using the skill. How could he feel mana without mana sense? Only after many painful failures, he started to feel something. A slight tingling on his skin, a shift in the air when there was a change in the surrounding mana. Subtle changes, but they were there if you knew what to look for. He began to understand what Vera meant when she told him that skill level wasn't everything, and learning how to use a skill was almost as important. Mana sense leveled quite a lot considering the short time frame, but his usage and mastery of the skill improved even more. Kai enjoyed the dawn of a new day. Living by the shore had always been a dream of his. 2 weeks prior, he asked Vera to be exempt from awareness training while meditating. Unfortunately for the butler, oral sparring was one of his strong points, especially when he was in the right. He had won the argument in few moments of undisturbed peace. Kai smiled, enjoying the breeze on his skin and the familiar smell of the sea, while he mentally prepared for the day. Clear the mind and just be. Ding. Meditation has reached LV 50, requisite for the first milestone met. Congratulations. Ding. New feat for pushing red skill to the first milestone. Before your first seal has been opened, you are awarded +2 favor. Ding. For unlocking the favor attribute, your first seal will be opened ahead of time. The guide starts to open its arms to you, granting renewed freedom and access to a multitude of possibilities. You are to choose which way to travel, but remember that each choice has consequences. Kai stared straight ahead with a void look in his eyes, his mind racing with questions and possibilities. What is favor? A 7th attribute. What about unlocking the guide ahead of time? Finally, it took you long enough. The comment cut through his thoughts. Kai turned to see Elijah. Stop staring at me like a dead fish and get up. Vera will want to see you now, the butler said tersely, already walking away. Kai was so stunned by what was happening, he took a moment to process his words before scrambling on the sand after Mr. Jerk. Too baffled by the revelations to get annoyed, Kai quietly followed the pale man with his head among the clouds. It wasn't a long walk. Most mornings Vera had her breakfast on the beach at the pavilion. Today was no different. It was about an hour after dawn. Vera sat on her chair sipping from a teacup and reading a book on the side, somehow managing to make it look graceful. Come, she said without raising her gaze from her read. Kai didn't have to get told twice. He didn't have many interactions with Vera in the last weeks, besides a few chats here and there, but he had gotten used to her presence. The multitude of questions swirling in his head pushed away any hesitation as he promptly sat down across from her, eager to get some answers. There was already a teacup filled with a sweet amber liquid ready for him. He had long stopped questioning these minor mysteries and just helped himself to the glazed pastries and biscuits on the table. He knew Vera didn't mind and Elijah got annoyed, both valid reasons to enjoy the food. He didn't often get the opportunity to taste such luxuries. Theodora wasn't stingy with food, but Vera's food was usually more varied and expensive. As Kai heard a displeased grumble behind him, he smiled and stuffed his mouth with more food. Elijah's annoyance made everything sweeter. He knew he would pay for this in their next training session, but it was so worth it. Kai eagerly waited for Vera to start the conversation. She might not mind his table manners, but she didn't like getting interrupted while she ate or read. A single glance had been enough to teach him that lesson and not try again. The pastries weren't enough to distract him for long. As seconds turned into minutes, Kai had to consciously stop himself from tapping with his finger on the chair several times. Finally, the master of the estate closed her book and looked at him with her sharp orange eyes. "Child, I can feel you vibrate with impatience. Maybe it's time Dora teaches you to control mana, at least your own," she said offhandedly. Before Kai could give her comment any thought, she started speaking. "I can see you have a lot of questions. However, many of the topics we need to talk about are interlinked and may not be easy to understand until you have the full picture, so listen carefully." Kai knew what she meant was to shut up and not interrupt her. As you found out, it's possible to open your first seal early. The best-known method is to unlock your 7th stat by completing a feat or achievement, such as pushing a skill to 50 before reaching 7. Feats are actions judged noteworthy by the guide that are rewarded with a bonus to your 7th attribute. "What is that stat called for you?" Vera asked. Kai was surprised by the weird question. "Aim favor." "Favor, I suppose it's understandable given the local beliefs. Anyway, the 7th stat is different from the others. It cannot be trained or increased by improving your race grade. The only way is through achievements. In other kingdoms I visited, it was also called fate, destiny, or luck, which are maybe more indicative of what it does. There are plenty of famous scholars who spent all their lives studying its effects, but if we were to simplify to the extreme, we could say favor defines how lucky you are, with 0 being average luck. We are all born with a random value in favor, but for 95 of people, it's 0. Some have it a few points higher, while some unfortunate souls can even have a negative value. It is interesting to note that it's the only attribute that can present a value below 0. Vera stopped her speech as she got straight to the point with no wasted words. "Is everything clear?" she asked. Kai nodded. Knowing her, he repeated back her points one by one to show he remembered everything. She then asked him a few more questions to make sure he had also understood what her words meant. As usual, this part was easy for him. He thought she knew it was unnecessary for such a simple lesson, but he would not say that out loud. Better take a free win and shut up. Vera seemed satisfied. "As I've said, my explanation was very simplistic. There are exceptions to many of my statements, but they would needlessly complicate things right now. Let's move to the next topic. Why don't you take a look at your status for the next part? It will make things easier." Kai had hoped he would get the chance to ask about feats and favor, but it was clear Vera had other intentions. He tried to hide his disappointment and summoned his status with a thought. Name: Kai Thailand. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 4, dexterity 6, constitution 8, mind 9, spirit 11, perception 8, favor 2-4, skills 7-7. Meditation LV 4950 max, acting LV 2627, swimming LV 4046, running LV 4348, teaching LV 7, awareness LV 1729, mana sense LV 2325. Now try to focus on your meditation skill and tell me what you see. Vera calmly instructed. Doing as he was told, a new prompt appeared in his vision. Meditation LV 50. As you reach the first milestone, you are presented with 3 choices to continue your journey. Stay the course on your current path. You won't gain significant new benefits, but you'll greatly deepen your insight into what you already know. Determined to have a serene and calm mind, choose to follow a path to gain better control of your emotions. Having touched upon the mysteries of the essence of the world, choose to devote this skill to delve deeper, attuning yourself to the surrounding mana. Kai read aloud the 3 options with rising excitement. He had known there was a way to upgrade skills, but seeing how it worked for the first time was fascinating. After letting him daydream for a while longer, Vera continued. Every new skill you learn can have a different color grade, but they will all reach a roadblock at level 50, 75, and 100. To increase the level ceiling, you must choose whether to continue on the same path or specialize the skill in a new variant. That is, if you have fulfilled the requirements. It's rare for most people to have even one variant option in their first upgrade, and here the synergy between skills is the most obvious. You would not have been offered a mana variant without possessing mana sense. Luckily, you don't have to make a choice immediately and can unlock more variants while the skill is capped. I've known people who waited years to obtain a particular variant. Vera stopped to give him time to digest all the new information. Each skill had just become so much more complicated. Not only did he have to worry about pushing them to the limit, but he also had to consider what he wanted in the long run. Until now, he had mainly considered skills as a way to earn XP. This would make many people curse him, but he only had very basic skills he had mainly used for fun. Now he had to think about the future. Some of his skills would accompany him for a very long time, maybe his whole life, and there were so many possibilities. Without even talking about how they interacted with each other, his head felt about to explode. Right then, Vera brought him back to the present. Don't worry too much about the choices and take the direct upgrade. Kai was so overwhelmed by the new information. He had not even got to consider what to choose. Instinctively, he couldn't help but argue, but both variants sound better. Don't get fooled by the descriptions. Even if direct upgrades look simple, they always greatly improve what the skill already does and add new across-the-board benefits. There will be a noticeable improvement next time you meditate. More importantly, a variant means specializing. It will close many doors you don't even know exist. You can specialize in a skill only so many times before you are left with a single path forward. Unless you have decided what you want to do for the rest of your life, take the first option. Vera looked down at him as if to remind him he was still a child who didn't know better. He should act like a good boy and do as he was told. Her burning eyes were daring him to contradict her. Kai gulped down and followed her advice. It did indeed make a lot of sense. How could he have ever thought otherwise? Ding. You chose to stay the course. Meditation, LV50, can now reach LV75. Kai then got the chance to ask a few questions before he was whisked away to Dora. She would teach him all the new possibilities that came with passing the first seal and answer his questions. Kai was happy to get a day off. He knew he would have to rack his brain around tons of new knowledge, but it felt like learning to play with new toys on Christmas Day. He couldn't wait to unwrap them all. Before seeing her, Kai could hear Dora humming in her laboratory. As soon as he took a step inside, she presented him with another suspicious-looking potion. He drank it without giving it much thought. It had almost become a daily occurrence, and he never had a worse reaction than an upset stomach. While their taste and texture left a lot to be desired, he was sure he would not have survived this long without them. Bruises and cuts that would have needed a couple weeks to recover were gone in days, and his body felt full of energy. He had long stopped doubting her skills, even if he wondered how such a great cook could create such foul and bitter potions. Biting on some mint leaves he kept in his pocket to clean the potion aftertaste, Kai was happy to see Dora smiling more brightly than usual. At least someone shared a bit of his excitement. I just heard the news. You should be proud, dear. Today you reached a very important milestone. I could not imagine having to deal with a restricted guide. Y'all soon see how convenient it is. Now we better get started. We have so much to cover and today is a lovely day. Naturally, they were not going to sit down while she calmly explained the ins and outs of the guide. Dora immediately dragged him to work outside. The garden hosted all sorts of plants, and there was always something that required their attention. Repotting some young tree seedlings, Dora explained all the new things he could do. The basic principle to customize the guide was to visualize the desired result with as many details as possible and will it into reality. If you could imagine it, chances were you could do it. Changing the size, transparency, and color of the guide messages was only the beginning. He could also alter the font of the characters or add decorations to the windows. The only requirement was his imagination. Dora made it sound easy, but Kai had a hard time trying to change the size of the messages. She promised it was a question of time before he would get the hang of it. Passing on more useful applications, she taught him how to manipulate notifications, to make them appear only when and how he wanted. He had to visualize it and wish for it to be made into reality, but it was much harder to accomplish. As for programming what-if scenarios, that was well out of his league. The key was clear intentions, but it was easier said than done. Don't worry, dear, it will come naturally with time, Dora reassured him. Time flew as Kai tried to make the guide interface look more like a game UI. At lunchtime, he followed Dora to the kitchen. He sat at the table and continued to mess around while she cooked and talked about random topics. After a little bit of chichata, little in Dora's terms, that is, which was about half an hour's turn to more interesting topics. Aside from the cosmetic changes, passing your first seal has 3 practical advantages. That captured Kai's attention enough to stop his efforts to give the guide windows the right shade of blue and focus on the chatty alchemist. First, you can decide to receive your life and skill experience whenever you want at the interval you prefer. Daily, monthly, or even once a year, but I don't recommend that. You could also receive it as soon as you get it, but having dozens of +1 XP notifications can be quite annoying. Most people prefer to look over their progress once a week or two. Dora explained, accentuating her words with her wooden spoon as she finished cooking today's meal. The process is not much different from manipulating notifications. You can try it later. My advice is to. It was very interesting, but Kai already knew it. She said there were 3 important things. He could think of one more, but the last one eluded him. The second benefit is the ability to remove skills. Most people have a skill or 2 they want to discard as they grow up, to make space for those they will need for their profession. Dora smiled at him. You don't have to worry about that quite yet, but I know you want to make space for other skills. Why don't you go ahead? We can go through the last point after lunch. Kai contained his disappointment. He already knew this one too. I might as well check out how it works. He didn't think he would get the chance quite so soon, but he had already decided to discard teaching. It was a skill he had lots of fond memories attached to, but with only 7 slots he couldn't afford to keep it. He also considered abandoning acting, but with his big secret he wanted to keep hidden, he felt safer keeping it. He had learned how unforgiving Elides could be. You never knew when you had to make something up to save your ass. Awareness was the last skill he had considered ditching. Elijah would lose his excuse to throw pebbles at him, but those were thoughts he had at his lowest points. Thinking with a calm mind, it was a very useful skill to have. All his blood and sweat made it improve considerably. He didn't want to have suffered for nothing. Confident in his choice, Kai summoned his status switch. He could also finally dismiss Tu and focused on his teaching skill. Ding. Do you wish to discard? Teaching LV7, be aware that this choice is irreversible. Giving his mental approval, a wave of dizziness washed over him. His hands tightly gripped the table in front of him, lest he fell from his chair. He felt about to faint and vomit at the same time. The awful sensation didn't last long, but it left a sense of wrongness inside of him. It was unlike anything he had felt before. A piece of him had gone missing, and he couldn't find it anywhere. Dora looked at him with a knowing look, putting a plate full of steaming food in front of him. I would have warned you, but no words can accurately describe the real experience. The stronger the skill, the worse it feels. Since your skill is low level, it will pass in a couple minutes. I know you don't feel like eating, but there is nothing better than a full stomach to get over it, trust me. The idea of food made him nauseous. After he forced the first few bites, the deliciousness of Dora's grilled vegetables and medium-rare meat won him over. The unpleasant sensation wasn't gone, but it was getting better. Dora talked about random topics to distract him for the rest of the meal. After they tidied up the kitchen, she went back to the promised topic. So there is one final perk from passing the first seal. Try to summon your status and focus on your skill list. They got to the third mysterious option. Curious to find out, Kai followed the instructions and stared wide-eyed at the result. Ding. Opening skill archive. Available skills. Teaching LV1, writing LV1, dodge LV1, gardening LV1, herbology LV1. This is a very nice surprise. Dora smiled. Whenever you fulfill the requisites to learn a new skill, it gets added to your personal skill archive. From your reaction, I guess you have more than one. Kai nodded, his eyes still focused on the list. This was very convenient. He had somehow thought he would need to relearn the skill every time. This made much more sense. Teaching was there too, back at level 1. He grieved a few seconds for the levels lost before dealing with the new problem. He only had 1 free slot, but he wanted to get all the other 4 options. They all sounded very useful. Getting better and faster at writing would be convenient, and he was sure his father had possessed this skill too. It would be nice to see where the skill upgrades led. There was no question why he got dodge. It would be great to have a better chance to beat Elijah's training method. It would also be useful in general. He liked skills that made him safer. Both gardening and herbology would help him with Dora. He enjoyed tending to the plants in the garden, and these skills would make him even better at it. I need more skill slots. It's not fair that some people are born with double mine. Alas, commiserating never helped anyone. He needed to get to Orange to solve the problem. He checked his progress to see how far it was. Race. Human. Grade. Red. Next advancement, 23,475, 40,000 XP. He gained more than 3,000 XP in about a month, which was pretty damn good. Running and swimming had slowed down as he got closer to level 50. No more easy levels, unfortunately. He had gotten a non-insignificant boost from awareness, but that had started to slow down too. He was at an impasse. He needed more skills to gain more XP, but he needed more XP to have more skills. Damn, life is unfair. His life experience grew higher since he came here. He got more than 100 XP a week, with a peak of almost 200. It was not that surprising, considering this had been the most grueling month of both his lives, but life experience still needed time to accumulate. A lot of time. Kai sighed he would eventually reach it. He had to stay consistent and patient. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Kai and Dora walked back to the garden, discussing what choice he should make. He begrudgingly excluded writing. He wanted to take the skill, but no matter how he looked at it, it was the inferior option. His goal was to reach Orange as fast as possible. It made more sense to learn one of the other three. He would use them much more than for taking notes. They would help him in his daily lessons and level up the fastest. He considered ditching one more skill, but he didn't want to abandon any of them after he invested so much time and effort. Dorn surprisingly wanted him to take gardening or herbology, bringing forth a dozen arguments and explaining all the ways it would help him. She didn't say it out loud, but she heavily hinted that, if he got good enough in the garden, she might start teaching him some alchemy. Her wink-wink was anything but subtle. The temptation was too great to resist, and Kai chose herbology. It would make her lessons easier to understand and remember. He was very curious to see how a skill that influenced his knowledge and memory worked. Gardening was also an option, but thinking about an hypothetical future, he preferred herbology. Spending time potting, pruning, and caring for all sorts of greenery was enjoyable, but he had different ambitions. Herbology sounded like it had more useful applications, even if he didn't decide to become a farmer. Ding. New skill learned, herbology, LV1, the first step in unearthing the secrets of the flora around you. Your knowledge deepens as you become more adept at digging out the truth. Okay. Who knew the guide liked puns? You really learn new things every day. As always, the description was vague as shit. He still didn't understand how the guide worked. Vera and Dora had sometimes mentioned theories of what it was, but they didn't delve deep. His mother had told him it was the blessing of the spirits, but that answer felt a bit biased. He had started to believe the restrictions of the guide were for the better. He was a bit of an oddity, but if he didn't have his memories, he wouldn't have trusted himself with the ability to get rid of skills, let alone choose a profession. The guide didn't seem to consider reincarnators, or maybe it did. After all, there were ways to unlock the first seal ahead of time. Dora had told him in mana-rich areas children tended to mature faster in some aspects. A higher mind stat improved memory and speed of thought, but that didn't necessarily make you smarter depending on your definition of intelligence. That may be why she had such high expectations, as if remembering everything she said should come naturally. He had been born with a different kind of advantage. Whenever he asked if something existed, the answer was always yes 90 of the time, and maybe the remaining 10. It might be why they didn't question his oddness. There were probably far weirder things out there. Dora smiled cheerfully after he made his choice. I'm happy you chose the best option, dear. We are going to have so much fun together. Then she winked with a conspiratorial air. We are done for today. You can take the rest of the day off. I'll call you when dinner is ready. I'll finish things up here. He didn't know if it was a favorable treatment for choosing the skill she wanted or to give him time to mess around with the guide. He wasn't going to say no to free time. Thanking her with a big smile, Kai ran to the beach. I can't remember the last time I had some time off. It had been a busy month and it was only the beginning. He considered relaxing and taking a nap, but he preferred to tinker with the guide. Oh my God, who have I become? Where did this diligence come from? I'd like to think I took my second chance at life seriously. If I think about it, the problem is that I don't have many ways to waste time. I miss having an internet connection with an unending rabbit hole of possibilities at my fingertips. Kai laid down on the warm sand. I need to find a way to waste time. Maybe it's not that there are no distractions, but that I am dirt poor. MHMM. Mulling idly and changing the guide interface, Kai happily spent the next few hours. Sitting on the sand by the shore, Kai reviewed his progress. His 7th birthday was a bit more than a month and a half away. Name: Kai Thailand. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 4-5, dexterity 6-7, constitution 8-9, mind 9-10, spirit 11-12, perception 8, favor 4, skills 7-7. Running, LV 4869, swimming, LV 4667, meditation, LV 5058, awareness, LV 2943, herbology, LV 140, acting, LV 2731, mana sense, LV 2536. 10 months of effort had not gone unnoticed. Now, this was something he could feel proud of, but not the reason he opened his status. It was finally time for the big step. The goal that helped him persist through the grueling training when he wanted to quit. It had felt unreachable for so long. Now it was finally within his grasp. He didn't know how to feel. All he had to do to raise his race grade to orange was giving the mental command to the guide. He was excited and a bit nervous. Dora had offered to brew a numbing potion for him, but he had never been particularly scared of pain, not the physical kind anyway, that always passed. It was a good opportunity to test his pain tolerance without any risk. Everybody on the islands went through it, and he doubted they could afford painkillers. He didn't want to take an easier route. He skipped breakfast, Having anything in his stomach would lead to unpleasant consequences. Kai took off his clothes and walked towards the sea. The tide was fair, leaning towards low, one lonely moon visible in the sky. The water only reached his knees. He had received weird looks when he said he would evolve his race in the sea, but no one objected. It was not like there was a right place to do it, and the sea calmed him. Okay, stop stalling and do it. You can do this. Knowing he would not be able to stand, he sat cross-legged in the shallow water and gave the mental command. Ding. Life experience, 74 XP. Skill experience, 100 XP. Red, 40,000 XP. Conditions for race evolution met. Beginning advancement from human, red to human, orange. Here goes nothing. Kai clenched his jaw in anticipation, but the instantaneous reaction he expected didn't happen. Waves of energy moved through his body. He could feel a nucleus of heat accumulating in his chest near his heart, growing hotter and hotter each second. So hot he started wondering if he would catch fire. The cool water of the sea became unnoticeable. Kai was about to curse the nerve-wracking build-up aloud when the first jolt of pain spread through his body. All the heat in his chest flooded his body, like molten metal was running through his veins. His muscles started contracting randomly as he lost control of his body. The heat didn't show any sign of subsiding, as if his very flesh and bones were being melted and reforged. Kai writhed in the shallow water, his limbs twisting spasmodically. His screams were cut short when he lost the ability to control his vocal cords. With a blink of clarity amidst the storm of agony, his mind couldn't help but wonder if maybe the sea wasn't such a great idea after all. Drowning in a span of water became a real possibility. He was sure Elijah was observing him somehow. We're not best buds, but he won't let me drown, right? Kai had no more time to contemplate his stray thoughts. The pain was too unbearable to do anything, besides praying for it to end. He would curse himself for not taking Dora's offer if he could put the thought together. He knew the advancement to orange would take longer than the enhancement inside a grade. How much exactly was anyone's guess? Not that he had any concept of time right now. Pain and fire were all there was. Nothing else existed, nothing else mattered. His entire body was being reforged, mind included. It was a blessing in disguise since it prevented him from being fully conscious of the whole process. After he squirmed and writhed enough to make any worm watching green with envy, the pain started subsiding like the lowering tide, slow and consistent. He had no idea of how long had passed. Feeling the coarse sand against his left cheek, he realized he somehow found his way to shore, his feet still in the sea with the slow waves rhythmically rising to brush against his chin. He laid under the sun on a late winter morning. There was nothing quite like the feeling of being born anew. A mix of elation, euphoria, and serenity, plus 100 more minor shades of feeling he couldn't put into words. This sensation was many times stronger than the other 2 times he experienced it. He would have gladly laid there for hours, maybe take a nap, but his improved senses took notice of the stench coming from his body. To push his body to a higher grade, not all could be salvaged and reforged. Some organic material had to be expelled. The sea had washed away part of it, but he could still feel a thin layer of filth covering his entire body. His skin was more sensitive than ever, making him feel disgusting without even taking into consideration the smell. Trying to stand up, Kai brought up his arms to push himself off the sand, but he used too much strength and threw himself backward. Luckily, he ended up in the shallow water. Kai laughed at the ridiculous situation. He had put all his strength into the gesture to see if he could stand up, but he didn't expect this. He excitedly checked his status to see the changes. Name: Kai Thailand. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength 5'8". Dexterity 7'9". Constitution 9'12". Mind 10'13". Spirit 12'15". Perception 8'11". Favor 4'9". Skills 7'14". Running LV69, swimming LV67, meditation LV58, awareness LV43, herbology LV40-41, acting LV31, mana sense LV36. He had expected a big increase, but this exceeded his expectations. He finally understood why people said that the bonus stats didn't matter before orange. All his stats except dexterity increased by 3, and he wasn't even an adult. He now had 7 whole free slots for new skills. The thought made him giddy. He could literally double his skills. Noticing even his favor had increased, he checked the notifications to see what happened. Ding. A new skill is available in the archive. Pain Resistance, LV1. After having endured severe pain, you have learned how better to ignore it to not let it affect your actions. I should have expected that. He would consider if he should take it later. For now, he moved to the second notification. Ding. New feat. Against all odds, through your own efforts, you were able to rise from the bottom of red to orange before you got access to a profession. This is an achievement few can accomplish. You are awarded +5 favor. Well, that is the icing on the cake. Kai smiled happily. This day couldn't get any better. He rubbed his body with seawater and sand to clean himself. He would get a good shower later. For now, he wanted to test the new limits of his body. It would take time to get used to such drastic changes. Elijah looked out the window and rolled his eyes. The brat was playing and laughing in the water like a nitwit, awed by his new inconsequential power. He shook his head. Who would even think to have their rebirth in the sea and almost drown? Only a fool. It was true Kai was a child, a very foolish child. Perhaps he shouldn't judge some random children to the same standards he had been brought up to. It was already laudable that he lasted till now. Even if the brat often complained when he thought he couldn't hear him, or maybe he did know and did it on purpose. Commoners often lacked manners after all. The only time he had voiced a complaint to his father was when he was a child. He had been whipped twice for each word. At least, now that the brat finally reached orange, they could start some real training. That would help adjust his attitude. He had been too lenient with him lately. Diverting his gaze from the brat's antics, he pondered how he ended up in this predicament, watching over a peasant child like a nanny and having to drag him out of the sea to make sure he didn't drown himself. How low had he fallen? All his friends would have laughed at him for days if they knew. The thought immediately soured his mood, cursing himself for ever caring about any of those traitors' opinions. He would babysit this aggravating child for 100 more years before spending a single second in their presence without a bloodied sword in hand. Give it time. Elijah pushed the memories out of his mind. They would all get what they deserved in time, or he would die trying. For the rest of the day, Kai tried to get used to the changes to his body, starting with his physical improvements. They were easier to assess than his mind or spirit stat. He could swim faster and better without getting tired, with no need to resurface for almost 1 minute longer than his previous record. After taking a shower to scrub away any unpleasant residue from the advancement, he could not see any huge difference in his body, but he felt it. His muscles held greater strength and his reflexes were faster. It was exhilarating. He was now firmly heading into superhuman territory. He might be comparable to a weak adult back on Earth, but compressed into a much smaller and undeveloped body with plenty of room to grow. Hearing his stomach growling, he headed to the kitchen. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by an enthusiastic Dora. "Congratulations on your advancement. Kai, I am so happy for you. I can't wait to continue our lesson. There are so many fun things we can do now." She gave him a quick hug and ruffled his hair, before excitedly talking about her plans and going on tangents to random topics. She was the queen of multitasking. Before he knew it, he was sitting at the table with an extra large portion of food in front of him. She didn't stop talking for 1 second, but he didn't mind it and focused on filling his hungry stomach. He didn't know if people in orange grade needed more food or if it was the advancement that made him famished, but he had never eaten this much in his life. By the time he finished his triple ice cream dessert, he could not take another bite if his life depended on it. He suspected another talk with Vera was in order, but she didn't call for him yet. He had a rare day off. He stayed with Dora for a couple hours, talking about various topics and planning the future. He also got a clearer idea of the difference between humans on Elides and those back on Earth. An average adult person at the peak of red could still be compared to an extremely lucky human who won the genetic lottery in every category. The red grade gave about a 20 to 30 increase to the base stats. Even if the guide offered the same opportunities to everyone, there were still differences between people. Some were born smarter, others stronger and taller or with sharper senses, and it was reflected in their attributes. After you advanced your grade, this only became more obvious. Stats gains were built upon what was already there, making your talents and strong points stand out even more. If you were a particularly strong person, after advancing your race, your higher strength would become even more apparent. Finally, they got to the fun part, learning new skills. They had discussed this extensively in the past months. Kai already had most of the skills he wanted in his archive, but it was exciting nonetheless. Skill archive. Teaching, LV1. Writing, LV1. Dodge, LV1. Gardening, LV1. Reading, LV1. Keen eye, LV1. Processing plants, LV1. Pain resistance, LV1. Apothecary, LV1. Mana manipulation, LV1. After almost a year at the estate, he had accumulated quite the list. Even after doubling his skill slots, it still felt not enough. One step at a time. Let's enjoy the win for now. He reminded himself to not be greedy. He had 7 slots to fill right now. After a little hesitation, he took reading. He had been allowed access to a select few rooms inside the mansion with strict rules not to touch anything. Among those rooms was the library, a huge hall with rows and rows of bookshelves and thousands of books. He had seen bigger libraries in his previous life, but they didn't have the same charm and mystical feel. Most of the volumes in Vera's collection looked handcrafted with mysterious titles and exquisite decorations. He was only allowed to browse a small section on general history and miscellaneous topics, but it had been enough to get the skill. Reading faster and remembering better what you read was a handy skill he hoped to make great use of in the future. He heard of many interesting skills he could unlock if he pushed the skill high enough. Next, he took Keen Eye, which he got from analyzing plants, but it could be used on almost anything. It also offered some very interesting possibilities for the future. Processing plants and apothecary were going to be a must-have for what Dora promised to teach him. The first skill was self-explanatory. The second could be described as the mundane version of alchemy. It didn't require mana and mostly used common non-spiritual ingredients. It wasn't as flashy as he imagined, but he enjoyed taking common herbs and making balms and concoctions to cure all kinds of ailments. Making something useful out of what most people would discard as common weeds required careful handling and processing that tickled the perfectionist side of him. It was also an orange grade skill, and he was proud of it. Dora always said that if you couldn't heal a wound with the plants that grew on the side of the road, you would just waste ingredients trying alchemy. Now that he thought about it, she said the same about mana. You must walk before you can run, young Padawan, and all that nonsense. Kai knew rushing was counterproductive in the long run, but damn, it was annoying. Anyway, where was I? More choices to make. After a little hesitation, he took gardening since he had the space. He wasn't sure if he wanted to commit to alchemy, but since he had a teacher at hand, he would be a fool not to take the opportunity. He could always get rid of the skills if he changed his mind, even if it would not be pleasant. Finally, there was mana manipulation. It was his most awaited skill by far and the only other new orange skill he unlocked. It took weeks of patience to obtain, slowly coaxing Gan begging a few specks of mana inside his body to follow his wishes. It had something to do with his mind stat, but he didn't know exactly how. What mattered was that obtaining the skill would make manipulating mana much easier. He wasn't sure what he wanted to take for his last slots. None of the options excited him. He could find a use for any skill, but did he really need them? He didn't want to go through the process of discarding a skill without a good reason. I have time, I can think about it. His slots wouldn't increase again until yellow, and that was a long, long time away. He had no doubt he would be swarmed by enticing new skills before then. In the last year, he mainly focused on leveling his skills as fast as possible for his race advancement and learning about general knowledge from the library. Now he could start his path to becoming a mage, and that was all that mattered. There was nothing he desired more since he reincarnated. It was clear Vera wasn't the usual retired mage, neither were Dora or Elijah. They were very vague as to the how and whys they were here. Even Dora had not given him any clue, which was truly something considering she never stopped talking. He was curious. Someone didn't come to live in such a remote place unless they wanted to keep a low profile. He wanted to know the truth so badly, but snooping around didn't seem a wise idea. He would get caught 100 and in the best case scenario lose his apprenticeship. In the worst, well. In his time here there had been 3 thieves, who thought themselves good enough they could sneak into the estate unnoticed. When the whole property screamed wealth and every trinket inside the mansion could sell for gold, it wasn't very surprising. The only reason they were able to walk away, figuratively speaking, neither of them could actually walk on their own 2 legs, was so they could spread the rumor and avoid having to deal with a prospective thief every other day. He would not tempt fate by biting the hand that fed him. He would keep his curiosity and limit himself to speculations. His best guess was that they were either on a very long holiday or in hiding. He could not even comprehend the idea of someone so powerful to force them to run. It was clear he was kind of a pet project to relieve boredom, or there was some other unfathomable reason Vera didn't bother to tell him. Kai was perfectly fine with that. He was already getting a lot out of this arrangement. This was the opportunity of a lifetime, and he wasn't going to waste it. He was eager to talk to Vera and start his new schedule. The next day Kai woke up at the first light of dawn. He slept only 6 hours but felt fresh and ready to tackle the new day. He walked the shore for his usual routine. It was slightly cold outside, but after having swum in the middle of winter, a chill breeze was almost pleasant. Another benefit of improving your race grade was a reduced need for sleep, or so he read. The book in question said that at the highest grades, people could manage with sleeping once per year. Even if the author herself admitted such a statement had not been verified and was based on hearsay and a good dose of speculation, Kai had yet to decide if not needing to sleep would be more cool or unsettling. Sure, he often wished he had more hours in the day, but to live without any sleep would be weird. Who doesn't love to take a good nap or fall asleep after a long day? And what about dreams? He couldn't come up with an answer. Not that he needed to worry about this problem, probably ever. For now, needing 1 or 2 hours less a day was a total net positive in his book. Now that I think about it, I bet Elijah is going to increase my training time. Fuck my life. Speaking of which, in his excitement, he had forgot to check his next race enhancement. Orange wasn't the end of the road, just the first step. With a mental command, the familiar window appeared in front of him. Race. Human. Grade. Orange. Next enhancement 0, 100,000 XP. Kai stared blankly at the message for a dozen seconds. What the actual fuck, that's more than all red combined. He had suspected there was going to be a big jump, but not this much. It would be hard to even reach one more enhancement before 14. By doubling his number of skills, his experience gains would also spike, but his old skills were slowing down. He had no more easy gains. After level 50, skills gave 50 more XP, and that rose to 100 after 75, which for red skills was 150 XP and 200 XP per level, respectively. But the increase did not make up for how much harder each new level got. Well, if it was that easy, everybody would do it. There is a reason most people in the archipelago have their race stuck at the beginning of Orange. Kai tried not to get discouraged. One step at a time, he would get there, eventually. He continued with his morning session of meditation and put those thoughts to rest. When he reopened his eyes, Elijah was looming over him, staring at him with a flat expression. Kai casually stood up. That had stopped working months ago. It would take more than this to spook him. He expected to have a long conversation with Vera, but she just congratulated him for achieving Orange in an acceptable time and sent him his way. What did change was his routine. Kai thought he was finally done with running and swimming. The reason he trained those skills so frantically had been achieved. Elijah didn't think the same. Physical training was the best way to get used to his new attributes. It was kind of exhilarating. Kai felt like he was flying when he ran at full speed by the sea, contending with the wind to go even faster. That lasted about 20 minutes, then he discovered he could get tired all the same. If he could do more, he would be pushed all the way till he was as exhausted as before. Common, get up, we are not done yet. Kai was heaving on the beach. That was how each training session ended after all. If he could still stand, he had not pushed hard enough. Kai glared at the pale man. What else did he want from him? He stood up with a groan. Before he could protest, Elijah threw a stick his way. Kai fumbled to catch it. It had been purposefully a short throw. He stared daggers at the butler before looking at what he was holding. It was less than a meter in length, with an unmistakable shape. Kai threw a questioning look. That is called a sword, a wooden imitation of one at least, but you should still hold it from the handle, not from the pointy end, Elijah said, slowly enunciating each word and showing how to wield an identical wooden sword. Kai took a deep breath. He was only trying to provoke him. I know what a goddamn sword is. But why am I holding a wooden practice sword? Elijah smirked. You are holding one because I just gave one to you. He threw him a worried look. Have you already forgot? Did you hit your head while you were swimming? This jerk. A vein pulsed on Kai's head. Elijah didn't give him the time to come up with the right retort and continued speaking with a slightly less irritating tone. There are two reasons. First, everyone should be able to wield a weapon well enough not to embarrass themselves. If you live long enough, you will find yourself in a situation where a sword or a knife is the only thing standing between death and survival. His words lost all his sarcastic undertone. Even if you somehow become something resembling a mage, there will be plenty of times when you will be unable to use your mana. A sword is more reliable and often also faster than a spell. Secondly, there are many ways to use magic. Elijah extended his sword sideways. In the blink of an eye, blue flame spread to its entirety. Kai took a step back without realizing. The wave of heat he expected to feel didn't come. The blue flame burned brightly, but he could hardly feel its warmth. Before he could question if it was all an illusion, Elijah drew a line in the sand between them. The change was almost instantaneous. The sand melted in an instant, a burning wave of air hitting him in the face. Elijah smugly looked at him, extinguishing the flames with a flick of his wrist. He hated giving the butler the satisfaction, but he could only stare in awe at the incandescent sand. That was damn impressive. The image was partly ruined when a burnt smell hit his nose. The practiced sword Elijah had been holding had turned into a charred piece of wood. The pale man seemed to notice too. He nonchalantly threw the wooden remains towards the jungle a couple 100 meters away to get rid of the evidence. The poor practice sword couldn't take it anymore and broke in two pieces mid-flight, only one of which reached the tree line. The other proudly stood in the sand where it got stuck. Elijah glared at the charred wood. None of that would happen with a proper mana blade. He tried to keep up his nonchalant act, but the spell had been broken and Kai regained his bearing. It was his turn to smirk annoyingly now. Considering the heat was high enough to melt the sand, it was impressive enough that even a carbonized piece of wood remained. Obviously, he was never going to tell him that. Another practice sword appeared in Elijah's hand. Don't stand there like an idiot. Go get rid of that piece of wood. It ruins the view. We have a lesson to start and I don't have all day. Kai couldn't believe his shamelessness. What about the line of melted sand he created? Did that not ruin the view too? He swallowed his words. He was sure he would need to clean that up too if he pointed it out. The lesson proceeded how he expected. Elijah guided him through a few basic sword stances: slash, thrust, lunge, parry, sweep, block, then made him repeat them slowly at first, then faster and in random order. Each move wasn't hard by itself, but it was hard to keep his whole body in mind. The elbow was in the wrong position, his feet faced the wrong direction. He swung with only his arm, not his whole body. Kai tried his best, but as soon as he fixed something, he did something else wrong. He was already tired from the previous workout, and he had to fight to keep his body steady. Elijah gave him half a second to get back into position between each move. He wasn't good enough to learn how to chain them together yet. I've been wielding a sword for less than an hour. What do you expect of me? Barely acceptable. This is all the time we have today. Well, continue tomorrow. Dora must be waiting for you. Elijah passed his judgment and left. Kai thought he did great all things considered and was just glad it was over. He went to take a shower as fast as he could, which admittedly wasn't very fast, and walked towards the familiar garden. Dora was waiting with a smile and a suspicious concoction for him. He drank the slimy potion as fast as he could. He knew the reason they looked and tasted like garbage was because she used only the most basic ingredients most alchemists would consider trash. With the low mana density of the archipelago, you couldn't grow much else in bulk. She was trying to create recipes that could be brewed using local plants. It was an admirable project. The only issue was that he was the one who had to test them. A few mint leaves helped get rid of the aftertaste, but nothing rid him of the experience. He had no time for sulking, since Dora's next words completely changed his mood. Are you ready for your first alchemy lesson? Really? Kai followed her outside, however. She didn't lead him towards the familiar garden, but towards the greenhouse to the side. He felt his excitement rising. This was where she grew the more precious ingredients. He had tried to peek inside many times, but somehow the glass panels made everything blurry. No matter how close he got, he still couldn't make out anything. The glass door opened without a squeak, and Kai excitedly stepped inside. The first thing he noticed was the increased mana density. The mana around the estate was already higher, but inside the greenhouse it was a step beyond. Even if the glass blocked the sight from the outside, from the inside he could clearly see out. The light of the sun also seemed to have no problem making it through. Rows of exotic and colorful plants greeted him. They were beautiful, but it was when he activated his mana sense that they revealed all their glory. Each plant lit up like a Christmas tree, blinding his senses. Dora smiled, seeing him gawking. Don't touch anything, dear. Not all plants are as harmless as they look. Kai noticed the greenhouse's far wall didn't lead to the outside, but to a separate section. Judging from how big this part was, there were still around 2/3 remaining. He would have liked to see them too, but he knew those were for another day. Following behind Dora, Kai harvested 3 sets of dragonroot and lifebloom. He carefully read their mana flow to understand where to cut without harming the plants permanently. He never worked with these plants, but Dora had made him study a book with all the common herbs used in alchemy. At least he knew the theory. The 2 ingredients were used in many potions, but with them alone, he could guess they were going to prepare an energizing tonic. It was as basic as they came, but Kai was more relieved than disappointed. It would be very hard to mess this up. Back in the laboratory, he followed Dora's instructions to clean and process the root and flower correctly. He eliminated the unnecessary parts and left their magical properties intact. Kai knew what to do, but it was his first time, so he was a bit nervous. He had to use mana sense to not harm the small mana veins of the lifebloom. The dragon root was a lot less delicate. The hard part was in controlling the temperature as it boiled first. Now add the lifebloom, Dora hurriedly said. Kai threw the purple flower inside the cauldron without hesitation. Pay attention to the process with mana sense. It'll take care of the rest, Dora said. Like a hawk with his prey, Kai's gaze observed as the mana of the 2 plants meshed inside the cauldron, giving birth to something different. It wasn't a completely peaceful process, and Kai noticed several points where the 2 energies clashed with each other instead of assimilating, destroying some of the energies and forming impurities. This only happened in a few parts, and most of the ingredients fused together properly. After cooling and sifting it through a paper filter, they were left with a dark orange-ish solution. Come on, drink up. Dora smilingly offered him the potion. Of course I have to drink it. Kai downed the tonic. The taste was a bit earthy, quite good considering what he usually drank. The effect was almost immediate. As if a liter of coffee had been directly injected into his veins, Kai felt more awake than ever, ready to run a marathon and memorize an encyclopedia. Dora smiled. I can still remember when I drank the first potion I made. It's been so long, but it feels like yesterday. The full effect of your potion should last about 10 minutes, then it will start waning till it disappears after half an hour. How old are you, Auntie Dora? Kai asked before his brain could catch up to his mouth. This was certainly a side effect of the tonic. He had always been curious. She looked around 40, maybe a bit more. He couldn't really tell. Thankfully, she seemed to take it in stride and laughed out loud, adjusting her red curly hair. Oh dear, I will only say it'll be in my 2nd century for a few more decades. Kai's jaw hung low. I know, dear, I know. No one would guess I was a day over a century. Maybe one day I'll share my secret recipes. Dora winked at him, misunderstanding the reason for his astonishment. Now let's finish this up. We still have 2 sets of ingredients to go through. I'll do next, so watch carefully and don't miss a single detail. Ya'll do the last. Without waiting for an answer, Hurricane Dora proceeded to process the dragon root and life bloom, explaining the how and why she did something and what he did wrong. It had taken Kai almost 40 minutes to complete the process. Dora finished in 10 while she also slowed down for the explanation. Her hand moving fast and precise, the mana of the plant seemed to shine brighter when she was done. She then easily controlled the temperature of the cauldron and showed how to correctly stir the mixture. Kai observed the whole process with mana sense. The 2 energies seemed to willingly mesh without any sign of clash or impurities. It was a clearer pale orange liquid with a stronger mana signature. Come on, dear. Now it's your turn for the final batch. Kai sighed. Dora made it seem so easy, but replicating her actions was not. He did his best to correct the mistakes she had pointed out and follow her tips. He worked methodically, taking his time with each step. When it was time to put the ingredients together, Dora once more took charge and told him to observe. The magical properties of the 2 plants fused better in his second try, but it didn't come close to Dora's. It didn't take long to see the first clash appear. However, instead of the expected destruction, a thin tendril of mana intervened and calmed the situation. Dora was commanding half a dozen mana tendrils through the concoction to placate any clashing energies. Look, Kai, this is what it means to do alchemy. Processing the ingredients in the right way can solve many problems, but some mistakes are inevitable. A good apothecary can also use mana-rich ingredients, but only an alchemist knows how to apply mana to save the concoction when things go wrong. And not all ingredients fuse so easily like dragon root and life bloom. Some want mesh no matter how you prepare them. It's right then that a true alchemist knows how to intervene and encourage the desired result. Filtering the concoction, the energizing tonic was indistinguishable from the second one despite all his mistakes during the preparation process. When you are able to prepare this potion by yourself and achieve a similar result, you'll receive the alchemy skill. Kai now knew what he wanted in his last skill slot. A month passed as Kai got used to his new skills. After the grind for orange, he was finally reaping the rewards. He tried all kinds of different weapons with Elijah: sword, spear, knives, quarterstaff, and bow. He still had his doubts about their usefulness, but he agreed that it didn't hurt knowing how to defend yourself. He preferred spear and sword. He wasn't too bad with staff and knives either. As for the bow, he would die happy if he could not see another bow in his life. He had enough embarrassment for a lifetime. He wanted to bury himself at the memory of that day. He also received some weapon skills, but decided to wait before taking any. He didn't want to commit to one weapon just yet. On the other hand, mana manipulation had been a struggle to train. It felt like he had to fight and coax his own mana to follow his instructions. He made some progress, but it was so damn hard. One day prior, he had finally managed to form a single wonky mana tendril. That, and a more skilled preparation of the ingredients that created fewer impurities, allowed him to brew an energizing tonic all by himself. It wasn't as perfect as the ones Dora made, but it was good enough to be considered a success. And the guide agreed. Ding. New skill available in the archive. Alchemy, LV1. Use all kinds of ingredients together with your mana to concoct alchemical creations. Ding. Alchemy, LV1, is creating a resonance with your skill. Apothecary, LV5. Ding. The compatibility meets the minimum threshold. Do you wish to substitute? Alchemy 4. Apothecary, warning. Some or all levels of your skill may be lost in the process. The choice is irreversible. Do you wish to proceed? Kai looked at Dora dumbfounded. He didn't know this could happen. His teacher seemed to understand his dilemma without the need for any words. After congratulating him for his success, she began to explain. There is an unfathomable number of skills in existence. It's inevitable for some of them to have overlaps in function. Most of the time it's something minor, only apparent when you use them in specific ways. But in a few cases, the overlap is big enough to reach the threshold and trigger a response from the guide. It would be suboptimal to have both skills or having to discard the old one and then learn the new. The guide offers you a better choice. Directly trade your old skill for the new one. The reasons to choose this are 2. First, you won't have to go through the process of forgetting the old skill, and second, you might transfer a few levels to the new skill. Most of them will be lost, but if you intended to choose your new skill, anything more than 0 is a welcome bonus. In your case, alchemy has a high overlap with apothecary and is superior to it in most ways. While they are both orange tier, you could say that one barely reaches it, while the other almost surpasses it. I would advise you to take the trade. Alchemy has a broader scope, and the only disadvantage is that it's harder to level. You would progress faster with apothecary, but you would only be able to create mundane concoctions. With that, the choice was easy. Kai wasn't planning to limit his ambitions. Ding. Congratulations, Apothecary, LV5, has been moved to the archive, Alchemy, LV2 has taken its place. Kai felt a slight tingling, and by the time he realized the process was done, no terrible feeling from discarding a skill present. He had lost 3 levels, but he wasn't too upset about it. He would have chosen to take Alchemy and ditch Apothecary regardless after he noticed the overlap. He could see the glass half empty or half full. He had gained a level for free. Unfortunately, he confirmed he didn't get any XP for that, but it was expected. On the plus side, now he still had a free slot open. He was probably going to take a weapon skill. He only had to decide which one. Things couldn't be going better. A day later came an unexpected news. Vera wants to see you, Elijah informed him after their morning training. Kai silently followed the pale man. He was too anxious for small talk. It was always interesting to speak with the mysterious owner of the estate, but he could never predict what she was going to say or ask him. It made him nervous. Any other time Kai would have filled the silence with questions or sarcastic comments. If Elijah was in a good mood, which he rarely would answer. Alternatively, if he annoyed him enough, he would also get his answer just to make him shut up. The second method was more effective but led to harsher training. By now he could read Dora like an open book. Elijah wasn't that much harder either. 50 shades of moody, snobbish, and disgruntled. Vera was another story. He could not guess her intentions if his life depended on it. She made him feel the same clueless little kid who met her a year ago. They walked towards the familiar pavilion by the shore. Vera liked to have her breakfast there all year round, no matter the weather. Even when the tide was high, an inch from submerging the structure, or when a tropical cyclone hit the island, nothing would stop her from having a leisure breakfast by the sea. Never a drop of water dared fall inside the pavilion. Kai waited for her sign to come closer before sitting down at the table. She was sipping her tea while scribbling on a book with a golden pen. The table had been prepared for 2. He wasted no time and poured himself a generous cup of tea. He would have preferred coffee, but he was growing an appreciation for good tea, and Vera only drank the best. He analyzed the variety of pastries and fruit available before making his choice. Today felt like a papaya kind of day, together with a couple sweet tartlets with small white berries on top that tasted like peaches. Let's make it 3, who knows when the next chance will be. He enjoyed his food with gusto, savoring every bite. A few minutes later, Vera tapped her nail on her teacup, creating a crystal note that got his attention. Her orange eyes nailed on him. Tell me, child, what do you think of your time here thus far? She wasted no time with pleasantries. Kai tried to make sense of her question. What did she want him to tell her? That it had been easy, hard. The first few months, he had wanted to quit several times. His pride and stubbornness to prove he could do it were the only thread that kept him hanging. Together with the notion this might be the opportunity of a lifetime. It's been an interesting year, he said politically, keeping a straight face, waiting to see where Vera wanted the conversation to go. She didn't seem to mind his vague answer. Maybe the question was what she considered pleasantries. I'm sure it has, child. Now that you have reached Orange, there are many more choices in front of you. You once asked me to teach you magic without understanding what that even meant. Have you learned why? Kai sat straight in his chair. Vera often tested his knowledge and understanding of different topics to make sure he didn't mindlessly repeat what he heard. This time her question was easier than usual. Kai gathered his thoughts to hit all the important points and keep it concise. Before coming here, he had a very confused idea of what magic was. The first step to make things clear was to understand how mana worked and how it affected the world. It wasn't entirely correct to equate mana to magic, but it was a necessary simplification to explain 99 of unexplainable phenomena. Even if there was no mana bar in the status window and few people could perceive it, let alone manipulate it, no one doubted its existence. Even in rural villages like Whiteshire, people often spoke of mana. He had never stopped to consider how weird that was. The reason was quite simple. People made use of it all the time. After a certain point, to keep pushing your skills higher and evolve them, using mana was the only way. Most people did it subconsciously and then received a skill evolution that used it consistently. In time, they would get a sense for it. Many unlocked mana sense this way. It had been a big blow to his pride when he discovered it. However, almost no one bothered to learn the skill. If you got it offered that way, it usually meant you had little to no talent with mana. With limited skill slots, few could afford to keep a skill that needed extensive training to show its worth. The skills from your profession often made use of mana too, but Vera had not given him access to the books that discussed professions in detail. Mana was applied to almost every field to different degrees. You could say everyone used some form of magic. Narrowing the field to those who made active use of mana and had dedicated skills people Kai would call mages, there were still many different possibilities. To make things easy, you could divide people into 2 groups. Magical craftsmen, like alchemists and enchanters, who applied their mana to different materials to produce a magical creation, and traditional casters, who conjured fireballs or wind to blow your sails. This group applied their mana directly to the environment to cast a spell. There were dozens of different paths in each group, but the books he studied only gave a general overview. Finishing his explanation, Vera nodded at him and got to the heart of the matter. You still have much to learn before y'all need to choose what you want to specialize in. Depending on which skills you spend more time training, some paths will become easier to follow. Theodora tells me you might have some talent for alchemy. If you do well learning under her, it will grant you many opportunities even on the mainland. You might be able to make a decent living by the time you reach adulthood. The path of a caster is also a valid choice, but I can't promise you'll make a good living if you choose that. While rare here, there are plenty of broke apprentices on the continent. There is only so much you can learn without the attributes and advantages granted by a profession. But the study of alchemy is not as reliant on that in the initial stages. All paths are viable, but they are not equally difficult. If you want a guaranteed future, alchemy is your best option. Vera paused to give him the time to think about her words. You don't have to choose right now, but as you learn more, the possible paths will get closer or farther. Only you can decide what you wish to become. With only 14 skill slots, it won't be easy if you choose to pursue multiple paths. She said it so casually, Kai almost missed it amidst all the thoughts swirling in his head. Only 14. How many skill slots do your students usually have exactly? Thinking again, Kai didn't really want to know the answer. He didn't think his little heart could take it. He was still riding the wave of excitement of his breakthrough and preferred to enjoy that a bit longer. Next, they talked about his new skills and training. The more skills you have, the more you will be offered. Higher attributes will also help. Many skills require one or more others to obtain. Your options will continue to grow. Kai wasn't sure if he should feel happy about it or not. On one hand, the opportunity of learning new skills was exciting. On the other, he would be back to not having enough slots. It was a frustrating situation, but he had an inkling it was kind of a permanent situation for everyone. No number would ever be big enough. I can't wait to spend hours agonizing over an impossible decision. Vera showed no intention of taking a more active role in his training. Not that Kai expected any different. She was probably used to teaching more advanced students and considered it a waste of her time to teach him the equivalent of crawling in magical terms. That was his best guess. Something entirely different might also be afoot. He had a million questions, but stopped himself. Had he become so cynical he didn't believe someone could do a good action without a second motive? Maybe. Could she only want to help a promising child? He wanted to say yes, but who knew? It wasn't out of the realm of possibilities to think she did it out of boredom or curiosity. After all, she did delegate all the work to her two sidekicks. It wasn't like it cost her much effort. Kai wasn't sure what kind of relationship there was between the three residents of the estate. He would not call Elijah and Dora servants, but they were both deferent towards Vera. It could all be on a whim, but she did seem to take special care to give him some random lesson here and there, checking if he performed up to her standards. I have a better shot at reading the waves to predict the weather than understanding Vera's intentions. It wasn't a mystery he was going to crack, but he would not stop trying. Other pressing thoughts also wanted his attention. Reaching Orange had been his goal for so long, a clear objective to strive towards. Now he only had questions. What did he wish to become? An alchemist would be neat. He had only touched upon the very edge of alchemy, but he liked it so far. Was it the best path for his future? Although he read all the books he was allowed, he felt he didn't know much about life outside the archipelago. From what little he did know, alchemy looked like a solid and safe path, and Dora also said he had a talent for it. Was that the right decision? Why couldn't things ever be easy and clear? Vera tapped on her cup again, making him realize he had fallen into his thoughts for more than a couple minutes. Kai was about to get up, thinking the conversation was over, but she stopped him mid-action. There's one more thing, child. Your 7th birthday is less than 2 weeks away, and I know it's an important occasion in the archipelago. You should go back to Greenside with your family. It will give you time to think things over. Make your preparations, you leave in 2 days. Just like that, the Empress made her decree and Kai had to obey. He was stunned for a moment, then quickly got up and made his way out of the pavilion. I'm going home. The news took him off guard. He had been so focused on his recent progress, he forgot about the mysterious ritual for his 7th birthday. It felt like so long since he left his family. Alana visited him once every couple of months when she did some commission for Vera, but he had not seen Kia or Ale in almost a year. A quiet tension gripped his insides at the idea of going home. His mind went back to the decision he made when he chose to stay. He had refused a substantial amount of money. Did I make the right call? His mom told him everything was fine at home, but what if she lied to make him feel better? Where do you think you are going? Elijah's sharp voice cut into his thoughts. Aim to Dora to make preparations for the journey home, and you think you can just leave and waste a couple months lazing around. Please, ancestors, tell me he is not going to give me homework. He had kind of thought he was going to take that time off, maybe a bit of mana training on the side. His expression must have told the same story because Elijah huffed and made a gesture to follow. Going back to your hometown is the perfect opportunity to train some skills we neglected. Damn it, it's truly homework. May the spirits protect me. It was not all bad, nothing like a strenuous routine to keep his mind busy from complicated emotions. Yes, sir, I am coming. Kai said, doing a fake military salute and running after him. Elijah threw him a weird look but didn't comment. The preparations for his journey home turned out to be much more extensive than Kai thought. 2 days flew like a breeze. Elijah gave him a routine of exercises he had to practice each day, including besides running and swimming a series of weapon stances to repeat 50 times and exercises to increase his flexibility and balance. That was not all. A town full of people was the perfect place to train keen eye. Till now he mainly used it to analyze plants with Dora, helping him recognize patterns and tiny details he would have otherwise missed. If you cheat, you'll know. Elijah sternly warned him. Kai wasn't sure if the butler would be able to tell. Elijah seemed omniscient inside the estate, but Greenside was almost 4 days of march away. Okay, let's compromise. I promise not to skip more than once or twice per week. Yes, sir, I promise not to skip a single day, Kai solemnly said. Elijah should be proud of him. He was training acting too. The pale man looked at him suspiciously but didn't comment. All of that was from only one of his teachers. Initially, Dora only told him to enjoy his time with his family. Then she gave him a book full of mana exercises. You never knew when you got bored. He couldn't also leave without a portable alchemy kit she lent him, a small spatially expanded chest that contained all the basic tools any apprentice alchemist should have. You never know when inspiration hits or you find some interesting herbs or mushrooms by the side of the road. An apothecary and alchemy recipe book was thus required too. Something casual, with recipes handpicked by Dora that only required the most common ingredients in the archipelago. 2 empty booklets to record his observations finished the set, purely as a precaution, in case he found himself with free time at hand. His backpack kept getting bulkier and heavier. If he hadn't gotten stronger and a few inches taller in the last year, that might have been an issue. He was so lucky he could bring everything with him. At the dawn of the second day, after a hefty breakfast, he was ready to depart. Dora was there to tell him goodbye. Remember to relax and have fun. And stay safe, don't leave the main path, and don't talk with strangers. She reminded him for the 100th time and gave him a quick hug. Don't worry, Auntie Dora, I'll be careful. I have awareness for that. She had been going on about this for a whole day. It made sense he was not yet 7. People grew up faster in this world, but 7 was still young. The weird part was that they didn't treat him like that the rest of the time. He said his last farewell. Elijah was nowhere in sight. He had not expected any different. No time was long enough without that prick. Without further ado, Kai set off on the jungle path. A large bag on his back, a practice sword hanging on the side, and a wooden staff in hand. Dora watched the child walk away, disappearing into the tree line. He was such a weird kid, always with a thoughtful look on his face. When she gave him a problem to solve, she almost thought he was some old mage who managed to reincarnate. Other times he did the funniest things, telling jokes to himself and acting silly like any other child. He also asked questions no one with any magical education could think to ask. He didn't have the faintest idea of how the world worked. If he was a reincarnated mage, he must not have been a very good one, because something definitely went wrong during the process. She also considered him being a chosen of the moons, but he only showed half the signs a blessed child would have. The most likely explanation was some weird phenomenon caused by the mana currents in the Hyperial realm, nothing too rare. If you started to question all the little oddities you met, you would end up going crazy. The child disappeared from her other senses too. She would worry about his safety on the road, but she had already noticed Elijah sneak after him. She rolled her eyes and turned back to her garden. Kai was bored. He had been worried the way back would be tiring or dangerous, but it was plain boring. There was nothing to do, only walking for hours and hours through the varied jungle. With keen eye, the poor excuse of a path was hard to miss. The plants were not very interesting either. Despite what Dora said, he found no great treasure by the side of the road. Should I try running? He remembered the journey appeared incredibly difficult the first time. Out with his improved stats and training, even carrying an unwieldy backpack didn't make much difference. If he ran, he might cut the journey to 2 days, but he would also sweat with no shower in sight. He chose to maintain a brisk pace for today and try running tomorrow. With the decision made, he was left with several hours of semi-free time. A few mana exercises can't do any harm. Spirits, what I've become. The day slowly moved forward. He only stopped to pee twice. He even ate while walking. At dusk, he made camp for the night on a sandy beach by the sea. The sound of the waves was soothing, and he wanted to be as far away as possible from the rustles of the jungle. There should not be any dangerous animals at the border of the forest, but he heard of venomous snakes and insects hiding farther in. There were even rumors of ferocious jaguars and other beasts in the heart of Virid. What if some of them decided to stroll outside their usual areas? He wanted to be as far as possible, especially at night. Tightening the blanket around him, Kai focused on the sounds of the sea and drifted off to sleep. He counted on being woken by the light of dawn, but not everything went to plan. He woke all of a sudden when a spray of cold seawater hit him in the face. His eyes shot wide open as he assessed the situation. There was the barest hint of light on the horizon. The sky was still dominated by 4 pale moons. He had not moved, but the sea did. I'm an idiot, I did not check the tides. The high tide was rising. Kai wasted no time and moved his belongings before they could get more wet. At least I didn't get attacked by some beast. He had an early breakfast and got ready to run. Dora had prepared way more food than he needed. He ditched half his water but couldn't bring himself to waste the food she prepared for him. It would slow him down, but with the extra hour, he could still make it home today. He would only need to pace himself. It turned out he really wasn't that good at pacing himself. He was used to Elijah's training, where he had to give all he had in about an hour or two. A day was much longer than that. After 6 hours, he was heaving and had to take a brief pause. He drank a little water and continued, trying to judge how hard he could push his body. He considered drinking an energizing tonic, but he only had 3 and no ingredients to brew more. Plus, it would leave him more tired when it wore off. Gritting his teeth, Kai continued running. Elijah would shed tears of pride if he saw him now. Let's be honest, it'd be lucky to get a nod. The last time he walked the jungle path was a year ago. He didn't remember much and had no idea how far from Greenside he was. He simply put faith in his abilities that he would make it in time. I'm gonna make it before dusk. 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 I'm 100 not going to be stranded dead tired and without water by the jungle. Kai prayed to the spirits to help him. He had been a tiny bit optimistic about how much water he needed. He thought he had been more than prudent, but when you ran and sweated you needed way more water than walking. As the sun began to set and the jungle grew more sinister by the second, there was no sign of Greenside. Please, spirits, don't do me like this. He was barely able to put one foot in front of the other by now. His leg muscles had stopped hurting a while ago and now felt numb. Without thinking twice, he downed an energizing tonic. The effect was immediate. His tired muscles felt revitalized. He corrected his wonky running posture and continued with renewed vigor. While it felt like he could run for another day, it was the effect of the potion talking. If he pushed too hard, he might end up seriously hurting himself. His exhausted state would be a deadly combination with the tonic side effects, but now he only cared about getting out of this jungle, no matter the cost. Keep a decent pace, it must not be far. Not 5 minutes later, the dense trees opened up to reveal the cultivated fields surrounding Greenside. A handful of people in the distance were walking back toward their house after a hard day of work. In the distance, the lights of the settlement highlighted the wooden buildings of the town. He had drunk the tonic for nothing, but he was too relieved to care. He slowed to a walk and tried to enjoy the last stretch, letting himself get taken away by the nostalgic and melancholy feelings. Nothing spoke of Greenside like the constant humidity that quietly tried to strangle you. It was early spring. There was still plenty of time for it to get worse, but it was already noticeably higher than at Veria's estate. The one plus side of being covered in sweat and dirt was that one more little annoyance didn't change much. From the edge of the fields to the town was quite a walk, but it gave him time to gather his thoughts. A note of anxiety was building up in his gut again. I'm sure my family is doing great. In the name of the ancestors, what are you doing walking on my field at this hour? If you damage any of my crops, you're gonna pay me back. The yells of an angry farmer made him jolt from his thoughts. Kai apologized profusely, sprinting away to the nearest path. He might have stepped on a couple of growing sprouts, but it wasn't his fault. With the expansion of the farmland, the path from the jungle now ended in the middle of the fields. The angry farmer yelled a few more upset words after him. When I was young, children knew respect. Nowadays, youngsters are little better than delinquents. Kai lowered his head in shame and hurriedly got as far away as possible. Entering the town proper, he tried to reorient himself. The old part of town looked better than he remembered. Even at this late hour, there were people on the streets and they seemed to be enjoying themselves. Loud laughs and cheers came from a nearby tavern. The town had recovered well from its darkest time. Even the buildings were well taken care of, except for a few graffiti here and there, but that could also be seen as a sign of the town recovering. It wasn't until he got to the new part of town that things looked more familiar. The horde of identical little boxes had not gotten any less ugly. On the contrary, time had taken its toll on the cheap houses, and many looked like they were standing up through prayers and wishes. Not all looked that bad. Some sported meticulous repairs. Others had been demolished in favor of new little wooden houses like those in Old Town. New Town wasn't as prosperous, but people didn't look starved or unhappy. Not too unhappy anyway. He almost got lost amidst the identical buildings, but the repairs necessary to keep the boxes from collapsing made them different enough to distinguish them. Instead of a dystopian feel, they gave off the utilitaristic vibe of a post-apocalyptic world. That probably meant slums in a medieval setting. The farther from the old town he got, the worse the buildings and people looked. The only thing that could hint they were part of the same town were the graffiti on the walls, which were identical to those he saw in the old town, even if here they were more numerous. A hand with two concentric circles crossed by a line on the palm was especially prevalent. He thought it would be sacrilegious to use the sacred symbol of the spirits like that. Judging by how many there were, he was wrong. Kai had wandered a bit aimlessly to look at the changes. However, the way people looked at him in this neighborhood was starting to make him unsettled. Awareness told him there were too many pairs of eyes on him. He realized his full backpack was the most likely reason. Cold sweat ran down his back. He was in deep trouble. Thinking fast, he put his acting skill to use. He acted like he was exactly where he intended to be. He excitedly waved to a middle-aged man who didn't look at him with greedy eyes. The man turned around to make sure Kai was waving at him and looking confused, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that the gazes on his back diminished, and the man was on the way out of this shady part of town. "Hi, uncle. I was looking exactly for you." Kai greeted the confused man. Instead of stopping in front of him, he changed direction at the last moment and dashed away without looking back. He felt someone with not very pure intentions was still looking at him, but the sensation disappeared when he jumped into another alley. To make sure, Kai didn't stop till he was back in Old Town. He finally let out a breath of relief. How I am always so stupid and smart at the same time is a mystery to me. No more stalling. He looked for the most direct way to his house. It was in a decent part of the new district, and the people in the area didn't look too shady. The walk was shorter than he expected. The only thing he could see was the door in front of him. The building looked a bit different than he remembered, but there was no doubt this was his ugly house. After a little hesitation, he knocked twice. The windows had been covered, but he could see flickering light filtering through. There was no immediate reaction, but he could hear noises and whispered words coming from inside. "Who is it?" a stern voice asked. "Aim, Mom, it's me." Kai, the cold tone was gone. "Did you have another son while I was away?" More noise came from the inside. A moment later the door was thrown open, and Alana pulled him in a bone-crushing hug. He could see his sisters standing inside the house, each with a bat of some kind in hand, looking ready to use them. Upon seeing him, they also came to join in a group hug. A good half a minute later, his mother let him go and started bombarding him with questions. "Why are you here? Why do you look like you spent a week in the woods? Did something happen at the estate? What are you doing standing there? Come inside. Wait, don't walk with those muddy shoes inside." Kai smiled, exasperated. The weight in his heart disappeared. They were all fine. After Kai reassured Alana that, no, he did not get kicked out, and that, yes, he would go back after his 7th birthday ceremony, she calmed down a little. That was until she asked why he chose to come back alone instead of waiting for her visit. Kai reassured her that no, it was not her fault for not visiting often enough. There were other reasons. Taking advantage of this moment of peace, Kai looked around the house and asked a question of his own. "Am I wrong, or there was no door on that wall when I left?" Both Alana and his sisters had many more questions, but they fell for the distraction. He did not even have the time to put down his backpack, and he was curious about what happened to their house. Looking proudly at what was once a full wall, Alana explained the situation. "Well, Lady Vera was very generous with her commissions, and we took the opportunity to expand to the nearby block. After the famine, there was a lot of shuffling around. Many houses were left empty, and others were ditched in favor of a proper new building somewhere else. When our neighbors moved away, I got it for dirt cheap. Now we have our own rooms," Ale excitedly explained, pulling his arm to show him around. Their old house hosted the living room, plus Alana and Eleni's room, while the main room of the other house worked as a kitchen and storage area. "That is Kia's room." Ale indicated one of the 2 rooms in the new house. Kia immediately jumped in front of him. "You can't go in there right now, it's too messy." Kai had no intention of looking inside, but after Kia told him not to, he grew curious. "Kendra." Alana threw Kia a look, but she didn't budge and looked back defiantly. "What about the last room?" Kai diffused the situation. "There will be time for snooping around later." With a last look at Kia that promised they would talk later, Alana replied smiling, "That one is for you, sweetheart. Y'all always have a bed here. But it needs a bit of tidying up since you gave us no warning." She punctuated with a half-scolding glance. Opening the door revealed a few random chairs and boxes strewn around. A small bed laid on the side with on top the few belongings he had left behind. One spare pair of clothes that now wouldn't fit him anymore. A few pretty shells Anna gifted him, and little else. It wasn't much, and there was a thin layer of dust around, but it warmed his heart knowing they left a place specifically for him. His gaze wandered to the spare furniture occupying the other half. Well, it was good enough for him. "Don't worry, sweetie, I'll tidy things up immediately." Kai put down his backpack by the bed. "Mom, it's perfect." He blocked the way before Alana could dart off to clean his room. She seemed conflicted, but in the end agreed it could wait. After the long journey, his legs felt like jelly and he couldn't wait to fall asleep. "Kia, why don't you go fill the basin for your brother to clean up while he settles down? Do I have to go fetch the water right now? It's dark outside," and Kia's protests were silenced with a glance from Alana. "Fine, I'll go." Grumbling to herself, Kia left, not before glaring at him. Kai suppressed a smile. "It's so good to be home." Alana turned back to him. "We can clean up in the morning, but let me help make a little space." As they were creating a path around his bed, his empty stomach loudly protested. His last meal had been 8 hours ago. His mother watched him disapprovingly. Have you been neglecting yourself? When was the last time you ate? Kai shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. Half an hour later, Kai had cleaned up, changed his clothes, and sat at the kitchen table. In front of him was an emergency meal of enormous proportions. Roasted vegetables, fish, some kind of crab legs, and bread. Without having to be told twice, he started eating with gusto. The ingredients may not be as varied and expensive as what Dora used, but the thrifty food had a nostalgic taste that more than made up for it. He started answering his family's questions between one bite and another, giving a watered-down version of his stay at the estate. He cut out a few parts and focused mainly on the positives. The conversation continued long after his belly was full, with him asking questions in return. How were they doing? Did Alana still like her job? What did Kia want to do? Around 2 hours later, Alana realized how late it was and sent everyone to bed. By the time his head touched the pillow, he was already asleep. The next day, Kai woke up later than usual. The sun had already risen for a while. He enjoyed a few more minutes lazing around in his bed before deciding it was time to begin the new day. As soon as he stood up, he discovered the recklessness of the previous day had not gone unnoticed. Both his legs hurt with every movement. He was used to a little pain due to Elijah's demands, but this time he had gone beyond the limit of what his body could tolerate. He massaged his legs and looked into his alchemy chest to see if Dora gave him something that could help. He made do with chewing a couple azalea leaves. They tasted bitter and were not as effective as prepared in a proper herbal tea with a troll root, but they would help with the pain and prevent swelling. He could brew something else later if the pain didn't improve. Walking into the kitchen, he was greeted by a bored Kia. Our great magician finally rouses from his sleep. Kai rolled his eyes. Good morning to you two. Half a mango laid on as his breakfast together with 2 hard biscuits. Did the other half walk away by itself? He suspiciously eyed his sister. She showed no sign of guilt, not because she didn't eat half his mango, but because she felt no remorse. Her gaze challenged him to say something, but Kai didn't let it affect his mood. After having been tempered by Elijah's irritating behavior, he was beyond such primitive means. Kai went back to his room and grabbed a sweet tart from the extra food Dora prepared for him. He enjoyed the look in his sister's eyes as he slowly chewed one bite after another. Kia's mouth closed in a thin line as she thought of a retort. It's not fair. You go on a year-long holiday, and when you come back, Mom treats you like a hero and buys you a mango. She stomped her foot and stormed off. Kai finished his tart and his remaining half mango. Was she always so prone to anger? He started to feel bad for her. His year away had been as far from a holiday as he had ever gotten. Perhaps it was his fault for making it sound way easier than it was. Now she was jealous of him. It must not be nice to have your younger sibling be called a genius and sent off for a special apprenticeship. Reality was very different from how Kia imagined it, but he understood how that might feel if their roles were reversed. She had always been very competitive, and after what happened to their family, she had the right to be angry. After the accident, he should have spent more time making sure she was okay. He was technically an adult with the means to deal with complicated situations, and he had been a mess for a long while. Maybe still was in part. His sisters had to go through the same things much younger. He'll try to be nicer to her, Kai promised himself. The house was empty. Both his mother and Alana were probably out working, and Kia ran off who knew where. Left alone, he wondered what he should do. He could practice the routine Elijah gave him, but with how his legs felt, he didn't think it was a good idea to do any intense exercise. It wasn't ideal to skip his training on day 1, but he could do nothing about it. To feel better, he decided to explore the town and practice keen eye. His legs should be able to handle a slow walk. Kai was about to go out when he stopped in front of Kia's room. Should I go in or should I not? The reaction she had last night was weird. Kia was never the tidiest person, but she never cared either. He didn't want to invade her privacy, but he wasn't doing it to snoop around. He only wanted to make sure she wasn't hiding something dangerous. That was the only reason. Opening the door, her clothes were strewn around together with all kinds of pretty knick-knacks a child may find interesting. He inspected the room, being careful to leave everything as messy as he found it. He doubted she would be able to tell anyway, but better safe than sorry. There was nothing suspicious, apart from a surprisingly big collection of bracelets and necklaces. They were all made from twine woven together with colorful shells and pretty rocks. A few half-finished attempts proved she wove them herself. It was a surprising discovery for sure. He never saw her wear any of them. Was this what she had been hiding? Kai was about to leave when Keen Eye noticed a floorboard under her bed had no dust on it. It was the oldest trick in the book for a good reason. As expected, he was easily able to remove it. Pushing his hand inside, he took out cloth wrapping tied with a braided twine. He loosened the knots without untying them completely. He wanted to remove its content without destroying the complicated braid. It would take hours to replicate it, if he even could. A small knife with a wooden handle fell into his hand. Why did his sister hide a knife? Did she steal it somewhere because she thought it was cool to own something dangerous? She would not be the first kid to do that. Kai put the knife back where he found it, making sure to leave no trace of his passage. Probably it was nothing, but he would keep an eye out for her to make sure. With too many thoughts in his head, Kai closed his house and walked into town to clear his mind. He walked towards Old Town. He wanted to stay as far from the shady slums as possible. Following the flow of people, he found himself in the market. It was larger than he remembered. The vendors put up stalls or used a blanket on the ground to display their goods. Fierce haggling, sellers shouting the quality of their wares, and the bustle of the people going to get their groceries merged in a loud cacophony. Kai jumped into the crowd and started looking for something that could interest him. As the smell attested, the main products by far were fish and crustaceans. He also noticed a couple stands selling different kinds of meats from hunters who went into the jungle. They had been mostly skinned and chopped up, so he couldn't tell which animals they belonged to. Probably some kind of oversized rat if he had to guess. And the other one was definitely snake meat. It must have belonged to a big one too. Kai curiously browsed the stalls. So far, he wasn't interested in buying anything. Dora gave him 10 copper messars, quite a lot considering he had never possessed any money. He had to be careful how he spent it. The ceremony could be a couple months away. He made a mental note to ask his mother when it was exactly. After looking around the market for a while, his eyes landed on something he might be interested in buying. The stall belonged to an old woman. Her face was wrinkled, but her eyes were still sharp. She had a variety of wild herbs on display. Kai recognized blue leaf, spirit's tears, mycelia flowers, and many more. With herbology, it was hard to forget something, even if he didn't think about it for months. It also gave him an inkling of an unknown herb properties if he studied it closely. He activated mana sense to see if something stood out. Nothing exceptional, but most of them had a higher concentration of mana than common weeds. Are you sure you have the money to buy something, child? These herbs are not for playing, they all have wondrous powers. Why don't you bring your mom and dad here? The old woman said, a bit annoyed he was taking the place of potential customers. Kai flashed a couple copper messar in his fingers. The sellwoman immediately smiled in a grandmotherly way. I'm old Celia, but you can call me Granny Selly. What are you looking for, young man? I have the best herbs in all Greenside. Do you want to grow tall and strong? I have exactly what you need. She showed him some common coral flowers, holding them like they were some precious and rare plant, not something that grew everywhere in the outskirts of the varied jungle. Their most notable characteristic was their beauty, with delicate blue and pink petals. They made nice decorations and smelled good, but they weren't useful for much else. Kai decided not to make a fuss. It was an open market after all. What else did he expect? Ignoring her attempted scam, he asked a few questions about the herbs on display. A glimpse of disappointment passed through Selly's eyes, but it was soon replaced with a cheerful energy, and as she hyped up her wares, he casually corrected all her exaggerated claims with a childish smile like he was playing a game and winning. Selly didn't seem deterred and smoothly continued talking. She adjusted her answers to something that could resemble the truth. After he showed he knew his herbs, Kai started asking about the unknown plants he actually wanted to know amidst the useless questions. He didn't trust her words fully, but he could always study them with herbology and ask other sellers to check the answers. And what about this? Kai pointed to a bundle of heart-shaped leaves with dark blue veins. Old Selly had assumed a defeated expression, but he was sure it was all an act. Oh, those are called lover's mercy. In small uses, it numbs the senses and puts you to sleep. Everyone uses them to ease the pain of reaching orange. You should buy them when the time comes. Kai froze on the spot as Selly continued talking. The advancement can be quite excruciating without them. I'm sure such a knowledgeable young man will need them soon. Some people also buy them for recreational use. I would never sell them for that, but not everyone is as upstanding as me. You have to be very careful with them. They are deadly if you take too much. Selly noticed his state and misunderstood his reaction, a shrewd smile on her face. Are you interested in buying? Everyone comes to old Selly for them. I only sell the best of the best. Fuck, Kai exclaimed. He had taken no painkillers for his advancement, thinking that was what everyone did. Now he discovered there was a convenient herb that put him to sleep for the process. People around looked at him weirdly for his outburst, murmuring what a disgrace it was that children had no manners. Old Selly didn't seem deterred. I'll give you 2 leaves for 2 messars, deal. Kai ended up buying a few herbs he was curious about from old Selly. After some fierce haggling, he spent a messar and 35 chips. He pushed the price down from an initial 7 messars and thought he got a good deal. Selly's radiant smile as he walked away told him that he might have gotten scammed. There just was no way to get a great deal at his first haggling against a seasoned merchant. You live and you learn. He wasn't too upset, but decided he had enough for today and started heading home. It was better if his mother found him there when she got back. Upon entering Newtown, he noticed a small crowd of people was forming around a man one street over. A couple more minutes won't make a difference. Kai walked towards the crowd, curious about what the man was saying to gather so many people. The speaker seemed to be an islander less than 30, with dark hair, tan skin, and a charismatic presence. He was speaking with fervor, gesturing with his hands to give weight to his words. Aren't you tired of being treated like vermin, to pay taxes to a governor who desecrated our lands? What would your ancestors think if they saw you now? His eyes full of passion moved through the crowd as if to dare anyone to meet his gaze. Each second those dogs remain here is a slap in the face of the spirits. How are you going to face your ancestors in the afterlife if you roll over to their demands? Do you not hear them cry tears of anger for how our land has been sullied? The great spirits Kahali and Yade are on our side. It's time we return to the old ways and follow the will of the spirits. The man continued to rally the people with conviction on the border of fanaticism, denouncing the perversion of the Republic and inciting people to rebel. The crowd was hanging on his lips, echoing his words and emotions. Kai noticed that not everyone was nodding along and some looked skeptical, but they were in the minority. Kai would be the last one to defend the Republic. He would gladly hit the governor in the face with a bat if he could, but things were not as simple as that man was making them out to be. Even a year ago, he would not have fallen for this, and certainly not now. He had read a little about the history of the Talthan continent in Vuria's library, which put into perspective what the Republic was doing. If people thought things were bad now, they had no idea how truly terrible they could get. Just the fact they were free to keep practicing their religion and traditions was considered an extravagant concession, only present in recent history in the most progressive countries. Forced conversion was not unusual for the conquering force. In the kingdoms where religion played a pivotal role, it wasn't too rare to make the conquered populations choose between converting to a new faith and losing their head. Sure, that was considered barbaric by the common consensus, but it didn't mean it didn't happen. Exploitation or enslavement were much too common, without even taking into consideration when the conflict was between different races. That was a whole other can of worms. It wasn't a given that every race treated foreign ones more harshly than their own people, but all the most extreme cases in history happened that way. The most infamous was 5,000 years ago, when the Arklisi theocracy waged a holy war on all races they considered inferior. They burned down whole kingdoms and brought more than one sapient race to the brink of extinction. They were only stopped by a coalition that combined the forces of most of the continent. All this was to say the Republic was some beacon of morality. Vuria's books focused more on ancient history, but the little he had read made it clear there was no kingdom without a pile of skeletons in the closet. The Mirian Republic might not allow slavery and have relatively fair laws, but its rulers were no saints. The people of the archipelago had the right to be furious, protest, and take any opportunity to change their situation for the better. However, he saw no such opportunity. It was clear to him that inciting a rebellion was a madness that would only lead to greater suffering. The man showed no sign of stopping his rallying. The intensity of his words kept rising and rising, resounding loudly through the streets. Kai didn't like where this was going one bit. Looking around, the people seemed completely taken by the fanatic's speech. Few seemed to have kept their mind. Among them, he noticed a man with a rugged beard and an almost military cut of hair, who looked at the speaker with disgust. With his appearance and expression, he stood out from the rest of the crowd like a colorful seashell on a low tide. Observing his face more carefully, he looked somewhat familiar. Kai took a moment to realize he was the same man he called Uncle and used to get out of the shady part of town the night before. In the daylight, he didn't look that old, maybe late 30s. What a weird coincidence finding him here. Well, thinking about it a moment, there were less than 2,000 people in Greenside, and those that lived in the new town were even less. It wasn't like the odds were abysmally low. Kai moved towards the man with a slight hesitation. I guess I should thank him. As he got closer, he noticed another detail he had missed last night. The man was built like a tank. He could see his muscles bulging underneath his shirt. Coupled with the thin, pale scars that marred his hands and forearms standing out against his tan skin, he gave the vibe of a veteran soldier. He didn't know how he thought this man looked reassuring last night with such a clear, intimidating aura, but even now, he didn't get a bad feeling from him. The burly man turned his eyes away from the speaker towards him. He looked confused for a moment before realization flashed into his eyes. It was you. Yes, I got lost and needed a little help to get out of there. I'm so lucky that Uncle was there to help me. I'm Kai, by the way. The scarred man stared at him without being able to formulate an answer, overwhelmed by his shamelessness. Mui, he replied with a deep tone. The big man looked caught completely off guard by his friendliness. Mui was probably used to having people deterred by his menacing air. There was something deeply amusing seeing such a tough-looking man not knowing how to act around a little kid. Kai couldn't resist playing a little with his brave rescuer. Regaining his composure, the man tried to assume a stern lecturing pose. A little kid like you should be more careful. Mui's eyes fell on his light ashen hair, the clear sign he wasn't a pure islander, but quickly moved away. Maybe I wasn't wrong about him. Where is your mom? It could be dangerous for you here. Each time one of those rambling fools makes a speech, it only brings trouble. Kai ignored both his stern look and question. Instead, he kept his innocent smile and asked, "Are there many of those rambling fools?" Mui was trying hard to look menacing. He alternated weird frowns and cold looks as he tried to understand why his scary appearance didn't work on this kid. The more he tried, the more the whole scene looked hilarious in Kai's eyes. Seemingly giving up his attempts to reassert himself, he answered his question with his deep tone. "How do you not know about them? They are everywhere these days. They spout nonsense and try to recruit people to their lost cause." Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I just came back to town." Mui seemed to have accepted he was not going to intimidate him and gave up trying. He shook his head. "They call themselves the voice of the ancestors." Can you believe someone came up with such a stupid name and thought it was a good idea? You can hardly find a wall in town without their stupid mark. "You mean the hand with the sacred symbol?" The man nodded. This was quite worrying. He had thought this rally was an isolated case, not a large phenomenon. Why don't the Republic enforcers do anything about this? I don't think they agree with the message, and they don't seem like the kind of people who respond to provocations lying down. This time it was Mui who replied with a shrug. "I don't know for sure. There are rumors the voice of the ancestors has spread to every city of the archipelago. Half of the enforcers were recalled to be deployed to more important areas, and those left here don't move out of the old town. The governor doesn't give a damn about what happens in Greenside." Kai couldn't keep his casual smile any longer, a deep frown appearing on his forehead. "Are they trying to cause a civil war?" Mui looked at him weird. Kai had to remember not everyone thought it normal to see a child reach some conclusions. In the end, Mui could only nod. "As I said, rambling fools. But don't trust what you see right now. That idiot is using several skills to have the crowd agree with him. After people have the time to cool off, many will change their mind. It's easy to tell people they have been wronged and have them agree, but how many are actually going to do more than grumbling?" Mui seemed to realize he was talking politics to a child. "You should go home before one of those fanatics sees you. With such a large crowd, the enforcer may choose to show up." Kai nodded distractedly, looking at the chanting mob. Mui sighed. "I meant right now. Come on, tell me where your house is. I'll accompany you there." Kai wanted to refuse, but Mui had already taken his wrist into an iron grip and didn't seem intent on letting go. He appeared to have decided that, if his intimidating aura didn't work, he would prove his muscles were not just for show. His gaze looked at him adamant, warning he would not take no for an answer. "My house is this way," Kai sheepishly said. It was lucky they left when they did. Not a minute later, they heard people running and yelling that the enforcers had arrived. Apparently they could get off their asses and do something once in a while. His house wasn't that far, standing in all his ugliness a dozen blocks away. Funny how their city blocks were literal square boxes. When they got there, he noticed Alana was standing at the door worriedly looking around. "Shit, I stayed out too long." As soon as she saw him, the worry disappeared and turned into a disapproving look. Then her eyes moved to Mui and a frown appeared on her face. After what he found out today, Kai wasn't in the mood to have more fun at the big man's expense. "Mom, this is Uncle Mui. He offered to take me back home after I got lost." Mui threw a glance at him, maybe showing surprise. It wasn't exactly what happened, but he seemed to consider it close enough and didn't contradict him. If Alana noticed the silent exchange, she didn't say. Giving him one last disapproving look for making her worry, she turned to Mui with a smile. Mui looked awkwardly at his feet. It was nothing. He seemed like the kind of kid who often ends up looking for trouble without thinking things through. "I just wanted to make sure he reached his home safely." Lana sighed, exasperated. "You have no idea. Kai always has his head among the clouds. Trouble has no problem finding him." Kai threw a betrayed look at his mother. "Hey, that's not true. I am the most responsible child you have." Well, it doesn't count. She was born more responsible than most adults. He could only watch as Alana started sharing a couple of his most embarrassing moments with Mui, who had moved past his social awkwardness and readily agreed with her. They were laughing at his expense. Amazing. Not even acting could prevent Kai from blushing. He felt his ears were on fire as the two adults had a laugh over his misadventures. "I'll go wait inside." Looking around in the living room, he found Kia sitting at the table with a deep frown on her face. She turned to him when he entered. "Couldn't you stay out of trouble for 5 minutes?" It was her who disappeared and left him alone. Calm Kai, time to be the bigger brother. He suppressed a retort and instead said sorry. He didn't feel one morsel of guilt, but someone had to take the first step. Kia looked at him bewildered before nodding satisfied, as you should be. Thanking Mui one last time, Alana stepped inside. She had a smile on her face, but as soon as she saw them, she assumed her lecturing face. "Here we go." He turned on acting to look properly repentant as Alana lectured them both on responsibility. "I guess it's better to go all out or nothing. It wasn't Kia's fault. She told me to stay inside and that she would be back soon, but I wanted to see the market and didn't listen. If this doesn't make me the best brother in the whole wide world, I don't know what will." Kia now looked at him like she was wondering if someone else had stolen her brother's body. He rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he was never kind to her. "Right." Their mother also looked at a loss for words for a moment. "She shouldn't have left you in the first place, but I am sure this won't repeat." "Right, young girl?" "Yes, Mom. Can I go now?" Alana nodded. With only two of them left, Kai threw his mom a look. "You know, I'm not a child, not really," he said. She looked at him from head to toe. "You look like a grumpy child to me. You know what I mean. I'll stop treating you like a child when you start acting with responsibility. Until then, y'all be my little troublemaker." Alana leaned in to give him a hug and kissed him on the cheek before he could slip away. They had talked a few times about his past life when she came to the estate to visit him. After she found out he had died not yet an adult and was several years younger than her, even if he added all it up, she decided to keep treating him like a child. He could bet she would have done it regardless, and that was only a convenient excuse. Managing to slip away, he made a show to clean his cheek on his sleeve and walked to his room grumbling to himself. At dinner time, Kai brought out everything he had left of Dora's rations to share with his family, laughing at their faces as they tried the exotic food. They enjoyed it so much, he had to promise he would bring more home next time. Who knew what they would say if they tried a freshly cooked meal instead of days-old rations? "I could ask Dora to prepare something when Mom next comes to the estate to make a commission for Vera." He realized too late that now Kia was even more convinced he had spent a year lazing around and enjoying life. Indeed, a good action never goes unpunished. "I'm sure if I tell her the truth, she won't believe me. If I show her my skills and race as proof, she will have an existential crisis for being bested by her younger sibling." Being a good brother was exhausting. The next day passed quickly as Kai made his room livable with the help of his mother. After clearing and cleaning up, it didn't look half bad. It wasn't very spacious, but he managed to fit everything he needed. On one side of the bed, there was a small cabinet with all his possessions. The other was occupied by a desk where he set up a small alchemy station in a corner. While the last corner had a small bookshelf and a big trunk housing all the contents of the boxes that originally occupied his room. They had contained his father's possessions. With the help of his mother, he went through everything Relin left them to make an inventory. Alana had offered to move them to her room, but he refused. He liked having them around. They spent a whole afternoon organizing everything so they would occupy the least amount of space. When they moved from Whiteshore, Relin had paid some people to help them carry all his valuable objects and books. Later, they had been forced to sell many of his possessions for cheap during the famine. All the good clothes he bought from the mainland and the shiny stuff, like a letter opener made of silver and a couple decorative paperweights. The only valuable object they kept, besides the books, was his enchanted pen. It was like the one Dora gave him that could write without ink and never run dry, but the two couldn't look more different. The one he got at the estate looked not roughly made, but it was clear the only aim was for it to be functional. Rellin's was crafted with a different purpose, thinking as much of its beauty as of practical use. It was all shiny, made of a silvery material that wasn't silver. Delicate interlocking runes ran across its sides, an artistic choice that added to its mystic. It would fetch a nice price, maybe a few silver messars, if not even a gold one. Relin had been planning to pawn it off, but after the accident, there was no shot they would sell it. Apart from that, they still had most of his old books and research notes. They were the thing his dad cared the most about, but in Greenside no one would recognize their value or be interested in buying them anyway. They had only sold a couple of collection books to the previous mayor. He didn't have any interest in their content, but he thought they would look impressive sitting on his shelves, making him look more cultured. The mayor was the only possible buyer and knew they were desperate, forcing Relin to sell them for a tenth of their value. Kai wondered if that coward had taken them with him when he ran away or left them in his house. He wasn't sure what was better, for those volumes to be in the hand of a slimy individual or burned away with his villa. There was also the chance the mob might have looted them, and they laid forgotten in some storage closet somewhere in Greenside. But Kai doubted people during the famine would have recognized their value or cared for something they couldn't sell or eat. Kai pushed the gloomy thought out of his mind. He had to remind himself letting go didn't mean forgetting, or that he didn't care. Pushing forward and hard work were the only things that would help him make sure nothing like that happened again. Admiring the neatly piled old tomes, charts, and journals, Kai smiled. He had read a couple of them to pass the time before going to the estate. Now he wanted to go through everything and use them to train his reading skill. He also had to start practicing Elijah's exercises and study the books Dora gave him. Kai sighed. On top of all that, he wanted to spend time with his family too. He had no idea when he would get another chance to come back home for an extended period. He was a bit worried about Kia and had to make sure she would be doing okay. No rest for the wicked. Kai fell into his new routine. He woke up at dawn, meditated, prepared breakfast for the family, and went out with his mother's permission to practice the exercises Elijah gave him. His leg muscles were a bit stiff at first, but they didn't give him any problem after a while. He started running the moment he left his house to the sea to optimize his time. He continued along the coast till he reached an isolated beach, at least at that hour. He didn't like gawkers. He missed running on a beach of white sand but made his peace with the pebbles of Greenside. They were just an added difficulty like those Elijah's devious mind devised. Swimming was also not as nice here. The waters were deeper, but that wasn't a problem. The annoying part was the strong cold currents that tried to push him offshore. Come on, you can't quit after a single day without Elijah breathing down your neck. Kai had not realized how much easier it was to focus on his training in a place like Vuria's estate. There were no outside distractions, and two highly demanding teachers motivating him in their own ways. Some of those ways Kai would have gladly done without. It had been like getting thrown into the sea without knowing how to swim. It was do or drown. At home in Greenside things were different. Every morning he was tempted to lay in bed, enjoying the warmth of sleep a little longer. Just another minute after just another minute. There was no one to demand he get off his ass and start training. He had to gather his own will and remember why he was doing this. He was his only motivation. He would not settle for mediocrity, scared to leave his little archipelago. He would gain the strength to go and explore wherever he wanted freely. He would go all the way and do whatever was necessary. He would not be powerless again and take fate into his own hands. 1 year ago, Kai was sure he would not have the willpower to do this. His stay at the estate had changed him. Dora, Vuria, and spirits be damned, and Elijah helped him change. He had pushed him and pushed far beyond what he thought was possible and made it through. Standing on a beach of pebbles, Kai finished practicing his stretching routine. He was very close to a perfect split. Gritting his teeth, he pushed a bit more and kept the position longer than necessary. There was nothing quite like the pain of pushing your limbs farther than they would normally go. 15 minutes done. Without wasting a breath, he passed to performing sword stances with renewed vigor. Slash, cut, dodge, feint, pierce. His eyes burned with determination as he went through the routine of all the other weapons: quarterstaff, spear, and knives. After he was done, he allowed himself to collapse onto the ground exhausted and covered in sweat. Noticing the flashing light in the corner of his vision, he allowed the notification to appear. Ding. A new skill has been added to the archive. Spear LV1 improves your ability with a spear. Kai smiled. With that, he got offered a skill for all the weapons he practiced. The description was barebone like usual. Even though it wasn't like there was much to add, a spear skill helped you be better with a spear, that was it. He had not yet decided what weapon to choose, but he might drop the quarterstaff. He didn't dislike it, but a spear could do most of what it did, with the pointy end as an added benefit. Speaking of skills, it had been a while since he last looked at his progress. Skills. Running, LV 6973. Swimming, LV 6771. Meditation, LV 5860. Awareness, LV 4751. Herbology, LV 4144. Acting, LV 3136. Keen eye, LV 117. Processing plants, LV 114. Reading, LV 110. Gardening, 110. Mana sense, LV 3638. Mana manipulation, LV 14. Alchemy, LV 23. In little more than a month since he reached Orange, his skills had gained a significant number of levels. It was only to be expected, really. With an increase in attributes, what before seemed an unreachable peak was now within grasp. Even his highest skills had a short jump of a couple of levels. His advancement had also made him realize another important fact he hadn't considered. While he doubled his number of skills, he had not doubled the hours in the day. He was still only one person with so much time in a day. Twice the skills didn't mean twice the XP gains. He could focus only on so many skills at a time. Overall, it was a big net positive, but not the literal doubling he thought. The more his skill slots increased, the more this would become true. Each time it would have a smaller effect on XP gains. Still, that was a bit like complaining he had too much money. Kai was very happy with his breakthrough. Keen eye and processing plants in particular flew through the first levels. The reason being he had been practicing them long before he obtained the slots to take the skills. It was a bit like when he borrowed the experience of his previous life for the first levels of meditation and swimming. If he were to train with a spear for 1 more year and later take the spear skill, he would also jump through the first levels. While you could get proficient at something without a skill, there was a good reason people gave them so much importance. Continuing the same example, if he were to take the spear skill first and then train for a year, he would see many times the progress he would have made otherwise. In addition, while you could lose part of your ability with a spear if you didn't touch one for 10 years, that didn't happen if you possessed a skill. Your progress was forever retained in the skill. You couldn't lose it or get rusty. That was the theory at least. Buddha's Vuria taught him reality was complicated. The skill level was like your raw power or potential, how far you could push your ability. You also needed to know how to apply that raw power to get the maximum result possible. You might be potentially able to do something, but never think of using your skill that way. It was like vertical versus horizontal progression or mastery. A vastly higher skill level would always win. However, if the difference wasn't large, a slightly bigger number didn't count as much as your mastery of a skill. To return to the spear example, on one side you had a hermit who trained with the spear alone in a cave, never putting his skill to use against anyone else. On the opposite side, a veteran warrior who trained the skill on the battlefield and risked his life many times. Let's then assume the two had the same skill level and attributes. They meet and decide to fight. While technically they should be able to accomplish the same things, in practice the veteran warrior would win every time. The hermit had the same skill level and potential with a spear, but he didn't know how to make use of it properly. That knowledge could only be gained through clever training and application of your skills. It was also an expertise you could lose if you did not practice it. At least, that was how Kai understood things. It was amusing to think this was the very first lesson Vera gave him when he went to the estate. At the time he had not really understood what she meant. Only now, a year later, he felt he finally did. While you might be tempted to simply find the fastest way to train a skill and repeat that thousands of times, it was important to find new ways to use your skills in different situations. Only then you could master a skill and be able to use 100 of its potential. As Kai walked back home, he wondered if he should talk about this with his family. He was pretty sure it wasn't common knowledge in the archipelago. The concept of skill mastery seemed obvious after you understood it, but it was a nuanced subject. If you didn't consider it important, it wouldn't take long for it to be forgotten. Observing the people in the streets of Greenside, he wondered why this information wasn't taught from childhood. He knew he had a skewed view after spending a year training and being taught to accept nothing but the utmost best from himself. Most people didn't seem very interested in improving their skills. He could understand how a farmer didn't care to optimize his tilling time, but only that he earned enough to feed his family. But didn't that farmer have other hobbies? It felt like most adults had a strange apathy towards the guide that he didn't understand. How could people have a super convenient way to check their progress and help them improve, and not use it and strive for more? He didn't expect everyone to have the ambition to become the best in the world, but to him it seemed that most people had no ambition at all. They wasted such a wonderful gift for no apparent reason. The citizens of Greenside went about their day looking bored and in no hurry to improve their lives. Maybe he was missing something. Spending a year at the estate might have changed my views, but I don't get it. I'll have to ask Vera when I go back. He could also ask his mother, but she would say he was being too judgmental and judge him a snobby brat in turn. Kai didn't want to become someone who believed himself better than everybody else. He always joked and thought of it that way, but that was mostly an attempt to preserve his own fragile ego. He never truly believed he was better. He was confused about how someone with a clear path of improvement in front of them would not make use of it. I am not an arrogant brat, I swear. I just think I'm better than most people. That's all, Kai joked with himself. As the day of his 7th birthday drew near, an unexpected event shook Greenside. After months of no action, the governor made his move. Rumors of raids on rebels' strongholds and the executions of several of them started to spread. If the whispers were to be believed, the governor personally beheaded 10 leaders of the Voice of the Ancestors. Their heads were still on display in the main square of High Arbor as a reminder. The rebels had pushed too far and acted too boldly. What else did they expect to happen? People around him acted shocked. Kai didn't understand how someone couldn't see that coming. If there is one thing I trust the governor to do, it's look out for his own interest. A rebellion would be terrible publicity for any mainlander looking to visit. Was he becoming too numb? If he were there to see those people get beheaded, he might feel different, but only hearing the news made him shake his head in disappointment. He agreed with part of what the rebels wanted, but they should have gone at it in another way, not challenging the governor directly. They were not going to get rid of the Republic from the Baquer archipelago. That simply wasn't going to happen. It would be a disastrous loss of face for a nation looking to be taken seriously by the big powers. What they might be able to do was get away with a few concessions if they played their cards right. The Republic would never let the archipelago go, but they also didn't give two shits about it. They weren't willing to spend a broken copper more than necessary. No help would come from the mainland unless the Republic's grasp on the island was threatened, which meant the cards in the governor's hand were limited. If they made themselves annoying enough to threaten the profits of the governor, but not his hold on the islands, they might reach a negotiating position. Then they could try to get something back. Or at least that was what Kai thought. To be honest, it came as much from him as from his discussions with Vera. Elijah also played a role. He surprisingly offered a couple of guerrilla strategies to undercut the governor. According to him, those were the basics of the basics. They shouldn't work against any proper ruler. Only with the complicated geography of the archipelago and the weak grasp of the governor outside High Arbor, they just might. He wanted to know how the weird butler learned how to undermine a government. Kai knew he wasn't really a butler, but Elijah was always so evasive about his past. Could he be some rebel leader forced to hide in exile? Definitely not. Kai had to suppress a chuckle at the thought. He could imagine Elijah being many things, from a secret spy to a boring lawyer, but not a rebel leader. He walked around like he had a tree trunk stuck up his backside and could not inspire a fish to take a swim. He couldn't see him rally people under his banner. Pushing the thought out of his mind, Kai kept his head down walking along the streets. Squads of enforcers were sailing through the whole archipelago. Even the insignificant Greenside wasn't overlooked. He didn't want to get in trouble or be found wandering the town when the enforcers did one of their sweeps. "You, right there," a voice thundered from behind. Kai looked around, hoping the call was directed at someone else, but there was only him. "Are you fucking kidding me? Why always me?" Kai slowly turned around to greet the two stern enforcers in black walking toward him. His brain went a mile a second to try not to look guilty. What does an innocent face look like, damn it? Thinking fast and relying on acting thank the spirits he kept the skill, considered several possibilities. His usual cheerful and relaxed act would seem suspicious, probably having the opposite effect. A normal innocent child should look scared by two big menacing soldiers clad in black looming over him, but not terrified if he was innocent, maybe a bit nervous when answering. In the blink of an eye, Kai felt his skill getting to work and helping him correct his body language and expression. He even felt the subtle fluctuations of the skill gaining a level. The two burly men stood in front of him, both tall and muscular, with short haircuts and inexpressive stone faces. Kai gulped. He wasn't sure if it was all acting. They did look a tiny bit intimidating, their faces cold and detached, like a scientist examining a test subject. That was likely their professional personas look, nothing to be wary of. It wasn't like they had already decided he was guilty. He had not been long in town, but he could bet they weren't from the local garrison in Greenside. All the local enforcers fell into two groups, drunkards and bullies. The first were sleazy and depressed individuals, who knew they had been posted in a shithole and drowned their misery in alcohol. Those were the better ones. The second group, instead of drinking their sorrows, took them out on the population. They spent their time abusing their position of power, making things difficult for anyone that looked at them wrong or they thought would be fun to harass. Both types were bad news, but Kai knew how to deal with them. The drunkards rarely bothered anyone. You just had to stay as far away as possible when they were wasted. As for the bullies, well, you just needed to eat your pride and grovel a little to make them feel validated in their miserable lives. A bit of flattery also helped smooth things out. He never had to deal with a pair of professional enforcers. In theory, it should be easy if you were innocent, but the unknown factor added uncertainty. With a fearful face, Kai tried to make himself seem small and non-threatening, waiting for them to speak first. The two took their time, piercing him with their cold blue and brown pair of eyes. He felt a slight pressure in his chest, but right as it was getting painful it stopped and disappeared. Did they try to use an identification skill on me? Well, shit luck for them, he was not 7 yet, still 2 more days to go. He checked with Vera that the protection of the guide was independent of whether he unlocked his first seal early. Till 7, he enjoyed full coverage. Vera might have been able to pierce it, but the chances 2 random enforcers could do the same ranged from 0 to none in a million years. He would be surprised if they got a glimpse of the shadow of his skills. Looking at them, Brown Eyes had a pained frown on his face. He pushed more than he should, thinking Kai was 7 already. The backlash was many times more severe for the active party who tried to see the status. That's what you get for terrorizing little children. He made sure not to show any of his satisfaction on his face and look a bit confused. Did I do something wrong? Kai said hesitantly. How old are you? Brown Eyes asked. A few days from 7. Blue Eyes threw a look at his partner, the smallest smirk present, before turning his eyes back on him, any hint of amusement gone. He hadn't been observing closely, he would have thought he imagined it. Tell us why you are walking around with a wooden sword and staff. Blue Eyes said, cold and authoritative. Kai wanted to slam his palm on his forehead. How did he not think of that? He had been returning from his morning training, but he had done this for more than a week already. It hadn't crossed his mind it could be considered suspicious by 2 extra zealous enforcers. As always, a genius and an idiot. Aim they are training equipment. I practiced by the sea. Seeing the looks of the 2 officers were still suspicious, he tried to think of something else. My dad was from the Republic proper, and my mom bought me these so I could train and become strong enough to one day go to the mainland. He is there waiting for me. He tried to make his tone resolute, like that of a child completely believing what he was saying. Both pairs of eyes briefly scanned him from head to toe. If you knew what to look for, it became obvious that he was a mixed-blood. Brown Eyes looked at him with a mix of disgust and pity. Blue Eyes showed sympathy and pity. His stupid story implied he was a bastard, and that his father left them to go back to the mainland after having him. From that came the pity. The other's emotions depended on his mixed heritage. One thought it disgusting, or maybe it was the bastard thing, the other saw him better because of it. Kai honestly didn't know which one was worse. The good news was that it appeared to be working. The suspicion was gone. Keep training diligently and one day you might make it. Blue Eyes encouraged him with a hard smile and ruffled his hair. Kai wanted to bite that hand but forced himself to grin back as if those words hit him straight in the heart. When the 2 finally walked away, Kai felt dirty. His good mood for the day was ruined. He almost considered going for another run, but the chances of meeting more enforcers were too high. Stepping with more energy than necessary, Kai headed home. He was a few blocks over when he heard a familiar voice. It was faint, but he could recognize the peppery tone of Kia everywhere. He followed the sound one street over. Kia was standing with a group of kids around her age. They were standing with their shoulders to him, animatedly discussing with loud whispers. Kia didn't inherit their father's hair color and could easily pass as an ordinary native if you didn't look closely. That was why she had an easier time making friends. Kai immediately silenced the voice in his head, saying he was making up excuses and that even Kia was more sociable than him. I have different priorities, okay? It's a choice. It's not like I can't make friends. To his ego's good luck, the loud whispers of the group got his attention. They were huddling around the wall of a house in a way that wanted to be discreet, but truly was the opposite. He couldn't make out every word, but what he heard made him dash forward without a second thought. He left his staff behind while his wooden sword was secured to his side. I bet you don't have the courage to do it. One of the older girls was challenging Kia. Shit, this is bad. As if all his nightmares had become true, Kai saw exactly what he feared. Kia was drawing a graffiti hand of the voice of the ancestors, right when the town was filled to the brim with enforcers looking for rebels. And she was doing it on a dumb dare. Really, could the situation be more stupid? Kai slipped through the group before they could react. He grabbed the chalk Kia was using to draw with one hand and her wrist with the other. Let's go. He dragged her after him as the group started to realize what happened. Kia tried to wiggle out of his grip, but that wasn't happening. His strength was far higher than hers. Kai, what do you think you're doing? Let me go. She kept trying to get away, plunging her nails into his arm. He ignored the pain and kept walking. I knew you didn't have the courage. Your little brother had to come and save you, the girl who earlier dared Kia said with a sneer. Unfortunately for her, Kai's patience had been tested far too much today. He wasn't in the mood for a bratty kid. Turning around, he threw the chalk he had been holding in one fluid motion. It was one of his best throws. The chalk hit the sneering girl right in the middle of her forehead with a satisfying smack. She went down with a small yelp as the rest of the group huddled around her. The small chalk would not do much damage, but would leave a mark. Kai had already gone back to walking. He suppressed a smile and picked up his staff. He didn't usually take pleasure in smacking kids, but what that brat dared Kia to do wasn't only incredibly stupid, but also dangerous. That throw was going to leave a nice lump right on her forehead. With a bit of luck, she would turn into a unicorn by the next day, if unicorns were annoying brats. Kia had finally stopped resisting him and was walking by his side. Reading his dark mood, she remained uncharacteristically quiet. Sorry, she said with a barely audible voice. Kai stopped and turned to look at her. She didn't meet his gaze and looked at the ground. What did you say? Kia raised her eyes. I told you I am sorry. Do you want me to shout it? Kai looked directly into her eyes till her gaze lost all fire and looked away again. I know what I did was stupid. Like a rising tide, Kai's anger kept stirring. It wasn't only stupid, Kia. That was as idiotic as they come and dangerous. Do you realize what would have happened if the enforcers saw you? It could have ended up implicating the whole family. They could have taken you away. I'm sorry I was thinking, okay. Kia looked about to cry as the truth of the situation hit her, but he wasn't done yet. Were you planning to join that group of rambling fools? Did you go to the rallies? Was it the first time you drew that symbol? Questions and accusations flew out of his mouth uncontrolled. Kia had red eyes and big tears running down her face. And no, it was just the first time I listened to a rally, but only because I was angry at how we had been treated. It was just a stupid game. Did you think we're gonna get in trouble? She talked between sobs. Kai's anger flowed away in a moment, his eyes getting moist too as the first tears started streaming down his face. He didn't know what to do or say either, so he hugged Kia tightly. I'm sorry, Kia. I'm sorry I snapped at you like that. It's my fault. Everything is going to be fine. He held her and massaged her back as she kept crying. Everything is going to be fine. None of them cared about the weird glances the passerby gave them, and no enforcer showed up. A few minutes later, they cleared their tears and started walking back home in silence. Are you gonna tell Mom? Kia asked. Do you promise to stay away from the voice of nobody cares and not do anything that stupid? Yes, then it can remain our little secret. You're a welcome, big sister. The day of his 7th birthday finally arrived. This would be a long-awaited day for any child. Kai not so much. He had already unlocked his first seal, so the greatest source of excitement was gone. His family didn't know that, and he didn't want to crash their mood. It was better to pretend he just unlocked a big part of the guide and not ruin his family's happiness with boring technical details. After their encounter 2 days prior, Alana and Kia might suspect he had already reached Orange and unlocked the favor stat, but he doubted they knew it would unlock the first seal early. If Alana knew and was acting excited regardless, he should do the same. He usually woke up together or before his mother, but today he had been told to wait in his room for them to prepare. After completing his daily meditation, they still hadn't called him. To not waste time, he opened one of his father's books and started reading. He was trying to decipher the Vastair scripts. His father left many translated texts and even the breakdowns of how he deduced their grammar. Unfortunately, among his many qualities, he had never been very organized in his notes. They were for his own use after all. He had rewritten a few parts he had been planning to publish into a more understandable draft, but they were the minority. Among the finished texts was the first half of a manual for the Vastair language. Now Kai was scouring through the notes to put together the other half. On top of that, the Vastair language had no similarities with their own. They didn't use an alphabet but logograms, a bit like the Chinese maybe. He really had no idea. He didn't understand Chinese or Vastair for that matter. He had made some progress, but the main thing he learned was that his dad had been brilliant. Relin deciphered the whole language from scratch by himself. Kai had trouble just following the reasoning left in his notes. My father was a fucking genius. Learning the Vastair language might be harder than he initially imagined, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. How could he be worthy of his father if he couldn't even do that? Trying not to get frustrated and persevere, his mind went back to when he learned to read on his father's ancient tomes. This time he was actually deciphering an ancient language to uncover ancient secrets. His father's notes had already done most of the work, but that was a technicality. The knock on the door came too soon, right as he was getting into the groove of things. Kai put on his birthday boy smile and went to open the door. Happy 7th birthday. A joyous chorus of the 3 best women of his life welcomed him. He let himself get dragged around to a rich breakfast. With plenty of juicy tropical fruits and even a little mango cake his mother went to buy this morning. Mom, you shouldn't have. Don't be silly. You become 7 only once. Both Alea and Kia insisted they pay 1/3 of the price too. Alana put her arm around a blushing Kia who glared at her. Clearly, that was meant to remain a secret. Don't think it's only for you. We are gonna eat a slice too. Kia responded with a defensive tone. Kai gave a hug to a squirming Kia, telling her how great and considerate she was. Stop being so nice, it's weird. Eat the cake and shut up. He let her go smiling, she was still a bit red. Eleni laughed and began to cut the little cake, giving him a slightly bigger slice. No little candles or wishes on Elides, but a good sweet seemed to be universal. Kai enjoyed every bite of that slice. The mango filling had a perfect acidic note that complemented its sweetness. Their house had never been so cheerful as they laughed and ate their fill in a breakfast-lunch mix. Afterward, they decided to go to the sea. Both Alana and Eleni had taken the day off to celebrate. They found one of the less rocky beaches of Greenside and laid a blanket to sit by the waves. There was a moment of silence as they were all sitting, staring at the pebbles and the sea. They looked at each other and started laughing. Without the need for a prompt, they started a contest for who could come up with more reasons why the beach and the sea in Greenside were inferior to Whiteshore. The first were easy. Pebbles, not sand, cold waters, strong currents, hard to sit or walk on the beach, humidity. Then they had to get more creative. The sound of the waves in Whiteshore was calming. Here they sound angry, Alana said, staring melancholic at the sea. Kai never thought about it, but it was true the sea had felt calmer in Whiteshore. No one had anything more to add. They all missed their home, their true home. Come on, let's get into the sea, Kai said, taking off his shirt and jumping in. But it's cold, Kia complained. Kai theatrically looked around and then shrugged his shoulders. It seems fine to me. Come on, the temperature is perfect. Are you afraid of a little water? Kai walked a few steps towards the shore and extended his hand to Kia with a reassuring smile. Kia looked suspicious, but hesitation and backing down weren't in her genes. With confident air, she stepped forwards and took his cold hand. Without wasting the opportunity, Kai grabbed her tightly and smiled. He could see the wheels turning in her mind as she saw where this was going. Prick, she yelled as she was falling towards the water. Kai laughed out loud. A few moments later, a very enraged Kia slowly emerged from the water like the spirit of vengeance. I'm gonna drown you. She jumped towards him and the fight to the biggest mouthful of seawater began. As always, Kia didn't use half measures. She was 100 trying to drown him with all her efforts. With his orange grade, Kai felt confident, even if she had a year and a half on him and was taller. He would not say he was struggling, but he had to put in some effort to slip away and make fun of her at the same time. She must have reached red because her strength was higher than her thin arms suggested. It was fascinating how her rage seemed always able to grow a step higher. After more than half an hour of failed efforts, she didn't give up easily. Kia was heaving and livid. Turning to their older sister, she spoke with a tone that didn't contemplate refusal. Eleni, help me drown him. Ele had been watching them and laughing with Alana until then. She seemed to be contemplating her options for a few seconds, her eyes moving between an enraged Kia and an amused Kai. Why not? Just like that, she jumped into the water and joined the fight to take down the tyrant. His enemies had doubled. For the first few exchanges, Kai still wore his trademark grin, confident in his stats and abilities. It didn't last much longer. Eleni was 13 and he had not considered she could have already reached orange, because she clearly had while he was away. His sweet sister turned into a merciless devil as she forced his head under the waves over and over. With all those years on him, her attributes were far higher than his, and she also seemed to have put on some muscle from her work. There was no way for him to win against her. She was bigger, stronger, and faster. Her arms appeared made of steel as she drowned him over and over again. Where did my sweet sister go, and where did this monster come from? In the meantime, Kia was dancing and laughing maniacally around them as she finally tasted her sweet revenge. What is happening, little bro? What? I can't hear you through all this seawater. Ahahaha. For 10 long minutes, they abused their innocent younger brother without mercy. What absolute monsters. Kai dragged his tired body to shore. He definitely won the biggest mouthful of seawater. That had not been fun. Ella helped him up and tried to console him as if she had not been the one drowning him merely moments ago. I am sorry, little brother, but I couldn't stop myself from removing that annoying smirk from your face for once, she said with a sweet smile. I guess I tend to do that, yes. After they got dried, it was time for the main event of today, telling him about all the amazing things he could now do with the guide. Kai did his best to feign ignorance and ask the same question he did to Dora many months ago. Alana started with the basics, her explanation clearer than he expected. He didn't learn anything new, but it was nice hearing his mother's perspective on the topic. He made sure to produce the appropriate O's when Alana said something surprising and make excited attempts to put her lessons to practice. He had long transformed his guide to look like a game UI, with the perfect shade of blue chosen among hundreds and completed with even sound effects. Now he felt it was time for a change. As he faked discovering the customization option, he might as well do the changes for real. I need a new theme. Thinking back to this morning, Kai decided to go with an old parchment aesthetic, with dry and broken curls at the edges. It added a difficult element of tridimensionality, but he never let a challenge stop him. Soon Eleni joined in on the explanation. Kia was also very eager to add her take in what she did with her guide. Kai distractedly listened to them as he was focused on trying to customize his guide. It's true that the best lies contain a grain of truth. After the parchment, he had to find the appropriate writing style. He wanted it to look old, but not to be hard to read. The biggest challenge of this theme was balancing function with aesthetics. The hours passed as they ate a few snacks Alana brought and kept talking about the guide, but also other topics. Eleni was happy with her job. Kai was ashamed to have never asked for the details. He knew she got an apprenticeship and that she worked near the sea. Some kind of fisherman job, but Aled didn't seem keen on sharing the details today. Kia also needed to start looking for what she wanted to do and find an apprenticeship, or at least get the appropriate skills. It was unfair to ask an 8-year-old girl what she wanted to do for the rest of her life. Most people took 10 or 20 more years to find their answer, and some never stopped searching. But such was the life in the archipelago. You were expected to start working at 14 or soon after. Instead of a degree, you were chained by skills and professions. Those with enough motivation could always manage to change careers later, but it wasn't easy. Kai alternated between participating in the conversation and refining his UI. It would take him weeks to finalize all the details his perfectionist side demanded its due. In his quest for balance, he didn't go all out with the parchment and writing style for practical reasons. Instead, opting to let his creative side have free range in the arcane decorations of his windows. He mixed symbols he thought looked cool with pieces of runes he saw somewhere and Vastair ideograms. As the sun was about to set, Alana was the first to go back home to start preparing dinner. For the occasion, she had bought some true meat from the hunters. Kai was afraid to ask what kind of animal it belonged to. Better to appreciate the gesture and enjoy it without knowing. They got cleaned while Alana cooked and then went to help their mother. Kia and Kai were gently told they were not required, the first for her less than stellar record with food, the second because it was his birthday. Kia believed he had been sent away for the same reason as her, but she was wrong. Dinner was served. The meat had been added to a rich stew. Kai had specifically asked for it. A stew was considered by many a dish of the poor. Those without many means often put what they could scrape together in a bowl with some salt and spices if they could afford them. To Kai, this meal reminded him of the many dinners when his family was whole, completely whole. Don't you dare cry and eat the damn stew with snake meat. See, now I said it. That's definitely snake meat. After all the excitement of the day, the dinner proceeded quietly, silently enjoying each other's presence. When they were done, he helped clean up the dishes and got ready for bed after the perfect day. Where do you think you're going? Alana asked him. Kai looked at her confused. Did you think we didn't prepare any presents for your 7th birthday? Kai remained stunned on the spot. He remembered receiving a few gifts when they lived in Whiteshore. Alana once gave him a bracelet, but he lost it when they had been relocated. Presents had not been a thing since they came to Greenside. They had more important things to worry about. Mom, there was really no need. The food and cake are enough already. Alana had a little packet in her hands, so you don't want my gift. She theatrically dried fake tears from her eyes. Kai rolled his eyes. Of course not, just give it to me. Gimme, I want to see. The packet had the shape of a short tube. Wait a second. Opening it up, his dad's enchanted pen was revealed in all its shiny glory. We thought we should make it official and give it to you. I know your father would have liked it, Alana said. He didn't get the time to recompose himself when Aled jumped in front of him and offered another little packet. Me and Kia also have one for you. The unexpected news helped distract him. Even his sister got a gift for him. Kai was starting to feel bad. He never got them anything. Led did most of the work. I barely had anything to do with it, Kia said from behind her sister. Opening the small packet, a bracelet fell into his hands. It was made of an intricately braided silver string with 6 little shiny white stones and a bigger green one in the center. Kai was dumbstruck. Are those pearls? He said with a strangled voice. This was something they could afford. His senses tingled, and a glance with mana sense revealed the green pearl held a higher mana signature. It was a real mana treasure. They definitely couldn't afford that. He felt himself going pale as he raised his gaze to his smiling sisters. What, do you not like it? Kia asked, offended, not understanding the racing thoughts in his head. Luckily, Aless seemed to have an idea. Don't worry, this bracelet didn't cost us a dime. Well, we did buy the string, but apart from that, nothing. Kai watched her incredulously. That green pearl must be worth a silver messar. Aless smiled more brightly. Do you not remember what I am apprenticing for? Like thunder, all the pieces connected in his brain. Why Aless had been evasive about her work that afternoon and why she was so calm. She was training to become a pearl hunter. Kai looked at the bracelet, admiring it for what it was, an incredible amount of hard work from both his sisters. The white pearls already showed a great deal of effort on her part. The green one was something else, probably a lucky catch she was not likely to repeat anytime soon. And instead of selling it, she gave it to him. As for Kia, he could bet she had been the one to braid the silver string. Maybe those failed attempts in her room were prototypes for his bracelet. Eleni gave him a hug. Hey, how do you know I did anything? Kia said, just a hunch. This truly is the perfect day. After his birthday, what had been broken with Relen's death finally started to heal. Their family wasn't there yet, but they were getting closer. The days continued in a happier routine. This year, Greenside would organize 2 spring ceremonies for the children who reached their 7th year. The first was a little more than a month away. Kai wasn't sure if he should be happy or sad. He wanted to go back to his training at the estate, but he didn't want to leave his family. No point thinking about that now. I still have a whole month, plenty of time to spend with them and for a lot of things to happen. After the enforcers of the governor completed their sweep of town, they didn't prolong their stay much longer. The tense atmosphere in Greenside was soon forgotten, but a few things had changed. There were no more rallies with members of the Voice of the Ancestors openly inciting the citizens to join and revolt against the Republic. Their mark, previously present throughout the whole town, had been scrubbed clean or covered. The graffitis of the hand with the spirit's sacred symbol on the palm appeared again a few days later, but not nearly as many as before. Old Town was kept sparkling clean from any sign of rebel activity. People didn't even mention them aloud anymore. The mark could only be seen on a few walls of the shadiest parts of New Town, where the local enforcers or respectable citizens did not dare go. Speaking of which, the captain of the local garrison had been changed again. Kai had never bothered to learn his name or that of the previous one. Who knew, maybe the third would stick around long enough to change that. Considering the quality of enforcers sent to Greenside, Kai wouldn't bet on it. Today he was reading Dora's book on mana exercises. He realized he had been training Keen Eye on people all wrong. Elijah had not been very precise with his words, so it wasn't all his fault. The real opportunity of training Keen Eye in town was to use it together with mana sense. He had already been doing that on plants and goods on sale in the market, but he never tried the combo with people. Not that the idea didn't cross his mind, but there were complications. He had learned to control his mana view to not overwhelm him and show only the details he wanted. However, doing that with people was far from easy. Their mana veins were much more complex than inanimate objects and even mana plants. Maybe awakened beasts had something similar, but he never got the chance to examine a living one. Remembering when he gazed upon his parents long ago and thought he was seeing all there was, Kai shook his head. How naive he had been. The higher mana sense got, the more the patterns expanded and revealed new details. Like an onion with multiple layers, he peeled back one after the other as his senses grew sharper, each time wondering if he finally found the last. Humans had the annoying tendency to not stand still for long, making observing them a challenge. He could not follow them and stare for minutes on end without looking like a creep. He had to continue acting normal while using mana sense and keen eye. Approaching this problem like one of Dora's tests, he set himself to gathering enough data before formulating a proper plan, which soon proved its worth. First, he asked his family to act as test subjects, then went around town looking for people to observe. Anyone before the age of 14 had less complex mana channels, like a second set of veins that reached each corner of their bodies. It wasn't exactly simple, but it was compared to adults. The reason was obvious: they had no profession. Similar to natural mana veins, the profession also appeared to create a network of mana channels, but the similarities ended there. There was no rhyme or reason to them. They followed weird patterns without any apparent logic. Kai estimated he could see at least 80 of the normal mana veins. With professions that was probably less than 10, he was only brushing against the surface. And just looking at that made his head hurt. Being in front of something weird and mysterious, part of him was dying to know more. His logical side knew better. With his current means and knowledge, it would be a fool's errand. There was no hope of getting anything out of it. He wrote a reminder to ask Vera when he got back to the estate and focused on his initial goal. If adults' mana networks were too confusing, he would start by studying children, which had the secondary advantage of being easier to observe. At most, they would call him a weirdo, not like it was the first time. Kai added a daily stroll around town looking for ideal test subjects to observe. That does not sound creepy at all. He took notes of his observations in the journals Dora gave him, using his old plain enchanted pen. His father's pen was too eye-catching, and he didn't want to attract any wannabe muggers. He tried to identify the race grade by judging how much mana an individual possessed. Mind and spirit increased mana and attributes grew with each race enhancement. However, this method had several problems and soon hit a roadblock. Judging their race grade from that wasn't dependable. People's attributes grew naturally with age and so did their mana. If an older boy was behind his peers at red, he might have the same mana as a red boy, who got there faster than average but was still young and undeveloped. After his observations, he noticed the exact quantity of mana seemed to vary in every individual randomly. There seemed to be another factor at play he couldn't identify. Is this what people refer to as talent with mana? Some people are just born with more. An instant later, his mind went to the obvious question: how talented was he? A clear rabbit hole just waiting to swallow him whole. It took a considerable amount of willpower to stop himself from jumping inside. He didn't even know for sure that mana quantity was a measure of talent. With his age and race grade, he was an anomaly. There was no way to compare himself with children to tell if his mana was higher than average. Adding one more question to the growing list of things to ask Vera or Dora, he moved on. He missed having a teacher with seemingly all the answers at hand. Whenever he tried to answer a question, he came up with 3 more. He couldn't let himself get sidetracked. Focus on the objective, a way to identify the race grade with certainty, nothing else. If the quantity of mana didn't work, he would have to look for other patterns. As he was doing his daily route taking notes, he looked up to see a group of 4 kids coming towards him. They were walking with a ridiculous swagger, probably something they tried to copy from adults. Kai was hard-pressed not to laugh. He wasn't the scared little kid anymore. They had to do better if they wanted to intimidate him. Unsurprisingly, they were all a couple years older than him. Somehow bullies never went for someone their own size. As they got closer and Kai kept grinning at their sight, their gait lost part of the confidence. Really, should I have looked scared? The leader of this gang of promising model citizens looked at the boys around him before stepping forward. What do you think you're doing? He was around 10 or 11, the oldest of the cadre, standing with his legs wide apart and his hands on his side in what he probably thought was a power pose. Kai looked at him unimpressed. He estimated his grade was red, average. Just looking around, Kai said casually, "Well, you should stop. No one wants you here. Go back to your country." The boss boy stammered an answer. Seeing Kai not react scared as expected seemed to have thrown a wrench in his plans. This is not how this was supposed to go. I come here, assume the pose daddy uses to get what he wants. The weird kid runs away scared and I look good in front of my friends. Kai could practically read his thoughts. With a shrug, Kai stared back at the older boy. The memory of the bullies who beat him up during his darkest years coming to the surface. He had been powerless then, but things had changed. With a glance at his friends watching him, the boy suddenly stepped forward intent on giving him a shove. Kai easily sidestepped the clumsy attempt. It couldn't have been more telegraphed. He dodged towards the boy with a cold grin instead of away or on the side. The boy clearly didn't expect to find his face a few inches from his. Kai just had to hook his leg in position and let gravity do the rest. When the prospective bully tried to jump back, he lost his balance and fell butt first into the muddy street. Sweeping his gaze toward the other 3, he was disappointed to see them retreating, their gazes moving between him and their fallen leader. Making half a step towards them, they immediately turned around and started running. Seriously. Turning back to the only target remaining, the kid paled when he saw his friends leave him behind. Kai rolled his eyes. With his age advantage, his stats were probably not too far from his. However, the prospective bully didn't seem willing to risk himself without an overwhelming advantage. He scrambled in the mud, falling again in the rush to get away, this time face first. Kai observed him without making any move as the bully finally managed to get on his 2 feet and ran away covered in mud. Honestly, he didn't know if these were the same kids who beat him up when he was younger, having long forgotten their faces. It had been a cathartic experience anyway, if a bit disappointing. He would have hoped for a harder fight. With one last thoughtful look, he walked away without looking back. He had more important things to do than wasting his time like this. He had a study to continue. It took him a whole day using mana sense and a head-splitting migraine, but he got something. There was a qualitative difference between the grades. It was most obvious when he compared someone red with some young teenager at orange. The mana veins of the latter were clearly more robust and complex, spreading into thin filaments not present in the red grade. From there, it didn't take long to recognize the different levels of complexity. From red to red, the mana veins slowly improved in both quality and quantity, with a clear jump between red and orange. After a couple days of effort and observation, he was able to recognize the race grade of anyone under 14 at a glance. Without keen eye to recognize details and patterns, he would have needed far longer to reach the same result. Checking his skills, Mana Sense gained 1 level and Keen Eye a whole 4. Kai was happy but not yet satisfied. Children were supposed to be just the beginning. It was time to move up to the big league and do the same with adults who had a profession muddling the scene. It wasn't as easy to observe adults. From far away, Mana Sense wouldn't pick up enough details, while from up close there were high chances of them noticing a weird child staring at them creepily. Kai wouldn't let these minor setbacks stop him. Bit by bit, he got better at both extricating their mana veins from the professions and sneakily observing people. Ding. New skill added to the archive. Sneak, LV1, moving like a shadow, your targets will have a hard time noticing you. After a little contemplation, Kai took the skill. He would probably drop it later for a weapon skill, but it sounded too useful for the task at hand. A low red skill shouldn't be too bad to discard. The skill wasn't infallible, but still useful. After many embarrassing situations, successes, and failures, Kai found the perfect place to finish his study, the market. He could peruse the stalls as if he was interested in their goods, while examining the sellers and buyers. This way he would also have stationary targets not likely to pay attention to him while busy examining the products. Looking for one of the busiest stalls, Kai walked towards one of the fishing sellers. A small crowd of people was looking through the catches of the day and haggling over the price. He identified his first target, a plump middle-aged woman with a loud voice animatedly arguing with the young fisherman manning the stall. He positioned himself behind her, as if waiting in queue, and activated Mana Sense and Keen Eye. Disentangling the profession from the Mana network, Kai was pretty sure she was orange, the highest grade he had met so far. He made a mental note to look for older people who might have reached orange and continued his analysis. Kai had not tried to make sense of professions, but he categorized them into 2 types based on complexity. He assumed there was some way to advance your profession like you did your race. The fact the younger people presented the easiest configuration, which he called Type 1, confirmed his hypothesis. The woman was a Type 2, an evolved profession. That seemed to be the average for the citizens of Greenside, race at orange or orange, and their profession Type 2. If people who got to orange by 14, which required 70,000 XP total, were considered promising, it made sense that many people got stuck at those levels. Orange required 100,000 XP. Orange would only require more. It was a bit sad people didn't work harder, but who was he to judge? They probably had their reasons. Maybe it got harder and not easier to improve your race after you took a profession. Speaking of which, advancing a profession must be hard if everyone he met was stuck at the same 2 stages. Kai looked for his next target and continued his training. He moved from person to person, trying to get faster and more accurate. He was able to find a Type 3 profession, an old fisherman that looked like he spent all his time out in the sea. Kai never wished to know more about professions than right now. It was driving him crazy. As soon as I get back to the estate, I'll demand some answers. Trying to distract his mind, Kai continued his search. He wanted to find someone with an orange, but he was having no luck. Type 3 professions were rare, but it appeared achievable by any older person good at their job. The peak of orange, instead, seemed all but a legend in Greenside. He noticed he had gotten 1 more level in Mana Sense for his efforts and smiled. Real-life situations seemed even better than strict training to level skills. He was pleased with the growth, but the true prize would be finding an elusive orange specimen. The thrill of the hunt was calling to him. How hard could it be? Turned out that finding someone with an orange race was harder than expected. After scanning more than 100 people, he still got nothing. Kai tried not to get deterred and continued searching. He wanted to find the legendary specimen and maybe ask him or her why they were so few of them. It was a race against time as the sun was slowly falling to the west and the day grew closer to its end. The market was closing and many stall owners were packing things up. Then something finally caught his eye. This morning he would never have noticed him so easily, but by now he was so used to all other combinations that this one stood out like a moon amidst the stars. He found it, a legendary orange with a Type 3 profession too. Sadly, he didn't have a camera to photograph this moment for posterity. He marched towards this rare specimen completely focused on Mana Sense and Keen Eye. He felt a new guide notification, but ignored that too. All his focus was on admiring those beautiful and complex mana veins, the true apex of orange. Hey kid, why are you staring at me like that? Did you get yourself in trouble again? Why does this voice sound familiar? Deactivating his skills and giving attention to his normal sight, he found himself face to face with Uncle Mui. The burly man stared at him expectantly. Are you in trouble or are you looking to buy something? Mui asked with his deep voice. Kai moved his gaze away from the legendary specimen known as Uncle Mui to the stall standing between them, a table full of different cuts of meat and pelts, the smell of blood unmistakable from up close. It was the first time he had seen this type of stand, but he never saw Mui manning it. "Uncle, you didn't tell me you were a hunter." Kai used his overly friendly tone. The man sighed deeply, raising his eyes to the sky as if to ask the spirits to help him. "When and why should I have told you that?" Kai shrugged. "I don't know, but it seems like something you should share with your favorite person." "Since when are you my favorite person exactly?" he asked, acting more resigned than outraged at his ridiculous claim. After dealing with him a couple times, the big man wasn't caught off guard easily anymore. "Is this a challenge? If it is, I accept." Kai hid his thoughts behind a confident grin. "Well, you are clearly not married, so no wife or children. And I heard around town they call you a loner, so no extended family or nephews nearby either. With your I am a very dangerous person and you best stay away aura, I doubt you are very popular. So even if I'm not your favorite, I'm certain I rank pretty high." Kai smiled brightly and suppressed a snicker as Mui was left speechless, his left eye slightly twitching. "What, am I wrong?" Kai asked innocently. "Did I push it too far? Did I break him?" Maybe that was a bit cruel, but his expressions are so funny. Seeing the big man's brain about to short-circuit, Kai continued the conversation without missing a beat, as if he hadn't just insinuated the hunter was a loner with no social connections. "I'm 100 not projecting my insecurities on him. Uncle, why have I never seen you here before?" After a moment of silence, Mui seemed to agree with him that ignoring the first part of the conversation was for the best. The only course of action if he wanted to maintain his sanity and not strangle the little brat. "I share the stall with other hunters and we take turns. I prefer hunting, but I had to cover for a friend today." He accentuated the word, daring him to contradict him. "Surkoff anyway, uncle, can you tell me how you reached the peak of Orange? You are the Onal." With a movement he could barely follow, Mui's hand flashed forward over the stall, grabbed him, pulled him up and deposited him in front of his looming figure. No one in the market seemed to have noticed anything. Kai had an inkling that if the hunter broke his neck no one would notice either. Okay, maybe I should have thought this through more. Damn my large mouth. Kai might have underestimated the man's reaction a tad bit. Was it really such a big deal? Mui's eyes narrowed threateningly. "Who told you that?" The hunter always had a dangerous and unapproachable aura. Only now did Kai realize Mui had been suppressing it all along. Like a tidal wave, it pressed down on him, giving him a hint of why people stayed away from him. A shiver ran down his spine. His brain stopped working, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence bearing down on him. It took him a moment to realize the hunter's mana was actively trying to suppress his own. He didn't know if it was a skill or something, and now it didn't matter. "I just saw it," Kai answered with a strangled voice. "What does it mean you saw it?" Mui's aura retreated a little, enough for Kai's mind to start back up. He tried to adjust his posture, standing up straighter to stop looking like a mouse about to be devoured by a lion. Kai was confident Uncle Mui wouldn't resort to violence without a good reason. His gaze fell on the display of butchered meat. Well, not with another human being at least. His judgment wasn't based on a hunch. Mui had walked him home when he didn't even know him, and that was after he had been a general nuisance to him. However, dialing down the cocky attitude a little might not be a bad idea, to be on the safe side. Everyone had a breaking point, and he was sure he'd rather not see Mui's. The hunter was still waiting for an answer. His threatening presence trying to intimidate him had less of an effect with each second passing. Compared to Vuria's aura, this felt like a hollow knockoff. Even if Vuria always had her presence perfectly controlled and not bearing down on him like Mui's, the difference was stark. After the initial shock, it had little effect on him. "I just used mana sense," Kai said to appease the man. The hunter's mana stopped trying to suppress him, but his stern gaze wasn't gone. "You just used mana sense," he repeated slowly like it was the most ridiculous thing he ever heard. Kai nodded. "That's what I said. I noticed your mana veins were more developed than anybody else, so I guessed your race grade." Mui didn't seem to believe him. "I've met many people with mana sense, but none were able to do that with a short glance. Were you randomly guessing and got lucky? Tell me the truth, kid." "I did. How else could I have done it? Am I really that amazing? Or does nobody bother with mana sense in Greenside?" Mui shrugged as if to say, "I've no idea but still don't trust you." "Fine, I'll prove it then." Looking around, Kai activated his skills and examined the people within range. The grandma over there haggling over 3 overripe bananas is at the second stage of Orange. Same with the bald farmer arguing with her. Actually, everyone left around is at the second stage except that young man cleaning up the stall, who is at the first. Kai turned to Mui with an air of confidence. He could see the big man's gears turning as incredulity grew on his face before turning into suspicion again. "How do I know you're not just making things up? Because I am not. What else do you want to make you believe me?" The hunter looked at him skeptically. Kai met his gaze and didn't step down. His eyes wandered around thinking, should he even bother with this? Looking back at the hunter's stall, Kai got an idea. This, and that hide. They belong to the most powerful beasts. Kai pointed at a few items on display. After getting killed, their bodies had lost most of their mana. He couldn't tell how strong they originally were, but he could compare them to the others present. A scaled skin stood out particularly among the rest. It looked like it should have belonged to a snake but had the wrong shape, as if it belonged to a four-legged animal of medium size instead. His dear uncle's eyes moved through the items he indicated, thoughts running rapidly before finally exclaiming, "How is that possible? Who are you really, kid?" "I'm the long-lost prince from the magical kingdom of Disney," Kai replied with a completely straight face. Mui looked at him shocked. "Really? No, I'm just a mage apprentice. Do you think I'd live in this damp mud town if I were a prince, before you think I'm lying? Now you believe such a ridiculous story. Get it together." The big man brought out the brattiest side of him, but after the scare he gave him earlier, he deserved it. Few seconds later, Mui finally made sense of what was happening and looked at him with appraising eyes. "What level is your mana sense?" Kai looked at him flatly. "High enough. You made a scene because I revealed your race grade. Now you expect me to tell you the exact level of my most important skill. And I thought I was the rude one." Mui had the decency to look a little embarrassed. If he was a hardened hunter, Kai could have sworn he blushed a little. He crossed his muscled arms defensively in front of him. "You just took me by surprise earlier. You shouldn't go around shouting personal information like it was nothing. I didn't shout it and the market is practically deserted. Almost doesn't mean there are no people around," he said, eyeing several late shoppers and merchants closing their stalls. "Is it really that big of a secret?" Kai asked, curious. Mui looked about to say something, but then shook his head. "Nothing you should worry about at your age. Just don't go around telling people about it." Kai tried to prod for a better answer, but the hunter's lips were sealed. Damn, I hate adults and their stupid secrecy. Since today Mui didn't seem keen to share anything more, Kai looked for another kind of reward. "Anyway, how do you plan to compensate me, uncle?" Kai put forward his hand with his palm up. At the mention of compensation, Mui's thoughtful look immediately sharpened on him. "Why would I need to compensate you? You admitted to having overreacted for no good reason and mistreated a poor innocent child, trying to intimidate him into giving up private information." Kai could see Mui was trying to come up with a response. In the end, he grumbled, "Fine, I can give you 10 chips and it's not negotiable. Why don't you let me choose a couple pieces of meat instead?" Kai didn't know which animals it belonged to, but meat was meat, and his family would surely appreciate it. "No way. That's too much for a little misunderstanding. I'd say it's a good deal. It's not like you don't have any to spare. What are you going to do with it?" The stall was still half filled and the market was closing. Some of it was jerky, but some was fresh. The meat had been properly bled and cut, but with Greenside's humidity and no refrigeration, there was only so much that could be done. It was lucky it wasn't summer yet. His previous self would have been appalled by the hygienic situation. Now it was nothing a good fire couldn't fix. "It's been a slow day." Mui defended himself. Kai looked at him sideways. He was pretty sure his very affable aura might have something to do with it. "Ever tried smiling?" The hunter looked away from his judging gaze. "There is a reason I don't usually man the stall." Kai would have patted his shoulder in sympathy if he could reach it. "So can I get my choice of meat?" "Fine." Walking back home with his bounty, Kai checked his notifications. Ding. New skill available in the archive. Inspect LV1, be it through mana or sight. Nothing will escape your eyes and mind. Ding. Inspect LV1 is creating a resonance with Keen Eye LV27. Ding. The compatibility meets the minimum threshold. Do you wish to substitute? Keen Eye with Inspect. Warning, some or all levels of your skill may be lost in the process. The choice is irreversible. Do you wish to proceed? Kai grinned, waving the piece of snake meat wrapped in 2 large leaves he was holding. Another win for the day. He had thought he would have to slowly level Keen Eye, choosing how to specialize and evolve the skill at each step, slowly molding it into a permanent asset that would accompany him forever. Instead, he directly unlocked an orange variant. It didn't give him the same ability to customize the skill to his exact requirements, but it would save him tons of time and effort. Not rushing into things, Kai evaluated his options. After he came back from the estate, he was behaving too hastily, following his whims. "May the spirits forgive me, I am turning into an arrogant brat." Thankfully, he noticed it in time. He had fun acting the part sometimes, but he did not want to become one for real. After all his growth and the advancement of his race, he felt like the king of the world. Now he had a choice to make, but this deserved some serious thought. Apart from accepting the offer of the guide, he could not take the skill which wasn't an option or ditch a different one to open a slot not an option either. He didn't need both skills. What did this new skill grant him? There was no way to truly know before taking it, but he could make a few hypotheses. From the name and description, Inspect seemed centered on analyzing people and objects, making it useful in both alchemy and everyday life. The only con he could think of was that Keen Eye was very flexible. He kept it almost constantly active, and there was no guarantee he would be able to do the same with an orange skill. Still undecided, Kai realized the main reason for his hesitating was that he liked Keen Eye, plain and simple. The skill made him feel smart when he noticed details he would otherwise have missed. but there was no reason that Inspect would not have even bigger benefits. Ding. Congratulations, Keen Eye, LV27 has been moved to the archive. Inspect, LV1 has taken its place. It was a bit of a shame he got no extra levels, but it was to be expected since the two skills were of two different grades. He couldn't wait to see what this new skill could do. After meditating, running to the sea, and completing his daily exercises, Kai tested his new Inspect skill. Strolling back home, he had an even easier time estimating people's race grade and profession. Once in his room, he tested it on a dragon root he brought from the estate. It was a material he had used and studied extensively, so he was curious about what the skill would give him. The results were beyond his expectations. His eyes and mana sense dug deep into the root. Simple patterns and shades he would have disregarded before now came together to tell a story. An understanding on a deeper level of the dragon root, its revitalizing effects, and how it could mix with other herbs. A flood of new possibilities entered his mind. I can't believe this. I absolutely made the right choice. Without wasting any time, Kai excitedly took out all the mana-rich ingredients he possessed, both those Dora put in his portable alchemy toolbox and those he bought at the market. He ordered them in neat rows on his bed, multiple rows of roots, mushrooms, leaves, and flowers laid in front of him. With an excited smile, he began to analyze each of them with Inspect. The results soon brought him back to reality. When something is too good to be true, usually it's for a good reason. He did gain a new understanding of each material, but only a couple were comparable to the dragon root. Inspect seemed to build on his familiarity and knowledge. When he took a plant he bought from the market and never studied closely, he didn't gain an innate understanding, only a few hints of its properties and potential uses. Nothing like the inspiration he felt with the dragon root. Going through a few more herbs, he understood how his new skill worked. Inspect didn't do miracles, but it did improve his comprehension abilities, taking half as much to gain double the results. In the case of the dragon root, Inspect was able to build upon his experience and knowledge. He already had all the pieces of the puzzle laying around in his mind, and with the help of the skill he was able to put them together in record time. It provided a surge of understanding that felt almost magical, but was based on his past hard work. All things considered, Kai was very happy. He noticed he already gained a level in herbology and hadn't even analyzed half the ingredients laying on his bed. What would even happen when he went back to the estate? His small pile of herbs was insignificant compared to the hundreds of rare plants there. He could only imagine what he would gain. Herbology would shoot through the levels, maybe be the first skill to reach LV100 and evolve to orange. Kai stopped his racing thoughts. He was getting ahead of himself. Taking out his notebook to write his new observations down, he got to work. Herbology helped him remember facts about plants and fungi, but it wasn't infallible and didn't help with the inspiration he got for alchemy. One by one, Kai moved through the rows of materials on his bed. There was a reason he handled them so easily and without precaution. Dora only gave him safe, hardy plants that would remain useful for a long time, even without complicated preservation. Most of them could only be considered pseudo-mana plants, but were still worth a small fortune by his standards, maybe almost a silver messar altogether. He didn't spend more than a couple minutes per plant. He wanted to use Inspect to reap the easy benefits of his past experiences and knowledge. His mind put together the pieces of the puzzles that had eluded him till now. His hand scribbled furiously on his notebook. Thankfully, Dora gave him two. It was after the first half an hour that he noticed a slight headache forming behind his eyes. Just a slight annoyance at first, barely there. Kai ignored it and continued analyzing materials. 10 minutes later, the headache wasn't so easy to overlook any longer. He gritted his teeth and continued. It was weird, he had never suffered from headaches except when he overused mana sense, but that hadn't happened in months. At any other time, Kai would have stopped to analyze the situation, but in his frenzy and euphoria, he did not. Finally, another 10 minutes later, the headache suddenly passed some hidden threshold and turned into a brain-splitting migraine. It didn't take a genius to find the culprit, just to stop to think for a second. Shit, it seems there truly is no free meal in life. Using Inspect takes its toll. He could only lay on the ground, waiting for it to subside. His bed was already taken by the ingredients, and while not dangerous, he would prefer to avoid rolling over them, for both of their sakes. The backlash of this particular skill overuse didn't last too long. At least it didn't feel like somebody was stabbing an incandescent knife through his brain any longer. It reduced to a throbbing headache, not pleasant but survivable. Slowly rising to his feet, Kai waited for the dizziness to pass. Purely as a scientific curiosity and, not because he was a masochist, briefly reactivated Inspect. An immediate stabbing pain in his head told him it was a very bad idea. The fact his migraine slightly subsided didn't mean he was ready for another round. On the plus side, his mad rush had provided him with 2 more levels in herbology and 1 in Inspect. A pretty good haul for less than an hour's work. Kai tidied up his bed. He had gone through all the ingredients he was interested in anyway. The only remaining were a few plants he bought in the market that he never studied before. Looking at his inventory, Kai took a couple leaves of azalea and frigid orchid petals to prepare a tea that would help with his headache. Luckily, his headache didn't worsen by using mana scents, so he prepared it the proper way. It wasn't a true alchemic recipe, but almost any concoction could be improved by paying attention to its mana during the creation process. First of all, he needed a working station. He didn't remember if he had cleaned his cauldron the last time he used it, so he walked into the kitchen. It was a tea. A normal stove and kettle would do just fine. Next, he made sure he was home alone. The preparation process was easy, but he wanted no distractions. Kia was out with Alana to take a look at different jobs. They would not be back for a few hours longer. It was his turn to cook lunch after all. He had finally convinced Alana it wasn't necessary for her to hurry back and forth. He could take care of lunch. He also wanted to flex his culinary skill on Kia a little. He was no great chef, but he picked up a couple tricks from Dora. With everything ready, Kai put on the kettle to boil and turned to his ingredients. An easy and sure way to strengthen the potency of any pseudo-mana herb was to push your own mana through the plant. Ideally, he should delicately fill the mana veins of the ingredients. Otherwise, you risked the rapid decay of the ingredients' properties. He didn't really need to worry about that. He wasn't practicing a long and delicate alchemy recipe. He only cared about squeezing out all the useful qualities of the herbs into the tea. Nothing fancy. Kai started with the azalea leaves. He began pushing his own mana with all the finesse he could manage through the main mana channels of the herb. He could see the internal mana structure of the plant start to collapse, but it didn't matter. He tossed them into the boiling water. I should probably practice more mana manipulation. Even I can see how garbage I am at it. In the last month at the estate, Kai had been forced to practice that skill, till just the thought gave him shivers. He now realized he had been unconsciously avoiding it since he came home. Moving the kettle away from the flame, Kai waited for it to cool a little. The frigid orchid petals were better added to a temperature of around 60 degrees Celsius. The temperature metric Dora used was about the same he was used to, even if with a different name. It wasn't that surprising, really. Dividing the temperature between freezing and boiling water into 100 degrees was only reasonable. Anyway, temperature control was fundamental in alchemy, and Dora had given him a small heat gauge, but right now he didn't bother to use it. His head was still throbbing, and Kai wanted to drink this damn tea already. He repeated the process of inserting his mana into the frigid orchid petals, with an even worse result. Eyeballing the temperature, Kai chucked them into the kettle too. I promise I'll do my damn mana manipulation exercises as soon as this headache is gone. For the last step, Kai helped the two ingredients into the tea mesh together. It wasn't strictly necessary. The properties of the two herbs were too weak to clash and create real problems, but every little bit helped. It was better than waiting for the water to cool down. The process turned out to be more complicated than he thought, making him realize why using a proper cauldron was important. Moving his mana through the kettle added another layer of difficulty that the metal of his cauldron didn't cause. He was glad Dora would never see this poorly prepared tea. Taking out a clay mug, Kai poured himself an abundant amount. The tea was a pale green with a pleasant herbal smell. He took a sip. The taste wasn't bad, a bit too bitter for his taste, with a minty undertone. It could have used a little honey or sugar, but no such luxuries were present in Greenside. The only thing Kai cared about was for his headache to be gone. After emptying the kettle, he could already feel the pressure in his head getting better. Damn, now I'll need to practice mana manipulation. Postponing to after lunch, Kai spent a couple hours fixing his messy notes. He couldn't wait to try a few new ideas and do a little pseudo-alchemy. It couldn't be called true alchemy due to the mana level of his ingredients, glorified apothecary at most. Kai wanted to have the inspect skill at his disposal to help with his experiments. He had to test how long this skill overuse lasted. Most likely he would wait for the next day. After cooking a simple meal for a lying Kia, who still refused to admit his cooking abilities had left hers in the dust, he opened Dora's textbook on mana exercises. Till now, he only focused on the mana sense section. It was time to open the dreaded mana manipulation chapter. The network of his mana channel lightened in his vision. All those twists and turns felt familiar, and yet he found out something new each time he looked at them. The dazzling movements of mana never ceased to amaze him. Stop stalling and let's get going. Dora once told him a true master magician could control even the mana that didn't belong to him. Maybe one day he would be able to do that too. For now, he could only control the mana attuned to his own body, and even that wasn't easy. Whenever he tried to separate part of his mana network, there was always a slight resistance. His mana wanted to keep flowing on its own terms. That had been the biggest obstacle to obtaining the mana manipulation skill. A slight flex managed to separate a few filaments of energy. Starting simple, he carefully molded the thread to be as uniform as he could make it, before molding it according to the exercise instructions. Internal control of your own mana was the easiest. His body was a stable and secure environment. the ambient mana was kept outside, unable to disrupt his control. However, it was easier only if you compared the same exercise inside and outside his body. Kai's brows furrowed in concentration and effort as he tried to imitate the complicated pattern from the book Dora gave him. The thread moved up and down, forming a complicated braid of knots and loops. The challenge didn't only lay in the complicated design, but also in maintaining the completed parts as the structure grew larger. Kai clenched his teeth and held his breath. Sweat formed on his forehead as he tried to keep the design together. A small thread escaped his control. As he separated a small amount of his focus to fix it, two more appeared. Before he knew it, a series of cascading effects caused the inevitable downfall. The braids fell apart and the mana returned to his channels. Kai sighed. He had not missed this. Pushing his annoyance down, he tried again, spending a few hours on the various designs Dora selected for him. The book contained 20 of them, divided into 4 levels of increasing difficulty. He didn't manage to complete even one of the 5 easiest ones despite trying them all multiple times. Not that he expected anything different. Like mana sense, mana manipulation was a slow grind. Dora warned him they were both considered amongst the hardest orange skills to improve. Done with his internal exercises, Kai passed to external mana manipulation. There was a reason he trained them in this order. If you lost control of your mana inside your body, it returned to your channels. On the outside, it dispersed into the environment, and his reserves of mana were very limited. There were methods to absorb ambient mana and refine it in a speedier time, but Kai didn't know any yet. His only option was to let his body naturally regenerate it. Away from the artificially increased mana of the estate, the process was even slower. After taking a small break to stretch his stiff body, Kai got down to it. If internal manipulation was about careful control and finesse, the fundamentals for outside manipulation were an iron will and decisiveness. The moment he expelled a filament of mana from his hand, it was immediately assaulted by the free-flowing ambient mana. Trying to wash away his imprint and opposing his control, minuscule motes of his mana started to disperse under the assault, the thread losing its proper form. Kai decisively clamped down with his will, forcing the mana to remain stable. The first exercise he ever learned was to simply extend the filament as far from his body as he could and maintain it for as long as possible. He had graduated from that, gaining enough mastery to add shaping exercises to the mix. Dora prepared a different set of shaping exercises for external manipulation that also considered how far from his body he pushed his mana and through which materials. While he could practice endlessly inside his body, or at least till his mind got exhausted outside it, he had a limited number of tries. Each mistake would make him lose mana. The more he drew from his limited reserve, the harder his mana channels would oppose him, and for a good reason. His body needed mana to survive, or at least to function correctly. Extracting till 50 was fine if you were in good health. Lower than that, problems started to arise. Dizziness, nausea, loss of fine motor control at first. More serious and permanent consequences if you went lower, till you risked cardiac arrest below 20. To stay on the safe side and keep an emergency reserve, Kai preferred to remain above 60. Browsing through Dora's book, he tried different exercises. Half of them were related to alchemy and required him to move his mana through different materials. He used common weeds he found outside in place of precious herbs. It wasn't the same thing since mana-rich plants behaved differently, but it was the best he could afford. His practice continued for around an hour before his mana levels dropped too low. With his small, underdeveloped body, he had maybe a third of the mana an adult would possess. I'm finally done. Checking his skills, he noticed he had gained a level in mana manipulation, greatly improving his mood. Even though his body was technically fine, he felt exhausted. Consuming his mana made his body feel weak and sluggish even if he didn't overdo it. Kai looked outside. It was late afternoon. There was still a little light outside, but he didn't have the energy to do anything. Nap time. After waking from a wondrous nap, there wasn't much time left in the day. Kai helped his mother cook dinner and spent the rest of the evening with his family. Alana had brought Kia around to witness different jobs, but she didn't show interest in any of them. Don't worry, sweetie, there is still time, Alana said. Kai could clearly see that her reassurances were making Kia more anxious. Their mother was doing what she thought best with the options they had. It was unfair to put that pressure on a child, but this was how things worked in the archipelago. If you decided late, your odds to get a good profession would plummet. The earlier she got started, the better. The only other option was choosing for her, which was what happened in most families. He was the only one seeing Kia's distress. Eleni moved the conversation away from the topic to what she did that day. Kai was not sure how much that helped, considering she started talking about her apprenticeship. Pearling was a very interesting job in the Baquer archipelago. The shallow sea's low depth and the powerful tides created a unique environment. If the tideseers kept the closest eyes on the cycles of the sea, pearl hunters were a close second. That was also how Alana met Alez's mentor and got her an apprenticeship. Each time the waters retreated, they presented several possibilities. Be it reaching depths previously impossible, exploring underwater caves, or just frantically searching the exposed seafloor. The low tide was so convenient to hunt for pearls, there was little point in going out any other time. Ale's mentor was teaching her the tricks of deep diving, but until she got a profession, she mainly hunted on the exposed seabed since it was much safer. Why don't you use mana sense? Kai asked. Ale talked about several searching skills, but no mana sense. It was weird. What better way to find rare treasures than with mana? Eleni smiled at him. Not everyone is as good as you with mana skills, little brother. I don't have the skill, Okai said, embarrassed. He forgot how hard it was to unlock the skill without the right conditions. You could also unlock it through the use of evolved skills that used mana, but they were not easy to obtain. Even if his older sister was very mature, she was 13. She didn't have the time to evolve many skills yet. Aled didn't seem offended, but he felt bad for asking. Sorry. Don't worry, my mentor doesn't use it either. She says it requires too much training for it to become useful. Plus, not all pearls are mana-rich treasures. The largest part of a pearl hunter's earnings are through common pearls. Mana pearls are valuable, but finding them is up to chance. You can't rely on them. Kai's hand unconsciously moved to the green pearl at his wrist. Instead of feeling better, he felt worse. He had known the bracelet she gifted him for his 7th birthday was precious, but not how much. Then an idea hit him. Kai turned to look his sister in the eye. Hypothetically speaking, if you had mana sense right now, would you use it? His sister looked at him curiously, thoughtful. She was considering the question seriously. My mentor doesn't use it, but she got the skill too late and now has her profession to help her. If I had access to mana sense right now, probably I would use it. After a short pause, she added, but I don't think it's worth asking your teacher for such a favor. She easily guessed where he was going, but his sister misunderstood his intentions. I think I can help you without asking for any favor, he said in a confident tone. At his proclamation followed an awkward silence. The whole family had a skeptical look on their faces. Alana was hiding it well, Kia not at all, but no one seemed to believe him. Ouch, my pride. It was only a half-baked plan, but he had a plan nonetheless. If the best way to get mana sense was being exposed to different concentrations of mana so you would notice the difference, why couldn't he use his own mana to achieve the same? To be honest, it was a bit of a stretch. He had no proof that it would work, but why not try? People with mana manipulation were pretty rare. Maybe it was a common way to get the skill in other places. After he explained his idea, his family still wasn't 100% convinced. Kia most of all looked at him with doubtful eyes. That did not last long. Kai just had to suggest he could help her get the skill too for her to become his most enthusiastic supporter. After a little discussion, Ale accepted too. She did it to make him happy, not really believing it could work, but as long as it worked it didn't matter. Kai had not regenerated much mana from his afternoon training, but it was enough for a couple tries. Sitting across from each other, Kai put his hand over his sister's. Thinking a larger surface was probably better, he molded his mana into a rough flat circle. He had found there was one advantage of a lower mana density. The less ambient mana to contend with meant an easier time with external mana manipulation. Stabilizing the mana construct, he pushed it toward her hand. Tell me if you feel something. As soon as his mana entered into contact with her skin, he lost control over that part of the construct. He expected that, but the sensation of having his mana wrenched away from him was still unpleasant. Ambient mana had no intent and was already hard to deal with. It made sense that another person's imprinted mana was much worse. He tried to make his mana hover against her skin, not really touching her. After a few tries, it became clear that making their mana clash was the easiest way for her to feel a slight tingle. Unfortunately, that did not seem to be enough to get the skill. Having only enough for another try, he moved to Kia, who was eagerly waiting her turn. The process repeated in about the same way. The only difference he noticed was that he was able to push his mana a little deeper before losing control. Maybe it was Kia's lower stats or her lower race grade. She said she could feel a slight prickle, but still no luck with the skill. Kai wasn't deterred. They agreed they would try each night till it worked. He and Kia were serious. Ale probably thought he would get tired of trying after a while. She was underestimating him. He was not the type to give up so easily anymore. I can at least do this much for them. The next morning, Kai jumped off his bed more eager to start the day than usual. The skill strained from Inspect was finally gone. He couldn't wait to try all his new ideas. Unfortunately, he had to wait a bit longer. First, he had his routine to maintain. Meditation, stretching exercises, physical training, and weapons training. He wanted to skip it so badly and get to what he really wanted to do, but he knew it would be the wrong choice. If he were to make an exception even one time, it wouldn't be long before the next. Some good excuse would always come up. He was determined to maintain his diligent streak for as long as possible. After a thrifty breakfast, he went out to complete his usual routine. He ignored all the looks the people threw his way as he trained. Once he would have cared, now only his goals mattered. 2 hours later, he laid on the beach covered in sweat, smiling. He was done for today. He took a quick hop into the sea to cool down, choosing the salt over the sweat. He was already covered in it from the morning swim anyway. Walking home and getting cleaned up the best he could, he was reminded of how much he missed the tap water of the estate. Wasting no time, Kai was ready to start his mad scientist arc. He reached into the expanded space of his alchemy chest with his whole arm and took out the equipment Dora had prepared for him. Cauldron, burner, several pieces of glassware, and a number of small knives and other tools to process ingredients. He had left most of them in the chest since his room didn't have much free space and he didn't want to risk breaking them. After preparing all the materials and tools he planned on using on his small workbench, he got to work. His senses and skills zeroed in on the herbs as he experimented how to extract the properties he wanted from them while destroying the toxic or useless parts. From yesterday's notes and inspirations, Kai planned to try 13 new ways to treat herbs and 5 experimental recipes. He was hoping to create 2 healing balms, 1 powder to keep pests away, and 2 different potions. One with invigorating properties similar to the energizing tonic, but with cheaper herbs in the other. The most ambitious one was a potion to clear the mind and increase focus. To be completely honest, all 5 were modified recipes from Dora's book rather than completely original ideas. He wasn't good enough to create miraculous potions from scratch, not yet. He also lacked the large quantities of ingredients needed for wide testing. With his limited materials and funds, he could only repeat an experiment so many times. If he was too ambitious, he risked not getting anywhere. With a plan in mind, he started testing his new processing methods with no hesitation. Even in the best-case scenario, he wouldn't invent something revolutionary, but it was good training. Dora always told him that a proper alchemist had to go beyond the proven recipes and venture into uncharted territory. His mad scientist dreams had to stay humble for now, but you had to start somewhere. It was a good test of his new skills without Dora's guidance. The testing of the 13 new processing ideas proceeded smoothly. It wasn't like he could truly fail while using stable pseudo-mana herbs. The success hinged more on how much better or worse the final result was compared to using standard methods. Writing down his discoveries on the decreasing pages of his notebook, Kai was ready for round 2. After a brief lunch, Kai rushed back to his room to continue. He had reached the fun part, attempting to modify 5 recipes. They had more steps than simple processing and were very demanding on his concentration and mana, but he hoped to try each of them at least once today. He didn't want to get to the evening with no more mana left in the tank. This morning Kai had tried to restrict his use of inspect. Now he stopped holding back and tried to observe everything he could. The longer and more complicated the process, the more things could go wrong. Even just finding where the mistake lay could be a challenge. As the hours passed, he discovered 2 things, one good and one bad. The bad one was that he might have been a bit optimistic with the mana required. With proven recipes, you didn't even need to intervene at all if you did things correctly. When you improvised and tried new things, the story was entirely different. Put simply, things tended to go wrong. A lot. And you needed an equally big amount of mana to salvage things. On a more positive note, this brought him to the good news. He wouldn't need to practice mana manipulation exercises today. He had no more mana left in the tank and was already below 60. There was no moment when something wasn't going differently from what he predicted, and he had to crudely use his mana to prevent the concoction from imploding. It felt like trying to stop a house from collapsing with duct tape and prayers. Whenever he managed to stabilize something else started going wrong in a never-ending cycle. Most of the time he didn't even know why or what had gone wrong, only that something most certainly had. Testing 5 modified recipes in an afternoon, his mad scientist persona needed a big reality check. He barely managed to try 2, and they were the easiest. His mind was completely spent. He had once again pushed inspect beyond the limit. His only wish was to lie down and wake up in a week. With a last effort of will, he wrote down his observations while they were still fresh in his mind. He had so many questions and wished Dora was here to explain to him what he did wrong. Kai had known having a master alchemist watching over you was a great blessing, but he had not realized how much. How many times Dora had slightly nudged him in the right direction and made him avoid pitfalls without even letting him know. He had to make sure to tell her how much he appreciated her when he got back. The next few days proceeded more or less in the same fashion. Kai continued his experiments. He had nightmares of peacefully brewing over his cauldron when something went wrong. He didn't know what, but everything he tried only made the situation worse until it exploded in his face and he woke up in a sweat. Usual stuff. Stupid mind, y'all have to do better than this. I'm going to have my mad scientist phase whether you like it or not. He had planned to try and sell his potions and remedies at the market to buy more herbs and continue his experiments. But nothing could ever be easy. Who could have predicted that people were very skeptical when a child tried to sell them suspicious-looking potions they brewed themselves? Being a child really sucked. His marketing strategy needed a few adjustments. First, He was only the mailboy of an old and wise apothecary who couldn't be bothered to go to the market himself. It wasn't a great story, but it was the best he could come up with. He hoped that it would become believable enough after people saw his potions worked. Second, he changed his experiments towards the products with the highest demand, healing balms and remedies for fevers and infections. Poison to get rid of pests was also very popular with the farmers. It wasn't easy to deceive seasoned merchants, but a bit of acting and using old Selly as an intermediary helped him sell things at only a small price loss. He was the only apothecary in town, and people preferred a reliable source when they bought their medicines. If things went according to plan, he would start earning soon as he improved and became more efficient with the brewing, so he could leave the money he earned to his family when he had to go back to the estate. In the meantime, Kai continued to try help his sisters get mana sense. They had no luck so far, but he was confident they were getting closer. As the sun was rising on Greenside, Kai soon learned this day was different. From the moment he got his nose out of the door, he heard the excited conversations of the passerby that a merchant ship had docked this morning. Even better, it wasn't the usual brig that stopped once or twice a season, but a different vessel no one had seen before. The whole town was buzzing with the news. For an out-of-the-way settlement like theirs, this event was a rare occasion to break the tedious routine. Doubly so when it was a mysterious new ship to grace their shores, like a wrapped present full of potential and dreams. Everyone wanted to see what strange treasures and exotic goods the merchants would have on sale. For some, it could be the chance of a lifetime to get their hands on rare products that never reached Greenside otherwise. For others, it was the possibility of selling their own goods to an outside party to get an extra payday. No one was willing to miss out. Even just to take a look at something new and interesting. Naturally, the local merchants also wanted in on the fun and the money. It didn't happen every day that the whole town came to the market with their wallets full and ready to spend. Before the sun had time to fully rise, Greenside had transformed. Stalls, tables, and large colorful blankets had been promptly set up with all kinds of products and general shiny junk. Some quick-witted individuals set up food stalls selling snacks and refreshments. In a town where everyone lived a few minutes' walk from their house, it wasn't a luxury people usually indulged in. Only during such a festive day would people opt not to waste time going home to cook their own meals. With an untold universal agreement, Greenside decided to host the biggest event since the Festival of the Tides the year before. Whether as curious customers or excited merchants, the whole town was present, Kai included. He wasn't that excited by the merchant ship. He doubted any curiosities could beat what he saw back at the estate. Instead, this was the perfect opportunity to sell some of his potions. Plenty of new faces walked down the streets, many none the wiser of the origin of his goods. Any dumb story would seem more believable in the general excitement of the day. Maybe he could add a little spice to his stories and pretend he came with the merchant ship. "Okay, Mom, I'll go take a look. See you around." Before Alana had the chance to respond, he jumped into the sea of people crowding the streets and disappeared. If he had to lie his way to a good price, he preferred to not have his mom beside him watching. Adjusting the satchel at his side, Kai started to look around for the right targets. New faces, excited looks, possibly well-dressed with more money than common sense. Looking around, a surprising number of people satisfied the requirements. He took a deep breath and reminded himself he was only a young apprentice sent by his master to sell his potions. The only difference was that said master wasn't an hermit living in the jungle, but an old man who couldn't be bothered to get off the ship. Much more believable story already. Kai tried to find the right kind of smile. Not too eager, but still confident in my goods. Thank the spirits for the acting skill. He would not be able to do this without that skill. Even with many factors playing in his favor, it wasn't easy to sell his creations. He also had the wrong potions for the day. Helping to heal wounds, cure fevers and infections, they were always in demand, but too modest for the mood of the day. People were looking for entertainment, to escape their boring lives and be amazed by random trinkets the merchants brought, not to be reminded of their daily life. He was having better luck with his pesticide powder and Sweet Dreams tea, but those were his cheaper products. He only made a copper messar after selling half his stock. He would probably have more success if he claimed his concoctions had extravagant effects like making you grow taller or improving luck. Those kinds of potions appealed to gullible individuals with more money than self-control. There were plenty that fit that bill today. People who couldn't resist the temptation to believe they had found something wondrous, the deal of a lifetime. Alas, he was not willing to go so far as to actually scam people for a couple of messars. He had no problem lying with a straight face, but his goods did what he advertised. He was only convincing people to look out for their best interests. Pushing away his disappointment, Kai continued looking for possible targets. He had to contend with other peddlers, who didn't have a stall but didn't want to miss the chance to make an extra messar. Patience and persistence, he reminded himself. He discovered being a child had one particular advantage with one demographic. women, specifically those with a strong motherly instinct, playing on the pity of an old dour master that would punish him if he didn't manage to sell his creation. He was making quite a killing. What are you doing here, kid? Are you trying to scam people? The sudden comment ruined the sob story he was telling to a well-dressed middle-aged woman who wore a double necklace of pearls. Kai's pitiful expression changed into a frown as he turned around ready to deal with another merchant who didn't like competition from a child. Instead, he came face to face with Uncle Mui. Uncle, it's not nice to ruin someone else's business. Did he make such a bad impression the hunter thought he was scamming people? He did play a little with him, but it was all in honest fun. His fun. Mui eyed him like he just found a child with his hands in the cookie jar. Worst of all, his usual intimidating appearance was scaring away potential clients. He didn't even look apologetic, instead doubling down on the false accusations. Didn't your mom tell you that lying to people is bad? Does Alana know you're scamming good people? I'm not scamming people. Kai defended himself. Mui shook his head disapprovingly. I know for a fact you're not selling potions on behalf of an old master from the merchant ship. Okay, maybe he had a point there, but it was a misunderstanding. Well, I didn't say I was lying, only that I'm not scamming people. My goods are 100 authentic. Where else would you find such incredible potions exactly? He asked as if that fact was an undeniable proof. I brewed them myself. Why do you think I have mana sense at such a level? Do you think I trained it for fun? The hunter seemed at a loss for words, his brain trying to find a reason to justify his suspicion. But then why were you lying about where they came from? Do you think people would buy them if I told them I made them myself? Kai raised an eyebrow to emphasize his point. Didn't you tell me you were an apprentice mage? Are you also an experienced apothecary now? Actually, I am an apprentice alchemist, not that he was likely to know the difference. Do you want to listen to my whole life story, or are you gonna admit you were wrong? Did your mother not tell you not to accuse people without evidence? Kai watched the much bigger man with a judging gaze, the same Mui had used with him. His last sentence might have been a bit overkill, but he was so tired of people doubting him because he was a child. So, damn, tired. It hadn't been a problem at the estate, but now that he was back in Greenside each day, he had to jump through hoops to make people take him seriously. He was fed up with it. Any random shady adult on the street seemed to have more credibility than him. Just because I am a child, it doesn't mean I don't have a fucking brain or can't do anything besides playing with the waves. He was huffing for breath. He had not realized how much he suppressed his growing annoyance every day. Mui watched his outburst in silence. Sorry, he finally muttered. Forgiven. Now get out of my way. It's hard enough trying to sell something without your stern muzzle making things worse. After this spectacle, he would have to go somewhere else, but Mui seemed to have no intention of getting out of the way. He stood rooted on the spot with an unreadable expression on his face. As he was about to walk around the burly man, the hunter put a hand on his shoulders and held him in place. Kai glared at him, but Mui didn't let him go. I'm sorry I accused you of scamming people. Mui cleared his throat. Kai took a deep breath and turned with an expectant gaze toward the big man, waiting for him to say his piece. Have you tried selling to the foreign merchant at the docks? The snarky remark he had prepared died in his mouth. No, Kai was forced to admit. It might be a good idea to check them out then. If your potions do what you say, you'd make much more selling to them. Maybe you're right, but why should a proper merchant take the risk and trust my words? Wouldn't they only be more suspicious? Mui looked at him with a smirk, because proper merchants have ways to examine goods and find their true value. How else could they close any deal? Kai stared at his feet, thoughtful. Okay, fine. I had not thought of that. If even I have an inspect skill, any respectable merchant should have something better. Mui removed his hand from his shoulders. Come, I am going there too to sell a few things myself. The hunter started to walk as people parted before him. Kai followed behind, lost in his thoughts, conflicted emotions in his heart, after how I acted all the times I met him. Uncle Kai tried to say. The hunter glanced behind his shoulder at him. Mui might have doubted him unjustly a couple of times, but he had overreacted and acted like a total brat. The hunter didn't stop walking. No problem, kid. It's always complicated being different. After that, they continued to walk in silence. Kai was lost in his head. People seemed to magically part before Mui's presence, and Kai walked right behind. It didn't take long before they reached the docks. Kai could see the highest mast of a ship sprouting over the heads of people. Even the hunter's presence couldn't open a path through the dense cluster of humans. He stood on the tip of his toes, trying to take a better look at the infamous merchant ship. Before he could react, two strong hands grabbed him at the sides and lifted him up over the heads of the crowd. The culprit was obvious. I'm sure one day y'all grow up too, shorty, Mui said, amused. Was that his attempt at a joke? Kai wanted to retort he was considered quite tall for his age, but chose to ignore the comment and focus on the view before him. Anchored not far from the shore, the mysterious ship slightly swayed in the waves in all its glory. According to the bold golden letters on the prow, it was called the Fortuna, and its owner must be lucky indeed. The vessel was quite the sight, from its silvery sails to the immaculate condition of the rich mahogany color of the hull. It wasn't particularly big, but it was by far the most beautiful ship that ever stopped at their dock, the Republic ships included. Moving his gaze closer, he noticed the area closer to the dock now housed two large tents, queues of more or less orderly people moving in and out of them under the watchful eyes of a group of foreign men and women, the crew of the Fortuna if he had to guess. Some of them appeared to be from the archipelago, with dark wavy hair, tan skin, and green eyes. Others had lighter or darker skin tones with a great variety of hair colors and features. Two people in particular took his attention, a man and a woman, siblings probably. They sported dark green hair. It didn't look like a dye either. The sun highlighted too many subtle shades of green, not the uniform color of a cheap dye or even the couple gradients of a professional job. Mui put him down before he could get a better look. After asking around, they discovered one tent was for selling and the other for buying goods. They joined the shorter queue towards the first tent. Better to decide whether to buy something after they knew how much coin they had available. Waiting in a queue under the sun, Kai observed the large bag the hunter was carrying. The contents weren't hard to imagine, with a couple pelts and what looked like animal bones peeking out. "You think they'll be interested in buying?" Kai asked, more to kill time than actual interest. Mui shrugged, "Worth a try. I found a couple interesting things in the jungle." The jungle, Kai stopped for a second to think. It was so close and yet he had never ventured inside, warned by the numerous stories of dangers. Maybe it wasn't as deadly as they said. How is the very jungle, the inner parts I mean? Mui seemed to consider the question for a moment. "It's dangerous if you don't know what you are doing." He shook his head. "Each year there is some fool that pushes too deep without the right knowledge or levels. Most people are scared of the poisonous critters, but those are just a little annoyance compared to awakened beasts." It seemed Kai had made the right decision. The jungle sounded like a death trap to him. If it's so bad, why do people go there? Mui shrugged again. Most go for the money. Meat sells well, and the deeper reaches of the forest have a higher mana density. Plenty of valuable animals and materials there. As for me, I think I enjoy the challenge, and I also find it beautiful. He stopped talking, looking at him like he expected some particular reaction from him. Kai stared back, confused. They seemed perfectly valid reasons for him. "Maybe you could give me a tour one day. I only have to learn to brew an antivenom for all those critters first." The queue had considerably shortened. He couldn't see inside the large tent, but he noticed most of the people who walked out looked dispirited, still carrying all their items. A smaller group were happy, clearly able to conclude some kind of deal. Finally, a few individuals had weird expressions. Was that relief, fear, maybe disgust? Kai couldn't really tell from the distance. It was weird, but he thought nothing of it. There could be so many possible reasons. He would see for himself soon enough, better not ruin the surprise. He was excited to see what he would find inside. The flap of the tent was pulled aside for them, and the guard made a gesture to go in. Stepping in, the air wasn't stuffy. It had a nice smell similar to... Kai's thoughts stopped the moment his eyes fell on one of the three individuals inside. One was a normal, boring human being with green hair. The other two were not. Standing behind a large wooden table, one sitting, one standing, were two individuals covered in small blue-grayish scales, two thin holes instead of a nose, a colorful crest on their head going down their neck into their luxurious clothes, and what appeared like gills on their neck. Kai stared, dumbfounded. "Here we go again," the one who was sitting said with a surprisingly young and annoyed voice. Kai blinked twice to make sure his eyes weren't deceiving him. He had known about the existence of other races for a long time, even in the Baquer archipelago that was common knowledge. But one thing was knowing, another was coming face to face with one. With his brain short-circuited, he could only stupidly exclaim, "You are merfolks." One book he read had a chapter about foreign races. It didn't say much except they existed and a brief description. The merfolk sitting behind a table rolled his eyes, speaking to the other merfolk standing beside him. "Father, did we really have to come to this God's forsaken fishing village? Not one of these country bumpkins seems to have ever seen another sapient species in their life." Kai was too flabbergasted to take offense. Those words were true after all. The one who just spoke looked younger, a teenager judging from the voice. The older one, his father, would probably be a head taller if they were both standing. He had also slightly darker scales and a monocle with a golden rim on his left eye. "Don't be rude, rise he. This is how I started too. No deal is too humble for a true merchant." The father had an almost scholarly tone. When he spoke, Kai noticed there were a few more thin, sharp teeth in his mouth than what a human would have. Risey looked back at them with a snort, at him specifically. "Stop gawking. It's not like I'm even a thrice-damned siren, just a common merfolk." "Merman is fine too, but don't call me fishman if you don't want trouble." Kai nodded soundlessly. Mui gave him a light tap on the shoulder to make him realize he was standing nailed on the floor by the entrance. "I'm making a fool of myself. Come on, Kai, get a grip of yourself." Kai schooled his expression and walked towards the table, using acting to look as calm and nonchalant as possible. "Nice to meet you, Risey. I am Kai." He smiled and offered his hand over the table. It wasn't really a thing in the archipelago, but he heard people shook their hands in the Myrian Republic, so the merfolk should be familiar with the greeting. Rizey stared at his hand for a couple seconds. Kai couldn't really interpret the expression on his face, but he made no move of taking his hand. Was I wrong in my assumption? Just as Kai was about to take back his hand, sure he would remember this embarrassing moment every night for the next year, Rizey made his move. Kai tried to not react as the cold, webbed hand of the young merfolk touched his. His nails looked manicured and also way sharper than a human's. Surprisingly, the scales on his hand were almost as soft as human skin too. With a smile Kai couldn't interpret, Rizey shook his hand. The strength he used in the grip would have been uncomfortable if he hadn't advanced his race. Kai returned the handshake with no problem. If he read his expression correctly, the merfolk was surprised at his lack of reaction. Luckily, he did not tighten his grip in a contest of strength. Kai suddenly felt the familiar tingling of mana. Did he use some kind of skill? His suspicion seemed confirmed when Rizey showed his sharp teeth in a large smile. But it was his father who talked first. It's surprising to find a human child who reached the second layer so young. He did a short bow. I am Sane, merchant by trade and the father of this young man. He patted the head of an annoyed Rizey, who didn't seem to appreciate the gesture. Sane touched his chin with a thoughtful look. Were you perhaps not born on this island? Kai took a second to understand the second layer was probably another naming convention for race grades. Yes, something like that. He answered noncommittally. It was clear Sane considered his race grade high for someone born at the bottom of red like all the natives of the islands, and wondered if he was not born in the archipelago. Kai decided to interpret the question more literally. He was not born on Yanlan but on Yatal. He wasn't technically lying. He just didn't feel like explaining the details and deal with the questions that were sure to follow. Since the two merfolks took a peek at him, it only felt right to reciprocate. Kai activated Mana Sense and Inspect, trying to be subtle about it. He had to suppress an exclamation when he saw the results. Rizey was at the second stage of Orange with a Type 1 profession. A combination he never saw before. Such a high race and low profession meant he probably unlocked the second seal recently. The real shocker was his father, Sane. Behind those unassuming looks, his race and profession appeared higher than any he had seen before. Definitely yellow grade race, he couldn't tell which stage, and Type 3 or higher profession. The intricate mana network of the merman gave him a headache after a couple seconds he was staring at it. The complexity so high he could not imagine ever making sense of it. Digging into his memories, he was reasonably certain Vera was higher, but maybe he was at Elijah or Dora's level. Back at the estate, he didn't have the ability to tell yet, so he couldn't be sure. If Sane noticed his actions, he didn't say. He seemed immersed in his thoughts. Not more than a few seconds had passed since Kai gave his answer. Sane nodded his head sagely like he just solved a difficult puzzle. Not wanting to waste the chance of speaking with a powerful individual, Kai didn't hesitate to strike conversation. Are merfolk very common outside the Bakware archipelago? Who knew when he would get another chance to speak with another merfolk? Better not to waste this chance. The older merfolk didn't seem annoyed by his question. Instead, he looked happy to have an excuse to talk. Yes, you could say so. Maybe not as much as you humans, but not that far behind. Y'all find my kind wherever the sea meets the shore. We like to see ourselves as the bridge between the oceans and the drylands. Rizey rolled his eyes at his father's pompous tone. Kai didn't care if the old merfolk wanted to boast a little in exchange for a few answers. It was more than a fine trade for him. He was happy to act like each word of the old merman was made of gold. Do you mean you provide resources only found at sea? Kai asked, eager to know more. Sane ignored his son's behavior, looking pleased with Kai's reaction. He continued to talk with an air of importance. Yes, only the finest goods from deep seas and the dark abyss. We go where no land race dares to venture. We also act as middlemen for the races of the oceans who don't like or can't travel on land. Remembering Rizey's earlier remark, Kai asked, such as sirens. He wasn't exactly sure of the difference between a merman and a siren, but this was a good chance to ask. Sane looked like he really enjoyed having Kai hang from his words. Yes, like sirens among other races. Rizey suddenly burst out laughing. Sirens? Really, Dad? I can't remember the last time one of those snobby fish came to us. The merfolk continued to laugh in a very human way. Smacking his son on the ear, Sane fought to maintain his cultured demeanor. The young merfolk stopped laughing and massaged the offended part, Ahi. Glancing at his guests, Sane maintained his dignified countenance and lectured his son. Yes, sirens indeed, son. Your great-great-uncle was famous for having concluded a deal with a powerful fourth-layer siren. Merfolks are always their first choice when they don't wish to trade with the land dwellers themselves. With a last pretentious wave of his hand directed at his son, the old merchant put on a business-like smile and turned towards them. Now, young Kai, why don't you show my foolish son what you and your father brought to sell us? Kai turned around to notice Mui was standing a step behind him. He had been so silent during the whole exchange that he had almost forgotten he was there. He's not my father. We are just, well, he is my uncle, but we are here to conduct our business separately. After his proclamation, he expected the usual skeptical looks for his young age. He was happy to notice that both merfolk seemed to accept his answer without raising an eyebrow, even if neither actually had eyebrows. Kai was reasonably sure. "You can go first," Mui said with his deep voice, putting a stop to the stretching silence. Under the expectant eyes of the two mermen, Kai rummaged through his satchel, trying not to look too awkward or inexperienced. All contents were well packaged, and it would have been easier to empty the satchel on the table directly, but he was not gonna make such a blunder. Instead, he started carefully pulling one vial after another on the table in a neat pile. One item at a time, he emptied his stock on the table. He realized too late he shouldn't have taken everything out all at once. Damn, Il looked like a child. The only thing left in his satchel were his 2 energizing tonics, and he left them there. Observing the merchant to see if they were looking at him with ridicule, he was relieved to see they were focused on the pile of potions on the table and not him. Without any prompt, Kai began to describe what each potion, salve, powder, and balm did. Trying to hype up his products but not looking too obvious about it. At least he hoped he was not. Neither Risey nor Sane let anything show on their faces, maintaining neutral expressions on their already hard-to-read features. Kai did his best and waited for a reaction with bated breath. "May I examine them?" Risey said, suddenly sounding very professional. After his nod, the young merfolk started to examine his creations one by one, putting them aside when he was done. He smelled them and took out a small magnifying glass to look at some of his concoctions. Kai had no idea what he was looking for. On a hunch, Kai activated mana sense and everything became more clear. Thin tendrils of mana, barely visible even from up close, extended from Risey's hands probing his potions. He had no idea what kind of skill that was, but it had to be a very specific skill at work and not freeform mana control. That level of mana control was absurd. Who knew how many other skills the merfolk was using without him being able to perceive them? Working with fast hands, Risey was done in a couple of minutes, finally speaking. "The effects are nothing special, but they are crafted decently. They must be the work of an experienced apothecary, even if I wonder why he chose to craft such mundane recipes." Kai had absolutely no idea of how much his creations were worth on the market outside Greenside. So he reasoned it would be best to look impassive and not let anything slip from his expression, leaving the merchant to do most of the talk. When it became clear Kai had no intention of commenting, Risey continued inquiring. "I'd like to know how you got your hands on them." Kai could repeat the same old master story but decided to opt for the truth, curious of how they would react. "I crafted them myself." Risey broke his business persona for a moment, his eyes widening in incredulity. "You are an experienced apothecary at what, 9 or 10, here we go again." Kai was a bit disappointed, but it wasn't the worst reaction he had gotten. Obviously, he didn't feel the need to specify his age. "Son, you're missing something," Sane said. At his father's remark, Ryza looked pensive for a moment before an even bigger shock appeared on his face. "You are an alchemist." It was Kai's turn to be surprised. How had they been able to so easily guess his identity? "Apprentice alchemist," he specified. Ryze nodded. "I didn't expect to find an alchemist in this settlement." "Not even an apprentice. I'm sure it's an interesting story. You must be very talented." Kai smiled at the compliment before realizing the cunning merman was trying to stroke his ego to get an advantage in the negotiations. "Not today, Satan. I will not get buttered up so easily. I'm happy we both realize the quality of my goods." Risey stifled his smile. "The quality might be good, but they have mundane effects and their grade does not reach the first tier." Kai only had a vague idea of what half of that meant, but continued to confidently speak. "They may be low level, but they are perfect to sell around the archipelago. Their mundane effects make them only more marketable." From their brief interaction, Kai had deduced a few things. The old merchant showed no intention of intervening in the negotiations, letting his son take the lead. Adding Risey's young age and low profession, the picture became very clear. Sane wanted his son to get some experience, which was probably the only reason someone of his level decided to come to a small fishing village in the first place. It also meant they would travel to other small towns around the islands, making his common low-grade potions easy to sell. Their verbal sparring continued into a fierce haggling for the price. "I'll offer you 10 copper messars and I am already buying at a loss here." 10 messars. I would have been happy with 5. This is amazing. Kai made a mental note to thank Uncle Mui for the idea of coming here later. Despite this, not a sliver of happiness appeared on Kai's face. "Don't make me laugh. The whole package is worth at least 50 messars. Asking for a silver messar for my stock. Let's go." Risey acted scandalized at his words and the haggling continued. In his favor, Kai was better at rational verbal sparring. Risey, on his side, had a firm grasp of the true market values of the potions, which he had not. Neither was willing to give an inch, but in the end Risey didn't need to buy them as much as Kai wanted to sell. They settled on a price of 24 messars and 75 chips. Kai had taken out one of his energizing tonics to sweeten the deal. Taking the coins from a drawer, Risey triumphantly gave him the money. Kai had an inkling he had sold way below market value, but he was satisfied with the deal. there was something the young merfolk seemed to not understand yet. It didn't matter how much his potions would fetch sold by a reputable merchant in another town. Kai could only sell them in Greenside, and he could not turn into a respected apothecary. He would never get half as much coin selling in the market. If Rizey had kept insisting, he was willing to go even lower. Keep smiling all you want. You could have forced a much steeper deal. Kai inwardly gloated. From the way the older merfolk looked at his grinning son, Kai suspected Sane knew Rizey could have forced him to drop the price lower. Luckily, he had not said anything, so Kai could put away all the shiny copper messars in his satchel. Maybe he didn't think it was worth saying anything for such a small sum. A man's trash is another man's treasure. I don't think either father or son would give me a good deal just because I am a child. Stepping back with a satisfied expression, Kai let Mui take the stage. The hunter took off his bag and started a very different negotiation. The first items he offered to be examined were 3 pelts that seemed to belong to some kind of mammal with brownish fur. Kai noticed faint traces of mana present even after the animal had died. Rizey didn't seem as impressed. First tier, but not really that impressive. It's not worth the hassle to make anything out of this. Rizey dismissed the pelts, giving them back to Mui, who took them without a word. He didn't seem disappointed and proceeded to take the next item without missing a beat. A series of different materials of animal origin were taken out in quick succession. At first, Rizey showed no interest, but things soon changed when it became clear Mui was going from his worst items to the most rare and valuable. The young merman turned the hide in his webbed hands, his eyes narrowing as if to look for something only he could see. Late first tier. Some kind of draconic subspecies, if I had to guess. Too bad this specimen had not reached maturity yet. I can give you 3 messars for it. You'll need to find a good craftsman to make something of them, and they are rare around here. Mui grunted a no. The price was too low. Contrary to Kai's negotiations, there was not much talk during their haggling. The hunter mostly grunted monosyllabic answers, and Rizey offered another price or declined. With all the help the guide offered, it must be almost impossible to get a good deal from a specialized merchant, who knew all the skills at play Kai wasn't aware of. To come out on top, Mui decided to refuse to play at the merfolk's game, changing the rules instead. Kai's ears had not missed the mention of a draconic subspecies in Rizey's words. Dragons were always the most powerful and feared animals in many books he read in his previous life. To his surprise, Rizey hadn't shown anything more than mild interest in it. It was clear whatever Mui had hunted in the varied jungle was very far from the huge mighty dragons of Kai's imagination, but the lack of a reaction made him think. It might be that the draconic subspecies was little more of an overgrown lizard, or maybe Kai might have to rethink his preconceived notions of the most badass fantasy creature. Elides showed an uncanny resemblance to Earth, with many myths and legends appearing to be real here. Kai had long since stopped trying to explain it. If there was an explanation out there, he had no idea where or what to look for it. Maybe one day some clues would fall into his lap. Until then, it was better to ignore this. He should be careful not to take things for granted. Even if his Earth's knowledge might turn out to be true, it was better to verify first. Moreover, there were thousands of stories and legends about magical creatures, many of them contradicting each other. Even if one of them were true, it did him little help if he didn't know which one. The draconic hide ended up being sold for 5 messars. Considering this was only one of the items Mui brought and not the first he sold, Kai had to reconsider his uncle's wealth. He thought he was poor since he lived close to one of the worst neighborhoods and wore simple clothes. Clearly, he had been wrong. I'm sure he can spare a couple messars for his dear nephew. One deal after another, more and more precious materials were brought out. From the pelts of Tier 1 creatures, they passed to Tier 2 hides, bones and fangs of beasts Kai had never seen before. The selection of these more precious materials was smaller, but Kai could see the traces of mana on them were unmistakably higher, and Rizey bargained for all of them. Goods were exchanged for growing amounts of money, and given to a human attendant to be taken away. Kai had thought himself rich after he closed his deal. Now he was feeling the opposite. I'm pretty sure we have reached 2 silver messars, that's 100 coppers. These were not sums of money you easily saw in Greenside, probably in the whole archipelago with the sole exception of High Arbor. When Kai thought the last high tier 2 fang had been sold, Mui took out one last thing. The once bulging backpack flopped to the side, defeated and empty. That didn't matter because everyone's eyes were on the carved wooden box the hunter had in his hand. At first, Kai thought it was a spatial item. The dark cherry wood was suffused in mana. With a mana sense scan, he noticed a few runes in the network of mana. However, he soon realized he must be wrong. While he couldn't understand them, the complexity of the runes was far from those of his alchemy chest. He didn't get a headache as soon as he looked at them, but could take his time studying their curious shapes and wondering about their function. He didn't have to wait long for an answer. As soon as Mui opened it, a gust of mana and herbal smells swept out from the contents inside. Kai had been so ensnared by the wooden box runes, he had not realized his senses had been stopped from peeking inside. It seemed to possess some sort of containment function. Inside, divided in 10 small compartments, were the materials with the highest mana Kai had ever seen. Only 6 of the slots were occupied, 5 by the herbs with high mana concentration, while the last one had 2 emerald scales that gave off an equally strong presence even if their mana density was lower. For the first time, Sane also showed some interest in the items presented, peeking over his son's shoulder and adjusting his golden monocle to take a better look. 5 grade 2 herbs in more or less decent conditions and 2 scales from a tier 3 beast. I didn't think these could be found in this archipelago. Despite his comment, he continued to let his son take care of the negotiations. With a delicate touch, Rizey began to examine the herbs. The first was a small plant with crimson leaves. Kai took a step forward to admire it, subconsciously activating his mana sense and inspect. The mana channels of the herb were like an interlocking web of moving and breathing filaments. The mana itself looked different from anything he had seen before, too complicated to make sense even with inspect. He wanted to get even closer to see if he could catch some more details, but he discovered the edge of the table was already pressing against his stomach. As he was considering asking Uncle Mui if he could sell that herb to him, Rizey finished his examination. The merfolk didn't look as confident as before, throwing a glance at his father, who remained impassive and silent. "I'll give you 1 silver for this, I can't go higher than this. In perfect condition it would be worth more, but it was harvested a while ago and quite clumsily if I might add." Mui grunted at the clumsy part. Kai's mind was already far away. A whole silver for a single ingredient. That's 50 copper messars and 5,000 fucking chips. He didn't know what to think. The prices for Mui's materials had already been quite ridiculous, but at least it was clear he had to fight dangerous beasts for them, and he had needed quite a few to gain a silver, not a single small plant. His thoughts remained blank for a few moments, before stepping back and silently witnessing the ensuing haggling. Rizey remained true to his word and did not raise the offer. After a few grumbles, Mui accepted. The subsequent plants fetched similar prices, not going lower than a silver messar and reaching 1.5. Rizey didn't underplay their value and gave an honest offer for each of them. Kai could only watch as one precious herb after another was bought by the merchant. He only got a brief moment to study them before they were gone forever. Finally, the emerald scales were sold too for a modest 30 copper messars each. Kai had gotten completely desensitized to the numbers by then. The price might have been lower than the other items in the box, but they were just a couple scales. Judging by their size, the animal they belonged to was huge and would have more than a few. Never before had Kai been so aware of his own poverty. He had lost count of how much Mui made, but it was more money than he had seen in his whole life. Sane's actions were even more ridiculous. The old merchant had let his son handle everything using the exchange of these absurd sums of money as a teaching moment. With a dispirited look, Kai was about to walk out of the tent, and to think he thought he had struck rich just a few minutes earlier. Please wait a moment. Kai and Mui turned to see Rizey coming after them. He was putting on a robe with a large hood to hide his features. "My father is going to take care of the rest for today. I can show you our goods on sale. You are going there right." The young merchant was correct in his assumption, but his proposal felt suspicious. Does he want to make sure we spend all the money we earned buying from him? And people say I am the shameless one. Following him out of the tent, Kai heard the disgruntled grumbles of the people in line. They must have remained inside longer than anybody else. It was understandable that some people were upset. Hiding behind Mui's big figure to not attract attention, Kai waited for the merman to make way. The time they took was already proof enough. He didn't want to advertise they were walking away with full pockets. After exchanging a few words with one of the sailors, Rizey took the lead. But instead of going towards the other tent, he headed for the dock. Rizey turned towards them with an explanation. "We only brought a few common trinkets to shore. Unloading most of the cargo off the Fortuna is too much of a hassle. You don't have to come if you don't want to, but all our best and most precious items are still on board. I can give you an exclusive tour since you were the most interesting clients today. Do you want to come and see?" Kai exchanged a silent conversation of glances and shrugs with the hunter, both trying to see if the other had any objection. There were none. "Do you want to see our rare and mysterious treasures on board the Fortuna? No, you don't have to come. You can also look through the trash we brought on shore. So what do you prefer?" Kai rolled his eyes internally. Of course they would want to take a look at the best items. They lived in Greenshore. When else would they get the chance to see, let alone buy, anything like that? "I've got an inkling I'm not going to get off that ship with all my money, just a thought." Rizey led them to a small boat they used to ferry people and goods to shore. 2 human sailors with impressive biceps were already waiting there. The group jumped on board. The distance wasn't far, but still a couple minutes away. Sitting down, Rizey lowered his hood and the 2 sailors started rowing. Not one to waste a chance, Kai immediately filled the silence. "Why did you hide your identity?" "The people who came to sell already know, and I can assure you gossip runs faster than the wind in Greenside. Everyone will know of you before the day is over." This whole deception looked a bit pointless to him. They could have just shown their faces to the crowd and been done once and for all. Sure, some people might be put off by the idea of dealing with another race, but that was going to be a small minority. Risey smiled cunningly. We are counting on the rumors spreading. We showed our faces in a previous village, and it was a mess. I've seen pirate raidings cause less alarm. Better to create intrigue. People will flock to come and see the mysterious mermen. You should see the faces they make when they enter the tent and see us. Kai looked at the merfolk in a new light. He had underestimated him. Instead of being hindered by the prejudices of a backwater town like theirs, they had turned it into an elaborate publicity stunt, using themselves as bait to attract more people. The hunter narrowed his eyes at the merchant. All the people who have never seen a merfolk before will be stunned in place. I'm sure that doesn't hurt in the negotiations. The merman's smile grew wider. Yeah, that doesn't hurt either. Kai's jaw dropped a little as more layers of the seemingly simple scheme were uncovered. No matter the world, people always came up with the most conniving ideas to make some bucks. Reaching the hull of the Fortuna, they climbed aboard with a rope ladder. The ship looked even more impressive from up close. There was deck sparkling clean, the sails shimmering with a silver hue in the sun. Come on, the cargo hold is this way. Risey guided them, perfectly at home on the ship. I'm sure y'all find many interesting items. Even if Kai knew the merchant just wanted their money, he couldn't help but eagerly follow him inside the ship, wondering what they were going to see. Following Risey as he led the way to the cargo hold, Kai soon noticed the higher mana density on board, similar to that of Vuria's estate. Activating mana sense, he tried to take a peek at the Fortuna, maybe get a glimpse of the enchantments. The boards of the ship lit up like a Christmas tree, intricate runes and mana channels all around him. Astonished by the intricate design, Kai tried to take a closer look. A frown formed on his face. No matter how much he focused, his mana senses only showed him a blurry image. You know, it's considered rude to try and take a peek at the runework of someone else's property without permission, Risey said, glancing at him. Even Mui was looking at him with reproachful eyes as if saying, here we go again. Kai turned off the skill, blushing. He had been found in the act. Sorry, I didn't know. It's fine. It must not be something you are familiar with. The array of the ship is cloaked anyway. Risey didn't say it with contempt or malice, but Kai was once again reminded of his own ignorance of the wider world. I always took for granted the existence of schools on Earth. Who would have thought I would long for that? The archipelago didn't have any formal education system. Sometimes the elder of a town could organize basic classes. In Greenside, there was not even that. Children were left free to scurry around and expected to learn the skill they need by observing adults working. No wonder his home remained so backward. Kai promised he would do something about this if he had the power one day. For now, he could only focus on getting stronger. Without power and resources, he could only silently complain. After a short walk through the ship, the group arrived in front of a door guarded by another merfolk. Contrary to the two merchants, this one didn't have a scholarly and cunning aura. His talents clearly lay in a different area. He was lazily leaning on a spear, but his movements were too calculated, as if his body was ready to jump into action at any moment. Looking beyond his hunched posture, the merman's arms had well-defined muscles. He might look as impressive as Mui if he stood up straight. Risey greeted the fellow merman with a cheerful tone. How's it going, old Yun? I'm gonna show these two some of our goods. Old Yunwich didn't look old at all, and Kai's eyes briefly scanned the two of them and responded with a lazy wave, opening the door for them to go in. A quick peek from Kai revealed Yun had a similar level to Sane, which was to say, higher than he could understand. The difference between the old merchant and the guard could be huge or small. He had no way of knowing. Even if Yun didn't look intimidating, the message was clear. Neither he nor the hunter stood any chance against him, so they better behave. Stepping inside, Kai eagerly looked around to find a bunch of wooden crates. How else would people store their goods? He had certainly not imagined finding rows of rare treasures sitting on display on marble altars. Not at all. Admittedly, it was a bit disappointing after all the hype, but Risey lost no time to tickle his interest again. Just give me a moment. I'll take some items I am sure you'll find interesting. With a sly smile and surprising agility, the merfolk dragged an unassuming table in front of them before moving between the crates like he was dancing. One object after the other was put on display on the table. Beautifully crafted knives and swords, a bow with a collection of different arrows, several pieces of leather armor, a few colorful vials with powerful mana presence, and more blades of curious shapes. As Kai's excitement started rising again, he noticed most of the items seemed targeted for a specific job: hunting. Uncle Mui is the one with the big money. I'm just tagging along. Trying not to pout, Kai examined the weapons on display. Under his skills, they all revealed runes and clear traces of mana. A day earlier, he could count on his hands all the enchanted items he had seen in his life. Now they appeared to be everywhere. The potions were in neatly labeled vials, all pretty and colorful. The opposite of the brown sludges Dora fed him. He was very interested in them, but he didn't want to start analyzing them without permission after the earlier blunder. Standing on the other side of the table and making wide, grandiose gestures, Risey began to explain why he chose these items and why it was in Mui's best interest to buy them. So here I have a selection of Tier 1 and 2 weapons, armor and potions. I think y'all find them very interesting. This bonesaw knife, for example. You may ask, why would I need that? Well, this is not an ordinary bonesaw knife. The merman seemed to have a lot of fun. Kai couldn't help himself but interrupt him with a question that had been bugging him for a while now. Cough aim, could you explain how items are classified to be first or second tier? Risey stopped mid-sentence glaring at him, before noticing that Mui didn't seem to mind the interrupting and switching to a grin. Of course. It's simple really, at least if you don't go into the nitty-gritty and exceptions. You know that humans divide race and professions using a color scale. Basically, any sapient species does that, but different species and kingdoms use different names. Merfolk, for example, don't use colors but layers. There are various reasons for this, but I won't bore you with the details. The point is that while the names change, they always define the same thing, the same stages, tiers, or grades. To make things clear, in multi-species interactions the standard is to just use numbers, even if they are a bit dull. Red is 1, orange is 2, and so on. Going back to your question, when you appraise raw materials, the mana density and complexity are the only defining factors for the tier. For crafted items, things get more complicated. Usually there are 3 factors to consider: the tier of the materials used, the tier of the craftsman's profession, and the complexity of the specific craft. An average Tier 1 knife could be defined as the creation of an average Tier 1 blacksmith using average Tier 1 metals. But it's not always so simple. In the case of a Tier 2 blacksmith using Tier 1 metals, the product will still be a Tier 1 knife, but of a much higher quality. That is usually how it works for most crafts, but there are exceptions. In alchemy, for example, the tier is often linked to the specific recipe. Some Tier 1 potions are so difficult that few or none at the same profession tier can brew them, but because of the grade of the ingredients, they are still considered first tier. Things can get a bit convoluted. There are many exceptions and kingdoms that just decide to do things differently for reasons, but that is the general worldwide standard. Risey concluded his explanation. Kai nodded along but couldn't say he understood everything. He felt he lacked some basic knowledge that the merman took for granted and had to reverse engineer the information from things he said. However, the overall picture was becoming clear in his mind. For the next half hour, Kai listened in silence as the merchant showcased his goods and Mui tested the weapons. After a long negotiation, Mui ended up buying a set of Tier 1 butchering knives enchanted to stay sharp, a Tier 2 bow that could make use of his full strength, and a couple potions, a generic healing 1 and an anti-venom. All of that for the low price of 4 silvers and 40 coppers. That was a great discount according to Risey, who showed deep suffering as he accepted the deal, before switching to a smile a moment later. Thinking they were done, Kai was already turning toward the door. With his pitiful wallet, there wasn't anything he could afford, and he didn't feel like spending all his money on a single item. The merman stopped him. "I think I have something perfect for you." Rummaging through the crates, Risey came back with 3 books. Putting them in front of him, Kai read the names. Common Herbs and Their Uses, Volume 2, Plants from the Deep, A Complete Guide to the Treasures of the Sea, and Fundamentals of Alchemy, Volume 1. The first 2 contained an assortment of common Tier 1 and 2 plants and their uses. The second obviously focused on aquatic plants that grow underwater. Risey only let him see a few pages, but they looked both interesting, with beautiful hand drawings of each herb, the exact kind of book he would love to possess. The third was a common manual for all apprentice alchemists written by a famous Zolivert de Sava. Kai had never heard of him, but according to Risey, he was one of the pillars of modern alchemy. You couldn't do without it. Can I really afford these books? Risey should know my price range. Respectively, they're 40 coppers, 35 coppers, and 1 silver. Alchemy is a very requested subject, the merchant said, smiling. Kai glanced at him. "You know I can't afford that." Did he expect him to ask Mui for money? He really wanted those books to round out his knowledge, but they weren't essential. The merchant looked in deep thought for a moment. "What about a trade? Since you've been such wonderful clients, I can give you all 3 for the green pearl on your wrist. Deal?" No, Kai did not even have to think about it. He would not sell his sister's gift for a gold messar, let alone a couple common books. Don't be hasty. This is a great deal. No, you may not find anything similar in the whole archipelago. Fundamentals of Alchemy Volume 1 is a must-have. Still no. Kai was sure Dora would have plenty of books on the subject. He trusted his teacher more than some Zolivert to who cares. He was not gonna get fooled by FOMO. The young merchant finally accepted that was not gonna happen and stopped insisting. It sucked getting out of here with nothing to show. But it's not like he saw something he desperately needed right now. Still, he counted the coins in his satchel. All the savings he had amounted to exactly 31 messars and 40 chips. Not a lot after the numbers he heard today, but still a considerable sum. What if he could increase that? Maybe it was worth a try. "When do you sail?" Kai asked. Risey stopped his distraught act and said, "We are gonna stay for a couple of days if you change your mind. Then we set sail for the next island. We need to wait for the next high tide to not risk damaging the keel of the ship." Kai smiled. "What about low-level herbs? What do you have in stock? Level 1 and below?" Risey looked at him. Kai could see the wheels start turning in the merchant's brain. "We bought a few low-grade materials in the villages before yours. Let me see what we have. What kind of materials are you looking to buy?" Instead of answering, Kai replied with a question. "What kind of potions would you be most interested in buying?" The merman perfectly understood what he was getting at. Kai planned on spending all his money to buy ingredients, go on a mad brewing spree, and sell his creations to him before they set sail. Now they only needed to iron out the details. Kai reassured the merchant of his ability to craft low Tier 1 potions. Those were the ones that sold the most in the archipelago anyway. To be honest, the only true Tier 1 potion he had ever brewed was the energizing tonic, but that was more for lack of Tier 1 ingredients than skill. He was confident he could do it. They were in the middle of discussing which potion had the highest price compared to ingredient cost when Risey said he had an idea and disappeared amidst the crates. Rummaging around, the merfolk surprised him by bringing out a new leather-bound volume. This book contained actual alchemy recipes, but the merchant was careful not to let him peek inside. After browsing through the pages for a while, Risey proposed to him 6 recipes he could provide the ingredients of and would be interested in acquiring. The merman only gave him a few seconds to skim through the chosen pages. The potions all seemed quite basic. Since he would have little more than 2 days, Kai chose 3 of them. A simple, easy-to-craft healing potion, an energizing one that instead of a short burst like his tonic provided smaller, long-lasting benefits. The final one and the hardest to brew was actually a poison, a nifty concoction just called bait poison. Its main boon was that it was harmless to humans. People could use it freely to get rid of critters or hunt without the risk of poisoning themselves. Risey would provide the ingredients, full recipes, and the promise of buying them for a set price. They decided the exact terms through fierce haggling, agreeing on a price range for the potions based on their quality. Depending on how many he could make and how well, Kai could make quite the sum. Naturally, the young merchant wanted to be paid up front and graciously offered him a loan for a small adjustment in the prices they just agreed on. Truly shameless. Kai had a different idea. He turned towards his dear uncle with a smile and a silent question. "Are you sure you can do this?" Mui asked, watching him seriously. Kai looked at him with determination. "Yes." The hunter kept his gaze for a few seconds before agreeing, "Fine, but if you fail to pay me back, it'll come for you." The burly man said in a menacing tone. Kai was half sure he was joking, but the other half was enough to make him swear not to fuck this up. Just like this, Kai found himself back on shore with a huge backpack full of herbs and jiggling glass containers for the finished products. Kai had made sure to include the bag and the vials in the deal. He tried to lift the backpack with a theatrical effort, downplaying his strength a bit and looking at his uncle with pleading eyes. The hunter watched him struggle for a few seconds before he sighed and easily picked it up. "Now, I just have to learn how to brew those potions, and then produce a fuckton of themol of high quality." A few hours past noon, Kai got home. Outside his house, the improvised festival was still going strong. People were laughing, eating street food, and generally having a good time. He wished he could join them too, but he had no time to spare. He was not going to get another chance to earn so much money anytime soon. He might finally be able to help his family in a concrete way. No one else was at home, so he immediately got to work. He had played like it was no big deal, but doubts were starting to arise. To keep his mood up, he decided to check his status. He had gotten a lot of experience messing around with sub-tier 1 ingredients and concoctions, and his skills had grown too. Skills. Running, LV 7374. Swimming, LV 7173. Meditation, LV 6062. Awareness, LV 5154. Herbology, LV 4449. Acting, LV 3644. Processing plants, LV 1423. Reading, LV 1019. Sneak, LV 17. Mana sense, LV 3840. Mana manipulation, LV 47. Alchemy, LV 24. Inspect, LV 14. Every level in the orange grade mattered a lot. If he survived the next 2 days, he was sure to see even more levels. Glancing at his other skills, running and herbology were stuck at the thresholds. Hopefully, he could push herbology over the edge. For running, he had a different plan he wanted to try, but that was for after this ordeal was over. Depositing the large bag of ingredients near his alchemy station. He knew he couldn't mess this up. He needed a plan to tackle this. His body was itching to just get started and figure it out as things went. His mind knew better. He owed Uncle Mui more than a silver messar. For how much he joked around the hunter, he was serious when money were involved. He had taken a pretty risky venture. The first thing he needed to do was a little math. He had haggled over every copper chip with Risey, but he only eyeballed the calculations in the rush to not let the unique opportunity slip away. The conversion between chips, copper messars and silver messars, was a bit confusing. Having it all spelled on paper would help him see the whole picture. Kai took his dad's silver pen and started scribbling away. It wasn't complicated math, but he was a bit rusty. 10 unpleasant minutes later, he was done. 1 copper messar equal 100 copper chips, 1 silver messar equal 50 copper messars. Investment, 2 silvers, 0.6 his, 1.4 muis healing potion. Cost per unit, 50 chips. Number requested, 100 units. Total cost ingredients, 1 silver. Net profit per unit, 60-80 chips. Energizing potion. Cost per unit, 60 chips. Number requested, 50 units. Total cost ingredients, 0.6 silver. Net profit per unit, 120 chips. Bait poison. Cost per unit, 100 chips. Number requested, 20 units. Total cost ingredients, 0.4 silver. Net profit per unit, 160-200 chips. He only used silvers and chips to not make things too confusing. Now that the numbers stood before him, he had a clear idea of the immensity of the task ahead and of its rewards. Kai had to brew a grand total of 170 potions in little more than 2 days. More than half of them were healing ones, which were the easiest by far. Only the bait poison might create some problems, but he only needed to make 20. The energizing potion was somewhere in the middle, but closer to the easier end. Naturally, the profit he would get from each potion was proportional to the difficulty of the brewing process and heavily dependent on the quality he achieved. The healing potions were more than half of the total order, but little more than a third in potential profit. If he estimated to produce potions of average quality, his gains would be 1.4, 1.1, and 0.7 silvers respectively. When he looked at the number, he couldn't help but gasp. Even after repaying Mui, he stood to make almost 2 silvers. That was a lot of money for him and his family. However, there was a caveat. He had considered he would make potions of average quality to be realistic, but he had not counted possible failures. If he messed up a brew, he would lose not only the profit, but also the cost of the ingredients. I can't fuck up and have no time to lose. Prepping his alchemy station, he planned to start with the healing potions first. The recipe Rizey provided was new to him, but he had done something similar and the process wasn't hard. He would train his skills while mass-producing these potions and then focus on the truly challenging ones. To optimize his time, he immediately added a little distilled water to his cauldron and lit the burner at the bottom. Then he focused on processing the ingredients. There were only 3 ingredients for this recipe. He just had to be careful with how he handled the lush stalk, the only true tier 1 ingredient of the potion. It was a bright green stalk, as long as his forearm, looking like it would take root the moment you put it on the ground. Following its mana channels, Kai carefully cut the part he needed. Only a narrow strip along the stalk contained over 90 of its properties. He had no problem executing the cut. The stalk was similar to a life bloom, but even easier to handle. The other 2 ingredients were only pseudo-mana herbs, almost trivial to process. Using a pestle to push out their properties and adding them in the right order to his boiling cauldron, Kai carefully observed with his skills. He used a little tendril of mana to fight the biggest impurities, sift the result, and put it in a vial. Just like that, he was done with his first potion. Bringing the vial filled with greenish liquid to his eyes and focusing on inspect, he deemed the quality to be average. It was a decent result for his first try, but that wasn't the challenge. He was confident to reach high quality in a few tries. The problem was the time. He went quickly, but still spent half an hour on this one potion. He needed to make 99 more. I need to get better and faster. Kai pushed down the note of panic in his gut. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but he could do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Right then he heard the noise of the door being opened and the voices of Alana and Kia cheerfully talking. "Mum," he called. No time for shame, there was too much work to do. Alana rushed to his room and opened the door, her eyes scanning him and then jumping around the room to find the possible emergency. Finding nothing, she calmed down and looked at him. Kia's head peeked through the door. "Why did you yell like a bird in heat?" Both Kai and Alana's eyes moved to her. She shrugged. "What?" "People talk around the town and I have ears." He would have liked to investigate that further, but now was not the time. "I need more distilled water," he said, shaking a half-filled glass bottle. The gazes moved back on him. To avoid the series of questions, he preventively explained, "I might have taken a loan and need to brew a ton of potions in the next 2 days to pay it back." Alana put a hand over her face, massaging her eyes. "You did what? How much did you borrow and from whom?" Kai could already feel the lecture forming on her mother's lips. No time to explain. "Don't worry, I have everything well under control." He gave them his best grin, then pointed to Kia. "I need you to go take a bucket of water." Taking the few parts of a small condenser Dora gave him and handing them to a stunned Alana, he continued, "And I need you to start distilling water. Just put the water in, make it boil, collect the vapor in this bottle, and bring it back to me." It's easy, just be careful not to break it. It's the only one I have. Alana was fuming, her gaze promising retribution, but she carefully took the condenser nonetheless. We are gonna have a little talk after this is over. Kia looked at him with schadenfreude. Thankfully, she followed his suggestions. Letting go a relieved breath he had not known he had been holding, Kai was thankful he had his family to count on. He had not considered how much distilled water he would need. It was easy to make, but very time-consuming with the small condenser Dora gave him. I'm sure they won't be too angry when I bring in the big bucks. At least that was the plan to appease Alana's wrath. Bribe her with money. What could go wrong? With the crisis solved, Kai dedicated completely to his alchemy. The next healing potion turned out of higher quality. By the fourth, his result was almost perfect and only took him 20 minutes. Phase 1 is completed. Now comes the hard part. There was no way he could complete the order by brewing potions one at a time. He needed to do them in batches. It was something uncommon. Every professional alchemist did that to save time. Only apprentices brew one thing at a time, since their aim was to maximize profit, but to learn by consuming as few ingredients as possible. Kai was tempted to fill his cauldron with as many herbs as it could contain and wing it. The recipe was already so easy. The temptation was strong, but he resisted. Opting for the slow and steady route, he briefly debated if he should double or triple since the recipe was so easy. Thankfully, he chose the first. In theory, you just used double the ingredients and did the same thing, or so he thought. Practice had something to say about that. With a bigger mixture, the heat spread differently, and more importantly, the reaction between the ingredients' mana became more chaotic. It was easy for one side to overwhelm the other or even react in unexpected ways. Sweat formed over Kai's forehead as he frantically controlled his mana to save the batch. Both Mana Sense and Inspect zeroed in to understand what was going on and find a way to solve this mess. After a few close calls and intensive use of his skills and mana, the two lowest quality potions he ever produced were saved. Even if the potions weren't completely ruined, it couldn't be called a success. He spent too much mana, and Inspect was showing the first signs of strain. If he pushed too far and didn't use his resources correctly, he was never gonna make it, and he was famously terrible at pacing himself. Come on, there is a first time for everything. Taking a moment to calm his mind, Kai tried again a double batch. Knowing what to expect and look for, things didn't go as disastrously. A bottle of distilled water had appeared at some point he had not realized when too focused on his cauldron. He continued to try batches of 2 until the quality rose to high again. Then it was time for batches of 3. Unlike when passing from 1 to 2 with a qualitative increase in difficulty, with a triple batch the increase was only quantitative, just more of the same. Still a challenge, but one he knew how to tackle. Kai continued to refine his skills well into the night. At some point, Alana came to bring him dinner, and he ate a couple bites between one try and the next. Mastering the triple batch was complicated, but his resources were at the limit. Trying with 4 was too risky. Inspect was causing him a noticeable headache, and his mana channels were at around 60 mana capacity. The strain of low mana was beginning to make itself known. His body and thoughts would turn sluggish if he continued recklessly. If something went wrong with a batch of 4, he didn't think he could or should try to save it. He should probably go to sleep, but he was too anxious to do it. He would only end up turning around on his bed for hours, so he continued brewing with the triple dose, focusing on optimizing his resource usage now that the quality of the product was high. Even with that, his mana and focus dwindled rapidly. A few batches later, he made a stupid mistake and his quality dropped to average. Kai decided to call it a day. He counted the yield of his marathon. There were 38 neatly arranged vials containing healing potions. He had hoped for more, but it was a viable number according to his timetable. If he wanted to complete the order in time, he hoped to finish the healing and energizing potions tomorrow, leaving the last day for more complex bait poison. Too exhausted to think or even feel anxious, he looked for his bed. The good news was that his bed was one step away. The bad was that his room smelled of alchemy, mostly herbal with a little hint of burnt. He slightly opened the small window to let a breath of air into the room. Kai let himself fall on his bed, not bothering to change his clothes. With a last curious thought, he noticed his mana levels were around 45, dangerously low. He gave a tired smile, satisfied with a fruitful day. Tomorrow would be harder, but he knew he could do it. Turning in his bed, Kai raised his arm over his eyes to cover them. He wanted to keep sleeping. Opening his eyes, a glimmer of light was filtering through his window. He had purposely left it open to wake up at the first light of day. Strange. The window looks more closed than how I left it. His eyes shot open. His mother must have closed it to let him sleep. Kai jumped off his bed, running out of his room. As soon as he opened the door, his worst fears were proven true. Judging by the light, dawn could have been hours ago. He lost precious time sleeping. Alana was sitting at the table and watching him. He was about to give voice to his grievances, but his mother talked first. Come sit and eat breakfast. She didn't raise her voice, but her tone sounded more like an order than a suggestion. You can't work properly without rest and a full stomach. Forcing his beating heart to calm down, Kai sat at the table, his mind screaming at him to hurry and go brew more potions. Seeing his restlessness, Alana said, "Don't worry, it's just a couple hours after dawn. Still plenty of time in the day." Kai's agitation went down a little. He took a big breath to calm himself down and started eating breakfast. Under his mother's watchful eye, he tried not to gorge himself and chew every bite a few times. There is plenty of time, it's all about pacing. Alana watched him eat, probably still mad about the whole situation but holding off from lecturing him. "I have to go out now. Kia should be back to help you in a while and Eleni will be back to cook lunch. I expect you to eat every bite." With a last look full of meaning, she stood up and walked out. "I'm sure she'll understand once this is over." She'll understand for sure. There was no time to think about that now. He needed to work. He was going to skip his training routine. Surely Elijah would understand. Doing some light stretching to wake up, Kai was to start. He found a bucket full of distilled water near his work table. Alana must have worked into the night and woken up early to do this, his heart warming at the thought. A bucket wasn't exactly the perfect container to avoid contaminants, but he wasn't brewing delicate recipes anyway. It should be fine. Checking his notifications to see the progress of the day before, he received a pleasant surprise. Skills. Running, LV74. Swimming, LV73. Meditation, LV62. Awareness, LV54. Herbology, LV4950 max. Acting, LV44. Processing plants, LV2328. Reading, LV19. Sneak, LV7. Mana sense, LV40. Mana manipulation, LV78. Alchemy, LV46. Inspect, LV45. Ding. Herbology reached LV50 max. Congratulations. Herbology, LV50. You are presented with one choice to continue your journey. Stay the course, you won't gain significant new benefits, but y'all deepen your insight into what you already know. Well, not much choice there. Ding. You chose to stay the course. Herbology, LV50, can now reach LV75. True to Vuria's words, specializations were hard to get. Having 3 options for meditation had been an exception to the rule. Swimming and running had been the same. He had expected this. To be offered a specialization, the easiest way was to repeatedly use a skill favoring a certain aspect. In the case of herbology, if he had focused on studying only poisonous plants, he would have been offered an option to make their study easier at the expense of all other types of plants. He was not ready to commit to something. For now, he wanted to leave all the doors open. Maybe he would try something for running, but that was for another time. Satisfied with the significant growth in his skills in just a day, it was time to get to work. Kai opened his small window to let in more light and air, tidied up his workbench and prepared the ingredients for the healing potions. Ready to start, he checked his mana levels on a whim. What the fuck, I'm not yet full. Fuck this shit mana density and fuck my small body. He was around 95, the situation wasn't too bad, but after a whole night of sleep, he had taken for granted he would be 100 full. At the estate, he got topped off in a couple hours with a nap. It was true that yesterday he overdid it, but still. Not much I can do except be even more careful with my mana usage. I can't afford to waste even a drop. Thankfully, his mother let him sleep. Otherwise, he would only be more tired with even less mana. Not losing himself to negative thoughts, Kai poured a triple dose of distilled water into his cauldron and lit up the flame. He wanted to refresh the process before trying a batch of 4. To not waste his mana, he would need to be even more careful of how he prepared the ingredients, relying on mana sense and processing plants to refine his process. Every mistake was one mistake too many. The triple batch went without problems. Being extra cautious and testing a few modifications to his technique, Kai did another 2, gaining valuable information from his tests. Now it was time for the next step. After he added all the ingredients, all seemed to be going well for the first few moments. Sure, the difficulty increased a little yet again, but nothing out of the ordinary. Then the energies inside the cauldron started moving erratically. Damn, why can't something be easy for once? With 4 sets of ingredients, a new reaction emerged that hadn't been present before. Kai tried to dissolve the problem in the mixture by changing his stirring pattern. Unfortunately, it only appeared to make the situation worse. Without hesitation, he intervened with his mana. The longer he waited, the more mana it would need. He would need to find a way to solve this problem without using his mana in the next batches of 4. For now, this was the best he could do. He focused on inspect and mana sense to not let this accident go to waste. Maybe if he stirred in a way to slow the reaction, he might prevent it from going berserk. With a couple more ideas, Kai sifted 4 potions of average quality and got back to work. Testing one theory after the other, the batch of 4 got easier after 3 more attempts. After 6, he had perfected it. Should I try with 5? 5 would be the limit with the capacity of his cauldron, but that wasn't the reason why he hesitated. If another unexpected reaction occurred, it was sure to be even worse. Each new problem that arose had to be solved while not interfering with the solutions to the previous problems. There was no point fixing a leak if he created 2 more in the process. With only 43 more healing potions left to brew, he could do 9 batches of 5 or 11 of 4. Considering the time he would need to learn the new kinks and the risk involved, it didn't seem worth it. He only stood to gain a marginal amount of time, while things could go very wrong and strain his limited resources. 4 is the magic number. With the decision made, Kai continued to concoct batches of 4. He could once again focus on improving efficiency and maybe push for peak quality. Working methodically, he fell into a rhythm. Process the herbs, try small adjustments, throw it all in the cauldron, stir, observe, and repeat. It was relaxing, almost meditative. The deadline was still looming over him, but right here and now he had a clear task in front of him. There was nothing else to worry about. He got a little better with each try. Using his resources in clever ways, he was able to consume only as much mana as he naturally regenerated for his last batches. Kai took a small pause around noon to eat a quick bite and then finished the last 2 batches. He wasn't able to achieve peak perfection but got close to it. He was sure that if he tried one set of ingredients by itself, he would easily succeed. In a rare waste of time, Kai spent 5 minutes neatly arranging 100 vials of greenish color on his workbench. He smiled satisfied. More than half of the order was completed. The easiest half, to be honest, but it still felt great. Carefully putting away all the vials in 5 wooden boxes he provided, he noticed he had some ingredients left. Not many lush stocks, but plenty of secondary ingredients, enough to brew a few more for personal use. He was surprised the greedy merchant didn't count the herbs to the last one, but maybe he had judged him wrong. It was time for the next step. Taking out the energizing potion recipe to refresh his memory, Kai nodded to himself. It didn't look much harder than the healing potion. The main Tier 1 ingredient was a dragon root, together with 3 secondary pseudo-mana herbs. The processing steps looked a bit more difficult, but nothing exceptional. He needed to make 50 of them, possibly before the end of the day. With more materials, his cauldron could not possibly contain more than a quadruple batch, but he would be surprised if he got to that point. With his tried and tested methods, Kai started working. He was already familiar with the dragon root, so the main ingredient and obstacle went without a hitch. With Inspect and his high mana sense, the secondary herbs weren't a challenge either. He moved cautiously. His mana was around 80 and had to last the rest of the day. The only thing worse than going under 50 once was doing it twice in a short time span. While his body felt fine, Dora had warned him the consequences of mana overuse were unpredictable. One day you were fine, the next you crippled yourself for life. It was especially dangerous since his mana veins were still developing, growing together with his body. His first potion was a success. Kai didn't feel like this recipe was any more difficult, or maybe it was him who had improved. In any case, he soon perfected the process. Around 4 in the afternoon, Kia begrudgingly came to help make more distilled water. After a while, she sat on his bed behind him, looking at him work. "Do you need something?" Kai asked, containing his irritation. She was just being curious, but it was unnerving and distracting to have someone observe him from behind his back, especially when he was trying to perfect the double batch. "Is what you're doing alchemy?" she asked. "Yes, it is." Kai tried to channel his Zen self. "Remain nice and calm. She's just fascinated by her cool and smart brother." Forcing a smile, he said, "I can show you how it works when I am free in a couple of days." A vein popped on Kai's head. He considered explaining to her all that was going on that she couldn't see, but it felt like a lost cause. He had still not managed to teach her or a lemon sense. "I like it. Why don't you go find something that you like?" Kai knew while he was saying it that it was a low blow. Kia was stumped trying to decide about her future, but he didn't have the patience nor the energy for her shenanigans right now. Predictably, Kia glared at him and ran out. "I might or might not do something nice for her later. For now, this is a relief." Finally, blessedly alone, Kai immersed himself back into the flow of alchemy. This is much more complicated than just chopping vegetables. Forgetting his problems in the methodical work, he was able to enter the same semi-meditative state he had this morning, perfecting his double batch and then the triple. As he had predicted, there was no point pushing for a quadruple. Alana came to check on him at some point, bringing him dinner and asking if he needed anything. "More distilled water for tomorrow," he replied distractedly. He was so close to pushing the quality to the peak. Alana nodded and disappeared. Finally, Kai raised the vial of brownish liquid with reverence. In his last batch, he finally managed the awaited result. To his senses, there was nothing more he could do better. It was perfect. With great satisfaction, he placed all 50 of them in their boxes. Outside his window, the moons were lighting the night with their pale colors. Only now he realized how tired he was. Having to stay bent over the cauldron the whole day left him with a sore neck. He made some slow circular movements and massaged it. 3 full bottles of distilled water and the remains of his cold dinner stood a few feet from him. Finishing the food and drinking a glass of non-distilled water, Kai did a quick stretch and jumped on his bed. Another day was over, and more importantly, he was on schedule. Only 20 bait poisons remained to concoct. Rizey told him they would leave in the evening, so he had almost the whole day. With his mana a few percentages over half, it all worked out perfectly, and he could fall asleep with a smile. Aboard the Fortuna, Risey stood leaning on the rail of the ship facing the muddy fishing village. A few fires illuminated the houses in the distance, not that he needed them. The lights of the pale pastel moons overhead were more than enough for his eyes. After just 2 days, all the possible deals had already been closed. The small village offered no more opportunities for him to train his skills and profession. The bizarre dew of the day before had given him hope this boring stop might hide a few more surprises. Alas, no one as fascinating showed up, or maybe he was setting his expectations too high. The hunter had been a surprise, but the kid even more so. To think he would find an apprentice alchemist at the age of 7 in the forgotten corner of the seas. It had been a welcomed entertainment in this dull voyage his father forced on him. When he had been told they were going on a journey, he thought they would sail the Golden Coast or maybe the Shatter Isles. Instead, his father chose this desolate archipelago he had not even known existed. New opportunities, a fresh market, he said. More than fresh, the market had been non-existent. True, the low competition allowed them to get a few good deals, but he had hoped for something more exciting. Do you think it's worth wasting a day? The Fortuna hull isn't so fragile. We could set sail right now. I'm not so sure he'll deliver the order in time or that it will be worth it anyway. Sane's voice drifted to his ears. The old merfolk walked up to the rail next to him, adjusting his golden monocle to look into the distance. Sane turned towards him. The bait poison is not something an inexperienced alchemist can make, and that human child is as green as they come. He probably got his alchemy skill a couple of weeks ago. After leaving all decisions to him, his father had been trying to make him doubt himself for this decision. Risey glanced at his father. Why not? It's not like another merchant will beat us to the next rock if we wait a day. Waiting to see if the little alchemist would deliver on his promise beat visiting the next scattered village. I'll bet you 10 silvers that he doesn't show up. His father offered. Let's make it 15, old fish, Risey replied with a smirk. Sane stared at his son. If you want to hang yourself, we can do 20, but also bring at least 90 of the bait poison. If he just comes empty-handed, it's my win. Deal. Risey was sure his father had faked falling for his provocation, but he took the bet anyway. What was the point of going on a journey to become a better merchant if he didn't trust his instincts? That kid better deliver. Waking up in a good mood the next day, Kai was pleased to notice it was barely an hour after dawn. His mana was also completely full. Yesterday had gone splendidly, but he was happy this would be the last day of his crazy marathon. He really needed to take a break. Curious about his progress, Kai checked his skills list. Skills. Running, LV74. Swimming, LV73. Meditation, LV6263. Awareness, LV54. Herbology, LV5052. Acting, LV44. Processing plants, LV2832. Reading, LV19. Gardening, LV12. Sneak, LV7. Mana sense, LV4041. Mana manipulation, LV89. Alchemy, LV67. Inspect, LV56 compared to the first day. Alchemy had only gone up 1 level, but Mana Sense had leveled 2, which was far more valuable considering its level. In 2 days he had gained the progress of at least a week of hard work, which came to show how highly pushing your limits was regarded and rewarded by the guide. He was about to close the window when something caught his eye. Meditation had leveled 2. Kai watched it confused. Why did it level? I never practiced it. Thinking back, he remembered the strange feeling he fell into the flow of doing alchemy. Can I actually meditate while doing other things? This discovery deserved more study, but now was not the right time. He could try to achieve that state after he was finished with the order. Walking into the kitchen, Alana greeted him with breakfast once more. Do you need anything else today? Kai shook his head. Her tone wasn't cold, but it made clear she was still upset regarding the trouble he got into. Don't worry, Mum, it's all fine. It'll be done by today and make this worth it. Good. Thinking again, there was something he needed. Actually, could you ask Uncle Mui to come late this afternoon? I'll need his help to move everything. Alana raised an eyebrow. Uncle. Kai smiled mischievously. He makes funny faces when I call him that. With a scolding glance, Alana sighed. You shouldn't go provoking dangerous people so casually. Mui is a hunter, and a very good one from what I hear. Are you sure he'll be willing to come to help you? He nodded. Uncle Mui is harmless behind the menacing muzzle. I'm sure he'll come. He was the one to lend me the money after all. Closing the door to his room behind him, Kai waited holding his breath to see if Alana would follow him. After a minute, he let go a sigh of relief. He was in the clear for now. His alchemy station dearly needed a good wash together with his whole room. Herbs for the energizing potion didn't smell as pleasant as those for the healing one, leaving a pungent smell behind. Doing a quick check on himself, he definitely needed a shower too. The smell of sweat had been covered by the herbs, but he wasn't sure if that was better. It can wait another day. Just one last stretch and I can take all the time I want. Eager to get this over, Kai looked for the recipe for the bait poison. Rummaging through the chaos of his workstation, he found the right piece of paper. This recipe was a step beyond the previous two, with 2 main Tier 1 ingredients and 3 secondary ones. Worst of all, he wasn't familiar with either of them. One was a pale mushroom with dark veins called ghostshroom, the other a night blue bellflower aptly named nightbell. While the greatest appeal of this poison was that it was innocuous to humans, the ingredients were not. He had to be careful how he handled them. If properly prepared, the ghostshroom and the nightbell would form a reaction that changed their poison on a fundamental level, creating something greater than the two parts that would not harm most sapient species. Kai's only hypothesis for such a strange effect was that it must somehow act on the mana veins. That was the only factor he knew that sapient species had in common against beasts. He was not clear on the details, but awakened animals interacted with mana in a different way. Something that had to do about how their version of the guide worked. Just another thing he would have to study back at the estate. Was their guide different because awakened beasts' bodies worked differently, or maybe it was the guide's touch that changed them? A classical case of what came first, the chicken or the egg. His mind was intrigued by the thought, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Putting away anything that wasn't needed for the current project, Kai took out 2 sealed boxes containing the poisonous ingredients. The ghostshroom and nightbell weren't that dangerous in their current form unless he ingested them. The risk was if he failed to properly carry out the reaction process, making their poison stronger but not innocuous to humans. It wasn't the most likely outcome if he botched the process, but the recipe clearly stated it could happen. Kai'd rather avoid that risk. He needed to be extra careful and succeed on the first try, for both his money and health. This time he started with the secondary ingredients. Tier 1 plants quickly bled out their mana after you cut into them. If you handled them correctly, not damaging the main mana channels, you could slow the process but not stop it. Since he needed to prepare 2 Tier 1 herbs, starting from the less delicate pseudo-Tier 1 materials would get them out of the way. As soon as he was done with the main ingredients, he could begin the brewing process immediately. By now any plants below Tier 1 proved no challenge. A few minutes later, he got through the 3 pseudo-mana plants. Next, he decided to begin with the pale mushroom with dark veins. Kai focused on his usual combo of mana sense and inspect, proceeding cautiously, ready to observe any change. As he was about to make the first incision, the ghostshroom's spongy texture resisted his knife. Kai swore under his breath. The blade must have dulled with all the recent usage. He had never planned on using it so much. He had other knives, but this was the best one. He doubted the result would be as good with another blade. Deactivating his skills, he rummaged through his alchemy chest with growing desperation. Thankfully, Dora had more foresight than him and packed a whetstone. He breathed out with great relief. Wasting time sharpening his tools was the last thing he wanted to do right now, but he had no choice. This was not how he hoped to begin the day. Honing a blade was a delicate and slow process if you wanted a good result. It took a good 15 minutes, but he couldn't skimp on it. Finally, he was satisfied with the result. The knife's edge easily reflected light like a mirror, looking perfectly sharp. He was not so stupid as to try it on his skin when he was about to handle poisonous materials. Instead, he tested it on a piece of paper. As predicted, the blade went through without problem. Turning back to the mushroom, Kai was ready to proceed, but his good mood was soon dashed again. The damn thing was too stretchy and still resisted his knife. He was able to cut into it if he applied more strength, but alchemy needed precision. He couldn't reduce it into a pulp. With another deep breath, he reminded himself to stay calm. There was certainly a solution, he just had to find it. Turning the twice-damned thing in his hands and examining his mana flow from every angle, Kai got more anxious with each passing second. He was pushing mana sense and inspect to their limit. Nothing he tried seemed to work. Worse yet, while Rizey had been generous with the other material, he only gave him exactly 20 ghostshrooms. If he committed to something and it ended up ruining the ingredient, he was screwed even before starting the brewing process. Damn brain, time to pay rent. Give me something. After racking his mind for answers, Kai's neurons finally got working. If he couldn't find a solution, chances were he was looking at the problem from the wrong angle. In his scramble to get things done quickly, he had overlooked the obvious. Deactivating mana sense, he started looking with his own 2 eyes. This wasn't an issue about mana, not only at least. The problem lay in the physical structure and composition of the mushroom. Odds were the solution did too. Observing the stalk and cap of the stubborn material, Kai focused on inspect to find a weakness on its pale surface. Finally, he got something. He used the tip of the knife to make a small cut into a dark crease of the stem and slowly worked on widening the cut. After piercing the outer layer, the knife was able to effortlessly slice through. In his reverie of glory, he came dangerously close to cleaving the cursed mushroom in half. His instincts kicked in just in time to stop his hand. Now it was time to tap into his mana sense. That was close, but it seems I didn't sever any important mana veins. Containing his enthusiasm, he proceeded with bated breath. His deep study of the ghostshroom to find a way to cut it turned into a great boon for the next part. He might have overused inspect a bit, but now he knew exactly what to do, and one is done. Next was the nightbell. He had to be quick. The mushroom parts were already bleeding out mana. With the main ingredients done, he started brewing. He tossed the secondary ones in the cauldron. Mixing them properly was fundamental. They would create the base that would catalyze the reaction between the two Tier 1 herbs. It had taken more than he expected to get everything ready, but the pseudo-mana plants didn't look like they decayed too much. Step 1 went without an hitch. Starting with Step 2, he added the ghost room first and the night bell 20 seconds later. The difficulty of the recipe became immediately apparent. Even with the help of the secondary ingredients, the energies of the two Tier 1 herbs clashed violently. Kai had no time to consider if he did something wrong before things started going south. He could only use his mana to placate the situation, but there were too many clashes. He had to choose his battles, going for the most serious cases. Time lost all meaning as Kai's senses zeroed in on the bubbling contents of his cauldron. He pushed the thought of rationing his mana to the back of his mind. He couldn't afford to hesitate. Despite his efforts, the reaction continued to escalate out of control. For a moment he considered if it was better to leave it be and cut his losses. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the reaction reached its apex and started to settle down. Kai's nerves relaxed a little. The hardest part was over. Now he had to continue stirring for 3 more minutes, sieve the solution while it was still hot, and continue to boil the brew. It would have been ideal to have a second cauldron, so he could directly pour it there and continue the process. Alas, he had to make do with what he had. Sieving the concoction in a glass container he prepared, Kai was careful not to get burned or get any liquid on his body and clothes. The problem with not having a second cauldron was that the liquid would cool in the time he took transferring it back into his cauldron. It shouldn't affect the final result too much, but it wasted more time reheating the mixture. He had thought about heating the glass container, but only had one stove. He would need to ask someone in his family to heat it in the kitchen, and he didn't want to involve any of them while he worked with poisonous material. The bait poison was basically over. He only had to wait for most of the water to evaporate till he was left with a sapphire substance. Luckily, Rizy had provided small glass jars with a large opening for the poison. He didn't want to try to scoop it into a vial. I just have to stir and wait. Exactly the thing I love the most while I'm working against a deadline. The water content wasn't high, but each second that passed Kai wanted to scream, his eyes glaring at the shrinking sludge. Give it a move, I don't have all day. After untold time, which admittedly was probably less than 10 minutes, it was ready. But instead of the advertised sapphire color, his concoction was a murky teal sludge with a sugary aroma. At least it isn't purple. That was the color he had to worry about according to the recipe, when the reaction had not occurred properly, making it not safe for humans. Scooping the sludge out of the cauldron into a glass jar, it could probably be considered a success of the lowest quality. A win is a win. Kai conceded himself a small celebration for the hardest potion he ever created. Then it was time to assess his situation. It took him about an hour to complete it, and he had to make 19 more to go. But that wasn't even the most worrying problem. He spent around 8-9 of his mana on this one potion. Even considering his regeneration across the day, he needed to reduce his mana usage drastically if he wanted to have any hope to reach his goal. Just this morning, Kai had been very optimistic about his chances. Now not so much. Could he meet the deadline? Only one thing he was certain: this alchemy session would not be meditative or relaxing. As Kai wrestled with the bait poison, the day proceeded slowly and yet too fast. During each brewing session, time seemed to slow to a crawl as his mind worked in overdrive to solve problems, trying to improve the quality of the final result and desperately searching for new ways to increase his efficiency. As his skills got better, his mana continued to inexorably dwindle. No matter what he tried, how many small improvements he made, it was never enough. Kai started to wonder if the merman merchant had cheated him. Compared to the healing and energizing potions, the bait poison was on a whole other level. Maybe he might have oversold his abilities as an alchemist apprentice a little, but Rizy could tell he was no more than 10 years old. Without knowing his special circumstances, Kai thought he would be underestimated. Weren't the expectations of the merfolk a bit high? He knew he was lying to himself, trying to push the blame on someone else. It hadn't been the merchant to propose the deal. He had insisted he could do it. When noon came, he helped Alec cook. He took his time eating a roasted fish and biting into a raw yellow tuber that gave the same satisfying crunch as a carrot. It tasted better cooked, but raw was more satisfying to eat. He had brewed 7 doses of poison, and it was clear his mana would become a concern much earlier than time. At little more than 62, he only had enough for 2 concoctions if all went well. A healthy meal would help increase his regeneration by a marginal amount. He would take what he could get. Going back to his room, his mana had ticked up to 64, and he was somehow able to squeeze in a 3rd brew. His head was pounding from both mana overuse and skill overstrain with Inspect. He scooped the last bait poison into a glass jar. It was still a couple shades too faded from a proper sapphire color. It wasn't that he couldn't improve the quality, it just cost too much mana to do it. He had cut any corner he could, but there simply was no way. Letting himself fall on his bed, Kai massaged his tired eyes. There were plenty of hours left in the day, but it was useless without mana. He was at 10 doses, half of the 20 he needed to deliver. If he had his full mana, he might be able to do it, but he did not. Some mana would regenerate with time, but he didn't think he could get more than 5, and that was counting on finding new ways to improve his methods along the way. Maybe I should just take a nap. It will increase my mana regeneration a little. Despite being mentally exhausted, he was too annoyed to fall asleep. He sat crossed legs on the bed, opting to calm himself with meditation first. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. He lost himself in the rhythm. His mind wandering around to the day before when he achieved a meditative state while practicing alchemy. Clearly, he had underestimated his skill and wasn't using it to its full potential. His idea of meditation had been too narrow, limited by the preconceptions of his previous life, but the skill had grown far beyond that. At LV62, and after passing a threshold, he had to think with more flexibility. How did meditation work? Or better, how had he thought it worked? To go back to the basics, first he excluded all external stimuli, then he used controlled breathing to calm his mind, to not have his thoughts wander to random topics, focusing on being present or on a particular topic. However, yesterday he had not done it this way. What if instead of looking inward and disregarding the outside world, he focused his mind on something external, giving all his focus to a single goal and action? Was that what he had done? However, there was still a piece of the puzzle missing. Today he had also been completely focused on his task, but he had been far from reaching the same mental state. What was the difference? The answer came almost immediately: tranquility. That had to be the hidden condition. Absolute focus on your task could help, but without a serene mind it wouldn't work. Meditation could be forced. In a sense, he had to do the opposite. Let go of all the other thoughts that crowded his mind, of expectations and anxiety. Live in the moment. At least that was how he experienced it. It had worked with alchemy because he had been relaxed, focused, and not doing something overly challenging and stressful. He knew the steps he had to make and followed them methodically. But how did that help now? Even if he reached a meditative state, it would not give him more mana, and the bait poison required him to push his limits at all times. It was as far from stress-free as it could go. It was a useful discovery, but of no help right now. Looking to check his mana regeneration, Kai focused on his half-empty mana veins. They looked as empty as a few minutes ago. He lost himself staring at them. It still was a mystifying sight, even if now they were dimmer than usual. With a tired thought, he looked for where the mana inside his body met the ambient mana. It wasn't the first time he tried this, and it was way harder than it sounded. The regeneration process was extremely slow, made more so by the low mana density in Greenside. The absorption was spread out to every pore on his body. If he had clothes, or little did it matter to the free-flowing mana. Choosing at random, he focused on the spot over his heart. After observing for a couple minutes, he sighed in disappointment. Like all other times before, he couldn't point out exactly where it happened. Maybe a particle here and one there. He had somehow hoped he could find a way to push more mana into his body. What a ridiculous thought. Even if he could see the process, his mana manipulation was too low anyway. Maybe he should focus on meditation and try to learn something more. Kai took a slow, deep breath to fall back into a meditative state. Wait a second. There was a surface on his body he had not considered yet: his lungs. As he observed the mouthful of air and ambient mana enter his body, he kept his breath for a few seconds, observing. Maybe there is a way. Kai didn't know if it was because it was inside his body, but he could see a few motes of mana slowly being absorbed into his mana channels. The farther from you, the harder mana was to control. That was true for his own mana, but also for ambient mana. Not that he had ever been able to control even a smidge of unattuned mana, but that was the theory Dora taught him. Considering all the levels he had gained in the last days, maybe it was time to give a try at the impossible. You couldn't get any closer than inside your lungs. Experimenting inside such an important and vital organ felt a tad bit dangerous, but it should be fine. He didn't think he could hurt himself even intentionally. What could go wrong? Those were his famous last words. With a chuckle, Kai took a new lungful of air and tried to impose his will on the mana he breathed in. Pushing his mana manipulation skill to its limits, he started to see some success. The usually swirling patterns of the free motes of mana slowed down by his will. If his own mana felt like a stubborn mule, ambient mana was a slippery fish, hard to grasp and ready to slip away the moment you got distracted. Furrowing his brows in concentration, he managed to get a precarious hold of it, but guiding it into his mana channels was another matter altogether. Damn it, I was so closetimed to go for plan B. If he couldn't push ambient mana into his body, he could at least help it absorb more. It just so happened he recently found the spot where the mana transfer was the highest. Instead of trying to control it, he went for a much cruder method. Using his will and skill, he clamped down on the mana in his lungs, not trying to control it, just to hold it in place. Then he breathed out the air alone. A few motes escaped, but most were kept behind. Kai smiled. Careful not to lose his concentration, he took another breath, bringing in more mana together with the air. Letting go of his grasp, the now increased mana concentration in his lungs had nowhere to go but to increase his regeneration. The change wasn't big, but Kai was happy with every increase he could get. If he could increase the mana density in his lungs with 2 breaths, why not 3 or more? The more mana, the harder it was to lock it in his lungs. After several tries, he found that after the 6th breath, he lost as much mana as he gained. The mana density in his lungs was around that of the estate, increasing his regeneration noticeably. A small beeline of glowing particles getting continuously added to his channels and attuned to his being. Breathe in, hold, breathe out, wait, breathe in, hold, breathe out, wait. Falling into the rhythm, finding a meditative state came almost naturally. Opening his eyes a while later, his mana had recuperated to around 60. Kai checked the time, it must have been about 1 hour. There was no time to lose, he had to get back to cutting those damn mushrooms. Kai alternated between refilling his mana and brewing for the rest of the afternoon. As the sun was going down, he got 18 doses of bait poison. He might be able to push the last 2, but he preferred to eat the loss. It would be disastrous if he got to the dock too late and the Fortuna had already set sail. Mui got here around an hour ago and was now waiting in the kitchen talking to his mother. Packing the vials and glass jars into the backpack, he got out of his room to a suspicious scene. Alana was laughing at something Mui said. Hopefully they were not talking about him. Ready to go, he said, getting their attention and making the glassware inside his backpack jiggle against each other. The two turned towards him, the smile disappearing from his mother's face. Well, have a little talk when you get back. Mui watched him from the side with a scolding gaze. Hey, you agreed to loan me money. This is as much on me as it is on you. Luckily, they were on a tight schedule, so he didn't have to bear their gazes for long. Letting the hunter carry his bag, the two headed for the docks. It's not that heavy, Mui commented. Kai smiled innocently in response. He could have carried it by himself, but he wasn't keen on walking through town this late with a bag worth several silvers. Why not get a bodyguard for free? He also felt better dealing with the 2 mermen with the hunter by his side. The walk wasn't long, and they could soon see the lights of the Fortuna at sea. Kai was relieved by the sight. They made it in time. Reaching the dock, the place was deserted apart from the sailors packing their stuff and getting ready to go. After 2 days, the citizens of Greenside seemed to have already lost interest. The merchant ship that caused so much fanfare was leaving without anyone paying attention. A familiar figure stood out amidst the group. Risey wasn't bothering to hide his appearance anymore. The merfolk showed his white teeth in a smile as they got closer, his appearance even more alien under the moonlight reflecting on his scales. I told my father you were going to show up. He didn't believe me, Risey said, his gaze moving to the jiggling backpack Mui was carrying. I can assume that is my order. Kai nodded and followed the merman to a nearby table to show the goods. He was glad they had not been asked to go aboard the ship. He didn't think they would try anything nefarious, but better safe than sorry. If they had confirmation he could truly do alchemy, who knew what they might do. After taking out the boxes of vials for Risey to examine, it was time to open the negotiations. He was missing 2 bait poisons, and the ones he made weren't of high quality. On a more positive note, the other 150 potions were of better quality than he predicted in his calculations. To Kai's surprise, the merchant didn't try to scam him, fairly evaluating the quality of his potions. After all his efforts in paying his debt to Mui, he gained 2 silver messars and 7 coppers. Concluding the deal, Kai wanted to get away with the win. He had no wish to spend his hard-earned fortune anytime soon. He knew the merman would find a way to convince him to buy something if he listened to him. This money was for his family, and there was nothing Risey could say to change his mind. Wait a moment, Kai, weren't you interested in buying these books? Damn it. Naturally, the merchant had remembered to bring the 3 volumes he had shown him on the ship. Slowly turning around, the books were already neatly disposed in front of him. Common Herbs and Their Uses, Volume 2, Plants from the Deep, A Complete Guide to the Treasures of the Sea, and Fundamentals of Alchemy, Volume 1. He hesitated, should he maybe buy one? Risey smiled at him. Why don't you just take them? Kai glared at him. You want me to spend all my money? The merchant's grin didn't fade a bit. No, I mean I'm giving them to you free of charge. Kai remained stunned on the spot. Did he hear right? The merman didn't strike him as the generous kind, his eyes squinting in suspicion. For free? Are you sure? Risey looked back at him offended. I'm sure. But if you want me to think about it more, his webbed hands slowly moved closer to the books. Before the merchant could change his mind, he walked away, dragging Uncle Mui behind him. Looking behind his shoulder, the merman was still smiling at him. Waiting a day had not been in vain. The little alchemist came to deliver on his promise. The fact only 2 doses of bait poison were missing only made his smile grow larger. There could be no better number. Risey had yet to pack the potions up when his father made his appearance, no doubt ready to share some of his unrequited wisdom. And I thought I was raising a merchant. Instead, I find a squanderer who goes around giving away money for free, Sane muttered to his son. Risey's mood was too good to be ruined by one of his father's lectures. That was a calculated investment, and a couple of old volumes are worth nothing compared to what you owe me. He had not forgotten their bet. Those books felt like paying the child his due. "I'll get your 10 silvers, his father said in a huff. I remember quite well we agreed on 20. A third of those bait poison can be barely considered usable. Terrible quality. Sane gestured dismissively, already walking away now that the conversation had turned to his wallet. After all the lectures Risey had been forced to listen to, he was not going to let the old fish scam him. We said nothing about the quality, only that there had to be at least 90 of the order. Sure, you're right, we can do 15. His father's words came muffled by the waves as he was getting on a boat to go back to the Fortuna. Alana opened the door. He barely had time to put down his books when his mother said, "Come, we need to talk." Taking his hand, she dragged him outside, leading them away. "Mom, I know you're mad," but Kai began to say, but Alana silenced him with a glance. They continued to walk till they reached their usual spot by the shore, sitting on the cobbles so they could have some privacy. The lights of the Fortuna could still be made out in the distance. His mother finally turned towards him, her expression unreadable to him. "Kai," she began, taking a moment to find the words. "Do you realize how reckless you have been?" "Mom, I am not a child. This is not about you being a child or not. Important decisions should be made after talking with your family regardless of your age. You might be smarter than many adults, but you haven't experienced this world like one. I had everything under control." Kai protested. "No, Kai, you did not. Mui had told me exactly what happened. Your deal hung on the word of a merchant you had just met for the first time and probably will never see again. What if they decided to leave earlier, refused to buy or lower the prices? You trusted them blindly and took a risk without discussing it with me." Her gaze nailed him on the spot. Kai lowered his head. Put it that way, he felt a bit naive. "Mui is a good person, but it wasn't fair to ask him for money. If something went wrong, you would have put him and our family in a very awkward position." Kai nodded his head, castigated. He wanted to argue the risk had not been that big, but it was true he would have had no way of repaying the debt if things didn't go as expected. He was still a child, and whether he liked it or not, his actions would have repercussions for his family. "I am sorry. I didn't think it through and come to ask you first." Lana's tone became a little softer. "It's fine as long as you learn." The waves continued crashing on shore as they sat with no words exchanged between them. Their hearts settled down. Kai was the first to break the silence a few minutes later. "Mom, since everything went well, I gained a few coins," he said in a fake casual way. Alana sighed, indulging him with a question. "How much?" "About 2 silver messars." His mother slowly turned towards him. "Kai, it's not a good time for jokes." "That's fine because I am not. Here, take them." Taking out the 2 silver coins, Kai put them in the hands of a stunned Alana, who stared at them with disbelief. He smiled proudly. "I didn't work 3 days straight for nothing. I'm sure the money will be helpful." "Kai, this is your money. I can't accept this much." "Why not? I need them at the estate, and I'd rather take a break from alchemy for a while, so there isn't much I'd like to buy in Greenside." When the light filtered through his window the next day, Kai conceded himself 5 more minutes in bed. "I really miss my soft bed at the estate." As the first 5 minutes turned into the second 5 minutes, he knew he had to get up. He had skipped his physical routine in the last few days for obvious reasons. Just 5 more minutes. He knew he would have to go if he got up. Taking a deep breath, Kai jumped out of his bed before he could change his mind. It was time to get back on track. After a quick breakfast and meditation, he went out running towards the beach. It wasn't as bad as he thought. Pushing his body instead of his mind was quite relaxing. It was easy. He enjoyed feeling his muscles slight burn as he forced them to give everything they had. This was probably the best state his body had ever been in. Taking a break for 3 days had given him the time to rest and grow stronger. Jumping into the churning waves, he felt he had missed having a good swim, continuing beyond the minimum requirements of his routine before getting on shore. Next were his stretching exercises to increase his flexibility. To his great surprise, he was finally able to do a perfect split. Finally, he practiced his weapon stances. These required him to use his brain a little to check his movements, but it was mostly mechanical by this point. Done with today's training, he sat on the cobble beach to think a little. He liked practicing the knives a lot, but they had no reach and were not fit to be his primary weapon. If it ever came to that, he preferred not to get so close and personal with his opponents. This left spear and sword, both equally good options. He resolved to decide between the two and take a skill before he had to go back to the estate. The sword was the classical weapon of stories, but there was a reason why the spear was called the king of the battlefield. A longer reach was extremely helpful. After doing a list of pros and cons for both, he decided to check his skills. Running, LV 74. Swimming, LV 73-74. Meditation, LV 63. awareness LV54, herbology LV5254, acting LV44, processing plants LV3235, reading LV19, gardening LV12, sneak LV7, monosense LV41, monomanipulation LV910, alchemy LV78, inspect LV6. His reckless marathon helped the related skills grow a lot. Alchemy and mana manipulation in particular had a drastic increase he never thought would reach in such a short amount of time. Without the challenge and deadline looming over him, he would have never been able to push his limits so much. It was a valuable lesson, but it had also been incredibly stressful. He wasn't looking forward to repeating the experience anytime soon. If it had continued a couple days more, he would have reached a breaking point. Looking back at his skills, he was disappointed that meditation had not leveled again. He was quite sure he had been able to use it this morning while training, but he had found some very clear limitations. If he pushed his limits too hard, the skill wouldn't activate. The action had to be within his scope of comfort, preferably something methodical that didn't require him to come up with new ideas. He would probably never be able to use it in everyday life, but if his hypothesis was correct, it could become a great asset during training, helping him focus and deal with the tedium of repeated actions. Planning about the future, he decided he was going to ditch gardening for a weapon skill. At the estate, he spent a lot of time tending to plants, but going back to Greenside made him realize he was not always going to live near a large garden. In the future, he would probably buy most of his ingredients. With these decisions made, Kai had a clearer mind. It was time to go back home, but he wasn't that tired yet, and there was one thing he had wanted to try first. With his higher mana manipulation, it might just work. Running had been stuck at the threshold for a while. This time he wanted to get something more than the same boring basic evolution. Dora had once explained to him how most people evolved physical skills with mana. Sometimes it even happened unconsciously after repeating an action countless times or in extreme situations. Kai hoped for a more controlled evolution. He had the theory down. Now it was time to see if his mana skills weren't just for show. Getting up for another little run on the beach, Kai split his focus trying to manipulate the mana inside of him. Mana naturally helped and sustained his body, as proved by the side effects he suffered when he consumed too much. So if he concentrated on the right muscles and ligaments, he should be able to push them harder and reduce the strain. Kai had already practiced standing still, but doing it while running was harder than he thought. Hopefully, he just needed a proof of concept and the evolution would take over the burden. Come on just a bit longer. Ding. Running reached LV75 max. Congratulations. Running, LV75, you are presented with two choices to continue your journey. Stay the course, you won't gain significant new benefits, but you'll deepen your insight into what you already know. Consume a small quantity of mana to reduce the strain on your muscles, allowing you to go beyond your usual limits. Is that even a question? Ding. You chose the second option. Running, LV75 can now reach LV100. Wasting no time, Kai tried it out and continued his run. The first thing he noticed was that utilizing the new function of the skill was optional. He took a moment to find the right mental command to activate it. With the assistance of the guide, small filaments of mana separated from his channels and accumulated in all the relevant muscles he was using, mainly in his legs. There was a small drain on his reserves, but it was barely noticeable. He could probably keep it active for hours without a problem. Exhilarated by his new ability, Kai sprinted along the shore. Moving at the fastest speed he ever reached, the salty breeze blew through his hair. He soon made two discoveries. First, the mana consumption was proportional to his speed, doubling during his sprint. Still not huge, but something to keep in mind. Second, his mana only helped his muscles and ligaments. It did nothing for his lungs and need for oxygen. Maybe in the next evolution I can fix that. Looking at the sun, he had already been out for a couple hours. Strolling through Greenside to get home, he couldn't help but plan for his next evolutions. He was certainly going to do something similar with swimming, maybe focusing on his need for oxygen if he could figure out how. After his triple option with meditation, he had unconsciously considered evolutions up to fate and circumstances he couldn't predict. That was the wrong mindset. They weren't random, but something you could purposefully pursue. Reaching his ugly house, he was going to be alone for most of the day. Kia had started going out again with her friends, doing only the spirits knew what. With no schools or adult supervision, that was what was expected of her at her age. Kai didn't like the idea much, but it wasn't up to him. Most of the people he interacted with after leaving Whiteshore were those who made trouble. His vision was a bit skewed. He was sure there were plenty of good kids, probably. Finding himself with a lot of free time, he considered his options. One thing was sure, no more alchemy for a while. Exploring Greenside didn't hold much appeal either. The town was only so big. He couldn't say he was familiar with it like his pockets, but he knew enough to satisfy his curiosity. Kai could also read his new alchemy books. He was excited to have gained the first volumes of what would hopefully one day become a big personal library. Still, that was just more alchemy, and he did not have the mind for that right now. Looking around his cramped room, his father's notes and books offered a much more appealing alternative. He had not forgotten his plans. There were less than 2 weeks till the ceremony, and he wanted to learn the basics of the Vastair language before then. Taking a big folder full of yellowed papers, Kai sat on his bed. The idea to spend a cozy day among the old pages sounded perfect to him, the right measure of challenging and relaxing. At dinner time, the whole family sat down at the table together to eat, enjoying the food and talking about their day. After they helped clean up the dishes, there was one more thing to do. He had skipped the last few days since he had no mana to spare, but he had not forgotten or given up. He wanted to help his sisters gain mana sense. Kai could tell Ale was not very enthusiastic about it, probably hoping he had forgotten. After the previous failures, Kia was not as eager either. It seemed to be the curse of living in Greenside. People never expected anything good to happen, as if the heavy humidity suffocated their desires and flames of hope. They easily resigned to their boring routine. Kai didn't know if he was misinterpreting the facts. His view was hardly impartial, and he had not spent enough time here to spew definitive judgments. He might be imagining things to be worse than they really were. In any case, he would not let his family give up so easily, even on such a minor thing. "Are you sure this is even possible to get mana sense this way?" Kia said. She never had much patience after all. Kai tried to sound confident, completely sure. Not even a little. Ale gave him a patient smile. "Come on, little brother, we can start with me." Sitting across from each other, Kai put his hand over his sister's palm. His mana manipulation had improved a lot in the last few days, which immediately became apparent as he easily manipulated his mana outside his body. He needed to succeed. No more wiggly constructs barely holding together. His attuned mana looked more stable than ever. Usually he just slammed his mana onto his sister's hand. Today he tried a more subtle approach, molding his mana around her skin and slightly poking around. Ale let out a laugh. "It tickles." "Are you sure you're doing this right?" Kia interrupted. Kai suppressed an annoyed response and forced himself to smile at his younger sister. "I am sure." He turned towards Eleni. "Try to close your eyes and ignore every other sensation. Focus only on the feeling on your hand and tell me what you feel." Looking at his serious face, Ale hid her smile and followed his instructions, giving this test an honest try. Now it was all on him. Controlling his mana even more carefully, Kai tried to be as delicate as possible with his touches. When Eleni told him she couldn't feel anything, he increased the pressure just a little. He wanted to stay around the minimum perceivable threshold, only enough that his sister was 50-50 sure that something was happening. Kai's brows furrowed in concentration. Even with his improvements, this level of control was challenging. His reserves had been completely full in the beginning, but they soon started to dwindle as the minutes went by. Alana and Kia silently observed from the sidelines, while Kai and Ale were completely focused on their task. "Are we wasting our time in a fool's endeavor?" Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice Ale had her gaze lost into the void. She finally murmured, "I can't believe that worked. I was so focused I must have missed the notification." His head snapped up. "Did you get mana sense?" Ale's mouth turned into a big grin. "I never doubted my genius brother." Kai was too happy to point out the obvious lie, getting swept up in the celebration. Alana came to congratulate them both too. "When is it my turn? I want to learn that skill too," Kia said. Her previous skepticism was completely forgotten. Kai sighed. Now that he proved it could work, his sister would surely pester him till she got what she wanted. "Give me a moment to rest and we'll start." Changing things for the better was possible after all. It took 2 more days for Kia to learn mana sense. Kai had to promise to help her both in the morning as soon as he woke up and in the evening when his mana regenerated. Maybe it was because her stats and race were lower that it took longer, but the most likely reason was that she didn't have the patience, tapping nervously with her foot a second after they began. By the end, Kai wasn't sure who was more happy to be done, him or her. "If this doesn't add a few hundred points to my score for best brother, I resign from the role." With all his mana monopolized by his sister, he had not been able to practice alchemy or his mana exercises even if he wanted to. Helping Kia get the skill could also be considered some kind of training, but not a very efficient one. His mana ran out incredibly fast when clashing against hers. With nothing better to do, he had delved deep into his father's notes and books, learning more about the Vastair language and trying his hand at directly deciphering the engravings his father recorded. He had a long way to go, but he was making good progress. After the governor mined the ruins for stone, his father's recordings were probably the last copy of these texts. Kai planned to publish the book Relin wanted when he got the chance. It probably was not going to be a great success, but he would feel better knowing there were more copies out there. He knew his dad would have wanted to make sure their history was not forgotten. His work would stall when he got back to the estate, but he was going to do this no matter how long it took. If possible, he also wanted to visit a few of the remaining ruins in person. There were not many left, but one of them still stood on Yanlan. It was almost at the exact opposite end of the island, so that was something for the future too. Today Kai had different plans. He wanted to take a break from his father's notes and visit the market. He had barely left his house in the last few days apart from the morning training, but that wasn't the only reason. It was hardly an hour after dawn when he was already walking towards the market in Old Town. There were few people around, mostly sellers setting up their shops. A middle-aged enforcer stumbled out of a tavern, his uniform full of wrinkles, his baton lost somewhere. From the way the man covered his eyes with a hand as if the sunlight was unbearable, he was suffering from a hangover. Kai stayed far away from him. It was a sad and pathetic sight. He had been in town for less than a month, and he had already lost count of how many times he had witnessed a similar scene. They truly only reserved the worst of the worst for Greenside. Checking with a glance, the man looked to have an orange race and Type 3 profession. That appeared to be the minimum requirement for enforcers. Their profession was never lower than that, but a couple had a race of orange. For an islander, it would have been a great achievement to reach those levels before old age. The standards for the enforcers were different since he had been stationed in this forgotten corner of the archipelago. His lack of professionalism and ability might also have something to do with his current assignment. Kai was sure that if the grade of his race and skills were considered high by the Republic, he would not be here no matter how incompetent he was. Probably they have a way to quickly level their profession, but their race grade is left up to them. Kai would have liked to take a peek at the enforcers from High Arbor, who came during the purge of the voice of the ancestors. He did not have inspect yet at the time, and they had all left as soon as they completed their sweeps and achieved whatever their goals were. Looking around at the market streets slowly coming to life, his patience was finally rewarded. He had spotted his target, better yet he was giving him his back. Kai used sneak to get closer. "Hi, uncle, how are you doing?" Kai greeted the hunter. To his disappointment, Mui showed no reaction. He must have heard him coming. His dear uncle had been quite hard to track down. He rarely manned the stall, and most of the time he was out hunting. Kai had considered waiting in front of his house, but he didn't have the patience for that. Instead, he had inquired with other sellers and asked around. While only one person attended the meat stand, the other hunters often came to bring their goods personally. With a few more questions, he had managed to narrow down Mui's preferred time. "No, I'm not a stalker. I'm just determined." The big man gave him a brief glance before going back to speak with the hunter in charge of sales for the day. Kai hadn't noticed him at first, hidden behind Mui's large figure. It was a scrawny fellow that hardly looked of age. Most islanders didn't grow many facial hairs, but this guy must have drawn the short straw. His patched stubble was worse than average. A failed attempt to look more mature, he would have done better without it. Kai empathized with him. He was also looked down upon both literally and metaphorically because of his age. He threw the teenager a knowing glance and waited by the side for Mui to finish setting up his goods. The hunter finally turned towards him. "Do you need something?" Kai wore his most charming smile. "Do I need a reason to see my favorite uncle? I guess not. Now that you've said hi, you can go then." Mui started walking away. "Damn, he's learning fast." Kai scrambled after the hulking man. "Wait a moment, uncle. I was just curious about a couple of things. You don't mind answering a few questions, right?" The hunter shrugged a tacit approval. "Is that scrawny guy a hunter too? Isn't the jungle like crazy dangerous?" "Not really what he came here to find out, but a good way to break the ice. He's still taller than you, shorty." Mui chuckled at him. "He's the apprentice and son of a friend of mine. He just needs to put on a bit of muscle and he'll do fine. Hunting in the jungle is as much about knowledge and traps as physical prowess. It depends on what you prefer. There is no wrong way as long as you bring home your prey." Kai nodded thoughtfully. In his head he had imagined a hunter wrestling with an enormous anaconda. A camouflaged person waiting for his prey to fall into a trap worked too. "Anyway, uncle, I was also wondering if you had more mana herbs collecting dust somewhere. You brought out several orange tier herbs with the merfolk merchants, but I've not even seen even a red tier herb at your stall." Mui gave him a suspicious look. Kai responded with an angelic smile. "Obviously I'm going to pay for them. So have you got some?" Maybe he would haggle the price down a tiny bit. Mui stared at him for a moment longer, not finding any flaw in his act or words. "My deal with the other hunters is only about animal-related materials, so I have a deal with another merchant in the market for herbs. I don't have the time or the knowledge to sell them myself. If you want, I can introduce you to her." Kai got a bad feeling. "Her? Don't tell me you're talking about old Selly." Mui looked amused by his reaction. "Yes, Celia, do you know her? And to think the old hag assured me she personally harvested all her ingredients. I should have known she was lying. I know her, she sure knows how to sniff a bargain. Kai already had enough deals with that old scammer. Don't you have anything else stashed somewhere?" Mui shook his head. "No, I focus more on hunting beasts, and in the thick vegetation it is not easy to recognize valuable plants. The orange tier plants were an exception. Even I could tell how valuable they were from a mile away. Since there wasn't anyone interested in buying them for a decent price in Greenside, I kept them." Kai hung his head low. There went all his hopes for cheap materials. No point crying over spilled milk. "Don't you have mana sense to find valuable herbs?" Kai asked to keep the conversation going. "I got offered the skill, but I didn't take it. I have other methods to identify valuable natural treasures in the jungle. Mana sense is too distracting to use in such a dangerous environment, and its range is too limited. Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Did truly nobody recognize the value of mana sense? They all got scared by the initial grind and missed out on a myriad of possibilities. After you train it a little, you can eliminate both the restriction on your focus and range. I don't get why people don't take it, he complained. Mui gave him a long look. If by a little you mean years of work, then yes, you're right. I like my current skills more. A few years for a lifetime of benefits, that was a bargain. Sometimes he truly didn't understand other people. Kai continued to follow him, lost in his thoughts. Ignoring his sulky mood, Mui took care of his business around the market, running a few errands and buying groceries and other supplies he used for hunting. It soon became apparent Mui got way better deals than him. It could be that he was a frequent client, but in a town of less than 2,000 people, most people were trusted customers. Kai would put his bets on his intimidating aura being the true reason. You know, Uncle, it's not really fair to use your presence to intimidate other people into getting better deals, Kai said, still a bit disgruntled. There was no immediate response. After a while, the hunter muttered, "It's not like I do it on purpose, it's just how I am." Did I hit a touchy subject? He seems very self-conscious about it, but he is kinda doing it on purpose. Kai wondered if he should abandon the topic, but he had never been one to mince words. Uncle, you know that your presence is more than just your ugly muzzle and cold gaze staring at people. The main part is your mana bearing down on them. Mui stopped in his tracks and turned to face him. What do you mean? As if on cue, Kai felt the hunter mana stir, turbulent with various feelings. The air turned heavy with his presence. Kai stared up at him, trying to look casual. No way he doesn't know. Is it truly possible to reach this level unconsciously? You're releasing your attuned mana all around you, and it amplifies your presence. It's even worse if there is a clear intent behind it. I'm used to similar presences, but most people will feel an innate desire to get away. Mui stared at him blankly for several moments. That can't be it. People would know about this if that were the case. It was indeed weird, but Kai soon thought of a reason. Well, you know that your race is well, he lowered his voice to a whisper. At the peak of orange and higher than almost anybody else around, so your mana and aura are stronger than anybody else. I'm not exactly sure how this works since I don't have enough mana to do it myself. Your stats probably affect the situation too. I'd bet the higher they are, the worse it is. As he finished his explanation, Mui's face blanched. Kai got on the tip of his toes to put a hand on the shoulder of the big man. Come on, it's not that terrible. You just need to learn mana manipulation, and it's an easily fixable problem. The hunter recovered a little, nodding to himself. Yes, I already have the skill in my archive. Kai was surprised. Mana sense was one thing, but he had never heard of someone getting mana manipulation by chance. Even he had to work hard to obtain the skill. His uncle got it for free and didn't even bother to learn it. Just for curiosity's sake, how long have you had the skill? Mui shrugged. I don't know, a few years maybe. Kai let out a sigh of relief in his mind. His pride was safe. For a moment he had thought Mui would say he got it in his teens. Well, Uncle, you must have some talent for mana. Maybe this is another reason why you have a presence problem. Even without the skill, you're unconsciously manipulating your mana to a significant degree. Done with the explanation, Mui got lost in his thoughts, and Kai smelled an opportunity. He was going to help him regardless, but why not get something out of it? I could give you a couple lessons in mana manipulation if you're interested. If you only care about keeping your mana inside your body, it shouldn't be difficult or long. Kai's pitch immediately got the attention of the hunter. You can do that. Kai kept smiling but was internally peeved. Of course I can help you. Why does everybody keep doubting my skills? You know I'm a mage apprentice, well, figure it out in the blink of an eye with all my experience and knowledge. Okay, now I'm just boasting. Maybe if I did that more often people would take me more seriously. No problem, Uncle. What else are nephews for? Does tomorrow morning work for you? Sure, I would prefer early. I was planning to go hunting. Kai nodded. An hour after dawn sounds perfect. I'll knock on your door. But if you really insist on repaying me, you can give me a tour of the jungle while you're at it. I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun. Now I really gotta go. Bye. With one last grin, Kai waved at Mui, who still looked a bit confused at what had happened. You are learning, but I am too. Disappearing among the growing crowd of the market, Kai was very satisfied. It had gone even better than he imagined. He would get a tour of the jungle for free, more time to ask questions, and even the chance of showcasing his amazing knowledge as a teacher. Since he was already here, he opted to take a look around. Maybe old Selly had something new on sale. The old hag gave him a grandmotherly smile when she saw him coming. Here's my favorite client. Come here, dear. I just harvested a few herbs that might interest you this morning. I'll give you a special offer on them. There were many responses swirling in Kai's mind. Call her out on her multiple lies. Tell her he was going to cut her out, buying directly at the source, or run away screaming she had cursed him. They were all tempting options, but for now it was better not to reveal his hand. Kai looked at her stand and started to inspect a new purple leaf plant. He was still evaluating it when a shadow fell over him. He turned to see if someone was standing behind him, but soon realized the true reason. Another eclipse, let's hope it passes quickly. With 6 moons hanging in the sky, it wasn't uncommon for one of their trajectories to coincide with the sun. There was at least one a year, usually more. The first time it had been fascinating, but now it was more of an annoyance since he didn't even have the means to look at it properly. Clearly, this is an omen I shouldn't buy from her. He hung around her stall for a dozen minutes, acting as if he was very interested in purchasing her plants. I'm not sure, maybe next time. With that, he turned around and left without another word, smiling when he heard old Selly's desperate pitching sale. Tomorrow was going to be a very interesting day. Next day, Kai rushed his morning exercises. He had convinced Uncle Mui to take him to the outskirts of the varied jungle, more like tricked into agreeing, but those were just semantics. It was an opportunity to see an expert navigate the infamous jungle safely, and he didn't want to be late. Just an hour after dawn, Kai was heading toward the hunter's house to meet him, walking through one of the worst districts of New Town. Mui's house wasn't exactly in the slums, but not that far either. After the experience of his first day back in Greenside, he had carefully avoided the area. Why the hell does he live here? Isn't he rich? That was another mystery he would have to solve today. Since they were going to trek into the jungle, Kai wore his best pair of shoes, long trousers and shirt, instead of his usual mid-sleeve. His training staff in hand to use like a long walking stick. If something happened, it would be more helpful than the wooden sword. Looking around, many houses looked about to be crumbling. The few people on the streets were mostly farmers walking towards the field in tattered clothes, most men opting for no shirt at all. His average garments suddenly felt lavish. It might be all in his head, but he felt the passers-by's gazes linger on him longer than it was comfortable. He had purposely taken the worst-looking knapsack they had at home, letting it hang on his shoulders as if it was of no importance. He had packed as little as possible since he didn't want to be slowed down, but the bag started to feel heavier under the pair of eyes watching him. I'm sure it's all in my head. Kai made sure to make full use of awareness as he walked on even muddier streets than usual. The smell of human waste was more common than he would like, especially when added to the ever-present humidity. He cursed his keen senses and breathed through his mouth. Finally, he spotted his destination. This should be it. The building in front of him wasn't particularly striking. The typical square of 4 conjoined boxes, but a tad better maintained than the ones around it. With a few good quality wooden boards nailed to the walls and roof. It looked sturdier than its neighbors, but not the residence of one of the wealthiest people Kai knew. Mui told him to knock on the first door he saw coming from the street. There were 2 doors, but one of them had been barred and nailed closed, leaving only one choice. Kai's knuckles barely brushed the door when a deep voice called from inside. Come on in. Not one to be asked twice to snoop on someone else's property. Kai tried the door handle and found it open. Stepping inside the living room, the hunter was nowhere to be seen. The place was unimpressively bare. A functional sturdy table with 2 chairs took center stage and not much else. Before he could use the excuse of his absence to explore further inside, Mui's voice sounded again. Wait there and don't touch anything. It'll come in a moment. He's no fun. Kai tried to stay on his best behavior. He didn't want to annoy Mui first thing in the morning. He was going to be in his care for the rest of the day, and walking into the jungle with a disgruntled guide seemed a sure way not to be seen again. The weird thing was that the hunter's voice came from the right wall. He must have bought the nearby house. Thinking back, it made sense why the other door had been barred. Like his family, Mui had no need for 2 entrances. One moment later, the hunter opened the door on the left wall and came in. That wasn't the direction he expected. It was the wrong wall. Did you buy the whole block? Kai asked as he connected the pieces. The hunter shrugged. It was cheap. What do you need all of this space alone? Gesturing around, he explained, this part is to greet guests and business meetings, one to process hides and animal parts, one to store them, and one is my living quarters. Somehow Kai had thought his uncle would live frugally in a cramped hut. He lived in New Town, so he had thought he just didn't care. Can't you afford a house in a better part of town? The building wasn't bad, but after seeing the kind of money he earned from the merfolk merchants, Kai was sure Mui could afford much more than this. Old Town had become too crowded, Mui grumbled to himself. Here it's quieter, with fewer people continuously going back and forth, plus it's closer to the forest. Then he disappeared again into another door. Kai nodded along. That made some sense, but his mind soon realized another weird fact he couldn't explain. Weren't you already here when the relocation happened? Why do you live in New Town? Mui came back with a large bag and a machete. My house was on the outskirts, right where the Republic wanted to build the new district. They demolished my house and gave me one of the new buildings. Not a great deal, but it was not like I was given a choice. The hunter was decked in dark green clothes. The bow Kai had seen him buy from the merfolk merchants made its appearance too. He put the backpack on his back as if it had the weight of a feather, and checking his equipment, he was ready. Way more ready than Kai. Now if you're done with your questions, it's time to go. Kai followed him on the streets. People moved out of the way and didn't create trouble. Kai looked down at himself. His outfit now felt unfit for the journey. His trousers were beige, but his shirt was a pretty pure white. Do I need something else? Want I stand out? Mui gave him a glance, probably, but it doesn't matter. I have everything we need, and any animal will get your scent or hear your steps long before it sees you. Seeing his concern, he added, don't worry, we're not going too deep. Trusting the hunter's words, they started walking. The fastest path out of town passed directly through what Kai thought of as the shady district. Mui didn't seem to have a worry as he strolled forth. Kai followed closely behind, his eyes darting around. It was unlikely that someone would cause trouble with the big man by his side, but he still felt tense. With the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of something he had not seen in a while in one of the side alleys. Yep, that's definitely the symbol of the voice of the ancestors. It wasn't exactly put on display, but it wasn't hidden either. Anyone passing by would see it if they happened to look in that direction. Kai had known the rebel group couldn't have been completely wiped out despite the governor's efforts. They had just been pushed underground. Still, seeing the signs of their presence so close to home made him worry a bit. Hopefully, they won't try anything too stupid anytime soon. He didn't get time for another glance as the hunter was already marching ahead. Hurriedly closing the distance, Kai had to do a small sprint to make up for his short legs. Hey, you could have waited a second or at least slowed down. Mui glanced at him. Try to keep your focus, shorty. If you get lost in town, I don't think it's a good idea to go into the jungle. Kai gave him a flat look. He'll keep up. He would not be deterred by such simple means. He quickened his steps, walking beside the hunter. There was no true border to Greenside. At a certain point, the houses just ended. The outer circle of houses was actually quite a coveted place since it offered plenty of space. A little farther, the cultivated fields extended for a couple miles in the distance, ending with a small green wall on the horizon. That was their target, the varied jungle. Kai followed Mui through the farmland. Many farmers were already out working in these early hours. The hunter waved to a couple of them, and Kai did the same. Uncle, how much do you make hunting? It was a good time as any to ask. Enough, he said laconic. Kai suppressed an annoyed scowl. With all the silvers you gained from the merman, you might as well be the wealthiest person in town. Mui let out a hearty laugh. That was an exception. No merchants of that caliber usually come here. I made more from that than what I can hope to make in a good year. I doubt I will ever get that lucky again. Even if they were to come back, I would not have much to sell. I accumulated those materials over many years. That was surprising from the way Mui had acted at the time. Kai would have never guessed that the amount of money was so significant to him. Clearly, he still had much to learn. Even if it's a one-time thing, with that much money you could go anywhere. Maybe even off the archipelago. Why do you stay in Greenside? Kai asked. Mui gestured at the cultivated fields, his eyes lingering on the trees in the distance. This is my home and it's closed to the jungle. I never had a reason to leave. Kai wanted to ask more but didn't insist. Soon they had reached the edge of the jungle. Mui turned to look at him very seriously, straight in the eyes. We won't be going very deep, but I can't assure your safety if you don't do exactly as I say. You move when I tell you to move and stop when I tell you to stop. Don't touch anything before asking me. Can you promise me this? I promise. The hunter didn't seem satisfied. He asked him to repeat everything he told him to do 3 times. Kai looked back at him solemnly, I swear. Mui's green eyes kept his gaze a little longer before nodding good. Now the first lesson when you enter the jungle is to stay silent and not ask questions. Okay, this feels a bit targeted. Is it truly the most important thing? Kai already wanted to argue, but he kept to his promise to shut up. The big man was walking ahead, but he would bet he must be smirking. Mui continued explaining, any noise will alert any prey and predator of your position. Both are bad. If you want to stay safe, you want to be doing the listening. Now, there should be no awakened beasts this far out, but it's better to be careful. Just because something shouldn't happen, it doesn't mean it won't. Relying on luck is a good way to get yourself killed, and even normal animals can be dangerous if you're not careful. Kai had a slight suspicion Mui was making things more dangerous than they actually were. It was true that most people stayed away from the jungle, but quite a few perused the outer reaches for herbs and edibles, coming back safely. Forcing down the questions threatening to spill from his mouth, he dutifully walked in silence. The smells of the jungle became more noticeable as they went deeper. The scent of vegetation mixed with moisture, soil, and decaying plants and wood. Mui followed some kind of path between the trees as the jungle around them grew more dense. He casually cut a few vines that were in the way with his machete as they continued on. The light dimmed, blocked by the tree canopies. Underfoot the ground felt crumbly and wet in places. Away from the breeze of the sea, the familiar humidity intensified. The leaves of the plants looked slippery and wet. Not even half an hour had passed, but his neck was already sleek with sweat and his clothes stuck to his body uncomfortably. Maybe I should have gone for short sleeves. Can I ask a question, uncle? He had promised to stay silent, but he needed something to distract him from the sensation of slowly drowning in the air. Mui didn't appear annoyed he broke the silence, maybe surprised it had lasted that long in the first place. Sure, but only one. There was one thing Kai had always been curious about. What are awakened beasts exactly? I mean, I know they are animals that have unlocked some sort of guide, but what does that mean in practice? Mui looked at him over his shoulder. Have you ever seen one? Alive, I mean. Kai shook his head. Well, as you said, an awakened beast is an animal who awakens its guide. I'm not exactly sure how that happens, but it's common knowledge that the denser the mana, the easier it is. I once heard there are places on the continent where the mana is so abundant, people make no difference between normal animals and awakened beasts because every animal has their guide unlocked. I can't say if such a place truly exists or is a rumor, but it's certainly true that the area with the densest mana at the heart of Virid has the most beasts. Seeing that he was following, Mui continued his explanation. Their guide is different from ours. Humans advance on two paths, race and profession. Beasts only have the race, but you must not think they are weaker because of that. Some actually say the opposite, that it's easier to advance with only one path. Mui suddenly stopped talking. Kai almost bumped into him, but stopped in time. As he was about to ask what was going on, the hunter made a gesture to stay silent as he squinted toward the dense vegetation. Wait here. I'll go check something. Without waiting for his response, Mui disappeared into the greenery. Kai looked around. The rustle of the wind and branches crackling appeared more unsettling now that he was alone. I'm perfectly safe. Uncle Mui has not abandoned me. I was not that annoying. There is nothing dangerous hiding just out of sight. To feel calmer, Kai activated his mana sense. The mana looked slightly denser than usual, but the difference was minimal. He carefully scoured his surroundings for anything that stood out before letting out a sigh of relief. The vegetation was a bit richer in mana too, but that was it. There were no high mana signatures around. A minute later, Mui reappeared with a smile. Kai was relieved to see him, but still glared at him for leaving him alone. The hunter did not react to his glare, speaking in an excited tone. What do you think about a more practical lesson? I spotted a young red tear beast just a little farther. Hearing Mui's proposal, Kai didn't have to think twice. He had long wished for the chance to observe an awakened beast. The hunter said it was only red tear and young, so it was probably even weaker than him. Remember to stay by my side and do what I tell you. Also, mind where you step. You are making too much noise, Mui reminded him. Nodding eagerly and promising he would do as he was told, Kai followed the hunter, trying to be as silent as possible. It was easier said than done. The ground was wet and spongy, covered in fallen leaves and moss that made a squelching noise under his feet. He did his best to step on rocks and roots where he thought he would make the least noise. In front of him, Mui was somehow able to move like a ghost through the trees without making any sound or leaving a trace. I get he is a professional hunter, but he is like 4 times my size. There must be a skill at play here. Wait a second. Kai wanted to smack his head for being so dumb. He had a skill to sneak, his latest addition. He only used it to be more discreet when moving through town, but it seemed perfect for the occasion. They walked longer than Kai expected. He had no idea how Mui spotted the beast from this far away. Mana sense still didn't perceive anything. Most of his focus was on where he put his feet, so he could not reach his maximum range. They stopped behind a large tree covered in moss, its trunk easily large enough to hide Mui's figure. The hunter gave him a look to remind him to be quiet before pointing to a tree little more than a dozen meters from them. Kai looked but couldn't see anything apart from a few ferns and vines. Something caught his eye, a slight movement. Activating Inspect, he spotted the culprit, a green and brown snake perfectly camouflaged among the vegetation. He couldn't be sure, but it must have been at least a couple meters long. If that was a young one, he didn't want to think how big a grown specimen would be. Concentrating on mana sense to get some answers, Kai was surprised by the results. He had never seen anything like it. Its mana veins were unlike anything he had seen before, thicker and denser. There were some similarities with humans, but also many differences. The mana network was more complex than he expected from a red tier creature. From this distance, his skill was struggling to pick up the fine details. As he was about to get closer, Mui put a hand on his shoulders to stop him. His uncle took out his bow. He was a hunter after all. How dangerous is it? Kai whispered. Not much, it's a boa constrictor. Venomous ones are more dangerous, but it's still going to be very annoying to flush him out if we spook him and it hides in some hole. Somehow Mui spoke even quieter than him. Errant beasts very aggressive. Usually yes, but they are not suicidal. If it perceives my presence, it will run. A very stupid idea sprung up in Kai's head. Maybe if he had more time to think, he would have known better. With only a few seconds to make up his mind, he didn't want to lose his chance. Do you think I can take it? Mui stopped drawing his arrow to look at him. Kai had expected an immediate no, but when the hunter didn't speak immediately, he didn't waste the opportunity to plead his case. If it sees me, it will probably try to attack rather than run. You said it's just a young red tear and not venomous. I am orange and I've trained with a staff. If it's too strong, it'll just keep my distance and act as bait. He mostly trained spear moves. Having a pointed end made little difference when training stances. If he had to use it to fight, the story was different, but he remembered most of the quarterstaff moves. Not knowing exactly why, Kai felt he had to do this. He always acted cautious. For once he wished to take a risk and prove to himself he was not a coward, that he wasn't powerless anymore. Mui had a look that was hard to interpret on his face, but he still hadn't said no. If something goes wrong, I am sure Yao'll have time to intervene. I need to do this, Kai said. After a long silence, Mui finally spoke. Fine, you can try. Mui gave him a stern look. Be careful and do not hesitate to ask for help. I can't miss from this distance. Kai was putting his life in Mui's hands, but he didn't feel worried about it. The hunter had always proved trustworthy and even a better person than himself. Looking towards his target, Kai left his bag behind. If he had known this was going to happen, he would have brought something more than a stick. No excuses. No hesitation. His life wasn't going to change if he didn't start being more decisive, hiding behind carefully crafted arguments and convenient reasoning. Maybe this was a good time to start acting more impulsive, but life didn't give you a warning before it hit you. Maybe it was better this way. Holding his staff firmly, he gave one last glance to Mui, but his uncle didn't offer any suggestions. Just because I want to do this, it doesn't mean I have to be stupid in how I approach this. He needed to formulate a plan. Trying to analyze the situation, he could immediately see two pitfalls. First, he had to be careful of where he stepped. Slipping on the wet jungle floor would be the easiest way to screw this up. Second, he had to keep sight of his target. He could not get distracted. Pretty basic, but pretty important. Thinking back on what he knew about snakes, he remembered they were not known for their stamina. In the worst-case scenario, he could probably tire it out. Cold-blooded reptiles preferred to strike fast and end the fight quickly. Kai wasn't sure how accurate his knowledge was or if it applied to a mana-enchanted snake on Elides. Better to assume the worst. Just go there, bonk the stupid snake in the head and get this over. How hard could it be? Kai used sneak to move closer, keeping inspect on the snake. The skill wasn't made for this type of situation, but he had to use what he had. After a little internal debate, he also activated mana sense. He only gave the skill minimal focus. He wasn't trying to examine the beast, just to keep track of it. Its camouflage became completely ineffective against his senses. The red-tier beast shone like a beacon amidst the vegetation. Kai had barely crossed half the distance when he noticed a disturbance in the boa's mana. Before his mind could formulate another thought, the snake, who had remained still like a statue till now, launched itself at him. Sharp fangs wide open and ready to bite him. Rolling on the ground in a crouch, he made sure to keep his mana sense on the snake. He had to leave his staff behind when he dodged, leaving him without a weapon. His gaze met the serpentine-slitted eyes of his target. Somehow he had thought a non-venomous constrictor would not try to bite him. The snake's scales gleamed in the few rays penetrating the green canopy above as it gracefully coiled a few meters from him, readying for another attempt on his life. His staff was on his left, about the same distance that separated him from the snake. Kai had never been particularly afraid of snakes, but he had never faced one intent on eating him before. He could call for help right now and this would all be over. No more hesitating. If it bites me, it bites me. I'll probably survive. A slight change in the snake mana flow was all the warning he got before it struck at him again. Kai had the presence of mind to dodge toward his staff. His opponent seemed to have predicted the move, its tail hitting him on his shin like a metal flail. Pain exploded in his leg. He worried something broke, but when he put weight on it, the leg still did its job. He snatched his staff from the ground without moving his gaze from the snake. His heart beating furiously as the staring contest with the red-tier beast continued. Fear started gripping his insides, the temptation to put an end to the stupidest idea he ever had growing stronger. He pushed that all down. I am done backing down. Mana sense gave him a big advantage, but dodging would not bring him anywhere. He had to be proactive and do something. A glancing blow almost took him out. If he mistimed his dodge or landed on the wrong foot, it was over. He couldn't play the long game. The snake hissed a challenge, annoyed that its prey kept eluding him. Kai was not an expert on reptile body language, but he knew how to read the mana flow on a living being, and the beast's essence was stirring stronger than before, accumulating for a decisive strike. Kai grasped the staff with both hands. He tried to make a couple of feints to his left, but the boa just released another hiss, staring at him with its unblinking gaze. Damn. Either this beast is too smart or I suck at making feints. Right now he truly regretted not taking more fighting skills. He had too little experience fighting. With the time ticking, he had to act before the snake made another move. He didn't want to lose the initiative again. Another idea crossed his mind. The snake was looking straight into his eyes. Kai blinked as if something got into his eyes. As expected, the boa launched itself at him as soon as it noticed his apparent distraction. Kai didn't need his eyes when he could easily read its mana signature shining brightly in his mind. Aiming for the head, he struck his wooden staff with all his strength. With a crack, he hit the neck of the snake instead, the open fangs on the beast grazing his ear. For a moment he thought he had it, but it hadn't been the reptile's bones to break but his staff. Kai couldn't believe his eyes. That short moment of distraction was enough for the snake to start wrapping around his body. Fuck. The boa's muscles contracted as it coiled around his body and limbs, holding half a stick. Kai couldn't do anything about that as he was focused on avoiding the bites from the head. His blow had some effect as the snake's movements were slower and awkward. Kai somehow managed to push his broken staff between the snake's fangs. Without hesitation, he let go of his weapon and grabbed the boa's neck with both hands. He had neutralized the most dangerous part, but the body of the serpent was tightening around him with far greater strength than his. Damn it, I won't give up like this. The snake tried to wiggle its head out of his grip, but he wasn't going to let it go. Gripping the spot where he hit the boa, it let out a pained hiss. With no better idea, Kai threw himself to the ground toward the closest rock he could see. The fall made the snake give just enough to free his right arm. It was getting hard to breathe as the boa squeezed his chest. His left hand kept the head in place with the strength of desperation. The snake had stopped trying to free his head, focusing all his efforts on suffocating him. So Kai gave up trying to breathe, like many times before when he went underwater. He reached for the rock with his right arm. His position was awkward, and his limbs got weaker and weaker as too little blood reached them. A panic, Kai pushed all his mana into his arm to give it more power and struck the boa's head with all the strength he could muster. Again and again, he smashed the rock against the snake. It became a contest of endurance between the two, his ribs and bones cracking under the pressure, his lungs burning for oxygen. I will not give up. Finally, the snake muscles loosened a little. He managed to squeeze out a short breath. He could taste victory, but instead of celebrating, he hit the snake harder. Blood spurted out of its mouth and eyes. Kai kept hitting. The graceful head and scales were reduced to mush, giving a squelching sound as he gave a final hit. Breathing heavily, he suddenly became aware of the overbearing metallic smell of blood covering him. I'm pretty sure it's dead. Mui was beside him. The hunter had stayed silent for the whole fight. Kai had forgotten entirely of his presence somewhere during the fight. As the rush of adrenaline left his body, Kai started to feel the pain again. He let the bloody rock fall from his hand. Why didn't you help me? Kai asked. He didn't feel angry. He didn't feel anything right now. Probably he was disassociating. He had expected Mui to intervene long before the fight reached such a desperate point. The hunter looked a bit apologetic. I was about to intervene many times, but you seem to find a way every time. Why don't you check your notifications? Curious about what Mui was getting at, Kai summoned the blinking messages. Ding. New skill learned. Empower LV1. Use your mana to temporarily empower a part of your body. Ding. New feat. Feat of strength. You won against a Red Awakened Beast before gaining a profession without any external help. You are awarded +1 favor. Kai was sure Mui had no idea about the new skill, but he must have known about the achievement. It's rare to get the opportunity to gain the favor of the spirits. If I warned you or helped, you would not have got anything. The guide can't be deceived. As you grow older, the chances to increase your favor become less and less. Did you also fight a red tier beast before getting a profession? Kai asked. Mui smiled, reminiscing. I did. I was 11 at the time, but I had not reached orange yet. Indeed, Kai had not been able to obtain any more favor since he advanced his race. Counting that he also obtained another orange skill, his gains had been considerable. Whether this fight had been more stupid or brave was yet to be determined. Right now, he wasn't in the proper mental state to be the judge of that. He still felt like he was watching his own body from the outside. Of one thing he was sure, he was definitely learning Empower, maybe also rethinking a few other skills. Kai felt somewhat disoriented, his mind floating outside his body. He chose to fight that snake on a whim, as a symbolic step forward. Oh boy, did he get more than he bargained for. He had not expected the snake to be half as strong. Just a dumb beast, a bonk on the head and it was done. Mui gave him a piece of cloth, waking him from his reverie. Kai stared at it blankly for a moment, then his brain kicked back in. I'm covered in snake blood. Back in his own body, the metallic smell of blood was nauseating. He did his best to rub his face and hands clean, but he would need a change of clothes. Realizing he was still sitting on the ground staring at his bloodied hands, he tried to get a grip on himself. People say all well that ends well. Kai wasn't sure the saying was entirely true. What should I do? The pain in his body gave him the answer. Checking himself, he might have a couple bruised ribs, but no broken bones. He didn't prepare much for this trip, but he had the foresight to pack his best healing potion. Walking to where he left his bag, he took out a vial filled with a light greenish liquid and downed it in one sip. He could immediately feel the foreign energies enter his body and start healing him. After the deal with the merfolk, he had a few ingredients left. The grade of the potion wasn't high, but it had been brewed singularly and easily reached perfect quality. A minute later, he could already feel his wounds getting better. His mind was getting clearer too. It had been only 2 days since his last weekly XP summary, but he was curious. Ding. Life experience, 316 XP. Skill experience, 200 XP. The skill XP must be from reading and sneak, but he focused on the other number. Towards the end of his time at the estate, before reaching orange, he rarely got more than 70 XP. No matter how challenging, after many months of the same, it became ordinary and his gains slowly trickled down. After he advanced his race, his numbers significantly increased, easily staying around 150 XP each week. As he got used to his new advantages, he knew they were going to gradually decrease again. 316 XP was a new record, and it had not even been a week. Fighting to the death, a red-tier boa was certainly an experience both new and challenging. He didn't look forward to repeating that anytime soon before he was more prepared. Glancing at Mui, he wondered if he should be angry. In the end, he didn't feel any resentment. The fight had felt far too close for comfort, but he had not asked for help and his gains had been tremendous. It would have taken just a moment for Mui to take out the snake, so he never was in serious danger of death. Mui was dealing with his prey. He had cut off the mangled head of the boa and was bleeding the remains. He had never killed a living being before. Well, he killed a ton of insects, but creepy crawlies didn't count. This serpent was different. It might not have been smart like a human or even a dog, but it had some intelligence and it did not want to die. He had been the one to end its life. In the struggle for life and death, it had been the snake or him. No room for compromise, no time to think. Should I feel guilty? He always enjoyed eating meat. This snake probably had a better life than every chicken or pig on earth. It had got his chance to grow and be free. Then it attacked him and met its match. Not really a fair fight since Mui would have killed it anyway if he lost, but as close as the snake could hope for. Sorry buddy, life ain't fair. I hope you enjoyed choking your prey while you were alive. A question still hung in Kai's head. Uncle, why was it so strong? I know I'm small and all, but you told me the boa was young too. It felt like his stats were higher than mine even if I'm orange. Mui stopped his actions to look at him. You didn't know? Kai shook his head confused. What do you mean? The hunter paled a little. I'm sorry Kai, I thought you had understood. Awakened beasts only have their race to grow, but they get far more benefits from it and can even change it. An average red beast is comparable to a human with a red race and a red profession. That is why the guide rewarded you with a feat even if you have a higher race grade. Without a profession, the beast still had the advantage. Kai felt a growing annoyance towards both his uncle and himself. He should have guessed that beasts got more stats from their race. Why would humans fear them so much otherwise? But he had asked Mui about them, and his explanation had sucked, leaving out some key details. What's done is done. For someone who spent his life hunting beasts, it was probably so obvious it wasn't worth mentioning. That is the problem when people explain their field of expertise to someone who knows nothing and overlook fundamental details. The meat is mine, Kai stated, referring to the snake. He would at least get that. Mui agreed immediately, almost too eagerly. Of course, to the hunter goes the prey. He nodded. I can skin it later for you. Do you want to go back to Greenside? The healing potion had already worked its magic. Kai felt a bit tired, but not so much that he couldn't continue. It was early morning. It would be a waste not to take a look at the varied jungle now that they were here. I can continue. He narrowed his eyes at Mui, but I'd like to avoid any more surprises for the day. No problem. Awakened beasts don't fare this far out. Glancing at Kai, he added, not usually anyway. Probably it ran here because it was too young to compete with the others. We could walk another week without encountering another. He said it with such certainty Kai really hoped it was true. After Mui packed his headless snake, they were back on march. They didn't head deeper, moving horizontally instead. The big man explained he mostly hunted common animals, since to reliably find awakened beasts he had to travel a fair distance deeper and back. It was hard to spot animals on the ground, but among the canopies, life thrived without hiding. Birds with sparking blue and yellow plumages sang their chirping songs. The smaller green feathered friends concealed themselves among the leaves. Kai also spotted a few monkeys lazily hanging on tree branches, watching them pass by Andon fortunate lemony arboreal snakes. They stopped by a creek for Kai to wash his clothes. They still had a pink hue, but at least they stopped itching. He put them on wet. With all he had sweated, it didn't make a difference. At least the water was colder. Mui showed him a few traps he had set around the forest. They caught some kind of large rodent and shot down a fat brown bird. The hunter explained their meat sold the best. He didn't hunt monkeys since people felt uncomfortable eating them. Kai began to use mana sense to look for useful plants and herbs. With the increased mana density, pseudo-red herbs were relatively common, but true Tier 1 plants not so much. They had to go deeper into the awakened beast's territory to find them. Out here you needed to know the right spots to check. Probably out of guilt, Mui showed him a small cave where a species of red tier flower grew. Right now it wasn't the season for them to bloom yet, but in a few months he would be back to harvest them. The mana herbs out in the open are usually quickly eaten by animals. Even poisonous ones can be digested by some types of snakes, slugs, and caterpillars, Mui told him. After the fight with the snake, it turned into quite a pleasant day. If you disregarded the heat and humidity, strolling from the jungle was a great experience. Listening to Mui's words, Kai focused his mana sense to look for hidden places and was able to find a few red tier roots. That was able to surprise even the stoic hunter a little. Mana sense is the best. I thought there would be more insects, Kai murmured as they were readying to head back. Everyone talked about all the venomous little pests that lived in the jungle, but he hardly saw any. Mui glanced at him. It's a skill of mine. Kai's voice rose an octave. You have a skill to keep away creepy crawlies. You have to teach me that. I need to learn that skill. The hunter shook his head. You wouldn't be able to learn that even if I told you. Kai's pleading eyes didn't manage to force any more tidbits from the hunter. The day was drawing to a close, but there was another subject Kai had been planning to ask. With no one around to eavesdrop, it was the perfect time. Uncle, why are there no people with their race at the yellow grade? Spirits, you are the only person I saw who even reached the peak of orange in Greenside. I know it's a lot of XP, but with a bit of effort and a lot of time, it doesn't seem so hard. That was the dilemma that had been tormenting him since he got back in town. Kai couldn't explain it. Were people just too lazy? Mui gave him one of those looks adults used with naive children. Kai had seen that many times when kids who barely knew how to swim told the veteran sailors how to improve their fishing. Is it really such a bad question? Am I an arrogant prick? You are still young and don't understand what it's like. Mui's tone was hard. At your age, new skills grow fast. Everything is fun and exciting. As you get older, your skills will slow down, sometimes getting stuck at the same level for months. Can't you just switch skills for some easy XP if that's the case? Kai asked with a little voice. Have you ever tried discarding a skill over level 50? Kai shook his head. Well, after you try, you might have a different idea. You can keep a slot to cycle low-level red skills, but people need to work. Spending months learning a new skill for a couple thousand XP is not something everyone can afford. You can only gain XP from a skill level once, so you have to use a different skill each time. Eventually, you'll run out of easy skills to level. The ones remaining will require more and more time for fewer gains. I know many people who tried it. Most didn't last a season, and they all gave up before a year had passed. By the time most people reach orange, they need to start working. Having one less skill slot than everyone else on top of the time investment is a great handicap. Adding the repeated trauma of discarding a skill for little gains, it's not worth the hassle. Kai listened to every word. Mui seemed very knowledgeable on the topic. To reach his level, he had probably considered all these strategies, maybe also tried them. What about life experience then? Can you not slowly accumulate that? Kai said. Mui threw him a look and started laughing. Kai huffed annoyed. What's so funny about that? The hunter had completely abandoned any attempt at stealth, laughing aloud. Above them, several birds took flight scared by the sound. Bless the spirits. He dried a few tears from his eyes. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed, it was cruel. It would indeed be easy to slowly accumulate life experience, wouldn't it? Kai raised an eyebrow questioningly. What was he missing? He knew life experience slowed down if you didn't constantly try new things, but even 50 XP a week would accumulate to thousands over many years. Mui looked at him with a little pity. I shouldn't have said anything. People keep quiet not to discourage the young, but I suppose now it's too late for that. I'm sorry to tell you this, but you won't get any life experience after you get a profession. Kai stared at him blankly. What the actual fuck? Understanding his reaction, Uncle Mui continued. Life experience is a bonus people under 14 get to encourage them to be curious and explore. After you get a profession, you've chosen your path. You'll only get experience from actions related to your profession. It's not as bad as it sounds. You can gain far higher XP from your profession, and the diminishing returns are not so harsh, but the scope of possibilities is much smaller. That's another reason why few people train red skills for XP. You won't get any bonus for having done something new. Kai was shocked by the revelations. It was lucky Mui's skill kept insects away because something could have easily gotten into his mouth. His uncle continued to explain. For most people, only general skill XP will go towards their race enhancement. You can choose to siphon your profession XP towards it too, but almost no one does that. Professions may be even harder to level than race, but they give constant benefits, not just a big reward at the finish line. The hunter sighed and stopped walking. Kai, seeing the numbers of the guide go up fast is a magnificent feeling and spurs you to keep pushing, but eventually they slow down for everybody. I know of people who haven't looked at their guide in years. Seeing all your progress recorded in simple numbers is nice when you're growing, but it can also be an undeniable reminder of your failures. Everyone wants to think of themselves as somewhat special in their head, but as you meet more people and compare your numbers, you'll sooner or later find someone better than you. Their levels grow faster with less effort. No matter how hard you try, you can't catch up. For some, it happens quite soon. For others, it takes more time, but it happens to everybody. The guide becomes the irrefutable proof that somebody else is just better than you. It will happen to you too one day, and it will be a very hard truth to swallow. After that, they continued to walk in silence for the rest of the journey. He was completely lost in his thoughts as they left the varied jungle. The sun showed it was late afternoon. They stopped at a wooden cabin on the outskirts of the forest that was commonly shared by the hunters to skin and gut the snake and other prey. After that, they agreed to meet again tomorrow for Kai to keep his end of the deal and help the hunter with his mana presence problem. Kai walked alone into town, passing from Old Town with his snake packaged in the backpack. He had a lot to think about. No one stopped him during the walk back home. Lost in the experience and discoveries made, Kai soon found himself in front of his door. Looking at his ugly house, he realized an issue he had not considered. How was he going to explain the kilos of snake meat he had packed in his bag to his mother? He could not tell her the truth of how he got his hands on it. She knew he had spent the day with Mui, but Kai may have skirted on a couple of details. No point making her worry for nothing. Inside, Alana was the only person present. She was about to start preparing dinner in the kitchen. "Hi, Mom, I'm back. How did it go? Did you have fun?" Alana appeared at the door of the living room with a smile, then she looked over his clothes. Her face quickly turned into a frown. "Kai, why did your clothes change color?" A clear warning note in her voice told him he better have a good reason for it. "I asked Uncle Mui to teach me how to skin an animal." Kai smiled, sheepishly looking down at his pink shirt. "Well, I wasn't very good at it, and it got a bit messy." Alana raised an eyebrow. "A bit messy, you say? I'm not sure any number of washes can fix that." Kai nodded his head, castigated. "Yeah, but I got it in the end. Uncle Mui even gave me this to bring home." He took out the packaged long snake body. Without its scales and guts, it did not weigh as much. "He gave you all that for free?" His mother eyed the pack incredulously. "Yes, I promised to give him a hand with my mana skills, and he gave me this as payment." He said it was nothing. A look of suspicion appeared on Alana's face. "Didn't you tell me you were just going to take a stroll on the outskirts of the jungle?" "Yes, we just got really lucky. Uncle Mui is a very good hunter. He shot them all dead with one arrow before I could even see them." Kai did his best to look innocent as his mom silently considered if she should accept his story. After a few interminable seconds, she gave him a sharp nod, seemingly convinced. How else could she explain it except with Mui being so good and generous? Certainly, she would not dare imagine the reason he got the snake was because he had fought to the death for it. Spirits be praised for the acting skill. Alana had her smile back. "Well, don't stand there then. Bring it to the kitchen. We need to cook that while it's fresh." "Yes, Mom. If properly treated, red tear meat should remain good for a few days." Naturally, Kai didn't plan to specify that particular tidbit of information. The boa had not been a particularly powerful beast. With a bit of luck, she would not be able to tell the difference. "And don't forget to thank Mui next time you see him. This was very generous of him." "Yes, Mom." As the sun rose over the sea the next day, Kai stretched his limbs under the sheets of his bed. He was still a bit sore from the fight in the jungle, but his body and the healing potion had shown their worth. Last night he took another healing tonic just to make sure. In a couple of days, he would be as good as new. He planned to take his physical training more lightly in the meantime. Standing on the pebble beach with the waves and wind sending droplets of salty water toward him, Kai focused on meditation. He had practiced his weapon stances countless times. By now they were ingrained into his bones. Slowly going through each movement, he calmed his breathing and fell into a meditative state. His thoughts stopped wandering back to the shocking revelations of the previous day and focused only on the task at hand. A small distance away, a group of kids were talking about him and chuckling amongst themselves. He didn't care. He didn't hear them. There was only him and his wooden sword. His mind and body were light. Clear from doubts, finishing his practice without haste, he sat by the shore. He wanted to keep this state going a little longer. Yesterday had been a reality check. The fight with the boa reminded him of how ruthless this world could be. If he found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, his life could easily be forfeit. One stray awakened beast deciding to take a stroll where it shouldn't be was all it took. Sure, he could be careful and avoid the most dangerous areas, not attract too much attention. Keep a low profile. Pray to the spirits not to get unlucky. Even on Earth, some risks were just unavoidable. You couldn't predict if you would meet a drunk driver while crossing a street or get sick with an incurable illness. People could only live their lives hoping for the best, or in his case, make peace with their fates. On Elides, it was different and not for the better. It was a game of numbers and probabilities. The chance of something going wrong was not something remote here. Unless he hid under a rock, the question was not if something would go wrong, but when. Even the peaceful Baquer archipelago had numerous dangers, and Kai did not want to remain stranded in this corner of the world anyway. There was a continent to explore, maybe more than one. Strength and power may not be everything, but he needed a good dose of both if he wanted to keep the chances of an early death low. In his previous life, he had lost a game with far better odds. He was not going to take it laying down this time, leaving it in the hands of fate. He was going to do everything possible to push the numbers in his favor. Speaking of which, I should look into ways to increase my favor too. Maybe it's not all random probabilities after all, not on Elides at least. As for the discovery regarding life experience, he had suspected there must be a reason why so few people reach the peak of Orange. Finding out was a big blow, but that wasn't enough to chip away at his determination. At least in this, everyone was on an equal field. The lack of will from the islanders made much more sense now. The archipelago was safe. There was no need to do too much to get by, but for that same reason, it also offered few opportunities for growth. The guide could only help so much. Someone would need an iron will and years of hard work to rise above the chasm of orange and reach yellow. In light of how life experience worked, his early start advantage appeared even more valuable. He didn't always have the best discipline for training, but even in his earliest years, he must have gained more weekly XP than any other children. It might still not be enough to compare to the golden babies born at the orange grade on the mainland, but it was miles ahead of any other native of the archipelago. I may have not won the lottery, but I got a pretty damn good ticket. Now I'll need to make the most of it while it lasts. Around an hour later, Kai was in front of Mui's house, his lips curled in a slight smile. In his mind, he still remembered how Vera laughed after hearing he had a teaching skill. Who knew what she would say if she saw him now, about to give a lesson on mana? "Hi, uncle, ready to start?" Kai greeted him excitedly. Maui grunted a yes, but the look on his face said otherwise. The hunter had a somber appearance, probably wondering what he had been thinking when he agreed to this. The grin on Kai's face grew wider. This would be the perfect opportunity to have a little fun at his uncle's expense. The temptation was very strong, and Mui seemed to know that too. A small voice in his head kept telling him that it was payback for the day before. Stop yourself. Don't fall to the dark side. On the other hand, his boring side reminded him of all the times Mui had helped him. If he wanted to balance their relationship, he shouldn't take advantage of this opportunity to mess with him. Luckily for the big man, today Kai felt in a charitable mood. Having an adult listen and follow his instructions would already be fun. He could try to be fair. "Did you take the mana manipulation skill, uncle?" Mui nodded. "What about mana sense? I don't have space for that." Kai sighed, exasperated. They had gone over this point many times the previous day. His uncle was so stubborn and short-sighted, refusing to take one of the best skills ever. "Do as you want, but it is not going to be easy to control something you can't see. You said internal mana manipulation wasn't hard." Mui rebutted, "Trying to use my words against me. Well, be ready to face the consequences." "Well, I meant it was easy for me." "You." On the other hand, Kai raised his hands and shrugged his shoulders. "Who knows if you're talented enough?" In a moment, all the hesitation was gone from the hunter's demeanor. "Try me. I guess it was no accident he rose so high." "Fine, we'll see how this goes." Since he was the only one with mana sense, Kai needed to be the eyes for both of them. He didn't exactly have a plan on how to tackle this, but he tried to look confident. "Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Mui asked at Kai's prolonged silence. "Do you want my help or not?" Kai snapped back. "You can go look for someone else. I'm sure old Selly can hook you up with some charlatan more to your taste." "Doubt he will have any mana skill, but maybe being an old fossil matters more to you." Mui raised his hands to pacify him. "Just tell me what to do." Assuming what he thought was a dignified pose, Kai asked the hunter to show him what he could do with mana manipulation as he observed carefully. To his surprise, something actually happened. The considerable amount of mana in Mui's body shook like an angry sea, beginning to influence the area around him too. Yeah, that is something. Even if what we need to achieve is more like the opposite. Kai tried not to sound impressed. It was just a rough show of strength with no technique, but he still remembered how long it took him to move a few motes of mana and unlock the skill. Without careful control, mana had little use. Telling the hunter to focus on just his hand, Kai gave him different instructions and exercises he came up with on the fly. Using his mana sense, he would then tell him what was happening, so Mui knew what worked and what did not. The aim was for the hunter to gain some amount of mana perception through touch rather than sight. At least, that was the theory Kai came up with. Time flew as they were both focused on their respective skills. Kai knew Mui was getting frustrated, even if he tried not to show it. "Did you think mana skills were easy? Where is all your bravado now?" On his part, Kai had to use every creative neuron in his brain to invent and adjust his exercises constantly. "I should have asked to be paid more. It would all have been so much easier if Mui just took mana sense, but no, he had to make things difficult." There had been some progress. Either the hunter was decently talented or his higher stats were helping. Maybe both. Mui was giving his all. Unfortunately, this was not something that could be resolved with raw strength alone. Mana manipulation required finesse in equal measure. The more impatient he was, the worse it got. "Let's take a break. It's past lunchtime," Kai said. They both needed a break and he was hungry. Mui nodded somberly. Kai sighed in his mind, trying to put on an encouraging smile. "You're doing great. Mana skills were among the hardest skill to train. These things just take time. I'm sure y'all get it. There you go, even a bit of positive reinforcement. Tell me I'm not an amazing teacher." Mui got busy in his kitchen. Unsurprisingly, meat was the main dish. The hunter sure knew how to cook a steak. "How strong are awakened beasts in the heart of the jungle?" Kai asked, between a bite and the next. It was always a good time to learn more things. Mui chewed and swallowed before answering. "Very strong. The low mana stops many animals from awakening, but once they manage to unlock their guide, the scarce mana does not inhibit their growth too much. Don't beasts use mana to grow?" Kai had always assumed that was how it worked, that they were qualitatively different from sentient species. Could they just gain XP by being animals and keep growing? Thankfully, Mui stopped his fears. They can grow passively by absorbing more mana or slowly earn a little XP by hunting and surviving, but those are both slow for them. The main method beasts are known and feared for is devouring. be it other beasts, compatible mana treasures, or people. Seeing his scared look, Mui smiled. Don't worry, they prefer other beasts' meat. That's why they remain in the deeper parts of the varied jungle. Are there any yellow tier beasts? One, Mui said, without adding anything else. One, Kai asked, confused. How can you be sure there is one, but not more? Because the king of Virid kills any other beasts before they can break through to yellow. This sounded a lot like an underground legend. Kai felt a bit skeptical. What kind of beast is it? There are always groups of young fools who go to the heart looking for it and don't come back. But you've seen its scales when I sold them to the merfolk merchant. Kai remembered the emerald scales. They had been as big as his palm. I found them by chance when I was still an inexperienced hunter. Most say it's a colossal snake or a drake. The truth is it's much worse. It's a basilisk. A basilisk. An image immediately popped into Kai's mind, several of them actually. What's a basilisk? Mui had lost his smirk. A fucking huge reptile, but you won't see it coming until it wants you to. A drop of its poison is enough to kill any adult man no matter his grade. Its gaze pierces to your soul, leaving nothing but sheer terror. It could kill you before you had time to understand what was happening, but it rarely gives that mercy. It loves playing with its food, enjoying the chase. Mui turned silent after that, in a gloomy mood. It didn't take a genius to guess this story was a bit more personal than he let on. For once, Kai didn't feel like prying. Let's go back to mana training. The conversations with Mui sure never left him disappointed. The sun completed almost an entire arc in the sky before Kai left Mui's house. He continued to try to teach him how to use mana manipulation for the whole day. It was one of the most frustrating experiences of his life. The stubborn hunter kept refusing to learn mana sense. The good news was that Kai's theory that it was possible to gain some kind of feeling for mana through touch seemed to have merit. The task wasn't impossible, but progress was slow. After all their efforts, Mui could more or less push his mana around his body not completely randomly. They agreed to meet the next day to continue. It was going to take a lot more than expected, but Kai had promised to teach Mui to control his aura, and he was going to keep his word. Walking outside, the light of day had not disappeared yet, but a moon was already visible high above. While not physically tired, Kai was mentally destroyed. He had kept mana sense going for almost the entire day, as he also came up with new exercises to make his plan work. Even after he deactivated the skill, he could still see the rivers of mana shining in his vision. At least I gained a level. He massaged his eyes with his hand, trying to relieve the headache from skill overuse. After a minute, he stopped seeing the motes of mana imprinted in his eyes. He threw a casual glance at the sky to get a rough estimate of the time and stopped to stare above, fascinated. It wasn't unusual to see one or more moons during the day, especially if the sun was obscured by the clouds. No, that wasn't what made him do a double take. In its pale violet splendor was the wandering moon, also called the Lost Sister. Everyone knew 6 moons revolved around Elides, regular and predictable. Then there was a 7th, the wandering moon. It could stay in the sky for a week or disappear for months. At least on the archipelago, no one could predict its orbit or the rules it followed. His mother told him she had studied it for years in her youth, hoping to be the one to finally solve the riddle. Alas, some things were not meant to be understood, only admired from afar. Naturally, there were many odd beliefs linked to the Lost Sister. Some said if you went out at sea under its gaze you'd be lost forever. Others that someone you met under its pale violet light was going to be the love of your life. Someone could probably write a book with all the nonsense told around. While rare enough not to be counted among the other moons, it was not a rare sight either. Kai had admired it many times over the years, and none of the superstitions ever proven true thus far. With one last glance he headed back home. The sun was almost down. Walking the muddy streets, he wasn't worried about trouble. Plenty of young kids and teenagers were still around, and he wasn't carrying anything of value with him. Some were the same age as him, some the age of when he died. He could not relate to either. They felt so far from him, laughing and running along the streets carefree. I'm being paranoid. No one is waiting to jump me behind the corner. After such clear jinxing, Kai stiffened on the spot and scanned the streets with his all senses for something to prove him wrong. Nothing. People continued to walk by talking among themselves or busy with their own tasks. No one paid him any attention. The world didn't revolve around him. Even when he got fucked over, there was no reason behind it. He had just drawn an unlucky lot. This wasn't the first winter of famine anymore. Greenside was as safe as it had ever been. He had continued to expect the worst, and there had been a few close calls, but nothing truly happened. Eavesdropping on people's conversations, he rarely heard about any crime being committed. You could be sure people would gossip if anything serious happened. He occasionally heard about pickpocketing and petty crimes, but nothing more serious. As long as he didn't go around waving a pouch full of coins, or something equally expensive, the chances of something bad happening were close to nil. Instead of soothing him, the calm and quiet felt irritating. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that he challenged the red tier bower in the jungle. Kai wished for something to happen. He wanted to punch something, but he didn't know why. A corner of his mind whispered he knew exactly why, but he shut that up, not ready to open that box. There was no box. Taking a deep breath helped a little, but not much. The air was as heavy as the first day he stepped foot in this blasted town. Thoughts ahead. In 2 weeks, I'll be back at the estate, away from all of this. Kai tried to find his way home. Lost in his thoughts, his feet had walked him in circles. I am on a tropical archipelago for the spirit's sake. There must be better places than this humid hellhole. As his mind was finally settling down, it looked like fate wanted to make fun of him. Right as he passed by a rundown building, his ears overhead something he didn't expect. He was sure there was a saying about the wandering moon that perfectly applied to this situation. I must have heard wrong. Ding. New skill learned. Keen ears, LV1. No sound or voice will escape your notice. Fuck you too. The favor of the spirits, my ass, might as well have 0. Why can't Kia stay out of trouble for 5 seconds? With tired steps, he got closer to the building where he thought he heard her voice. Maybe he was wrong and everything was fine. Somehow he doubted that. Observing the place, it was a typical square box. A few adjustments here and there to keep it standing, and a large wooden sign hanging over an open door. The Golden Palm. It didn't take a genius to guess it was some kind of cheap pub. He could not see anything golden anywhere in sight, the paint of the sign being a yellow mustard and already peeling. Light and laughter came from the open door and windows. Amidst such a clamor, Kai started to doubt he truly heard his sister's voice. Unfortunately, the guide notification had said otherwise. What is she doing in this ratty tavern? Since the door was open, Kai sneakily got closer to take a better look. Inside it looked slightly better, which wasn't saying much. From the whole block, half the walls had been battered down to create more space. A few large wooden beams were added haphazardly to prevent the roof from caving in. It didn't inspire much confidence, but all the people already crowding the place didn't seem to mind. The atmosphere was quite cheery. People seemed to have a general good time. Drinking pubs and bars had not been a thing when he left for the estate a year ago. The concept had not been present in the archipelago. Since he came back, he noticed quite a few around, mainly in Old Town. This had the handprints of the governor written all over it. From what he heard, the small brig of the Republic who regularly stopped in Greenside had started to import cheap beer even before he left. It had not been very popular in the beginning, but a few free samples people could get drunk with soon changed many minds. Since then it had soon convinced the locals to buy barrels upon barrels of beer. There were plenty of local hard liquors made from fermented fruits, but even all together, they didn't reach a fraction of the large quantities of beer the Republic managed to supply. The ship with the soaring hawk had never failed to deliver on time ever since, slowly increasing the price as it got more popular while still keeping it fairly low. Beer just worked better than any local product. It was cheaper, abundant, and gave you the illusion of control. A mug of beer certainly won't make you drunk, and what's just another more? Starved for entertainment, it wasn't strange the islanders had soon got used to the idea of a place where you went to get drunk. Looking at the Golden Palm, Kai had no idea how an establishment managed to look so run down in such little time. What the hell is Kia doing in there? It looked like the floor was swept once in a while, but Kai was careful not to touch anything or anyone as he cautiously stepped inside. The smell of sweat and cheap alcohol hit him like a wave. He was almost surprised to smell no vomit, but maybe it was just too soon for that. The night had barely begun. As he moved inside, no one came to stop him or so much as glanced at him. No law against underage drinking in the Myrian Republic or the archipelago. He was sure they would even serve him if he had the money. Maybe charge him extra to feel better about themselves and say they had tried stopping him. In his previous life, he had tried alcohol a few times, but never got the time to get into it. His body had been too fucked up for that. He had never drunk enough to stop hating the taste and start to enjoy the buzz. Looking at the muddy liquid that was being served, a bitter-tasting beer of unclear origins held little appeal to him. Kai had to admit he was curious about how it would feel to get completely drunk. He had wanted to try at least once in his first life, but died before ever getting a true hangover. It was stupid, he knew, but it was a checkbox he never got the chance to fill, together with several others. Not a good time to have social pressure get to you. Get a grip on yourself, you're not even a teenager, not yet old enough for this stupid shit. Kai pushed this dilemma aside in the growing pile of things to deal with at a later date. He caught sight of the reason he entered the pub in the first place, his sister. Unsurprisingly, she wasn't alone. Around her was a group of other kids, most a few years older than her. He couldn't tell if they were the same unreputable group he saw with her last time. The only face he remembered was Unicorn Girl he threw the chalk to. To his relief, he didn't see her among the group. They were all seated around a table with a large mug of beer in the center, playing some stupid game. Kai activated Sneak Not to be noticed. Amidst the words and laughers, it didn't take long to guess the loser had to take a sip. From the disgusted faces, they made no one found the beer particularly enjoyable. Kai was about to go closer and say something. Kia was 8.5. Could she not wait a few more years before doing stupid drinking games? However, his leg didn't move forward. What could he tell her that she would listen to? This wasn't Earth. People knew children shouldn't drink alcohol till 14, but that wasn't truly enforced. If the parents were okay with it or too far to have a say no, one would raise an eyebrow at a few sips of beer. As the group laughed aloud as a chubby kid drank a sip and almost gagged at the taste, Kai stood still, out of sight in the crowded tavern. There might be many medical reasons why this was a bad idea, but he would not be able to explain them even if he could recall them, and he could not. This was Elides. There were no laws or regulations to assure a product wasn't toxic. Children who had not yet raised their race grade could easily die from a common fever. An untreated cut could turn into an infection that would kill most adults unless they could afford a good healer. Kai could drag her away now, but he was not going to remain in Greenside for long anyway. Forbidding her from doing something was never going to work. Even if it was Alana to tell her, their mother was always busy working. She would just worry for nothing, and then Kia would do as she always did. At least she seems to be having fun with her friends. Kai walked away. This was what kids did for fun in a medieval world. She was already at the peak of red. A few sips of beer would hardly harm her. Kai could think of several worse pastimes. What should worry him was what she would do next when he wasn't here to keep an eye on her. So he headed home, alone under the wandering moon. Knocking on Mui's door the next day, he smiled brightly at his uncle and walked inside. How it's going, made any progress with mana manipulation, decided to make the rational decision and take mana sense. The hunter gave him a look that didn't need any words. Worry not, uncle, I'm sure I can help you even without it, even if it will take a long time, Kai said with a sad sigh. Speaking of which, Kai rummaged through his bag taking out a book. I brought you this. I thought it might be helpful to look for herbs in the jungle, and a nice distraction from mana manipulation when we get tired. Mui looked at the book, giving a quick look at the first few pages of Common Herbs and Their Uses Volume 2. What do you want, Kai? The hunter asked, eyeing him suspiciously. Kai gave him his most charming smile. Ever thought about taking an apprentice? No, it's not going to happen. Come on, uncle, I wasn't talking about me. You want me to take your sister as an apprentice? Mui's voice made clear what he thought of his request, and it was a yes. Kai wasn't deterred. At least it was the blunt no the hunter had given him when he thought Kai was asking for himself. He could work with a maybe. Would it really be so terrible to take a world-class genius like yours truly as an apprentice? He was a little hurt, but if he had to be honest, in Mui's shoes, he would also refuse to have someone like himself around all the time. Am I that annoying? Well, the citizens of Greenside were not the only ones starved for entertainment. At the estate, he had not done anything except train and study. It wasn't unpleasant after he got used to it, but he had not realized how much he needed a break. Out of any better options, Mui had somehow become his only outlet to have a little fun. Damn, my only friend is a grumpy hunter. I need to meet more people. Mui cleared his throat. Right now was not the time to reflect on his sad social life. He had a grumpy hunter to convince first. Why not? My sister is the perfect age to start an apprenticeship, and you're free from what I know. I don't have time to teach someone. Mui crossed his arms in front of his chest, trying to make his words sound final. Little did he know that as soon as he chose to engage in this argument and not outright deny the possibility, he had already lost. You don't look so busy to me. Kai looked around at the empty room to emphasize his point. You live alone and all you do is hunt. It wouldn't even take much time to bring along an apprentice and teach them what you're doing. My sister could also help you with the tasks you find boring. Isn't that what apprentices are for? From what Kai understood, in the vast majority of cases, apprentices were akin to unpaid interns, just with even fewer regulations to safeguard their rights. People had to be very careful with who they chose to apprentice to. I can't bring a kid to the depth of the Viri jungle, Mui argued. You know how dangerous it can get. I can't hunt orange-tier beasts while being responsible for someone else. You clearly can perceive any threat long before they get close, Kai said, remembering the distance from which Mui had noticed the red-tier boa. And you told me you just hunt on the outskirts most of the time. With you there, the danger will be almost none. And you don't need to bring her along in the deeper parts of the forest before you think she is ready. The hunter still seemed hesitant, but he was struggling to come up with a reason to say no. Just a little more. Come on, uncle. Taking an apprentice might be fun. I also heard teaching someone else can help you level your skills. Why not try? From his thoughtful expression, Kai could see he had almost won him over. Time for the finishing blow. You don't need to commit right now. Just give this a chance. Try teaching my sister for 1 month. If it doesn't work out, at least Yao'll have learned what it's like taking an apprentice. First, he went all out, then he took a step back to make his proposal sound more appealing. There was no need for a long-term commitment. No harm in trying something new. What is 1 short month in the grand scheme of things? Mui sighed, defeated. Fine, I'll take your sister. Hell yeah, victory. Before Kai could celebrate, the hunter continued talking, but there are 2 conditions. He counted on his fingers. First, I'll only give her a trial period of 2 weeks. Kai nodded. It didn't matter. He just had to get his foot in the door. From there, he was sure the hunter would not send Kia away without a good reason. He had faith his sister would not fail if she put her head to it. Second, I need you to answer a question truthfully before I can agree. Sure, uncle, ask me anything. Kai didn't hesitate to accept. What was Mui so curious about to put that as a condition? I need to know if your sister is half as annoying and shameless as you, Mui said with a completely straight face. Excuse me, I'm not that bad. Kai tried to maintain his smile. Why half, he could only mutter. He was doing his utmost to not give Mui the satisfaction of sounding bothered. Mui laughed. I don't think there is anyone as annoying or shameless as you on this side of the Yanlan. Half is already the most I can imagine. Now, this feels like a personal attack on my character. Kai pursed his lips in annoyance. His uncle was just having fun at his expense. At least it meant he had already accepted the deal in his mind. I swear my sister is one of the nicest people y'all ever meet. I've never met someone as kind and patient as her, Kai solemnly said. Happy now, Mui had not specified which sister he was referring to, so he had not technically lied. He would let him discover Kia's character by himself. Then I accept, Mui said with a smile. With the deal done, they agreed Kai would bring his sister the next day. For now, they had to continue mana manipulation training. It was still a frustrating experience to teach someone to manipulate their mana without mana sense, but less than the day before. They had already found which exercises worked best. Now it was only a matter of trying a few tweaks. The hardest part was over. Mew had gained a very rough impression of how to perceive his mana. There was no more need for Kai to tell him what was happening through his mana sense every step of the way. As the day progressed, Kai had time to let his mind wander. There was still one step to complete in his plan to have Kia take an apprenticeship under Mui. The hardest step, in fact, convincing Kia herself. He had let Mui think she was the one who asked him for this. In reality, she didn't even know about this yet. If he told her directly, Kai was sure she would refuse. She never agreed to anything he proposed out of principle. He had to come up with the right strategy to get her here, while also motivating her enough so she would give this a shot. Kia had not shown much interest in any job until now, but he was sure she had not considered hunting yet. Their mother would probably prefer she chose a safer profession, but it beat leaving her to roam around Greenside till she ended up in something worse. Mui was the best hunter in town. If she completed an apprenticeship under him, she would get pretty good prospects for the future. After lunch, they took a pause and Kai took out the book he brought with him today. Common Herbs and Their Uses, Volume 2. He had hoped to use it to put Mui in a nice mood. In the end, it only served to open the conversation. Despite what Rizey had led him to believe, the book didn't turn out to be as useful as he had hoped. It contained what was advertised, the descriptions of many red-tier herbs and a few orange-tier ones. The problem was another, while it said, Common Herbs. Upon a more careful read, Kai quickly discovered a problem. Common Herbs didn't refer to the archipelago, but to some other country on the continent. He wanted to slap himself for being so stupid. He should have expected it. It wasn't like there was a big community of alchemists residing in the Baquer archipelago. The book could only have been written somewhere else. It wasn't a complete scam. Volume 2 dealt with the herbs that could be found in a tropical climate, so the information wasn't totally worthless. He had found some overlap with the flora present around Greenside, but it was far less useful than he had initially thought. It was a free gift, so I can't complain too much. As the two examined the book, Kai turned out to be the one who gained the most from the exchange. While the hunter didn't know what most herbs were used for or in what conditions they grew, he was pretty knowledgeable about which ones could be found in the varied jungle. With his help, Kai was able to divide the plants and mushrooms described in the book into 3 categories: those that grew somewhere on the island and that he should look out for, the ones Mui knew for sure couldn't be found on Yanlan and that he shouldn't bother learning about, and a final group that included all the herbs slightly different from the ones the hunter knew about, but similar enough to likely be close subspecies. If I want an accurate encyclopedia of the herbs of the archipelago, I'll have to write it myself. Dora might also have something, but I don't think she visited all the islands. Kai agreed to lend Mui the book for a week to read. It might give him some ideas of where to look for particular herbs in the jungle and check with his contacts if he had overlooked something. It had taken a couple of hours to go through all the pages. It was time they went back to train Mui's mana manipulation. They continued for about as much time before Kai had to leave. To his big surprise, the hunter had even gained a level in the skill. Kai attributed that to his far higher stats. By now Mui had some ideas of what he should do to keep his mana presence under control. He was far from mastering it, but with the foundations built, he didn't need Kai to babysit him at every turn. After all the disdain he had shown for mana skills, Mui looked very satisfied with his new ability. Kai was surprised. Mana skills opened a whole new world of possibilities. The hunter had only scratched the surface. Now it's just a question of time before he comes to his senses and realizes mana sense is one of the best skills ever. Another acolyte joins the cult. Muheha. Saying his goodbyes, Kai headed home. It was time to see if his plans would work or fall apart when faced with the stubbornness of his sister. It would be incredibly embarrassing if he couldn't convince her and had to knock on Mui's house alone the next day. At home, he was glad to see his mom was already present. With Aless starting to earn a living as a pearl diver and the silver he had provided, Alana had agreed to take things easier for a while and stop working every hour of the day. Right now she was standing on a chair busy cleaning and checking their roof for any leaks. Not exactly taking time for herself, but she insisted that didn't count as working. Baby steps. I'm sure Ale will be able to wear her down eventually. Mom, what do you think about Kia becoming a hunter? Kai broke the news without wasting time. Better he told her now than later. Alana stopped what she was doing and climbed down the chair to stand in front of him with her hands at her sides. Kai continued to smile brightly. Uncle Mui agreed to offer her an apprenticeship. Isn't that great? Kai, she paused, scolding tone already on. Do you remember when we talked about taking important decisions together with the family? That's why I'm telling you now. I've yet to tell Kia. So I imagine if I say no, y'all not tell Kia anything and tell Mui she refused the kind offer. Kai smiled, embarrassed. Touch, I'm trying my best, okay? Baby steps for the both of us. He knew if he answered yes, Alana might tell him no just to prove her point. Growth is never easy. Yes, Mom, I'll do as you say if you think that's best, he said honestly. Alana looked him in the eyes. The moments felt interminable as Kai waited for her to pass judgment. Let's discuss, she finally said. The following conversation went about as Kai expected. He assured her nothing could happen under Mui's watch. His mother wasn't thrilled by the idea of Kia going to hunt in the varied jungle, but she couldn't deny it could give his sister a good career. Land hunters were a bit of an odd bunch in the seafaring culture of the archipelago, but they were well paid. With Kia not showing interest in any other profession thus far, Alana had to admit it wasn't the worst idea. If you can convince your sister, I won't oppose it, but I won't encourage her either. With this, the second mini-boss had fallen. Now he only had to defeat the final boss. Kai rehashed his arguments in preparation for the face-off with his sister. He couldn't falter at the finish line. Starting to pace back and forth as he waited for Kia to come home, Alana recruited him in her cleaning efforts to take his mind off things. The first to come home was Eleni, who was then informed of the news. Finally, Kia arrived not much before dinner time. I don't want to know what she does every day to come back so late, but if this goes according to plan, she won't have so much time to get into trouble much longer. Kai began to throw around hints at the dinner table, casually leading the conversation to how cool and mysterious were the hunters who went into the varied jungle. Kia started to show some interest, asking him more and more questions. If you're interested, I can ask Mui if he's interested in taking an apprentice, he offered. It was the most subtle of ways, but he only had till the next morning to make her agree. To his relief, Kia seemed to consider the offer. Yeah, maybe. I'll think about it. That's not good enough. At this point, Kai knew he had to go big or go home. After dinner was over, he knew exactly what he should say to convince her sister. He would have preferred not to employ this ace, but he was sure Mui would forgive him. Can you keep a secret? He whispered to his sister. That immediately got her interest. What secret? Kai used acting to seem hesitant. I don't know if I should tell you. He let this back and forth go on a minute longer till he knew he had all her attention. Do you swear not to tell anyone? Kia solemnly nodded. Suppressing a smile, Kai whispered in her ear. Uncle Mui is the person with the highest race grade in all of Greenside. He didn't have to see her reaction to know he got her. What better way to ignite her competitive spirit than dangling a dangerous apprenticeship with the mysterious strongest person in town? In the morning, Kai discovered the previous day's shenanigans had not gone unnoticed. Ding. New skill added to the archive. Persuasion, LV1. With the right words and gestures, you'll sway people to see the best way. Your way. He had not expected to unlock another social skill. Not because he thought he had not done enough, for Ith was pretty sure he got that covered. The problem was that he already had acting. The overlap with persuasion wasn't big, but it was there. Most of his actions would go to level the skill in his status, making it harder to unlock other skills within a similar domain. It seems I am just that good. Kai congratulated himself. He had no intention of taking it, but getting some validation for his efforts was nice. Persuasion looked like a very useful skill in some contexts, but it sounded too niche. He was confident his wits could already do the job well enough. Acting had fewer direct applications, but it offered a much larger field of possibilities. Similar to a Swiss Army knife, it might not be the best tool for the job, but it offered something in every situation. He just needed to be creative with how he used it. Getting off his bed, Kai started with his daily training. After meditating, he ran out of the house. Today he would see whether efforts would pay off or were all for nothing. Well, almost nothing. No matter how it goes, I got a new skill out of this. A couple of hours later, he was walking to Mui's house together with his sister. Kia wasn't impressed by the squalid neighborhood where the house was located and threw him a skeptical look. He shrugged his shoulders, maintaining a confident facade. Uncle Mui likes the quiet. Old Town is too busy for his taste. Knocking on the door, the hunter opened it almost immediately. His gaze lingered on his sister. Before Kai could do anything, Kia turned it into a staring contest that she had no intention of losing. He wanted to shake his head and raise his eyes to the sky but stopped himself. There were already enough people trying to sabotage the situation. The two squared each other out. It wasn't the first time they had met, but Kai didn't think they ever exchanged more than some greetings and waves. Okay, I'll see you later. Have fun. Kai made a strategic retreat. He always had a hard time predicting Kia's behavior. Would she be intimidated by Mui's stern demeanor, intrigued or annoyed? He had done all he could to make this work. Now it was out of his hands. Hopefully, they would reach some kind of understanding. They could both be quite pig-headed sometimes. Most of the time probably was closer to the truth. Maybe they could bond over that. He would be back in the afternoon to get his sister and solve any problem Mui ran into with his mana manipulation training. I'm sure they'll be fine. What could go wrong? His mind was immediately filled with several improbable scenarios, each one more catastrophic than the last. He took a deep breath and pushed them out of his mind. They will be fine. It was time to focus on other things. His 7th-year ceremony was fast approaching. He did not have a lot of time left in Greenside, barely a week. After that, maybe 2 days to prepare for the journey. Kai was sure when he got back to the estate things would start moving in full swing. In the month after he reached Orange, they had focused on getting him acquainted with his new skills and attributes. With that done, he dared not imagine what Elijah and Dora had planned for him, but he would bet everything he owned they were going to be even more demanding. It surprised him a little, but he was looking forward to that. He missed the challenge, having his days planned and filled from dawn to dusk. The exhausting routine away from any distraction that kept his mind focused and away from wandering to dangerous places. Walking back home, he spent the rest of the morning reading his father's books and doing some light alchemy. He had taken a long enough break from his cauldron. He still had a few ingredients lying around from the deal with Reisi or bought from the market. There was no point in keeping them. When he went back, Dora would provide anything he needed. Making an inventory of what was left, he did a little planning to make sure he would utilize everything to the last pseudo-mana herb. Some of the ingredients could be used to brew common concoctions he could sell at the market. More money to leave to his family was never a bad idea. The rest were fair game to try a few theories and do random experiments. Around noon, Ale came home for lunch. Without Kia, today it was only the two of them. Kai offered to help her cook, and they started talking about their skills and plans for the future. With all the secrecy around your status and skills, they were both hungering for a chance to speak freely. Tentatively at first and then with more confidence as they discovered how long they had waited for someone to talk about this. They started sharing more and more details up to the exact levels of a few of their skills and how they trained them. His sister finally broke the unsaid rule, telling him her whole status. Kai hesitated for a few seconds. She had not asked him to say anything, but she had gone first and he would feel scummy to hold back. You can't expect trust if you don't give any. His throat was dry, the words stuck in his mouth. Keeping secrets had been half his life. Did he want that to continue or change? Clearing his throat, he started telling her everything. His eyes and mind split between the desire to look away and see her face to read her reaction. Sharing details within a family was common, but they had never gone into the nitty-gritty. Exposing your status was like showing someone the summary of all your successes and failures recorded. You were left naked, at the mercy of their judgment. Even with people you trusted, it wasn't an easy thing to do. Wow, you really are a genius, little brother. Her voice was as light as before. Showing no trace of anything except excitement for him, Kai smiled awkwardly back. They both were at similar points in their skills and race, but there was the little fact that he was 6 years younger than her. He was happy to see Aled didn't appear bothered by the fact and looked genuinely happy about his success. I'm not sure I could do the same in her position. Truly the nicest person I know. Too bad Uncle Mui got the wrong sister. To Kai's eternal gratefulness, she didn't let him stew in his own awkwardness and took the lead in the conversation. Have I ever told you how it was when I started pearl hunting? Without further prompt, she started telling him the story as they sat at the table and started eating. Her mentor seemed very nice and his sister's eyes lit up as she narrated her first time finding a pearl. Mom paid using her services as a tideseer for the apprenticeship. She revealed, stopping her flow of words. I felt so guilty for putting another burden on her, but you know how she is. No matter what I said, she would not change her mind. She said, a bit unsure. Maybe she was still not over it. Kai knew he probably looked like a deer in front of a car's headlights. He wanted to say the right words and be supportive, but had no idea what those words were. This wasn't his field of expertise. What should I say? Do you know when I and Mom left to look for a teacher? After the first week at the estate, Vera made me an offer. Kai tried not to mumble his words as he told the story, revealing the deal he had been offered, an apprenticeship or enough money to settle his family anywhere on the archipelago. He had long struggled with the guilt of that decision, wondering if he had made a mistake and been selfish. Only after he completed the deal with Reisi, earning him more than 2 silver coins, did the last remnants of guilt fade away. No matter what happened, even if Vera kicked him out, He now knew how to help his family in a tangible way. You beat me even here too, Ale said jokingly. I could have never dealt with the guilt of refusing such a sum. I would have hesitated and gone for the safer choice. His sister ruffled his hair. You should be proud, little brother. That must not have been easy, and you already proved it paid off. It was not that hard. Kai shrugged his shoulders, embarrassed. I wasn't here to help Mom, but you were. They finished eating in silence, but it wasn't uncomfortable. They needed a moment with their thoughts. Is this how being brother and sister should feel like? Kai didn't know, but he hoped so. He liked the feeling. Today the tide was high, so his sister was free for the time being. After cleaning up, they sat at the table to keep talking, trying to make up for a year away in an afternoon. It felt so easy. The words flew out of their mouth with no effort. Let told him some more about her apprenticeship. Pearl hunting seemed such a fun and exciting job. He could easily see why his sister was so enamored by it. If he had not run into Vera, he might also consider going down the same path. Whenever the tide is fair or high, there is not much to do. Mostly studying, skill training, maintaining our equipment, or scouting potential locations. However, as soon as 3 or more moons align in the right place and create a low tide, things get more frenetic. We need to be prepared long beforehand. That's why no pearl hunter would say no to having a personal tideseer. Mom knew it too. She explained with a smile and roll of her eyes. As the waters recede, most of the time we have already swam as far as we can safely go, but sometimes my mentor wants more time to explore a hidden cranny or cave. Those times we sail her boat. We can bring more equipment and have an easier way out when the sea comes back. The boat isn't big and easily maneuverable, but we need to row to get anywhere. Guessing the right time is the most important factor. Too soon and we lose time, too late and we risk getting swept away by the receding waters or damaging the boat. Then the fun begins. It's a mad dash across the exposed seafloor, a sprint and a marathon at the same time. Kai listened to her every word, completely captured by her story. If he failed as a mage, he knew what his fallback plan was, or maybe it could be the retirement plan. Who didn't love a treasure hunt? They had to use knowledge and skills to find the right shelled mollusk that contained their livelihood, diving in hidden grottos while keeping an eye out for hidden dangers. Ale's biggest success had been undoubtedly the green pearl hanging from his wrist. She gave him the full story of how she found it by chance. It showed her mentor's character that she let her keep it. I'd like to go with you one day. Kai couldn't help but ask when she was finished. Ale smiled. I'd like that too. After I get a profession, I'll show you around the next time you visit. Kai nodded, who knew how much time it would take, but he would hold her to that promise. It was his turn to share. After all her adventures, the life at the estate seemed so boring, even more when he talked about alchemy and mana exercises. Chopping vegetables, he still remembered how Kia had called it. He wished he was a better storyteller. Ale seemed to find the estate very intriguing and kept asking him questions, but he wasn't sure if she was doing it just to be nice. I will also have my adventures. Training at the estate is how I get to do that safely. He kept repeating that to himself. He only wished it didn't sound so far away. Ale reminded him she was 6 years older, but the thought of waiting for so many years still sucked. Since she also had Mana Sensika, the best skill ever, Kai gave her a few pieces of advice, sharing his experience and a few tips and tricks on how to train the skill faster. He was glad she had seen reason, contrary to a certain hunter. They could have continued talking for hours, but Ale had to go back to help her mentor, and he suddenly remembered he had an appointment too. Looking outside, the sun was lower than it should have been. He ran out of the house at full speed. He was late. A few people yelled after him on the streets as he used the full power of running to get to Mui's house in record time. Completely out of breath and covered in sweat, he stood before the wooden door. Everything looked in order as it had in the morning, so he could put aside his worst scenarios. Hesitantly knocking, Kai waited with bated breath. Mui had said he would give his sister 2 weeks, but with how stubborn they both could be, he knew the result of the first day could already decide if this would work out or not. Come in. The hunter's deep voice called from the inside. Kai hardly had the time to open the door that he had to get out of the way as Kia rushed out. His hopes crumbled. Was it that bad? Turning towards Mui, the hunter didn't look upset, but it was hard to tell with his stone face. Don't worry, she will be back tomorrow. He stated before closing the door in his face. Hey, what did I do to deserve this? I mean, I did arrange the whole thing, but still. I suppose I don't have to help him with mana manipulation then. Kai turned around, head back home. Kia was nowhere in sight, already gone. Amazing. I am sure it will work out perfectly. They deserve each other. As Mui had predicted, the next day Kia went back to his house to continue the apprenticeship. No one had any idea what had happened, and she refused to say anything, only giving vague answers. From her words, she appeared very interested in hunting, but something must have upset her. When Kai tried to ask her if anything was wrong, she glared at him and closed herself in her room. What did I do wrong this time? I give up. It wasn't a perfect scenario, but as long as she didn't lose interest, Kai considered that a win. She would learn useful skills and not spend whole days on the streets looking for trouble with a gang of kids. Despite telling himself he didn't care, Kai went to visit Mui after Kia had left. It was his duty as an exemplary teacher to check to see if his student needed some advice with mana manipulation. Everything it's going well. You were right, it's not that hard. The hunter commented with a humble brag. Kai rolled his eyes. Well, just keeping your mana from doing anything isn't that hard. Making it do what you want is a whole other deal. Okay, maybe that was slightly passive-aggressive, but it's also true. Sure it is, Mui said, patting him on the head. Kai glared at him, another comeback ready on his lips, but he suppressed it. He was acting like a child, his ego way more fragile than he would have liked. He spent a lifetime and a half second-guessing his own decisions and hiding behind sarcastic jokes. He was getting better at it, but it took time. Why was my sister so upset the other day? He asked, trying to change the topic. Since he was already here, he might as well inquire what was going on. It worked way better than expected. Mui's confident smile disappeared and his gaze turned away from his eyes. I thought she already knew. He muttered under his breath. Kai raised an eyebrow. No, what exactly? He was getting a bad feeling. Mui looked like he felt guilty for something. His tone contained a note of warning. What did you tell her? The hunter looked down ashamed. She was curious about how I met her brother, so I started telling her a bit about that. You know, how you always find yourself in complicated situations and all that. Why do people always gossip about me behind my back? I never looked for any trouble. Kai gave a look to Mui to prompt him to continue. What else did you tell her? Nothing bad really, quite the opposite. I might have mentioned how you were probably one of the people with the highest level mana sense I've ever met. Also how much money you made in the deal with the merfolk. Kai paled a little. Yep, that would do it. His sister knew about most of that, but he had purposefully remained very vague on the exact specifics. She knew he had mana sense at a high level, but that could mean anything to her. That was until Mui's big mouth gave her a pretty clear idea of how high it was. Same with the coins he made. He had told her he had made a lot, but in her head, she probably thought it was a handful of copper messar at most. His sister had always been competitive. She was not like Eleni. He had known with certainty she would not take it well if she discovered his status and progress, which was why he had remained as vague as possible. She might suspect many things but knew nothing for sure. She had probably thought the gap wasn't that big or that he was exaggerating. It had never been a fair competition. There was no way for her to make up for his advantages. He might not have always been very considerate in his younger years, but after he came back from the estate, he tried to be a better brother. What did you say? Kai asked. Mui had muttered something else, but he had not caught it as his mind spiraled, calculating all the implications. The hunter let out a sigh. I also told her you had reached the orange grade in your race. You didn't seem to make a mystery of it, so I thought she knew that too. Kai wanted to slam his head against a wall. Once again, yes, she most likely suspected it, but having a definitive confirmation was different. I didn't think she would take it so badly. She asked many questions about race grades and how high people could get, so I mentioned you had reached orange younger than I was at the time. Damn it, that must have only made it worse. Kai gritted his teeth and glared at his uncle. He truly wanted to throw a kid tantrum right now. All of his efforts had been destroyed by Mui's carelessness. I am sorry, Kai. I should have kept my mouth shut after I asked you to do the same for me. Mui apologized. Well, at least now I don't need to feel guilty for revealing his grade to Kia. Kai tried to hide his great annoyance from his tone. She was going to discover it sooner or later. Just do your best teaching her about hunting. Of course, I promised to teach her everything I know. Mui gave his word. Maybe knowing the truth will give her motivation to train harder. Kia was not one to give up just because the gap seemed unsurmountable. With one last glance at Mui, Kai left the hunter's house. What more was there to say? What was done was done. He wandered aimlessly, letting his feet bring him through the dirt streets of Old Town lost in thoughts. Eventually, he found himself in front of the churning waves. The sea always had a calming effect on him. He took off his shoes and walked along the pebble shore, letting the cold waves touch his feet. It had been going so well with Kia. He had been making some real progress. Now it was all gone. There was nothing he could do but wait for Kia to come to terms with the truth. He knew her enough to know no words from his mouth could improve the situation. Only time maybe could do it. He was mad at Mui's carelessness, but was it really his fault? As Kai calmed down and thought about it, it became apparent it was an honest mistake. Putting all the blame on someone was easy, but it wasn't all the hunter's fault. After he managed to arrange the apprenticeship, he had been so drunk on his own success he had not thought to warn him. Instead, he had congratulated himself like an idiot. In the end, my plan did work splendidly. Maybe too well. Hopefully, Kia would turn her discoveries into motivation and not do anything dumb. His remaining days in Greenside passed quietly. Kai tried to keep himself busy. He doubled his physical training to both morning and evening for good measure. He experimented with using meditation while doing other exercises. He wasn't yet able to activate it 100 of the time, but rapidly improving, getting better at understanding where meditation would never work and where he just wasn't good enough to make it work. Alchemy and mana exercises took another chunk of his time. With all the levels he gained in mana manipulation, he was finally able to move forth in the book of exercises Dora gave him, especially with his internal manipulation. The first 5 mana structures that had once been beyond his ability proved no challenge at all. His cockiness didn't last long. The next 5 mana designs soon pulled him down to reality. His control over the thin thread of mana wasn't the problem, but preventing the structure from collapsing as it grew bigger and more complex was hard. It took a lot of patience and a few days, but he got them too. With this, he had completed 1/2 of the internal mana exercises in the book. In his initial plans, he thought this would be his limit if everything went well. Now he continued to the next set of 5. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Kai's brows furrowed in concentration. He controlled the mana thread with mastery, forming a complicated braid of knots and loops inside his body. The first half was complicated but doable, then the problems began. His teeth clenched and sweat appeared on his forehead. His mind strained to keep a grasp of the existing structure and add more. His pace slowed to a crawl. More time was spent fixing mistakes than going forward. Like watching a building collapsing in slow-mo, he could only delay the inevitable, not stop it. Damn, another fail. After a short break to rest his mind, Kai tried again. He aimed to complete at least one of the 5 designs before leaving Greenside. His alchemy practice was much less eventful. To improve and level his skill, his mind wasn't enough. He also needed ingredients and knowledge. The latter wasn't a real problem. Dora's book offered plenty, and he also had the 2 other books Rise gifted him. Plants from the Deep, a complete guide to the treasures of the sea, and Fundamentals of Alchemy Volume 1. After asking his sister Alef for help, the book on aquatic plants appeared very promising, with plenty of species of algae, kelp, and seaweeds that grew in the shallow sea. Unfortunately, in the short term, it didn't change much. He didn't have the time to go scour the sea. Going from book knowledge to applying that in real life wasn't easy or fast, so he let Alef borrow and show it to her mentor. The final book, the one Rise called fundamental to any aspiring alchemist, proved less useful. Granted, he didn't go beyond the first pages, but it was such a boring read. The author, the illustrious Zolivert de Savat, truly must be a remarkable individual to make brewing potions sound so boring and abstruse. Amidst paragraphs of empty rhetoric, the instruction he found required alchemic tools he didn't possess or herbs he never heard of, sometimes both. He put it aside till he could show it to Dora. With his reserves of mana herbs dwindling, so did possibilities. Trying something out of his wheelhouse would teach him the most, but it would likely be a specular failure with no way to recoup the cost. After closing a few deals with Old Selly, Kai had accumulated around 16 messar and 78 chips, a considerable sum. He had worked hard not to get scammed by her sweet granny facade that hid a cunning and deceiving demon out for every last copper chip. He had already made more progress than he had imagined. He didn't think it was worth it to spend all his savings for a chance at one more level. His family could put the money to better use. Playing around with the random ingredients he had left, he had a few unexpected successes. He sold most of them, but kept a couple of red-tier poisons. They weren't like the bait poison that was harmless to humans, so he didn't feel right selling that. Maybe he could use them against the beasts of the jungle if the chance arose. Finally, there was one more activity that occupied his time, deciphering his father's books and notes. It was far more work than he had expected, but he could now get an idea of what a vastaire text said all by himself. Ding. New skill added to the archive. Decoding LV1. Use your knowledge, brain, and multiple obscure sources to get to the truth. At most, Kai had expected to receive a language skill, but he was always happy to add any kind of skill to his archive. It expanded his repertoire, and more possibilities were never a bad thing. He laughed aloud when reading the part about obscure sources. That was a good description of his dad's notes. For now, he didn't plan to take this one either. It sounded even more niche than persuasion, with very specific requirements to be activated. It wouldn't find much use when he got back to the estate. He had compiled his notes into a notebook he could bring back with him to not forget what he learned, but he needed all of his father's books to continue his research. This project was still a work in progress, but he was determined to bring it to completion no matter how long it took. Once again, he had to thank Dora for her foresight. He had thought 2 new notebooks were overkill, but it turned out it was barely enough. He only had a couple of blank pages left. On the last day before his ceremony, Kai walked to the sea for one last time. He spent so many mornings training here. With a satisfied sigh, he lay on the pebble beach, admiring many shades of orange, yellow, and pink the sunset painted of the sky and sea. Tomorrow was finally the day. He didn't know what to expect exactly. Probably it was not going to be anything much, a few arcane prayers and some weird ritual. He summoned his status with a thought. Name: Kai Thailand. Race: human. Profession: none. Body stats: strength, light, dexterity, 9-10. Constitution: 12:13. Mind. 13:14. Spirit. 15:16. Perception. 11. Favor. 9:10. Skills. Running LV 7577, swimming LV 7475 max, meditation LV 6366, awareness LV 5455, herbology LV 5457, acting LV 4448, processing plants LV 3538, reading LV 1925, gardening LV 12, sneak LV 711, mana sense LV 4142, mana manipulation LV 1012, alchemy. LV89 inspect LV68, who would have thought he would gain so much while he was away from the estate. He couldn't wait to see Dora and Elijah's faces when he told them. He had not been able to match the same progress he had during his alchemy marathon, but he had expected that. Those had been extraordinary circumstances. You couldn't sprint all the way, slow and steady growth was the key. Swimming had also reached the threshold, but he might as well wait a couple of days and ask Vuria's advice. Evolving the skill to use mana to push his body beyond his normal limits was easy, but he wanted to try to reduce his need for oxygen. After the sun went down, Kai walked back home. Tomorrow was going to be an important day, even if because it marked the end of his stay in Greenside.